Qing Film and Television City. In a wide courtyard, dozens of people wore robes of various colors. The seats are arranged in an orderly manner. Today's shooting requires a lot of people. The weather is beautiful. The clouds cover the sun, and the breeze blows, making everyone present feel very comfortable. The most feared environment for acting is the heat. Heavy rain can be used to shoot indoor scenes. Can be heated up. TSK. Can't even escape. Especially costume dramas. Having more clothes is secondary. The male actor's long-haired hood is so hot that it's frustrating. This drama is a custom drama produced by Comet Film and Television. It focuses on the international market, so from the leading actors to the supporting actors, they are all very big names. After a conversation, click pass. This sentence from the director is what they like to hear the most. In an instant, the originally quiet venue became lively. What was more inconsistent was that one moment he was still a fairy, and the next moment he took out the script from nowhere and started reading silently. Yen Li, a TV series director at Comet Films. The man is a little fat, the kind that makes you sweat when you move. He cherishes this job, but also feels that it is very stressful. With the precedent of civilization, if the company's first TV series focusing on the international market fails, he will be embarrassed. I look back at what I just took. Yen Li was very satisfied. Professional group acting is different. The quality is top-notch. He heard that the operating company of the Film and Television City also provides acting training every week, and he has seen the results. Anyone who picks one up can fluently deliver a few lines and perform a few tricks in various scenarios. You can also integrate into it quickly. Director Yen, it seems that someone has come to visit the class. Next to him, the assistant director watched a group of men in black approaching in the distance. Yen Li frowned. Visiting class? This morning, we have just filmed 2 scenes. Which class are we looking for? Also, this is a filming location. According to the company's management regulations, if outsiders come in, they must be approved by the director. What did the security guard do? Who is coming? Yen Li's eyes did not leave the screen. Director Yen, the chairman is here. After seeing the person clearly, the deputy director patted Yen Li on the shoulder and said hurriedly. At this time, more and more people saw Tang Qing, and suddenly the filming location became lively. Chairman? What chairman? Yen Li's head spun. Moment. Then he thought of their biggest boss, Tang Qing. He looked up and saw that it was not Tang Qing, but someone else. He had also seen the person next to him, Tang Qing's second uncle, who was also rich and had no friends. He stood up hastily. Chairman, you're here. Hello, Mr. Tang. Yen Li quickly stepped forward to say hello. Director Yen, hello. I heard that you guys are filming here, so I stopped by to take a look. Tang Qing said with a smile. He had met Yen Li twice, once at the celebration party of the company's civilization, and once at the celebration dinner for the relocation of the Comet Group headquarters. Welcome to the chairman to guide the work, Yen Li said. Tang Qing waved his hand. Just take a look. It's not about guidance. You are busy. I will leave in a moment. This drama is of great significance, and the company also trusts you. Go and work. Let's go for a walk. Yes, chairman. Yen Li turned around and got busy. Inside the venue, many celebrities wanted to come up and get to know each other, but when they saw a circle of bodyguard around Tang Qing, they gave up the idea. Their different identities made them afraid to come up and show their faces at will, and there were so many people watching. Inside the venue, Tang Qing also has an acquaintance. Brother Hu. He also joined the drama. When he saw Tang Qing, he just came up to say hello and then went back to work. As for the circle, Brother Hu was also included in Tang Qing's circle, but Lu Tianwang told him to keep a distance from Tang Qing. He didn't quite understand the reason before, but gradually he realized that it was not difficult to be friends with Tang Qing, as long as he approved of it. But if he wanted to be a good friend, he had to have an independent personality and a serious attitude towards work. Licking his face to cater to him, Tang Qing didn't like it. But do your job well. There are some opportunities that Tang Qing can give without ambiguity. For example, the endorsement of ERA was signed for 3 years, and the fee is not low. Another example is these opportunities, which I seem to have obtained without much effort. Watch for a while. Tang Qing left. Everyone in the venue breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it was the crew or the actors, strictly speaking, most of the people here were employees of companies owned by the Tang family. They were really a little nervous when the two bosses were present. A week passed leisurely. July 21st, afternoon. Tang Qing's family got on the plane and flew to the island country. This scene even attracted the attention of relevant departments. Some people couldn't help but wonder, is Tang Qing going to run away with his family? Certainly. Just thinking about it. The Tang family ran away? How is it possible? Unless you were crazy. The information came back quickly. It was Gufeng who invited Tang Qing to play. As the richest man in China, he was also a business card of China. Every move he made might affect the country's image, so they had to pay attention. Tang Qing also knew this kind of attention. I don't know how I feel. As long as you don't interfere with his life and go too far, it's actually understandable. Just like himself, soldiers deploy spies around the world, cultivate power, and monitor every move on the global internet. Isn't it just to avoid unknown risks? The same goes for countries. Otherwise, once something goes wrong, being kept in the dark, it is easy for other countries to laugh at it. 4:15. The plane landed at Nagoya Airport. In addition to the Ling family, there were also people from the Murayama family who came to pick them up. However, even though the two families were very powerful, they could not drive into the airport and could only wait outside. Outside the airport, the two luxury caravans were parked on the roadside. Knowing that Tang Qing brought his family with him, they were even more happy. There were a lot of people, and they had quite a few pairs of chopsticks and expressions of closeness. This time, Murayama-ken could say that they were snatched away from the reception. Not only the Ling family is strange. Gufeng was also curious. Did Murayama-ken ask Tang Qing to do something? Soon, they saw Tang Qing's family walking out. Murayama-ken almost ran up, and Maruyama Mitsuki followed. These were distinguished guests from the Gu family and the Ling family. What was his father doing? Last time I went to Qingyan City, Tang Qing called Murayama-ken to the manor. Therefore, Murayama-ken called out the names of several key members of the Tang family, welcomed them all politely, and insisted on helping them carry their luggage. He was extremely enthusiastic. In the end, Tang Qing did not actually let them carry their luggage. Because, this time, from behind the two families' motorcade, a dozen men in black walked over and took over the luggage of Tang Qing's family. Maruyama-ken was stunned. He had noticed several black Mercedes-Benz cars parked behind them. There were two big men in black beside each car. He thought they were picking up others before, but looking at this posture, they were obviously Tang Qing's people. He suddenly remembered that Tang Qing's security company also had branches in the island country. Tang Qing explained with a smile. These are the security personnel I sent here in advance. Just let them do this kind of thing. Don't be so polite. I will trouble you while you are here. Maruyama-ken also had good intentions. You should be grateful. Zhongyu Tui. It's really not that big in an island country. There were less than 100 people. His main job is not as a bodyguard, but as a security consultant, specializing in providing security solutions to customers in need, such as exhibitions, events, and escorts, which are all medium-sized jobs. At present, we can only maintain a healthy balance sheet. No way. It is also forced by the situation. Although there are many more criminal cases in the island country than in China, there are not many kidnapping cases, especially the kidnapping of rich people. In this regard, the island country has the self-control ability that many countries envy. As for the security of ordinary companies in the island country, they're used to doing it themselves. Classes and concepts are solidified, which also brings about the solidification of the economic structure. If it weren't for the help of a few friends and some business introductions, the branch here will definitely suffer losses. These cars, that's why the brand is from this side. The people and cars were all teleported 2 days ago. They are all Tang Qing's guards. For this trip, the security plan formulated by the command room includes about 230 people. They will always be on Tang Qing's route for routine armed protection and emergency rescue. This scale, normal presidential travel, is nothing more than this. Except for the people. Each guarded vehicle also has a small attack drone. It's not that Tang Qing is afraid of death, but fear of losing. In his previous life, he lost his parents and his beloved. He didn't even know what happened to his second uncle's family, but it was definitely not a good consequence. In this life, no matter what, he must protect them, no matter the cost. No trouble, it's my honor. After hearing Tang Qing's words, Murayama Kin said with a smile. Gufeng and the others walked up. Young Master Sister Lingya, let's go to the place first and introduce them one by one later. Tang Qing suggested that this place on the side of the road is not suitable for greetings. Even if we introduce them, they will probably be forgotten at the wine table later. I didn't expect you to be prepared. Gufeng glanced at Tang Qing's bodyguards and had only one feeling: elite. Be prepared for any trouble. After getting in the car, the long motorcade drove towards the outskirts of the city. The reception location this time was a resort hotel owned by the Murayama family. It was a villa-style resort hotel with hot springs inside, which was very famous in the local area. Inside Murayama Ken's car. Father, this Tang Qing is a friend of Gufeng and a guest of the Ling family. Do you need to be so groveling like you? Mitsuki Murayama saw her father's behavior just now and couldn't understand it at all. His own business has nothing to do with Tang Qing. Hear this. Murayama Ken smiled and shook his head. Something should not be taken at face value. My daughter, remember to treat Tang Qing with the utmost respect and caution. In short, there can be no neglect in this reception. Does he have a background in the Chinese government? Murayama Mitsuki asked curiously. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Murayama Ken shook his head. Clear. More than 20 minutes later, the convoy arrived at a resort hotel. The hotel is built on the mountain. The environment is quiet and quiet. Of course, it is just a small hill. In addition to more than 20 villas of different styles, there are also many entertainment facilities. It is said to be a resort hotel, but the most people who come to play are locals. Rent it for parties, entertain distinguished guests, etc. Enter the gate. Tang Qing unexpectedly saw more than 20 men and women bending down to welcome them on both sides of the gate. This formation, Murayama Ken was still doing a big job. Suddenly, a message came to Tang Qing's ears, and he smiled in his heart. He didn't expect that such a thing was installed in this place. Then, Murayama Ken received a call. Boss, those 6 Mercedes-Benz cars are all overweight. How much do they weigh? Murayama Ken wondered. When he was building a hotel before, because of his bad taste, he had someone install a weight-measuring device at the door. It had no other function than measuring the weight of the cars, which was very useless. But it can effectively distinguish bulletproof vehicles. The person in charge of security today is his old subordinate, so he called me specifically. 6.7 tons. The other side said solemnly. So heavy? Are you sure? Murayama Ken asked in surprise. Generally, bulletproof vehicles only weigh 3 to 5 tons. The heavier it means, the thicker the bulletproof armor. It's over 6 tons, almost as heavy as the President of the United States car. He had no doubts about its defensive capabilities. The car in the United States is an extended version of the Cadillac. The car under Tang Qing's hands is small in size and cannot be protected. The defensive power of this car is not as weak as that of the American Cadillac No. 1 Beast. That's right, they're all bulletproof vehicles of over 6 tons. Moreover, among the models on sale at Mercedes-Benz, there are no bulletproof models like these. The registered vehicles are all ordinary vehicles. The tone of his subordinate was a bit incredulous. Private modification? Yes. I understand. Please keep it confidential. Yes. Hang up the phone. Murayama Ken looked at Tang Qing's cars through the rearview mirror and wondered if he should also get a few to support the scene. Tang Qing was so fastidious when he went abroad. The lineup is quite big. Father, what's wrong? What's 6.7 tons? Murayama Mitsuki asked curiously. Car. Whose car? Those cars owned by Tang Qing. They came in a bulletproof car? Are they suspicious of our security here? Mitsuki Murayama guessed. Murayama Ken shook his head. No, maybe this is what people usually use. Thinking of the soaring fire again, Murayama Kin instantly understood Tang Qing. The world in Tang Qing's eyes may be different from theirs. Then will their bodyguards have guns? Murayama Mitsuki suddenly thought of a possibility. Murayama Kin swallowed. Not sure. Maybe. Soon. The motorcade drove to a villa. Because there were too many cars, half of the road in front of the door was occupied. As soon as Tang Qing got off the car, 5 soldiers went out first, walked into the villa, and stood guard in every corner, while the others dispersed outside the villa. The Ling family was stunned when they saw it. Do you want to be so nervous? Sorry, this is their professional habit. They have always been like this. Don't be surprised, Tang Qing said with a smile. In addition to these people, there were dozens of people lurking 3 kilometers away. It doesn't matter. I'm doing my job faithfully. That's good. Murayama Kin waved his hand quickly. Bulletproof vehicles were coming, and maybe everyone was equipped with a gun. This made him feel a sense of security unconsciously. In comparison, his bodyguards were a bit incompetent. Everyone please. In the hall of the villa. Dinner is ready on the big round table. The Ling family is of Chinese descent. To entertain Tang Qing, of course you cannot do as the locals do. Even if you do, it is still a Chinese custom. In order to cater for their respective tastes, half of the dishes above are Chinese food, some are Japanese food, and some Western food. Next, just introduce each other. There were only 2 people from the Murayama family, but there were a lot of people from the Ling family. Ling is parents, 2 uncles, and several brothers and sisters. Not even half of the whole family had arrived. Otherwise, the table won't even be able to sit. First official meeting. Lingya's father expressed welcome on behalf of the Ling family. Although he is also an official in the island country, he has no task of attracting investment. This is not considered here, and he is not responsible for this. However, he was very enthusiastic towards Tang Qing. Same as the Gu family. No matter how rich you are, it has nothing to do with them. But for someone who can improve the image of Chinese people around the world, just look at it however you like. Civilization and era, these are the 2 major products that made Tang Qing known to the world and changed the impression of China in various countries, especially era, which has now been sold globally and is sought after by the world. As of yesterday, the sales volume of era in North America has exceeded 1.1 million units, and the total global sales volume has officially exceeded 8 million units. By the end of next month, it is a certainty that it will complete the sales of 10 million units. For this product, consumers in island countries also like it very much. It doesn't matter which country. To know, the components of era come from major electronics giants around the world, including Sony and other Japanese companies. In the eyes of consumers here, the brand is from China, but the others are from the world. What? Is it not to your liking? Qin Shiqi was sitting next to Lingya. Seeing that Qin Shiqi only ate a little of each dish, she asked in a low voice. She found that not only Qin Shiqi, but also the rest of the Tang family were very polite. Chew slowly. Eat little by little. It's okay. I ate some snacks on the plane, so I'm not too hungry. Of course, Qin Shiqi couldn't say that these things tasted really average. Tang Qing had told her on the plane to eat as much as possible to give others some face. Besides, Gufeng understood what was going on. These eat. It was really good, but compared with the chefs of the Tang family, there was still a slight gap. Thinking of this, he must have brought a lot of ingredients on Tang Qing's plane, and his heart started to itch. He decided, let's go get some midnight snack later. The meal took nearly 2 hours to finish, and everyone became familiar with each other. In the following days, Gufeng and his wife and Murayama Takaru and his daughter took them to visit various parts of the island country, while everyone else had other things to do. Ling family. It's a political family. Similar to the Gu family, almost all of them hold public offices. Lingya's father is also the deputy governor of Osaka Prefecture, which is considered the highest status in the Ling family. This is actually the highest level that Chinese people can hold in the island country. One more level. Governor, equivalent to a leader. It must be elected by the people. In the United States, members of the Gu family can run for governor. Gufeng's father successfully ran for Congress. That is because the American culture is relatively open and tolerant. But here, Chinese Americans are destined to have a ceiling on their way up. When it comes to such elected positions, in high-level positions, almost no Chinese will be elected. The deputy governor is the appointing officer. Regarding the history of the Ling family, the command room contains hundreds of thousands of words of information. It can be said, the growth of the Ling family was very bumpy, with many ups and downs. In an island country where many things are determined at birth, the Ling family was destined to be unable to enter the core of power. To reach this point, one can imagine the effort they put in. Therefore, the Ling family wants to gain greater rights. It requires external force. Good family. As for external forces, the United States is the leader of the island country, and the Chinese only have the support of the Chinese. This marriage is an act of the Ling family seeking greater power, and it does not matter whether it is right or wrong. Tang Qing thinks that as long as the two of them are happy, it will be fine. Send the elders of the Ling family away. Gufeng and his wife stayed. Are there any midnight snacks? After the father-in-law and the others left, Gufeng rubbed his hands and looked at Tang Qing with a smile. When he heard this, Murayama Kenya's eyes lit up. He missed the taste a little. He was just showing his loyalty to the landlord. Finished. It's also good to try Hakka food. I'll ask them to make some porridge later. Tang Qing said. Okay, anything will do. Gufeng smiled. Subsequently, they began to choose a room. All the original servants in the villa were paid out and replaced by Tang Qing's people. Murayama Ken was not unhappy at all. Everyone likes to use their own people, and he also likes it. In the living room, a cup of tea. The aroma was permeating the air. This was not the first time for Lingya and Murayama Mitsuki to drink it. When Murayama Ken left, Tang Qing also gave some as a gift. It was as cheap as a few dollars, but the effect was extremely good. Everyone is money hungry. I only care about whether things are worth it. Half a pound of this tea. It feels more worthwhile than giving them a sports car. I feel that drinking this regularly can prolong your life. After a few sips, Murayama Ken felt physically and mentally comfortable. Prolong life? This can't be done. This is not medicine, it's just tea. If you want to prolong life, you still have to eat well, drink well, and add a little luck. No accidents, Tang Qing said with a smile. Genes stabilizing substances. It cannot be passed down the food chain through plants. Drink this tea. It really can't cure diseases. Of course, it doesn't mean that it has no benefits. This kind of tea, like fruit wine, can regulate the body to a certain extent and is beneficial to the cardiovascular and nervous systems. It is a health product. Yes, eating is more important. The average life expectancy here is the first in the world. It is not unreasonable. The diet structure is simple, and the cooking method does not pursue complex taste buds like China, but prefers to retain the taste of the food itself. Murayama Ken nodded. The average lifespan of people in island countries is a full 10 years longer than that in China. This gap, he felt that it could not be smoothed out in a short time. Food safety is indeed a major problem, and the people who suffer the most are ordinary people. Cancer used to be a rare disease, but now it has become a common disease, which is directly related to the complexity of what we eat. Tang Kai said, if you don't have money, don't have money. If you have nothing, don't get sick. Tang Qing said, incisive. I have a friend who was diagnosed with terminal cancer last month. The doctor said he has less than 3 months to live. He is only in his 40s and has worked hard for half his life before he can start to live a good life. It's a pity, Tang Kai sighed. Where is he from? Tang Qing asked. Thai Chinese, originally from Sichuan. Second uncle, have you noticed the news released by the Ministry of Health in Myanmar recently? Tang Qing asked. What news? Tang Kai was confused. Tang Qing said, dozens of patented drugs from Western pharmaceutical giants are about to be taken off the shelves. I heard that it was the United States that put pressure on Burma. They had to remove dozens of generic patented drugs from the shelves. And just next month, isn't this nonsense? Without medicines, what will the sick do? Tang Kai worried. Tang Qing smiled and said, second uncle, do you think the Ling you know is that kind of person? No, but are you saying there's an inside story? Tang Kai turned to look at Tang Qing. It's not an inside story. You may not have noticed a piece of news. Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group has applied for clinical testing of nearly 100 new drugs from the end of last year to now. Tell me, where did these drugs go? Tang Qing laughed mysteriously. Hear the words. Tang Kai is not stupid either. Blurted out. Do they have new drugs that can replace those patented drugs? This is the most likely possibility. If so, this time, many people will be extremely happy and sad. This is not a compromise, but a reshuffle, which will completely wash out the Western pharmaceutical giants. Thinking of this, Tang Kai wants to laugh. Who is the last laugh? Show yes. Wrong. Tang. Are those medicines effective? Tang Kai asked. These are dozens of patented medicines. If you don't make a plastic basin and change the medicine without changing the medicine, you may end up being sprayed to death by international public opinion. I don't know either. Tang Qing shook his head. Don't know. Tang Kai was stunned. The news I got is very useful, even revolutionary, and has miraculous effects on various types of cancer. But as for the specifics, neither the Myanmar Medical Group nor the Myanmar Ministry of Health have issued official documents. However, if we hurry up, we will see the results before the end of this month. Tang Qing did not reveal too much. Can it cure cancer? Tang Kai immediately grasped the key point. Murayama-kin and Gu Feng also stared at Tang Qing closely. Not necessarily. My information is not accurate to that point yet. It is also an opportunity for your friend. Tang Qing's words were not taboo for Murayama-kin and the others to hear. Both of them are considered one of their own. That's it. Tang Kai felt that Tang Qing knew a little bit, but with so many people, they didn't bother to ask the truth. Tang Qing, if this is true, whoever can get the agent for these drugs can make a lot of money. I think your second uncle can consider it and give some change. Gu Feng suggested. Hear this. Tang Qing shook his head gently. Young Master Gu, this won't work. Why? Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group has no plans to find a personal agent. Tang Qing said. Such a huge interest represents a fierce conflict, and he doesn't want his second uncle to get involved in those troubles. All evil tricks are harmful. Go on from zero. It saves you a lot of worry. Unfortunately, we just don't know how effective it is. If it is true as you say, then the world will soon be lively, and the international status of Myanmar will be enhanced as never before. Gu Feng said with emotion. This kind of interest, he could only watch. I don't even have the qualifications to touch it. If it is owned by an individual, there's still hope of investing in it, but there is a country behind it, and only national-level forces dare to talk to them. The hundreds of thousands of armed forces under his command are not vegetarians. Just chatting. The supper is ready. Seafood and multi-grain porridge. Everyone drank a large bowl, and they were not worried about indigestion. After eating and drinking well for so long, the Tang family had not gotten sick, and even catching a cold seemed to be a long time ago. After dinner, chatted for a while. Everyone went back to rest. After Gu Feng returned to the room, he quickly called his father. The information Tang Qing just mentioned was very important to the Gu family. They had shares in a large American pharmaceutical company. Not much, only 7%. Someone is making acquisitions recently. Of course, the Gu family wants to raise the price and sell it at a good price. But if what Tang Qing said is true, this share may not be so attractive soon. Father, there's an emergency here. Tang Qing told me that there is a possibility of introducing drugs that can treat various stubborn diseases and cancers in Myanmar. It has not been confirmed yet, but the credibility is very high. After listening to his son's narration, opposite, Gu Tian was also shocked. Why did Tang Qing tell you this? We were chatting about food, and then we gradually talked about medical care, and then we brought up this matter. Father, I guess this is a reminder from Tang Qing to us. He may know a lot. Gu Feng guessed. Gu Tian was silent for a while. Okay, I understand. Don't spread this matter casually. Understood. Hang up the phone. Gu Tian quickly contacted his father and informed him. Soon, Gu Zhong decided to agree to the sale as soon as possible. Even if it turned out that the efficacy was not that good, it would have an impact on the global pharmaceutical industry. Huge impact. What surprised him was, it's Myanmar again. Previously, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company made O'Connor a large amount of money and drained his oil for nearly a month. Now, O'Connor's face is black, and the oil leak was finally blocked. Now, is Myanmar about to emerge as a world-class company again? He also studied this newly rising country, and all he saw was two words: ambition. Unabashed ambition. Can you just ignore Ainsley? Letting the United States give tens of billions of dollars in loans in vain is not something that ordinary countries can do, but they have done it. In terms of the game, it can be said that they have grasped it just right. The most important thing is centralized power, unified voice. Such a country has never been what the United States wants to see. The design pursued by the United States is to disintegrate this unity of tone so that no synergy can be formed within it, so that the United States can sit back and relax. Pity. It works well in most countries, but there are some countries that cannot achieve the results. Island country, China, polar bear. Now, there is another Burma, which does not give the United States face and continues to challenge the authority of the United States. Ge Zhong estimates that if this continues, it will not be long before the United States is likely to quickly adjust its strategy. Change from co-optation to containment. I want to be a wallflower. But, in the United States view, if you can't let me taste the sweetness, you can't dance so happily. Night. After Lin Jiaxue fell asleep, Tang Qing put on his glasses. Looking at the latest developments in India, the United States wanted to create tension. How could Tang Qing agree and directly mess up the situation there? The United States has been working hard to get the plan back on track. But I can only think about it. Start with the event. Develop to the present day. There has been such chaos that the United States almost couldn't withdraw its hand. After an American intelligence officer was accidentally caught by the relevant Indian departments, a lot of things that caused headaches for the United States were revealed. The situation is beyond the control of the United States. The Indian government is now looking for an explanation from the United States, and the explanation is actually a matter of money. India knows that it cannot compete with the United States, but it still has the courage to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail. Not only that, and it's huge, the asking price was hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course, the United States was not willing to give it. If it was given, the money would definitely fall on the CIA. Who told you that your people would be incompetent and they would be caught? Just catch it. Will also cause trouble. Then, it was originally a war of words between India and the CIA, but soon many security agencies in the United States were involved, and even Ainsley's boss, who proposed the implementation of this plan, was involved. Tang Qing was very happy to watch the bickering between the two sides every day. Sometimes he would not forget to add some firewood to make the fire even bigger. Although it could not burn anyone, it was heartwarming to watch. USA. Bang! Ainsley's boss slammed the door of his office and poured himself a glass of milk. At this time, he was so angry in his heart. Damn, these crazy dogs, even if they don't do things well, they will catch and bite anyone. Even he was involved. Is there any mistake? This is a bit like, if the problem cannot be solved, just pull out the person who raised the problem and solve it. Are you shameless? Besides, the safety committee also came to join in the fun and made such nonsense that he was summoned by his boss as soon as he went to work. Fortunately, his boss was on his side, otherwise he would not be able to do this job. And the origin of it all, it's Zero who makes them helpless. You said, you will die if you buy some weapons, and you don't need to pay in cash. We can provide all the loans, and you can pay them back slowly. You must be stubborn. Within a short period of time, they probably don't have the energy to cause trouble in India. I don't believe it, Zero. I will never let you be a stain on my resume. Humph. And Ainsley, this loser, has given me such an answer after so long. He noted Ainsley as well. With such bold words, a single expression reached Tang Qing's eyes. If it were made into a movie, this guy's expression would definitely be full of acting skills. It's a pity that he can only act in prison. Next, with the introduction of specific drugs, Myanmar must be put under a magnifying glass by the whole world. In order to avoid the trouble of the United States having too much energy to find change, The opinion of the command room is, during the transition period, the United States cannot be left idle. How come we can't take any time off? Of course it starts from within. The United States has no external enemies, or in other words, no rivals that can draw too much energy from it. Big powers are very restrained, and at most they engage in wars of words and economic friction. It cannot be contained. Can't contain it. Only the United States itself. This time, Tang Qing is preparing to let the Sruden incident come out early. You must know that the U.S. Intelligence Department is full of games and transactions. Before, it was actually difficult for soldiers to penetrate. This time, he plans to completely break the shell of several major U.S. intelligence agencies and arrange for a large number of his own people to go in, which will not only contain the internal energy of the United States, but also reduce some pressure on Zero. At last, it also paves the way for ERV's consortium plan. Kills several birds with one stone. The water is mixed. It's easy to catch fish. Then, while Ainsley's boss was scolding a bunch of people in the office, several emails were sent to the U.S. Security Council's Intelligence Division. The CIA also received 2 faxes, and an FBI informant also passed back an important clue. Good show. It's time to start. Island Country. Villa. Tang Qing happily followed the progress of the situation. This time, to see if you're not excited for a while, the emails and intelligence are only the most superficial things, but it has successfully activated conflicts in several departments, irreconcilable conflicts. And this, it's just the beginning. You must know that these are the cornerstones of the United States' internal security. Without absolute reasons and extreme external force, outsiders will not be able to destroy this relationship. There was never such a big external force before. Now, yes, the next few days, under the leadership of Gu Feng and Mariamakan, Tang Qing's family visited some of the more famous places in the island country. Although these are attractions that are disgusting to the locals, it is strange to not see them and feel that the trip was in vain. The 4th day, Mariamakan even took them to take a Shinkansen ride. So fast. Father Tang sighed. It won't be long before there will be one in China, and it will be the largest and longest high-speed rail network in the world. In the future, the mileage of China's high-speed rail will be the envy of the world. Now, there are also express trains, but it is generally said that the high-speed rail will have to wait 2 years before it can be officially put into operation. Then, it will get out of hand, and the title of infrastructure madman will let the world see the madness of China. Tang's father asked curiously, how fast can it go? 300 kilometers. If it is the limit, it is estimated to be more than 400. However, for the sake of safety, after balancing factors such as scheduling and stability, 300 kilometers is a more economical speed. Tang Qing explained. Okay, it's been quite a while, and we all feel that 80 kilometers is fast. Tang Kai recalled his experience of escaping. I sighed in my heart. The future was uncertain back then. His wife followed him unwaveringly. Now, although she has not given birth to an heir, she has a well-behaved and sensible daughter. In addition, the Tang family also has an extremely outstanding descendant like Tang Qing. Tang Kai was satisfied. What a pity. I used to think that my assets could be divided into half of Tang Qing's, but later I realized that I was overthinking it. Tang Qing had more money than him, and his nephew probably wouldn't even look down on assets that outsiders couldn't imagine. That's when a discordant voice sounded nearby. A bunch of bumpkins. Tang Qing was stunned. Don't. This was in Japanese, and none of the Tang family understood it, but Tang Qing could speak more than a dozen foreign languages, so he glared at him. Although he was wearing sunglasses, his aura was impressive. Misfortune comes from the mouth, young man, don't be so arrogant. These words were said in Japanese, and the young man was trembling with fright. I watched it for a few seconds. Tang Qing turned around. Fortunately, this guy was not that ignorant and timid, and he didn't continue to talk dirty. Otherwise, Tang Qing would really be embarrassed. It would be extremely boring to deal with such a small character. Tang, what are you talking to him about? Nothing, just chatting about the weather. Oh, next. Along the way, their good mood was not ruined. They enjoyed the scenery along the way and read thousands of books instead of traveling thousands of miles. Murayama dutifully acted as a tour guide and introduced them to novel sights. Seeing a family happy, Tang Qing was very happy. Just when Tang Qing's family was wandering on the Shinkansen, Myanmar, Ainsley got a call, like a bolt from the blue. Stunned in a daze. In the morning, he got the news that his boss had been taken away from the office. He made many inquiries to no avail, but it was clear that his boss had become a victim. Ainsley was confused all morning. Now, Kenshin actually called him personally to tell him. The truth behind those patent medicines being removed from the shelves is not to free up the market for Western giants, but because Myanmar has new alternative drugs. These alternative drugs have passed clinical tests quickly. Kenshin said that on the second day of next month, they will completely replace the generic drugs on the Myanmar market. Those pharmaceutical giants who even have the goods ready. It became a joke. And Ainsley, I have to bear the title of being unfavorable in doing things again. Only, this time, it seemed that the bosses were busy fighting among themselves and had no time to pay attention to him. Thinking of this, Ainsley didn't know whether to be happy or howl and cry. After thinking about it, he might as well finish crying and then be happy. Final, Ainsley still didn't cry, but my heart is no longer filled with tears. But it's raining. Now, it's a troubled time. He no longer thinks about patent medicines or weapons. He only thinks about how to keep his position. Otherwise, when the struggle above is completed and a new boss takes office, he will most likely be thrown to Africa. Think of this. Ainsley shivered. Africa, the forbidden area for people like them, is equivalent to being sent to the army. There are no major benefits and nothing to do in that place. At the same time, there are no opportunities for promotion. Think about it. He called another superior. Ainsley, what's wrong? He gritted his teeth. Ainsley quickly explained. Deputy Chief Kenshin called me just now and said that the purpose of removing generic drugs this time is that they have new specific drugs on the market and will not introduce our patented drugs. I understand. Is there anything else? Ainsley was surprised. What does this mean? It means that the situation in the United States is very serious, and even this superior may be implicated. Otherwise, such important information about those capitalists would not receive such an understatement. No more. Ainsley stammered. Okay, goodbye. After saying that, the phone hung up over there. Just as Ainsley suspected, this incident was too complicated. Starting from India, it involved several major security agencies, and then involved departments such as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Later, who knows what triggered the incident, several parties started arresting people, and the involvement became bigger and bigger. The American media was also involved. They were confused. Who has the heart to care about such a trivial matter? He should save his position first. Ainsley slowly put down the phone after listening to the beeping sound. His mind was a little confused. This matter should not be left undisclosed like this. Then, he called a friend in a pharmaceutical company. Really, there was another moment of turmoil. No wonder the contacts with the Myanmar Health Department were so unsatisfactory these days. It turned out that they had no intention of introducing their patented medicine and were fooled. How can I be willing to do this? They immediately launched a relationship and wanted the United States to put pressure on Myanmar. They were friends with Ainsley, but they could not order Ainsley to do things. If they had money, they had to follow the rules. This is about process. However, soon they found out. No one there has time to talk to them. Well, we can only wait because they don't believe it. Your medicine can bypass all their patents. If not, they must expose this ugly face to the world. Waited for a day. Ainsley didn't even wait for a call to handle the matter. He was relieved. This kind of thing, he already has a lot of experience. Although it is experience that cannot be solved, it is not experience. Now he's just made a move here. He doesn't understand anything, and he really can't handle it. Speaking of which, Ainsley once again wanted to scold the CIA. What a ghost. They were of some use at first, but now they have made him the envoy blind. If he wants to obtain information, he has to call and inquire in person, or he can find out through the news here. What the hell? He is probably the only blind among the many envoys in the United States. Evening. The assistant who had been away for the day came back. Mr. Ansley, I asked today that Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group has officially put into operation 3 large-scale pharmaceutical industrial parks, 2 of which are in the Xiamen area and 1 in the Dambang area. Bang! Ansley kicked the desk directly. Really? People are already prepared. I have been blind for who knows how many months. Asshole! Ainsley cursed. The assistant stood aside silently, feeling very unhappy. He was a staff member of the embassy, but he was reduced to asking for information everywhere. If the news spread, his colleagues would laugh to death. What about the others? Ainsley asked. The assistant said, I don't know. The scale is very large. Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group has not announced specific data to the outside world. It has now been fully put into production. They're stocking up. If it is taken off the shelves on August 2nd, it is estimated that it will be shipped to the entire Myanmar in 2 days. The strange thing is that the doctors I asked do not know the specific situation of this type of drug, and they have not carried out experimental popularization. It seems that they are very confident in their drugs and are ready to replace our patented drugs in one fell swoop. At this point, the assistant was very puzzled. Even if you complete clinical testing, the next step is also to expand. But now, this posture is not done step by step, and it even seems to have cut off the doctor's pharmacological learning and adaptation time. He really can't understand what this is going to do. He has to change dozens of medicines at once, which is simply crazy. How many times have we understood Zero's actions? Ainsley said with a wry smile. That's right. I'll ask about it tomorrow. Yes, that's when it happened. On the wall. Myanmar's Today's News begins. This is a program integrated after Zero came to power. Like China's Xinhua Lianhua, it is broadcast for half an hour at a fixed time every day. All TV stations must broadcast it compulsorily, serving as the current mouthpiece of Myanmar. The influence is huge. Just came up. It stimulated them. After several years of hard work, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group has successfully conquered the treatment of most diseases currently known to mankind. After long-term clinical testing, the efficacy is remarkable and there are no side effects. In order to further reduce the cost of medical treatment and improve the therapeutic effect, on August 2nd, all 57 existing generic drugs will be completely removed from the shelves and replaced by original drugs of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Tomorrow morning, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group will hold a press conference to officially announce the details of such drugs to the outside world. This station will broadcast the entire process live, so please pay attention. From August 1st, all registered residents in Myanmar will be included in the medical security system, funded by 3 parties: work units, individuals, and local governments. National medical insurance payments will be completed before the end of the month. At the same time, before the end of the year, Myanmar will complete a free health examination for all people to protect everyone's health. All local units must arrange personnel for physical examinations in an orderly manner. A half-hour program. Today, I spent nearly 20 minutes explaining this major medical reform and policy in detail to avoid misunderstandings, such as the proportion of contributions, the number of people, and the amount. In short, after reading it, everyone was happy. There's a job. It is paid jointly by units and individuals. There is no job. The money is advanced by the family or the local government. The money will not bear interest and is not high. If you're disabled, in the military, have made outstanding contributions, etc., you can still get a tax exemption, although the more you hear it, the more complicated it becomes. But the host finally did the math. It has greatly reduced medical expenses. Of course, it is not free medical treatment. You still have to pay some money for medical treatment, but it is not much. As long as you have a serious job, you can't spend all your salary, even if you are sick all over your body. It's almost the end of the month. Please vote for me. After reading the news, Ainsley was silent. This wave of operations, it came really suddenly. It seems that Zero has been planning for a long time. I really don't know who will have the last laugh until the last moment. The original drug that has special effects on most of the known diseases of mankind? How dare you speak out? Original medicine. The R&D cycle in the United States is 10 to 15 years. After several rounds of clinical trials, it can only be approved in the end. In just a few years of research and development, you want to come up with an original drug. Whether it is an original drug that can replace existing patented drugs on such a large scale, Ainsley is not optimistic at all. Now, and it was announced in such a high-profile manner. You'll like to see it. How did Zero end up in the end? Mr. Ainsley, should we go to the press conference? The assistant asked. Ainsley smiled and said, "Of course I have to go and see it. How could I miss such a good show? By the way, please inform our country's pharmaceutical companies and media. Without these people, there would be no excitement." Yes, Island Country. Tang Kai also received the message from his subordinates. Tang Dang, you're absolutely right. There will be a press conference tomorrow. They are also preparing to carry out medical insurance reform. My company received a notice from the special zone that the proportion and amount of medical insurance payment will remain the same as before. Tang Qing smiled. That's good. I don't know when free medical care will be available there. Tang Kai said that now, the economic vitality shown by the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone makes him speechless. If the medicines are produced by the country, free medical care will not be difficult. Never possible. Tang Qing shook his head. Why? Capital is profit-seeking. Tang Qing is a capitalist, not a philanthropist. All of this is to serve the internationalization of the Asian dollar, and by the way, let the whole world enjoy cheap medical care. Tang Qing's explanation. Let Tang Kai think deeply. It's true. As Ling's status improved, he had somewhat forgotten about this situation. The ownership model of the Myanmar Bank Group was full of a strong smell of rentier, and what was admired was getting as much as you worked. I don't know how much money I make every year. The main thing is to invest in infrastructure, or I don't know where it is used. Some money will be given out during holidays and festivals, and there will be year-end bonuses. However, large-scale benefits have never been given to employees in the name of profit sharing. This is healthcare reform. It is also Myanmar that has opened up the entire Myanmar's medical insurance funds to the Myanmar Bank Group. It is not free, but uses the entire medical insurance fund pool as the upper limit. Any extra money you spend will be borne by your group. The Myanmar government successfully shied away the blame. This time, Takara Murayama, who was listening next to him, said, "From a personal point of view, of course I hope that everything is free, including free meals, free housing, free medical care, and free consumption. I wish that everything was free. However, from the perspective of social motivation, once this situation is realized, the entire society will actually lose motivation. Everyone can live well without doing anything. No country can afford such consumption." The next day, Juli 2008, Naypyidaw, Myanmar's second central hospital. Since Myanmar handed over all public hospitals to Myanmar Medical Group, the name has not changed. This hospital was previously bought on a vacant land in the suburbs and built a huge medical park. The main body adopts prefabricated steel structure. Therefore, it took less than 6 months to build. Nowadays, after integration, it can be said that this is the largest hospital in Naypyidaw. The first central hospital of Myanmar and Asia is in Xinan City, and there is a hospital there that is no smaller than this one. There's also a third central hospital in Yangon. In addition to treating illnesses, is also a health center, fully functional. In terms of medical conditions and doctor strength, this can be said to be the largest and best hospital in Myanmar. The first batch of drug clinical tests were completed in several major central hospitals. Today, it's a press conference. It is also the day when a large number of patients are discharged from the hospital. There were not many media invited to this conference, less than 1/5 of the number invited by Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company last month. However, this was not a product promotion conference. Drug, different from ordinary products. If you want to enter other countries, you must go through a series of strict inspections. Even if a large number of patients now prove that the drug is effective, other countries will have to wait at least more than a year if they want to put it on the market. This is because people fully recognize the review results issued by the Myanmar Health Department. Not fully recognized. It is common to go through a process of 3 to 5 years. Since it is impossible to export in a short period of time, Why invite so many people? And tree cancer. This kind of news. It has its own communication properties. At 9 o'clock in the morning, interested media gathered in the hospital conference hall. In addition to senior executives of Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group, there were also doctors and patients of the hospital, as well as officials from the Myanmar Health Department. The most important thing is Tang Qing, because this is his responsibility. Offstage, as guests, Ainsley and his assistant sat in a more conspicuous position. He found that in addition to them, diplomatic embassies from many countries also came and sat in a long queue. He smiled inwardly. It seems there are many people who want to watch the fun when the time comes. As the person with the highest status here, Tang Qing was the first to speak. Today, I am not the main speaker, but on behalf of President Zero, I would like to welcome and thank you all for coming. Today, I believe that you can all get what you want. Short, incredibly short, but one unanimous praise from everyone. Everyone came to see the product launch today, not to listen to a long speech. Everyone's eyes were focused on the speaker, the general manager of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Welcome, everyone. I think everyone is very curious about today's press conference. In a few days, our group's products will officially replace the large number of existing patented drugs in Myanmar. You may be thinking, will we launch dozens of similar drugs? The answer is yes, but this time, strictly speaking, we will launch two types of drugs. The first category is drugs that are effective in treating general diseases. There are dozens of drugs in this category. After clinical testing, they have very significant effects and no side effects. I won't list them one by one. After the meeting, you can go to our official website to download drug information. After a pause, the warrior continued. The other category is cancer control and treatment drugs. There is actually only one kind of drug. There is only a difference in concentration and no difference in ingredients. We named it Transcription Source Solution. This is a drug that can stabilize the transcription function of cells, thereby inhibiting or even eliminating the replication function of cancer cells, thereby inhibiting the spread of cancer cells and even treating cancer. After clinical testing, it has a strong effect on all cancer cell lesions known to mankind. As of today, we have cured more than 1,500 cancer patients without a single death. Wow. As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in the venue. This news, do you want it to be so exciting? If cancer could only be controlled, it would already be a revolutionary drug. Now, the person above actually said that it can already treat a large number of cancers. I'm so confused. You are going against heaven. This is a therapeutic drug and an auxiliary surgical drug. It is almost 100% effective in controlling tumor complications and spread. This universal drug is the protagonist today. Dozens of other drugs. It's just that the effect is significant. It's not that there aren't alternative medicines, but this kind. It is impossible for outsiders to copy it, and it will also be the main source of profit for the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group in the future. It can even create more than 95% of the company's profits. Of course, it must be introduced in a grand manner. As the explanation progresses, the people present have already had a preliminary understanding of the efficacy of the transcription stock solution, which is that it is powerful, very powerful, and combined with various medical methods, it can almost bring an end to cancer. Oh my God! The doctors present felt proud in their hearts, because this drug was a clinical trial conducted by them. They were the first to witness the birth of this new drug of the century, and they felt full of strength. Doctor, of course we hope to solve the patient's pain. But, in the face of terminal illness, many times there is actually nothing they can do. These days, they see patients one after another escape death and recover from health. If it were not for confidentiality restrictions, they would have wanted to tell the world. Except for doctors. There are thousands of patients who are about to be discharged from the hospital. They are the first batch of beneficiaries of clinical trials. They thought they would die soon, but they did not expect that this company would directly give them so many surprises. That gratitude, from the heart. Offstage, Ainsley was stunned. Paralysis. I just plan to come for a walk. Do you want to push me to the ground and step on me? If this medicine is real, it is conceivable that in the future, Miyao's international status and voice will skyrocket, and his work will become more difficult. Because it is live broadcast. It is also Myanmar's mouthpiece TV station. People who see it, they all put down their work, their faces full of disbelief. Were they here just now? Cancer conquered? It seems that today is not April Fool's Day. Even if it is, this station will not make fun of everyone. What's more, there's a kissing platform inside. A big close-up. Let the doubters dispel their doubts. On TV, the soldier was still introducing. All the drugs of our company will be included in the medical insurance coverage of Myanmar. We will not forget our responsibilities and reduce everyone's medical expenses. Considering the limit of beds, we will launch special medical channels for major diseases. On the basis of physical examination, priority will be given to treatment of cancer patients with major fatal diseases. Please rest assured that our drug stocks are sufficient to supply the national medical market in order to prevent hospitals from being overcrowded. That's when this rule came into being. Serious diseases that may lead to death soon or cause patients to suffer great pain are put on the priority list. Cancer patients who usually feel no discomfort and have 10 or 8 years to live are included in the priority list. Will be put to the back. 1 year at most. In fact, it is enough to cover all the patients here. There is no neglect of anyone. There is always a priority for things. Although transcription extract is a universal therapeutic drug, it cannot be prescribed casually. Different diseases require different dosages, and everyone's constitution is also different, so it needs to be dealt with accordingly. Due to the particularity of this drug, we only sell it in major hospitals in Myanmar for the time being and use it on site. If it is obtained from any other channels, please do not use or spread it. Here, I would like to remind patients who have had any form of plastic surgery or organ replacement, they must inform their doctor because the anti-cancer effect of this type of drug will inhibit non-native cell tissues. In this case, the treatment will require a very expensive auxiliary drug. Although such drugs are also on Myanmar's medical insurance list, considering that there may be patients from other countries, additional financial expenditure will be added. The soldier reminded sternly. Gene-stabilizing drugs also have drawbacks. It has the ability to correct abnormal cells and also has the ability to repair abnormal damage. For example, if you have plastic surgery, there will definitely be a rejection reaction. Therefore, the transcription stock solution must be under supervision. Don't eat casually. After a long period of research and development, scientists have just found a compound that can neutralize this rejection reaction. The cost is very high, and the preparation process is quite complicated. Therefore, Tang Qing directly set a high price for it. Since you have the money to get plastic surgery, then spend more money on medical treatment. Nothing wrong. Soon, the press conference has come to an end. In fact, Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group also has a large number of medical devices and treatment technologies, but these can only be temporarily used in Myanmar, so they simply don't bother to introduce them. Nice one. Don't worry about selling. Once everyone sees the healing capabilities here, nothing will be a problem. Enter the question session. Excuse me, what is the price of this transcription stock solution? The price of the stock solution is determined by concentration. The higher the concentration, the higher the price. Currently, retail sales to individuals and institutions are not available. If it is for experimental use, we will only sell it to pharmaceutical companies of a certain scale. If people from other countries come to treat the disease, can the price be favorable? Yes, considering the acceptance ability of different patients, we have relevant policies. However, we still hope that countries will speed up the clinical review of such drugs to reduce the burden on patients. Do you have any plans to announce the preparation technology of this transcription stock solution to the world? I can clearly say that it is impossible. If so, our company will not be able to maintain the entire Myanmar medical system. We need the world market to subsidize the domestic medical fund gap. These words, very straight, very white. It also received unanimous applause from the audience in front of the TV. Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. The Myanmar government has provided low-cost medical care for everyone, and the funds in the medical insurance pool may not be enough. If it is announced and there is no money to be made, and the group terminates the contract with the Myanmar government, their medical expenses will definitely increase. Absolutely not. Look at the American reporter who asked this question. Millions of viewers scoffed. Pretty person. What a bad mind. It can be said that this is a moral kidnapping. The reporter was not unhappy at all. So why did the topic come up? Isn't this the topic? They like people who tell the truth. After the press conference is over. National media. I was immediately overwhelmed by this live broadcast. I heard that it could be purchased for research. A large number of pharmaceutical companies were ready to buy it for testing. Looking at the price of the concentrate, which is more than 10 times more expensive than gold, I placed a large order without even thinking. Tang Qing is not afraid of being cracked by anyone, just like fruit wine, produced from the system. Currently, it can only be extracted in the training area. Artificial preparation in a laboratory is temporarily unavailable. Even if they take it, they can only marvel at its powerful effect. At the same time, scientists have also woven a simple origin for it. Plant extract, as simple as one sentence. Others, all are company secrets. No comment. Anyway, for patients, as long as the effect is good. What really matters about the origin of these things is only those pharmaceutical companies, because this will bring them to the brink of bankruptcy, and pharmaceutical companies around the world feel that the sky is going to be dark all of a sudden. Good thing. The process of getting a drug to market is too complicated. As little as 1 or 2 years, as long as 3 to 5 years, on their territory, can influence many things. They have enough time to figure it out. As for those patients who may go to Myanmar for treatment during the review period, they can only give up first. They can't be cured anyway. Let's take a look first. If they can cooperate, it will be better. Cancer is no longer an incurable disease. On July 28, 2007, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group released the cancer treatment drug transcription stock solution. It is reported that there are 100% cure cases, and it has passed the Myanmar Drug Marketing Review. Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group, the next Johnson & Johnson. This company holds drugs to treat cancer and holds life-extending solutions for tens of millions of people around the world. In the 21st century, it will become a label of the century. New situations in global health. When incurable diseases are gone from us, while we gain longevity and health, will we not cherish our bodies even more? Various lifestyles that were previously considered unhealthy have become more prevalent. AIDS, new solutions. Transcription stock solution cannot yet cure this terminal disease of the century, but it can effectively inhibit the damage of the virus to the body. It is reported that as long as the treatment is adhered to, one can return to normal life, reduce infectivity, and even become non-infectious. When the content of the press conference was broadcast by media around the world was shocked. What follows? Just ecstasy. This means that you can live longer and no one wants to die, especially terminally ill patients. In fact, they cherish time and life more. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will not give up, especially patients who are dying. See the news. I immediately asked my family to book a flight to Myanmar. It was said on TV that patients from other countries can be admitted. The treatment cost will definitely be more expensive than that of locals in Myanmar, but it will not be sky high. As long as it is not too outrageous, it will not hinder their desire to live. Money, it can be earned. Life, once it's gone, it's gone. For a while. Xian City. Utao stared blankly at the long report on TV. Here, it's really the same as China. Good at birthing miracles. Miracle company. Miracle medicine. Boss, is this true? Next to him, an employee who was cleaning the table asked in surprise. What do you think? Are the industries under the Myanmar Bank Group a joke? Utao smiled slightly, having been acquainted with the Myanmar Bank Group and its affiliated companies for so long. His biggest feeling is rigor. Up and down. Everything is done very rigorously. A rigorous atmosphere also prevails in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. The man said happily, "Great, my second uncle has terminal lung cancer. He is saved now. I called him right away and asked him to come over. Before, our village had never heard of anyone suffering from cancer. Now I know of more than a dozen. Hurry up and let him book a ticket. Also, Go to the official website of the Myanmar Bank Group to make an appointment. Otherwise, you will not be able to see it. Yu Tao remembered what was said on TV, that all hospitals in Myanmar have launched an online reservation system. Ah, yes. The employee hurried to the computer at the cashier and logged into the group's official website. They had long known that Myanmar had handed over all public hospitals to one company, and now even the integration was completed. At the same time, a phone call came to the village. Second uncle. What's the matter? Ahem, came a hoarse voice. Second uncle, you are saved. A company here can treat cancer. Your lung cancer will be cured soon. Come on, tell me your identity information and I will give you a call. Don't fool me. I know best what my disease is. What are you trying to do? It is released globally. If you don't hurry up, you won't be able to make an appointment. Really? How much does it cost? Put aside the money issue first and reserve a seat first. Okay. Who doesn't want to live? You based it on information. I filled in the form one by one with my second uncle's information and submitted it. Within a second, it showed that the appointment was successful. Then I looked at the appointment time. It was August 13th, and the location was the Myanmar First Central Hospital in Xian City. However, what surprised him was, there is one more tip at the end. Comprehensive medical billing, 30,000 to 60,000 yuan. There is an introduction later, saying that this is a preliminary calculation of the total price for treatment based on the patient's condition, which also includes bed fees, inspection fees, etc. What? This can be cured. That's what it said. Second uncle, remember to arrive in advance. Otherwise, it will be difficult to make an appointment. At this time, he has seen it. The appointment schedule displayed in real time has reached the end of next month. It's only been a few minutes. It's terrible. Okay, I'll be here in a few days. I didn't expect that God would want me to live a few more years ahem. His second uncle suddenly felt that the air in the world was much fresher. This time, Yu Tao's cell phone suddenly rang. Received a prompt. This is an app managed by individual merchants in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, ERA. He bought it as soon as it came on the market because it had an app on it. Almost all merchants in the special zone have bought one, which is more convenient. The content is very simple. From now on, all units and merchants are not allowed to sell employment quotas for profit-making purposes to achieve the purpose of applying for medical insurance for seriously ill people in other countries. Once discovered, they will be punished in accordance with relevant regulations. Yu Tao understood. This is a vaccination. If this hole is opened, everyone can save money through this kind of employment quota, which will cause trouble, and it is also written above that it cannot be for profit. If it is not profitable, you can escape this regulation. For example, his second uncle. Over here, all merchants must pay adequate insurance for their employees. This is mandatory. Therefore, even if you're not of Burmese nationality, as long as you work here, you can enjoy the relevant benefits here. Relatively old saying. The premium will be higher. After all, we must also encourage the creation of local jobs here, and we cannot give equal opportunities to workers from other countries, so we will provide certain discounts and exemptions to local employees. Only, even if it is a loophole, he didn't dare to drill either. Otherwise, who knows if it will reduce the profits of Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group and affect its own business here. You know, the real say in this territory lies in the hands of its parent company. You go and cut off other people's wealth. Do you think life is not exciting enough? Yu Tao understands it very well. This loophole must be plugged. Fortunately, the cost of treatment is not expensive. People with advanced cancer can be cured for tens of thousands of yuan. This is already super cheap. Is it possible to expect it to be solved with a hot pot meal? It's impossible even to think about. The press conference ended in just 10 minutes. Flights to Myanmar this month are sold out. Even next month's flights are gone. Many family members of patients called the airlines and asked for more flights. The airlines did not hesitate and immediately scheduled flights according to the maximum shipping volume given by Myanmar. To know, a country's flight takeoff and landing capabilities are limited. The number, size, and scale of airports, as well as the number of supporting facilities, all restrict the total number of takeoffs and landings. Fortunately, Myanmar has massively expanded and built new airports in recent years. Greatly relieves shipping pressure. However, it was sold out again in less than a day. Then, those companies are interested in neighboring countries. It can be transported by land from neighboring countries, which means that as long as it borders Myanmar, it can be used as a connecting flight. As for how patients get to Myanmar, that is their business. Just in these 2 days, hotel rooms in several major cities in Myanmar are also fully booked. Many of them are accompanied by family members, and it is impossible for everyone to stay in hospital. Especially the hotels in Exine City, a circle of resort hotels have been fully booked. No way. This type of drug has not yet passed review in other countries. Only here, even if I have some doubts about the efficacy. But I only have less than a month left to live. It's better to give it a try than die like this. They don't want to let go of a glimmer of life. They didn't believe it. This company dared to deceive the whole world. August 1st, the raw solutions are shipped to the headquarters of various major pharmaceutical companies. No hesitation. They immediately organized the best scientific research team to conduct analysis, testing, and pharmacological experiments on mice. When they saw the results, they were depressed. Sure enough, nothing could be so good in the world. They sell it to you. I'm sure you won't be able to copy it. Not to mention the preparation, they didn't even understand the chemical composition of this thing. After testing the high-concentration solution on mice, the division of cancer cells was indeed inhibited. Johnson & Johnson, the world's largest pharmaceutical company. Epler Experimental Center. The president listened silently to the introduction of the transcription stock solution by the company's senior bioscientist. The more he talked, the more his heart sank, even though anti-cancer drugs were not their company's main source of income. But their company's throne may not be safe. Because this company is doing so well, the transcription stock solution is just one of its products, and there are an unknown number of other special drugs, as well as unfathomable research and development capabilities. After the report, company executives were called into a meeting. This company will be our biggest opponent. Can't we think of a way internally? No, it is now monolithic. Behind this company is the power to influence that country. Now, several departments in the United States are in trouble, and the military is involved and has no time to stand up for us. At this point, the CEO was in a terrible mood. Who knows why several major security agencies are like mad dogs, biting more and more people. Now, even the military has followed in to stir up trouble. He really couldn't understand. That's when his secretary came in and handed over a document. The president read it and raised his head. Just now, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group sent a document inviting us to become the agent of its transcription stock solution. It can provide us with this stock solution in large quantities and protect our legal profits. What? Selling the stock solution? Yes. What are the conditions? Help the transcription stock solution pass the U.S. Drug Access Review as soon as possible. Moreover, they only provide the stock solution and do not open up the preparation technology, but they can sign a long-term supply contract to ensure our interests. The president said, "Is it afraid of us? I don't think so, but it doesn't want to conflict with us head-on. Otherwise, if we make trouble, their original solution may not pass the review and can only be sold in their country. No, the preparation technology must be opened up." That's right. Watching the quarrel among his men, the president knocked on the table. The scene suddenly became quiet. This is a bit difficult. At the end of the document, they also mentioned one thing. They will invite governments from various countries to jointly promote the health loan plan. If we don't agree, they can directly approach the governments of various countries for cooperation. In that case, we will be very passive. A vice president frowned. Carrot and stick. The president was also helpless. This trick is really cruel. If you don't cooperate with me, I will find cooperation with governments of various countries, and it may even be a full range of drug agency cooperation. This will directly destroy their interest system. Now, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group pointed out a clear path for them. Be my agent. How you make money from your country is your business. I don't care. If you don't agree, I will flip the table. It can be said, this is a profit-sharing agreement, an extremely overbearing agreement. Assholes, you really think we are easy to bully. A grumpy vice president slammed the table. They had always threatened people, but he didn't expect someone to threaten him today, as if he was collecting protection money at this time. In his heart, dozens of ways have been thought of to create trouble for Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Medical malpractice. Just a few times. Then make a big deal about it. It won't take long for the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group to get into trouble. Public opinion has always been manipulated. The difficulty for them to do this kind of thing should not be too low. It is no more difficult than drinking water. Don't break the table. We are seeking money, not anger. This matter has not been finalized yet. Other companies may also receive this document. We need to make a decision as soon as possible. The president's sanity has not been lost. We can't live alone, that's for sure. It would be good if we cooperate, but if they agree, other special drugs must obtain our permission before they can enter the European and American markets. In this way, our interests can be maximized. It makes sense. Their generic drug technology is too powerful, and those special drugs should not be bad. The conversation changed quickly, but all of this is based on the efficacy of the transcription source solution. We can negotiate and contact it first. If its efficacy is really proven, we will introduce it without too late. Yes, let's take a look again. Also, work hard to decipher the ingredients of the transcription solution and be prepared. Such a situation. It happened at an internal meeting of major pharmaceutical giants around the world. Their decisions were surprisingly unanimous. Just wait and see what happens. It's just this small document. Let those who are planning to target the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group cease their activities. As long as there's profit, why are they fighting for life and death? Without these people causing trouble, Tang Qing's ears would be cleaner. Medical meat. Even if the hang is enabled. Tang Qing doesn't think that Myanmar and Asia Pharmaceutical Group can eat them all. Since we can't eat alone, there must be cooperation and coexistence. If everyone comes out to mix, it is natural to unite more people to come in. Keep the best part for yourself. Then, make a rule that works in your favor. So, only in order to live a free and easy life, there is no need to knock everyone else over. Otherwise, if the commotion gets too big, the United States will take action. Once the United States has been restrained, it cannot be lured out to bite others. To bite. Wait until I put on the protective clothing. August 2nd, all of Myanmar. Whether the pharmacy or a hospital, a large number of drugs were removed from the shelves. These drugs are no longer on the market. They are not sold to other backward countries at a low price, but are stored in a centralized warehouse and destroyed. Since there are already alternative drugs, there is no need for these generic drugs to exist. Xiamen City, the first traditional Chinese and Western hospital of Myanmar, with the arrival of large numbers of patients. Contrary to what most people think, there is no long queue here, nor do you see people queuing up to get in at the door of the doctor's office. Instead, they go in piles, which makes many patients a little uncomfortable. Laboratory department. A father is sitting anxiously, holding her 5-year-old daughter in her arms. Leukemia. This puts a heavy financial burden on the family. They almost spent all their money, but what made him despair the most was that even so, they couldn't let their daughter live for long, just when they had given up and were ready to spend the last time with their child. Dawn appeared. A previous attending doctor told him that there might be hope here. No hesitation. Bought a ticket. He took his daughter from Chongqing, China, to seek medical treatment. Since it was a serious illness, and he had given up treatment for a while, the child's condition was very bad, so the hospital immediately placed her on the emergency rescue list. Soon, I read his number. He trotted in with his daughter in his arms. I saw that there were many attending doctors different from what I imagined. Like a small shop facing the street, there is an aisle on the right and compartments on the left. In each compartment, there is a cylindrical instrument, and the diameter of each instrument is close to 1.5 meters. From the outside, you can see inside, which is an extremely complex mechanical structure. There is no doctor. There were only nurses. Those nurses were receiving patients one-on-one and operating instruments, which made the father a little confused. What is this? At this time, asked a girl in nurse uniform at the door. Hello, what is your number? This was said in Chinese, and my father was not surprised. There are a large number of Chinese here, and it is normal for them to speak Chinese. He may have deliberately arranged for himself a nurse who can speak Chinese. 7:55. Can you give me the diagnosis card? Oh, okay. The father quickly handed over the card given to him during registration. The nurse inserted the card into an instrument. After a beep, the light of the entire circular instrument lit up with blue light. On the flat plate above the card slot, a picture of his daughter is shown. Little girl, put this on. Don't be afraid later. You know you'll be fine soon. At this time, the female nurse took out a black eye mask and was about to put it on the little girl. The little girl was a little shy and shrank her neck. Be good. Listen to your sister. Upon seeing this, his father quickly comforted him. Hear your father's words. The little girl nodded. Put on the blindfold obediently. The nurse opened the door of the cylindrical instrument, called the little girl in, and placed her on the metal disc. Stand for a while. You'll be fine soon, he said. The nurse pressed the door close button. The next moment, something happened that shocked the father. He saw the strange mechanical arm that was still inside stretched out and put it on one of his daughter's hands. And then, well, he couldn't see what was going on inside. But you can see on the screen outside the hatch that a tube icon is being filled with red, like charging. Automatically draw blood? The father was wondering. The robotic arm releases. My daughter, who is afraid of injections, doesn't seem to feel much yet. It doesn't look like she's drawing blood, but the nurse on the side knows that this is a new anesthesia method, using short-term directional electric anesthesia instead of medical anesthesia. Open like this. There's no need to worry about children making a fuss because they are afraid of injections. Wear an eye patch. It is also for this purpose. Otherwise, the movement of the robotic arm may make the little girl nervous. For adults, the nurse will also ask her to close her eyes because the light of the whole body scan is also a bit dazzling. Immediately afterwards, the father saw 2 rays of light sweeping over his daughter's body from top to bottom. Then, with a sound of beep, the cabin door opened slightly, and the female nurse took her daughter out and gave it back to him. The whole journey takes less than half a minute. Sir, your daughter's test items have been completed. Take this card with you to the 5th floor and see the doctor according to your number. The nurse pulled out his card from the card slot and gave it back to him. The father was stunned. Is the examination finished now? Yes, the robotic arm has already drawn your daughter's blood, and other testing items have been completed as well. When you go up, the blood analysis will also be done simultaneously, the nurse explained. Father opened his mouth. Do you want it to be so fast? In the past, it would take at least half a day to wait for the test results, and even many days for some projects. Now you can just tell me how long it takes to go upstairs? He can't be a liar. At this time, my father finally understood why there were no people lining up outside. That's the speed. It's hard to think slowly. You are so fast. Why don't you increase the number of places? Before leaving the house, my father asked out his curiosity. The examination is fast, but it does not mean that the treatment is also fast. Our beds are temporarily limited. The nurse explained that she did not know how many times she had explained this problem in the past few days. But not impatient. She is an employee of the Myanmar Medical Group. The group has very high requirements for service. Service with a smile is the basis. Patient care and patient treatment are all required to be strictly implemented. Nurses are not guaranteed jobs. The Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group will not fire people casually, but it will not be lenient if it does not follow the rules. Now, being fired from Myanmar Asia Company is almost a major shadow on one's life history. That's it, the father suddenly realized. Indeed, beds are the key. No matter how many patients there are, and there are no beds, a lot of problems will arise. After thanking him, the father carried his daughter to the 5th floor and found that the layout was similar to before. A cubicle. A doctor. It's just a little strange. There are no divisions. Hello, how is my daughter? Soon. It was his daughter's turn. As soon as she entered, she saw a young doctor who looked like he was only in his 20s, which made the father a little uneasy. So young. Just graduated, right? Besides, why is there nothing on the table? What about cases? Where's the information? What about the inspection equipment? As a doctor, is this inappropriate for you? My father no longer knows how to complain. It's all about flaws. Give me the card. The young doctor smiled. Oh, my father felt like he was seeing a doctor in a Chinese hospital. He quickly handed over the card. The young doctor put the card on the upper right corner of the milky white table. The next moment, the wall opposite the doctor lit up. Since his father was sitting sideways, the doctor was on his right and happened to see this scene. That wall. It turns out to be a screen. I saw that a lot of information about his daughter was displayed on it, with blue characters on a transparent green background, which looked tall and elegant. In the upper left corner, there was his daughter's photo, age, name, and other content. And elsewhere, it was densely packed with blood data that he could understand. My daughter is sick. He can already understand all the test items related to leukemia. Many of the above indicators are close to the limit, which means that his daughter's condition has reached a life-or-death situation. Doctor, how are you? Dad asked anxiously. The young doctor looked over it. He looked at the table in front of him again. On the wall, basic information was displayed. On the table in front of him, there was also a computer screen, but the information could only be seen from the front. Nothing could be seen from the sides. No problem. We can save him. The young doctor raised his head and smiled at his father. These words, although it was said by a man, but at this moment, but my father felt that it was as beautiful as the sound of nature, that it was saved, that it was saved, so good, so good. I don't know how to describe my father's mood. If he were at home, he would want to scream. But this is a hospital. I could only suppress the excitement in my heart. Please save my daughter, the father pleaded. Don't worry, please wait a moment, he said. The young doctor clicked a few times on the table in front of him, raised his head and said, Okay, the medicine has been prescribed. In a moment, you can take the card to the medical center on the 8th floor to get an injection and get the medicine. Doctor, how much does this cost in total? How long will it take to recover? The father asked carefully. The doctor smiled. Your daughter's condition is very serious, so the treatment will take a long time and the cost will be relatively high. In terms of time, she can be cured in 1 month at the latest. In terms of medical expenses, the total is $50,700, and we will cure her. Before. My father was extremely nervous, fearing that he would not be able to afford it. He was ready to sell it and borrow money from everywhere. However, when he heard that it could be cured in 1 month, he was stunned. When I heard that more than 50,000 packages were cured, there was only ecstasy in his heart. Not expensive. Really not expensive. What's more, it can be cured. Before, this disease had always been a bottomless pit. I looked at what my father was wearing. It doesn't look like a wealthy family. The young doctor kindly said, since it is not a surgical disease and does not require hospitalization, during this period, you need to find a place to live here. Take your daughter to the hospital every day to see you, but she must come every day. If your family is in difficulty, you can apply for a disease loan with us and pay it back slowly in the next 5 years. This is interest-free. We are actively negotiating with your country. When the time comes, these loans will be transferred to your ICBC. As far as he knows, China's ICBC is already actively negotiating with the Myanmar Bank Group. It won't take long. This type of business can be opened. Hear this. The father shook his head vigorously. I don't take out loans. I can still borrow more than 50,000 yuan. The key is to cure my daughter. In the past, it was a bottomless pit to cure this disease, and it was difficult to borrow money. Now that there is an upper limit, it will be much easier to borrow money. Don't worry. We have clinically cured more than 30 patients with various types of leukemia before. Your daughter's disease is not an incurable disease for us. The doctor smiled. Then, is it possible to relapse? The father worried. If your daughter's leukemia relapses within 10 years, we will treat her for free, the doctor promised. This is the group's regulation, but only a few dozen blood and immune diseases fall within this scope. Otherwise, a lung cancer. How is it possible that you continue to smoke every day after you have recovered from your illness, worsening your condition, injuring your lungs in any way, and finally asking the hospital to foot the bill? That's great. Thank you, thank you. You go to treatment first. Okay. Father thanked him as he walked away. Withdrew. I quickly walked upstairs. When I went upstairs, I felt full of strength. When I came to the medical center, my father did not see the treatment process, but listening to his daughter's narration, it seemed that he had received a few injections, but it seemed that he had not received any injections. Because I feel nothing. She only saw the nurse put a tube of light green liquid into a card slot. Then, it's gone. My daughter couldn't describe it clearly either. It only lasted 3 minutes. It's your daughter's medicine. Come get it every day. I gave her one just now. Take this one after dinner. It will come every day for the next 20 days. It's best in the morning. This way, it's regular and the food should be light. The nurse handed over a jelly-like thing. Thank you, thank you. Although my father was curious. Can this be cured? But I didn't dare to question it. Walk out of the hospital. He was still a little dazed. The experience just now felt like a dream. I didn't see any powerful doctors throughout the whole process. They were all young people. If it weren't for the great work of everyone, he would really think that he was cheated. Others also said it. You can give me money after you're cured. In other words, except for the 100 yuan required to register and open the card, he did not spend a penny on medical expenses. But it's urgent. I was looking for a place to stay. I arrived in a hurry and found that the surrounding hotels were all booked. I thought my daughter would be hospitalized, and I could just sleep in the corridor of the hospital. I didn't expect that I wouldn't need to be hospitalized at all. I could still make do with it myself. But his daughter can't live with him on the street for a month. This kind of medical treatment. Gradually the news spread, arousing the curiosity of major medical device companies, and they all wanted to buy it back, dismantle it, and study it. However, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group said that they would not sell it. We don't have enough ourselves, not even raising the price. We don't need your money. Since Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group has not announced the functions of these instruments, the outside world does not know much about them. If they really knew about them, they would probably go crazy because it can complete almost all medical testing items. Except for this round detection instrument. Scientists have also developed medical silos. Lots of minor surgeries. Through the intelligent medical plan generation system, a robotic arm can be used to replace the surgeon to complete the operation. Only an experienced doctor is required to watch next to avoid accidents. Its efficiency, it is more than 10 times that of ordinary surgeries. This is the result of Tang Qing's best efforts to control it. The efficiency of the machine can make ordinary people collapse. Otherwise, if it is let go, the speed can more than double. But this type of surgical medical cabin, Tang Qing is not planning to launch it yet, but has launched testing instruments and smart medical solutions. For each patient, a waiter will generate a treatment plan, and the doctor will check and sign. Otherwise, many doctors will lose their jobs. But Tang Qing thinks this is a trend. A doctor, how much experience can you gain throughout your life? How many patients can you see? But if it is handed over to medical big data, its experience will be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of cases. This is the most awesome doctor. So, Tang Qing strongly agrees with the so-called medical examinations becoming more and more detailed and digitized. Data can speak. If you want to see, hear, and ask questions, how do you deal with big data? The more data there is, the more precise the plan will be. And there is the waiter, in addition to having extremely powerful data processing capabilities. There are hundreds of millions more cases. Medical industrialization. The future will definitely develop in the direction of medical industrialization, standardization, and processization. In that case, the doctor will be very embarrassed. The experience he has learned throughout his life is not as good as the analysis conclusion of big data in 10,001 seconds. So, in order to avoid suddenly cutting off the livelihood of most doctors in the world, Tang Qing thought, it's better to take it easy. It can't be that bad. Xianan City. Street. The father holds his daughter's little hand, wandering aimlessly. It's been half a day. He didn't find a place to live, but after a day of wandering around, he fell in love with this city, with its clean streets and new modern buildings. Accessible transportation in all directions. A kind person, good security. All of them subverted his inherent image of Myanmar. It's hard to imagine that 3 years ago, This was a remote mountainous area where people still made a living by growing flowers. It was a chaotic area where transportation basically relied on walking and communication basically relied on shouting. Now, a city like a garden was actually built. Dad, I'm sleepy. My daughter's voice was waxy. It made him feel distressed. We will find a place to live soon. The father comforted his daughter as he picked her up. He looked around and saw that they were all of different colors. He had previously thought about finding an internet cafe to spend the night. But ask around. It turns out that there is a law here that prohibits internet cafes from operating all night and must be closed at night. Even in the afternoon, he met a family with the same problem. He didn't know what happened now. It's going to be dark before your eyes. This made my father a little anxious. This time, he thought of something again. If you have any difficulty, call the police. But this was not the country, and he didn't know much about the situation here. When he saw a security booth, his father hesitated for a moment and walked in anyway. Just walked in. A young man wearing a Burmese police uniform walked up. Hello, what can I do for you? This is Burmese. My father didn't understand. I'm from China, and I don't speak Burmese. There must be police officers at such security booths who can speak Chinese. Hello, how can I help you? Immediately, a sentence of fluent Chinese came out of the policeman's mouth. The father quickly said, I brought my daughter here for medical treatment, but there are no rooms in the city or town hotels. I would like to ask if you have any family hotels or the like where my daughter and I can stay. After hearing this, Wei smiled. You came at the right time. An hour ago, we just received a notice from the Special Administrative Region. Since the number of patients has exceeded expectations, we will open 3 rescue stations for your temporary residence. Wei, that's the name of the security team member at the security pavilion, a Chinese. This time, they really took the postgraduate entrance examination. With so many people coming here, if they're not arranged well, they may be laughed at by the outside world. Now, the attention of media from all over the world has gathered here. No, after studying for a day, the SAR finally took action. Aid Station. The full name is Myanmar Special Economic Zone Post-Disaster Emergency Rescue Center. Usually empty. It is used to house temporarily homeless people nearby after earthquakes, flash floods, and other natural disasters. It may not be used for 10 years, but as long as it can be used once, it is worth it. There are 3 rescue centers around Xinan City. According to the special zone regulations, every town must have at least 1 rescue center based on its population size, and it can only be more, not less. Big but not big. Emergency. Not commonly used. Xinan town has a regular capacity of only 1,000 people each, which is indeed not much. However, if there is a serious disaster, a large number of tents can be erected in the city and residents' homes can be crowded. Therefore, this is just part of the post-disaster rescue. Last month, the 3rd rescue center around Xinan City was completed and passed the acceptance inspection. Unexpectedly, it has only been so long before it will come into play. When he heard that he had a place to live, his father was overjoyed. Really? Thank you. Thank you, as long as you have a place to live. It's going to rain. I'm mainly worried that the child will catch a cold. Don't worry, sir. What's your surname? Wei asked again. I don't dare. Otherwise, my surname is Mi, and my first name is Hao. Mi Hao quickly reported his name. Do you have your passport with you? I want to register it. Wei stretched out his hand. Mi Hao quickly took it out of his pocket. How many people? Just the 2 of us. Wei opened the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone Government Affairs Network. I filled out a form on the Rescue Center application category page and submitted the application. After seeing the message that the application was successful, I returned the passport to Mi Hao. Okay, the application is successful. It's at the rescue center in the west of the city. He looked at the table. It's time for me to change my shift. I'll take you there later. Wei offered to help. They're all Chinese, and they're Chinese who came to seek medical treatment. He also wanted to do his best, which was also part of his job. Mi Hao immediately thanked him. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Please wait for 10 minutes. Okay. 10 minutes later, Wei finished his shift. I took Mi Hao to an underground parking lot in a nearby shopping mall. The entire underground of Xinan City is actually a very large parking lot. It is incoherent, but there are many, mainly to make the ground more beautiful. There are cars parked everywhere on the roadside. It's uncomfortable to watch. Therefore, the main parking lot in Xiamen City is underground, and there are also special three-dimensional parking buildings on the ground. In short, Xiamen City is positioned as a tourist city, and there are restrictions on the total number of vehicles. Before the establishment of the special zone, Ronway's family has some savings. There were gold and silver ornaments buried at home for many years. After the establishment of the special zone, the Myanmar Bank Group used Asian dollars to recycle them at a high price. Catching up with the trade boom, Ronway's father made a lot of money, also considered middle class. But, under the influence of official-oriented thinking, he still let his children join Zero's command. At first, the security team was recruited from the soldiers, but later, after the special zone got on the right track, the management of the two became clearer. Armed Forces. It is actually controlled by the Myanmar Bank Group. It is controlled in the name of the Myanmar Special Administrative Region Government. Security Forces. It is actually managed by the Special Zone. However, recruitment, training, and even personnel are all managed by a subordinate agency of the armed forces here. This means that even if the medicine is changed, the Myanmar Bank Group still has absolute authority. After Ron Wei got married last month, his father bought him an off-road vehicle for transportation. Mihao still had some impression of this brand. He seemed to have seen an advertisement on domestic TV, but he didn't know which country it was from, and he didn't know much about it. The appearance is very beautiful. Do you recognize this brand? Ronway asked with a smile. Mihao nodded. I have an impression. Ronway smiled and said, This car is imported from China, but the actual controller of this car company is from our side. In this area, when buying things, you basically only recognize the brands of Burmese and Asian companies. The reason is simple. It's products. The quality is definitely not bad. For so long, trust has been established, not to mention that I'm still a member of the security team, and my bosses all drive this type of car. You drive a Mercedes-Benz, BMW, or Toyota Audi. Aren't you unsociable? This is your car company? Mihao asked in surprise. Yes, this company previously borrowed money from the Chinese government and established an automobile manufacturing company in China. It has just acquired large-scale mass production capabilities. No, it was directly sold back here. Romway explained. Mihao asked innocently, why not build a car company here? In terms of industrial supporting facilities, China does have an advantage. Especially 2 years ago, our industry had just started. But now it has started, so we have opened a branch factory in Myanmar, and it is under construction. Ronway said with his own understanding. That's it. Mihao nodded. That's right. Without supporting facilities, building a car is nonsense. I have to ride the train home on the 28th and 29th, which is a bit motion sick for me. It may not be updated normally during those 2 days. Please let me know in advance. After getting in the car, Mihao discovered the interior design is very distinctive. The materials are genuine and many details are made to make people feel comfortable. Mihao also owned a car before and was a car lover. He bought it for more than 200,000 yuan, but in order to treat his daughter's illness, he had to sell it. After my wife's accident, his daughter is everything to him. This car is really nice. Mihao praised. I heard someone complimenting his car. Ronway couldn't help but feel happy. It's okay. How much does it cost to land? Mihao asked curiously. Ronway said, more than 110,000 Asian dollars. The price/performance ratio is quite high. Mihao nodded. The main reason is that its import is tax-free, and with our purchase subsidy, I can enjoy such a price. The selling price in China seems to be about 170,000, Ronway said. 110,000. Relatively speaking, really not expensive. His father paid the full amount directly. Ronway's salary is not high. There are many benefits that can be enjoyed, and car purchase subsidies are one of them. If an ordinary Burmese person wants to buy a car, he will have to spend more than 10,000 and nearly 20,000 Asian dollars more than he does, and the reason for the subsidy is very good. He was speechless. After enjoying this subsidy, The reimbursement for commuting to and from get off work will be canceled. This is equivalent to prepaying the reimbursement amount for commuting to and from get off work for many years in the future. So, this policy is not considered welfare. It just looks like welfare. However, no one is dissatisfied at all. The Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is a young organization. Just into the chaos. Live a good life. Before, there are no concrete roads here. Everyone lives in mud houses and wooden houses, and they have to cross mountains and ridges to travel. All this is now for people who have lived in a high-pressure and precarious environment since childhood. I am already extremely happy. People, be content. Want more. It is the source of trouble. About 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the rescue center. At this time, there are already a lot of people active in the yard, mainly from nearby countries. Considering the skin color and possible habit problems, 3 rescue centers are just enough. If not enough, we can only live there. Ronway also knew that all hospitals in Myanmar already have the same supporting equipment as the central hospital, but not all Myanmar has airports, and people believe in big hospitals and big cities. This has led to the problem of insufficient accommodation in several major cities. If it is based on the reception capacity of Myanmar, these people, it is simply not enough to cause such a situation. If this situation continues and the rescue center is not enough, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group will definitely carry out forced diversion, such as Mi Hao and his daughter. Finish checking here. In fact, you can receive treatment at any hospital in any town or above in Myanmar. Since all medical institutions in Myanmar are now integrated by Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group, there is no problem of conflicts of medical interests in various places. Everyone is the same. Same treatment plan. Same medicine. Park the car. Ronway walked in with Mi Hao and his daughter. When he came to the door, Mi Hao saw Ronway greeting several doormen at the door. They seemed quite familiar. It was not difficult for me how to understand that in a system, of course there are acquaintances everywhere. Hand over your passport. Register. Then, Mi Hao got a room card 3112 in his hand. I'm leaving first. If anything happens, I'll find the security guard here. Ronway stopped by here on his way home. His home was actually in the city, but his father passed away today, and he had to go back to the village. Mi Hao thanked him again. There are still many good people. In a foreign country, he met such a warm-hearted person. He was ready to give Ronway some money in the car, just now to express his gratitude. But Ronway sternly refused and gave him a lot of reasoning. To sum it up, don't give any money to any public servant here, and no public servant dares to accept such money. In this regard, we implement it with a zero-tolerance attitude, and there is no ambiguity. Dare to violate it. They have all become typical. Never hired. Myanmar Asia companies have no chance of working with him, and his personal credit will also be affected. Now, not only the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, but also public institutions and institutions throughout Myanmar have restricted the employment of such personnel. Therefore, for Ronway, Mi Hao is really grateful. Let's go. I'll take you to the room. After Ronway left, the person at the rescue center said with a smile, "Okay, follow the man." Mi Hao came to a building at the back. Along the way, the staff introduced him to the buildings here, places to eat, exercise, and emergency medical treatment. What made Mi Hao happy was that he also heard a piece of news. The higher-ups are studying to set up a treatment point in the rescue center to avoid the trouble of running back and forth. Arrive at accommodation, building number 3. Since the father and daughter applied early, they were directly on the first floor with an aisle in the middle and doors on both sides, just like a hotel. When the room card was swiped through the scanner, a click was heard. The staff pushed open the door and entered. Mi Hao walked in with his daughter in his arms. He was a little dumbfounded. It is different from the bunk beds, I thought. It is a small single room. It is very small, but it has its own private bathroom. The space is not large, but it is independent. There is a TV on the wall. You have a child, so this small single room is arranged for you, especially for those who are inconvenient to live in a dormitory. The number of days you apply for accommodation is 30 days, and the daily accommodation is 30 yuan. It's the same as the hospital. You just need to settle the payment before leaving, where you can pay it in advance. This makes me how admire the people here's big-heartedness, as if they are not in a hurry at all about collecting money, and just let them take care of it. This price. Mihao was very satisfied. If he stayed in hotels in and around the city, it would cost at least 80 yuan a day and 30 yuan a day, which was really good. At this time, the staff handed over another bracelet. Sir, I need to put this on your daughter. What is this? Mihao asked. The health bracelet was mainly worn when she was hospitalized before, but when you live here, it is almost the same as being hospitalized. Considering the patient's safety, she needs to wear this. The function is very simple, life monitoring. If the patient has an emergency, we will receive the information as soon as possible and can be here in 3 minutes at the latest. The staff explained. Mihao listened. He quickly took it and put it on his daughter's right hand as instructed. It's late, go to bed early. Sorry to trouble you. You're welcome. After the staff left, Mihao put down his luggage and looked at the surrounding environment. He felt relieved. In the next month, he would no longer have to sleep on the street. He hoped that this would be the last time he took his daughter to seek medical treatment. Father and daughter walked away for a day, soon, and fell asleep. Headquarters of Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group, Health Monitoring Center. On the big screen, data flashed by. The data of all people wearing bracelets will be transmitted here and monitored in real time. If there are any signs of danger, the doctor on duty will be notified immediately to check because a comprehensive physical examination has been done before. In theory, there are no hospitalizations. There is no possibility of sudden death. The next day, early morning, wake up. My daughter was found fine. Mihao was relieved. After washing up, I took my daughter to the cafeteria. There is a traditional Chinese breakfast, as well as special breakfasts from various Asian countries. It is very user-friendly and the food is relatively light, compared to the usual hospital cafeteria atmosphere. The people here, there was a little more hope on his face. Same. You pay before checking out, and you don't have to pay for meals for the time being. After dinner, following the instructions of the staff at the rescue center, Mihao got on the bus to the central hospital. After getting the injection again, he got the medicine. The hospital also did an examination. Looking at the results, Mihao was excited. Efficient. Really works. It's only been 1 day. All the above indicators are showing signs of improvement. Out of the hospital, he came to the security booth where Ronwei worked. At this time, Ronwei had just gone to work. Thank you very much yesterday. Are you free at noon today? I would like to treat you to a meal. This should not be considered a gift. Sorry, we have regulations. We can only have work meals during work. Ronwei smiled and refused. That night, Mihao said again. Ronwei shook his head. I'm going home for dinner tonight. If you really want to thank me, come here if you have the opportunity. We are a tourist city, and everyone is welcome to experience and spend. Mihao could only say, okay, if you have the opportunity to go to Huaxia country in the future, you must let me know. Okay. Ronwei smiled. This could be done. After leaving the security pavilion, Mihao took his daughter to wander around the city again. Unlike yesterday, he had no place to live. Today he solved the problem of shelter and began to appreciate the city. Neibidu. After eating and taking a walk, Lang Kai habitually opened the news channel and found that just like the previous days, the screen was still dominated by Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Various reports made Lang Kai almost think that this was a news channel from another country. 0. He is really good at creating miracles. Cancer treatment drugs. It was actually developed by a local company. A few years ago, they could only produce some medicines for colds and headaches. However, they suddenly became the best in the world. One can imagine. How big is this benefit? Big too. To the extent that an individual cannot protect it at all, only an operation like Zero's, which kidnaps Mion's medical treatment and draws all the people in Mion into one zone, can protect this kind of thing. I have to say, Zero knows the current affairs very well. The methods are also very ambitious. It can be expected that this company will be very profitable in the future. If it goes public in the United States, ERV, which is currently at its peak, will probably be defeated. However, with Zero Pride, it is unlikely to do so, even if you have to do it. It is also listed on Myanmar's own stock market. Through the news, Lang Kai was very pleased to see his condition getting better one by one and completing the progress that he had been unable to complete throughout his life. Although it seemed a bit coercive, the result was good. Noon. A guest came to Lang Kai's house. Lu Sang. 3 days ago, Lu Sang officially retired. After going through the process, he relinquished all his real power and settled down to live a retirement life at home. His rights were handed over to Wu Lei, who could be said to have taken refuge in Zero. In Lang Kai's view, he and Lu Sang were brothers in need. But Lu Sang didn't see it that way. He retreats. It's not like there's zero coercion. It was voluntary. In the past, he was a diehard supporter of Lang Kai and supported him on both sides. However, his pride did not allow him to defect, so he could only retreat to make himself feel more at ease. Retirement this time. He had the nerve to come see Lang Kai. Zero had advised him to continue serving in the military, but he was rejected by Lu Sang. As he got older, it was better to retain a reputation of being unyielding. He had been in a difficult situation, and if he rose to the top, any other position would actually be a demotion. Without an official, one is light. That's fine. Old friend, long time no see. Lu Sang looked at Lang Kai and smiled. Decades of friendship made him feel a little guilty at this time. But no matter how guilty he was, he had to feel guilty. Why bother? Lang Kai sighed. His anger had long since dissipated. Lu Sang was able to turn against Wu Lei collectively. There must be an absolute reason for Lu Sang to do that. This is good. We are old and can't keep up with the times. Besides, there's still a military base. Lu Sang chuckled and shook his head. Ling also promised that in the future, there will definitely be a military person in the deputy chief. Wu Lei, he is no match for Ling. Lang Kai smiled bitterly. Even if we are included, it's not like Zero's wisdom. I don't know how to evaluate it anymore. From now on, we still don't have to worry about the affairs of the court. Lu Sang took a sip of tea and said, during this time, Zero placed a large number of Burmese and Asian people in. Basically, the situation was under control, and they were recruited through fair competition. In the end, it was proved that Zero's men were really talented. In terms of various military skills and command experience, they completely surpassed their men. That big competition, Lu Sang's memory is still fresh. Miserable. What a defeat. It can be said that they were crushed in all aspects. If ranked in the top 10 of each skill, their original leaders could not even enter. It was also through that competition that Zero was able to replace and promote a large number of his people to the top without any hindrance. No one was speechless, plus the proper placement of Zero. The entire power replacement was completed quickly without causing any disturbance at all. Now, even I have a hard time obtaining information that is too confidential in the military, because Zero directly modified the entire military regulations of Burma. Confidentiality, discipline, has been emphasized countless times. From now on, probably chatting with Wu Lei. We can also talk about the family's quarrels, some and some not. Thinking of this, Lu Sang couldn't help but laugh. In this life, people are really not as good as God. However, having discipline is a good thing, and he supports it. The combat effectiveness of soldiers. In addition to coming from technology, it also comes from discipline. Yes. Actually, I'm a little curious. How did Zero get you to agree to help him in the first place? Lang Kai asked curiously. This matter, it had always been a doubt in his mind. Hearing his question, Lu Sang thought for a while and shook his head. This matter involves some secrets. Even I can't reveal it at will. I can only say that it is not a benefit or a threat. I won't ask any more. I believe you. Lang Kai had to give up. Thank you, Lu Sang said. I recall that day in my mind. Zero showed him his entire military development plan for Burma's future. He thought it would just be a slap in the face, but he didn't expect that Zero was very ambitious and wanted to build one of the top 10 military powers in the world. In addition to various reforms, there are also self-developed weapons. Then, after seeing some of the data provided by Ling and even witnessing a smart weapon, Lu Sang was speechless for a long time, but he knew that the future of Mian Yao might be in the hands of this person. I couldn't stand the smell inside. I had ringing in my ears the whole time, and was uncomfortable. Noon. Lu Sang and Lang Kai had their first dinner together in half a year. The two are old partners. Gap. It disappeared all of a sudden. After lunch, they went fishing together for an afternoon. Lu Sang has gradually adapted to this kind of retirement life and is looking forward to what kind of path Ling, who has mastered the stage, will take this land in the end. If it messes up, he wouldn't agree. Can't beat it, but I still have the ability to curse. Night. Eating the fish they caught from the river. Although they were not very good at it, they ate with gusto. When they knew Lu Sang was coming, Lang Kai's daughter and son-in-law also rushed over and asked the same questions as Lang Kai. It's inconvenient to tell you. Lu Sang smiled and shook his head. Uncle Lu Song, what does it have to do with us? Lang Sai's eldest daughter smiled. Hear this. Lu Sang felt a little uncomfortable. You're all businessmen. You spend all day thinking about money and state secrets. You can inquire about them at will. He said helplessly. You guys are trying to prevent me from leaving the house. If so, Zero will definitely not be treated as if it didn't happen. Hear the words. A trace of resentment flashed across Lang Kai's eldest daughter's face. He dares. You have high moral character and high prestige. How could Zero treat you like this just because of this incident? She understood the meaning of being unable to leave the house. It would not be possible in jail, but he might be grounded. Everything in the world is unpredictable. Lu Sang shook his head. Don't ask this question. You also have difficulties in recording Uncle Sang. Also, there's no way to inquire about state secrets at will. The country is the country, and the family is the family. You must distinguish it clearly in the future. Lang Kai stopped his eldest daughter's questioning. Home and country. Before. It's because I indulge them too much. It is also because he has too much power that his daughter cannot tell the difference. Now the reality is different. The more powerful Zero becomes, the more powerful forces he will anger. Don't restrain yourself anymore. It is possible that their home was used as a weapon. I know, father. The eldest daughter muttered. In the past, she did think that Myanya belonged to their family. But the situation changed so quickly that in just a short time, they were almost marginalized. Although Zero is nice to their family, business is also taken care of. But stay away from the centers of power. They couldn't get over this feeling for a while. Now, many of their old members have been replaced, and a large number of Burmese and Asian people were promoted in various places. Their face was becoming increasingly difficult to use. Like last month, her car was illegal. After parking on the side of the road for a while, she saw a ticket when she came back. Her car had not been changed, and her number had not been changed. She was surprised that someone dared to issue a ticket to her, so she went directly to the director of the Nabi City Public Security Bureau. She knew this man. He is still the same person as before, but obviously he doesn't listen to what they say anymore. But he still gives him the respect that should be given. But regarding the ticket, the director of the Public Security Bureau also said that there is nothing he can do. Violations are not investigated by the traffic police, but monitoring. Large and small surveillance cameras on the streets of Naibadu will transmit the video of the entire city's main roads to the command center of the Public Security Bureau. Finally, an intelligent analysis system will determine whether there is a violation. Every violation. They were all recorded, and he had no way to control them. Everyone was treated equally. However, the director said that within the scope of his authority, future violation fines could be paid once a year. She froze then. It took a long time. You still have to find me. What depressed her the most was, at last check, I found that my car had been violated. More than a dozen times this year, with a cumulative fine of 1,700 Asian dollars. Most people would have definitely received a call from the Public Security Bureau and even had their driver's license revoked. It took a long time. She's really privileged. But this privilege, it seemed like a travesty no matter how you looked at it. In the end, she had no choice but to leave the Public Security Bureau angrily. As for the money, wasn't it said that they could be given together at the end of the year? Let's talk about it at the end of the year. This is still one aspect of it. In other respects, she also felt that people were becoming more and more people-oriented, and they took no care of her business, but it was not to the point of strong support. The previous bank loan in Myanmar was very large. Now, she also needs to review the operating status of her business. A mortgage is also required, especially Myanmar Bank. The review was so strict that she was short of a thorough investigation, and she had to go to the Bank of Myanmar for a loan because it was the only legal lending institution for Asian dollars, and other banks in Myanmar were not allowed to lend money to foreign countries. Keep it up like this. She felt. Other banks in Myanmar will be swallowed up by Myanmar Bank. Eating tasteless fish. This time, the news on TV stunned her. In order to unify the domestic currency, stabilize market confidence, enhance international competitiveness, and reduce the hiding of illegal funds, it was proposed by the Myanmar Economic Development Committee, voted by the parliament, and authorized by the president. The gradual delisting of the Chat will be completed before December 31st this year. Before the deadline, the Myanmar Bank Group and major banks will accept the exchange of Chats for Asian dollars. To ensure the interests of holders, the exchange ratio will be in accordance with the announcement by the Myanmar Bank Group this morning. If the time limit is exceeded, the major banks will stop the exchange business of Chat. I hope everyone will tell each other that the original Chat accounts of various places, units, and individuals can be converted on the official website of the Central Bank of Myanmar and major banks. There is no handling fee. Before August 31st, if it is my first bank card, the card fee will be waived. See here, Lang Kai and Lu Sang were silent. Finally, Zero still took action against the Chat. Before, they actually thought that the Chat could coexist with the Asian dollar. No matter what, they would have to wait until the market lost confidence in the Chat before they would reach this point. Unexpectedly, this day comes so quickly. Start with Chats. They know that this time Zero is going to start attacking financial institutions. Next, it will definitely be a combination of punches. The Bank of Myanmar, which has the right to issue Asian dollars, will suddenly become the Central Bank of Myanmar. Myanmar and other financial institutions all will become subordinates of Myanmar Bank. This day, how long had Zero been planning this? Just when they had their own thoughts. Another big news appeared above. In order to improve the circulation and utilization efficiency of funds, increase investment channels for private capital, and expand corporate financing channels, today, the Myanmar Securities Regulatory Commission was officially established. It will be responsible for formulating the Myanmar securities law and supervising the standardized operations of securities. At the beginning of next month, applications for the first batch of listed financing companies in Myanmar will be opened. On October 15th, the Myanmar stock market will officially open. The first batch of listed companies is currently only recruiting domestic and local companies. Companies from other countries are currently not providing applications. The information required for listing will be listed on the official website of the committee tomorrow. One day, two big moves. The Asian dollar replaces the Chat. Launch Myanmar stock market. Really? So courageous. I won't be able to update tomorrow and the next 2 days. Please understand during the Chinese New Year. If you have time, you can leave a message in this chapter and rank the plots you like to watch. I will adjust the proportion of various plots based on the situation. The previous one, Lang Kai, is not easy to evaluate, but I feel uncomfortable in my heart. But for the establishment of the stock market, he agreed with both hands. At present, Myanmar's financial industry can be regarded as rudimentary with only banks. Any country that has some ambitions cannot open its currency to free convertibility. But we will definitely find ways to connect the stock market. He had considered it before, but Myanmar was an agricultural country at the time, with almost zero domestic industry, and few companies would be listed on the market. If there were only a few stocks, it would be a slap in the face. Now, there should not be too many qualified companies. Not to mention the large number of high-quality enterprises in Myanmar and Asia, there are also many good newly emerged enterprises. In addition, after the government was promoted, a large number of state-owned enterprises in Myanmar were reorganized, optimized management, and gradually turned into high-quality assets. It can be said, open at this time. Just right. Stock market? Father, should our company also go public? Lang Kai's eldest daughter was a little interested. Going public is much better than bank loans. Bank loans have to be repaid, but listing financing does not need to be repaid. Go if you need it, don't go if you don't need it, Lang Kai said. Oh, at this time, Lang Kai seemed to understand why Zero wanted to open a stock market. It was to stabilize the value of the Asian dollar after the Asian dollar replaced the Chat and ensure a smooth replacement of the Asian dollar and the Chat. He also saw one more thing. Zero may want to expand the scale of money printing. Stock market. In other words, the financial market is a pool of funds that can suck in excess currency and reduce the risk of inflation. Money circulates in the financial market and will not run around, causing a sharp rise in prices. The financial industry becomes more developed, the better the effect. If he is Zero, after possessing the original liquid of transcription, since his country itself has goods that the whole world cannot refuse, then its currency will be attractive because at least it can buy medicine. If so, Zero will definitely expand the issuance scale of the Asian dollar, print his own money, and go to the international market to exchange for everything he needs. Thinking of this, Lang Kai is extremely envious. When he was in power, few countries recognized the Chat. It is only used on a small scale in Southeast Asian countries, and the main trade settlement is still relying on the US dollar and the Japanese yen. Now, the Asian dollar's position in regional trade settlement is something he could not even imagine before. Asian dollar. Zero ambition. You can tell from the name. You want to make a difference in Asia, not just one country or one place. Relatively speaking, the Chat did have limitations, but what he didn't know was that Tang Qing's goal was to squeeze out the US dollar. News broadcast. Some are happy and some are sad. Happily, most people are happy because they have more investment channels. Otherwise, if the money is kept in the bank, the interest will be really low. The company is also happy as it can go public for financing and expand its corporate influence. The sad thing is, many people can no longer hide their assets. Before, a lot of the money in question was hidden. Seeing the sharp depreciation of the Chat, they did not dare to exchange it. For example, some Myanmar government employees and funds obtained illegally from other channels. If you take it out and exchange it for Asian dollars, it will definitely leave traces. Now, although Zero has not restricted them and their families from running businesses, the crackdown on illegal collection of money is quite strict. Your family is in business. Made money. It's okay to give you flowers, but if it comes from receiving benefits, that's a different matter. Zero's hands are not soft, even if he uses his position to benefit his family or contribute to projects. But collect money to do things. Absolutely not allowed. Some people say, isn't this just changing the soup without changing the medicine? They're all for public and private use, but there is no perfect system in the world, and there are no perfect people. As long as it is not excessive and does not increase government expenditure, it is not a big deal. 1 million projects. You can do it well with $1 million. No problem. But if it's 1.1 million, no one can blame it. Therefore, even if many people favor their own people, as long as it's not excessive, it doesn't violate the system. Fairness is always relative. Otherwise, the first thing to catch is Zero. Because Myanmar Bank Group, it is a behemoth that cannot be bypassed. We are going crazy for rent now. When everyone sees that you're getting fat from eating snacks, we are eating glutinous rice. In that case, it will be a bit too ugly. People's hearts are scattered. It's not easy to lead a team. It was only an hour after the news was broadcast. The official website of the Central Bank of Myanmar has processed nearly 100,000 currency exchange requests. Less than an hour. The Central Bank of Myanmar received chats worth nearly 400 billion Asian dollars. These are digital currencies, not cash. Their final destination is to be entered by the Central Bank of Myanmar. Clear. Currency. That's how it works. Value comes from the country's sovereign credit. Abandoned currency. Worthless. All chats exchanged back will undergo such a clearing operation. From now on, the liquidation rights of Myanmar's sovereign currency will be transferred to the Bank of Myanmar. And a recycled paper chat. There's only one destiny. All destroyed. This time the Asian dollar replaced the chat. Except for some sentimental people. Employees at the Bank of Myanmar are very happy. Because they're not unemployed and their wages are good. What is there to be sad about? As for power? Haha, The central bank is not an ordinary banking institution and has no actual economic power. Print more money. Also to the following commercial banks. He has nothing to do with them. In terms of actual power or power, even Ku Xiao, the president of the Central Bank of Myanmar, may not be as good as a small county president of a bank below. That being the case, what are you sad about? Even the original governor, Ku Xiao, is still the governor. However, from now on, the function of the Central Bank of Myanmar has become the Policy Research and Advocacy Department of the Bank of Myanmar Asia, and the things it does are similar to before. The next day, at dawn, outside the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, there are queues outside banks in major cities. Not everyone has access to the internet, and the penetration rate of computers is not high. Most people can only come to the bank to apply for exchange business. It stands to reason. Why not convert all the money in everyone's bank cards into Asian dollars at once, so that the problem would be solved overnight? Just exchange the remaining banknotes slowly. However, if you think about it this way, I kind of overlooked another purpose of this exchange. Clean up problematic accounts. This time, when applying for exchange of chats in bank cards, you need to provide identity documents. In this way, a large number of illegal accounts and debt accounts will be exposed. For example, a person's illegal income. This money, he may not have an account in his own name, but it may be someone else's account. You know, generally banks only require an identity document when opening an account, and they will not be required in the future. Now, if the other party wants to exchange the money, they have to use their ID card again. Yes, many people can provide their ID card, but some illegal income will always be frozen in this way. As for the frozen money and the money in debt accounts, forehead, it's of no use either. For an institution that can print money, the significance of these things is only to help stabilize the economic order, combat economic crimes, sort out internal accounts, improve account classification, and facilitate management. As for bringing flowers, forget it. Reprinted. It's nothing more than typing a 1 on the computer and then thinking about how many zeros to type later. Myanmar. Save time. A province in the north of Burma. There's a long borderline with India, so there have always been disputes, not military, but small frictions on land. India often moves the boundary markers a few hundred meters this way. Plant vegetables, chopping wood, collecting firewood or something. They never tire of it, and sometimes people come over to build houses or hunt, which is difficult to manage. There are many daily exchanges between the two parties, but they don't reach the point of life and death, and trade is very frequent. Longyu County, the Myanmar county town on the border. Here is the largest trading border county with India in Tokyo province. The population is nearly 150,000. A large number of merchants from both countries trade here every day. In the past, India's industry was much more developed than Myanmar's. They sent industrial products here in exchange for Myanmar's agricultural products. Now, it turned out to be the other way around. The special economic zones in Myanmar seem to be more industrialized than India, which has led to a fundamental change in the trade situation here. India's developed industrial products have no market. This was unacceptable to many Indian businessmen for a while. You were so poor before. How can you be richer than me? However, resentment cannot solve the problem. After inspection, the local businessmen found that they could not change their careers, so they changed their careers one after another and gradually changed from export trade to import trade. In the past, I could even sell medicine. Later, they were directly refused to sell it. The biggest headache for Indian businessmen is this. Myanmar has reorganized its imported product catalog. Border management and market access systems have been strengthened, and the entry of substandard products manufactured by India's backward industrial equipment has been restricted, especially in food, medicine, and various chemical products. Control is particularly strict. Want to enter the Myanmar market? They must be inspected by Myanmar and comply with various environmental and technical standards of Myanmar. For example, plastic products must have additives from Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company that can lock harmful substances from penetrating into the food they contain. Otherwise, they're all defective products, not allowed on the market. Anyway, after zero went up, everything is different. times are tough for Indian businessmen. The customs here have all changed people, and they have the right to inspect products. The small county town is not qualified to give their product certificates. Even if they know them, they can't get through to the capital of Myanmar. Fight until the end. They can't help it. I had no choice but to switch to other businesses. Due to the frequent trade between the two sides, the Indian side also has a lot of chats remaining. Therefore, early this morning, the county sent people to notify the other side and asked them to exchange the chats for Asian dollars before the end of the year. Otherwise, redemptions may no longer be available next year. Hear the news. Many businessmen from India came to the county town carrying chats. Most of the money in their hands had been converted into Asian dollars or rupees before, but they still had some chats in hand because when goods imported from Myanmar were sold in India, they often received chats. In the long border zone, chats circulate within a small area of the border. County, 9 o'clock in the morning. Myanmar Bank Branch. There was a long queue at the door. Everyone, please don't crowd. We have enough Asian dollars and rupees, and everyone can change them. The security team members shouted with loudspeakers. The sun was already high, but the enthusiasm of the people in line was even higher. Inside the bank, the money counting machine at the cash register swipes money. A cashier finished counting a stack of old and new cash, took out more than 20 large denomination shots that the money counter spit out, and said to him, "I'm sorry, I confiscated this money." What? The Indian was a little anxious. This was a lot of money. This is counterfeit money. The bank clerk told him bluntly. This is impossible. Did you see it wrong? The Indian didn't give up. I have carefully read every one of them. They are indeed counterfeit. If you have any objections, we will have someone in the next room explain to you where the counterfeit money is. But sorry, the counterfeit money will be confiscated. The bank clerk said. He was unwilling to give in. He was taken to a room on the side. 5 minutes later, they were all pointed out where they were fake. He was speechless and wanted to take it back, but was refused. Counterfeit money would be forcibly confiscated when it arrived at the bank. Looking at the security guards around him, he gave up the idea of taking it back. Holding the exchanged rupees in hand, he can only admit that he is unlucky. Counterfeit currency is not a big deal in India. India is filled with a large number of counterfeit currency, and at least 1/5 of the cash in circulation is counterfeit. In daily life, I have long been accustomed to it. Many times, everyone actually knew it was a counterfeit currency. It's just that it's still used the same, and merchants accept it the same, as if it's acquiesced, it can be spent anyway. It doesn't matter, so they often receive even counterfeit chot currency. I didn't take it seriously before. It seems now. Be careful next time, otherwise the money you finally earn may be in vain. Now, the Myanmar chot is going to abolish the chot. In the future, the chot will definitely gradually disappear here. It seems. From now on, you can no longer accept chots casually. Next, almost everyone who came to this branch to exchange money had some counterfeit banknotes in their hands, without exception. Also because they knew there were too many counterfeit banknotes, banks in India did not accept the exchange of chots and rupees at all. Otherwise, bad identification. Change it back. If you go to the bank here in Myanmar to exchange, if there are too many counterfeit coins, the bank will have to bear the loss. They will not do this kind of business that will obviously lose money. No way. Whether they're merchants or ordinary people, they can only come over to exchange or ask someone to come over to exchange. In less than half a day, a business of exchanging rupees was born, running errands for others and earning some hard work. Just one day, this border branch received counterfeit chot banknotes with a face value of more than 8 million Asian dollars, accounting for 1/3 of the face value of the chot recovered today. Seeing this number, Tang Qing was a little speechless. It's true, very Indian. In this regard, it is indeed the first in the world. According to surveys, counterfeit banknotes in India account for nearly 1/4 of the entire cash flow. In other words, theoretically, 1/4 of the money in the hands of everyone in India is counterfeit banknotes. Quite distinctive. Due to the poor anti-counterfeiting technology of previous chots, some unscrupulous factories in India that are good at imitating have also produced some, and it seems that there are quite a few. even in the chat, which is now exchanged. Tang Qing estimated that some of them were counterfeit. The only ones that could be picked out were the more obvious ones. However, Tang Qing didn't care. It was just a little counterfeit. It's like he hasn't used it. When the soldiers were active in India, they basically used rupees printed by themselves. The technology was more authentic than real banknotes. Tang Qing was also very restrained and did not print too many, which was worth more than $1 billion Asian dollars. Most of them are still lying in a large iron box in the training area. Brand new RS, therefore. Everyone is even. It's even. But nor can it be left completely alone. Otherwise, the losses will continue, as the deadline for Chat and Asian dollar exchange is at the end of the year. There is still nearly 5 months to go. In such a long period of time, if those guys who print counterfeit banknotes open their factories to print Chats in exchange, they won't lose much, but they can't ignore it. Counterfeit currency notes in India. Its sources are wide-ranging, according to the investigation of the soldiers. Within India, there are at least 6 gangs capable of printing real rupees and only 1 gang capable of printing real chats. Therefore, as long as this source is cut off, the scale of existing counterfeit chats will be controllable. As for counterfeit Asian dollar notes, snort. It's not that Tang Qing looks down on them. The UN's anti-counterfeiting technology. That is to say, major countries can imitate, but these countries still don't bother to do such a thing. Even if they imitate, the cost of imitation will be higher than its face value based on the Asian dollar's anti-counterfeiting technology. And each large Asian dollar has a unique identification code. Once it passes through the bank's money counting machine, it will be recorded in the bank system. If there is even one that has not gone through the deposit and withdrawal process, a warning will be issued. It's equivalent to saying, counterfeit Asian dollars. First, it cannot be a new number because all large denomination banknotes have unique identification numbers. Second, even if you use an old account number, you cannot deposit it into the bank. Once a banknote with the same number enters the bank, and the background shows that the money has not been taken away from the bank or ATM, a thorough investigation will begin. This way, the circulation of counterfeit banknotes will be greatly restricted. As long as one appears, an early warning will be issued, and then you can find out who deposited it, and then follow the clues to find the source of the money. Even if you can't find it in the end, it will greatly reduce the distribution costs of this type of gang, in order to further control the circulation of counterfeit currency. Next, money counting machines across the country will begin to connect to the bank network. In this way, any counterfeit money will not be able to pass through any money printing machine across the country, and the first link in circulation will be interrupted. Tang Qing didn't believe that anyone would fake Yuan. Command room. Tang Qing stared at the projection. It was an Indian paper mill. Due to heavy pollution and poor treatment technology, the land around this paper mill is basically polluted to a terrible extent, but this kind of pollution is common in India. India's towns, villages, and even the slums of Mumbai. Sewage flows across the river. Trash everywhere. Anyway, big heart. Someone once joked that India's heart may be able to accommodate the entire universe. Although it is a joke, it also makes sense. However, what is exposed is India's governance efficiency. Who doesn't want to live clean? Who doesn't like green mountains and clear waters? But India, forget it. There are too many flaws. This paper mill is still brightly lit at night, and there are people in the surrounding buildings. Its basement is the underground factory that is capable of forging and has indeed forged high-quality chats. On projection, the information about this gang was revealed. It belongs to a local illegal force, has guns in its hands, and has nearly 300 people. It can be said that it is a local tyrant, and the local Indian police have to give a lot of face. These guys, while making paper and printing, while engaging in the counterfeiting of rupees, because it is a very technical group, there is no difference between the counterfeit goods and the real ones, and most of them have not entered the market. Where did that go? Sell. To whom? People who need to pay bribes in India. Those people took the money. Many dare not spend it. At all. Just put it home or hide it. If there is demand, there will be a market. Therefore, the protective umbrella these guys built with the money makes them very powerful in India and they have all big customers. And printing money is not their main source of income. Not even 2%. Print money. It's just that they use it to unite all the forces that can be united. Firstly, to reduce their own public relations costs, and secondly, to expand their network of relationships. They're a very economically savvy force. Through these relationships, their other local businesses are also thriving. Got away with it for years. Suddenly, a picture appeared on the projection in front of me. It was a picture captured by a drone flying over in a 3-story office of a paper mill. It showed a dark-skinned Indian with a stack of brand new charts in front of him. Take it at face value. Worth at least 2 million Asian dollars. It's really skilled. Even at night, the drone clearly captured some details of the chart on the table. The workmanship is indeed good. These people are quite talented. Tang Qing looked at the time. According to plan, yes, Commander. Tonight, Tang Qing is ready to take over this place. In this way, the problem of counterfeit banknotes can be controlled before the chart is completely withdrawn from the market. In fact, he usually only looks at the results for this kind of task, but he was in a good mood today, so he came to take a look. The reason for feeling good. It was today that he finally completed the achievement task, too, and his information became, name, Tang Qing. Level 8 experience. 10250/12800 withdrawable assets. 666.66 million spirit. 918 physique. 1000 source chi value. 0 exchangeable foreign currencies. US dollars, euros, Japanese yen, rubles, Thai baht, chat, and rupees. It was promoted to level 8 last August. To August this year. It took a full year, and he still had a lot of experience to reach the 9th level. Fortunately, the achievement tasks were finally refreshed, and the ordinary loan tasks were lost. The achievement tasks were his only source of experience at present. This year, the changes are still huge. Even if he takes his time, he is about to unlock the 10th level gene lock. It doesn't sound very powerful. It's just 10 times more powerful than the first level. However, only Tang Qing knows how strong it is. Next time, he just tried his best to complete the achievement tasks in the 3rd stage. When he thought about the content, Tang Qing felt that it was a long road. These tasks were as if they were tailor-made and would not be completed easily for him. The requirements in all aspects have increased more than tenfold. Asian dollar reserves of other countries. Circulation volume. Deposit. Loan. Number of branches. First-class assets. It is extremely difficult to complete all the above 6 items, such as deposits and loans. Myanmar alone cannot generate so many effective loans, which forces him to speed up the internationalization of Asia dollar. Good thing. The situation is now stable. Everything is on track. As long as we follow the steps step by step, these tasks are not difficult. If it is fast, it can be completed in 1 or 2 years. If it is slow, such as getting involved in complex international disputes and confronting developed countries in Europe and the United States, it can be completed in 3, 5, or 10 years. Future. It hasn't all been smooth sailing. But, no matter how big the storm is, it is impossible to overturn Tang Qing's increasingly huge ship. I stayed up late to write it. At present, my family does not know that I'm coding, so I can only write secretly. I think coding is actually something that most online novel authors are ashamed to talk about. Maybe only those at the level of great masters will be taken seriously and regarded as a slightly legitimate profession. Alas, during the Chinese New Year, the update time is uncertain. Please understand. India. Manabon. This is bordering to Koji province. The area is not large, but the heart is not small. It has always been an independent kingdom with a history of more than 2,000 years. After the British occupied India, of course, it was not immune. Under gunfire, it could only give in. The British annexed this place to British India. Therefore, the state has been seeking independence. Pity. India is not vegetarian either. Although India's military strength relies entirely on buying and selling, the soldiers are also very poor, and their combat effectiveness is not very good. Someone once joked that the biggest enemy of the Indian Air Force is not others, but their pilots. But it also depends on who you compare with, and compared with major countries, it is just a toddler, but India is still capable of suppressing the restless thoughts of Mani's state, which has not yet changed its shotgun. Amrikar, many tycoons in Manabon. At the same time, he is also a maker of counterfeit banknotes. However, he never thinks that he is making counterfeit banknotes. The rupees he makes are exactly the same as real ones. In this case, they should not be called fake. How awful it sounds. These years, through various methods, a stable channel for obtaining raw materials for banknote printing has finally been formed. Some raw materials are obtained directly from various raw material suppliers of the rupee printing plant of the Reserve Bank of India. As long as the amount is not too much, it can be covered up. Rich, here it is. Everything is possible, and their family is also more cautious. Know how to restrain yourself. Most of the money they printed did not flow into the market, but flowed into the hands of Indian officials through various methods. Those people simply did not dare to spend the money indiscriminately or in small amounts. Because of the generosity, after 2 generations of hard work, their family has established an almost impeccable status in the local area. Now, everyone in Mani's state is connected to him. Unless the Indian government wants to touch him, no one in their family is afraid. It can be passed down safely. Inside the office, Amrapur looked at the chots on the table and smiled. The chots are about the same as rupees. It is not difficult for him to imitate them. They have printed a large number of chots before. However, the market doesn't accept it. Myanmar has always been an agricultural country with a surplus of agricultural products, but its industry is weak and a large number of products need to be imported from foreign countries. Therefore, in the past, people used to sell agricultural products in exchange for large amounts of rupees, then use rupees to exchange for various industrial products. It is rare to receive large amounts of chots here. Therefore, make chots. Too little use. Later, great changes took place in Myanmar. It was okay at first. However, since Zero became the deputy chief and Lankai approved the establishment of the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, their industrial products have gradually been affected. This time, the trade situation remains unchanged, because the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone is too far away. Moreover, the products are too expensive. Although the quality is good, for ordinary consumers, price is king. Therefore, Myanmar still maintains the model of mainly earning rupees in exchange for Indian industrial products. After Zero went up, the whole situation has changed rapidly, and the control of import and export has become stricter. Most of India's industrial products that were popular here have been rejected by Myanmar's newly introduced quality standards, which are becoming more and more strict. Now, instead, they need to import a large amount of product from Myanmar. This required a large amount of chots, which created a market demand for imitation chots. They followed the demand and prepared to make a fortune, but within a month, the situation changed again. The Burmese currency must be banned. Promote the Asian dollar. This made him a little anxious. This means their money-making time can only last until the end of December this year. After that, they will completely lose this source of money. As for imitating the Asian dollar, their engineers had already studied it and concluded that there was nothing they could do. Yeyuan's anti-counterfeiting technology is too high. If you want to imitate the real thing, only big countries can do it. Amrapur, can handle some production plants in India that control raw materials, but big countries, he can't even think about it, including the United States, Japan, Britain, Germany, Russia, and China. Can't afford to offend anyone. Good thing. The deadline for redemption is at the end of the year. Before then, you can make a good profit. Brother, the 3rd batch of customized raw materials has been contacted and they will be shipped as soon as possible. In the office, Umbral's cousin came in and reported to him. Seeing the brand new chots on the table, he picked up a stack and smelled it. Smells good. The smell of money. Okay, with this money, we have started to print in batches and have people work overtime to make it look old. This time, Brahma gave us the opportunity. And Rebel smoked his cigar proudly, his eyes full of fire. Because you can't print rupees like crazy. They have hoarded a lot of raw materials. This time, As long as he adds a little more of a few key color changing inks, he can start printing money crazily. Anyway, this time is Indian shot, and India is not taking action, so he has no psychological burden at all. No matter how awesome Zero is, he has no right to judge him. This time, he has arranged it. After being aged, the money will pass through the border in batches. He has already found out where he can't pass such a long border. There are no restrictions on deposits and withdrawals of Asian dollars in Myanmar. In other words, he could get enough Asian dollars back. No matter what, it's fine to store it there. Many things in Myanmar are pretty good. Okay. His cousin responded and went out. It is not difficult to make old shots with money. They have specially developed their own tools, and through more than a dozen processes, they can make a brand new shot look like it has been used for several years. Folds, greasy, dust, missing corners, friction, water damage. All kinds of old coins can be made in 2 hours on an assembly line and in batches. It can be said that no matter how fast the printing speed is, they can make more old coins at a faster speed. It is convenient here, and they are professional. Command room. After listening to Anrabul's words, Tang Qing looked at the countdown on the projection with less than 10 seconds left and smiled slightly. This man is really a talent, but he has chosen the wrong person. However, Tang Qing is uncomfortable looking at India. This man is a worm within India. Therefore, this time, Tang Qing just wanted to cut off his ability to print shots and did not want to kill everyone. He helped India clean up a big bad guy for no reason. Tang Qing felt that he was at a loss for such a good deed. Under night, outside the printing plant, several figures approached at a speed that ordinary people could not understand. Their footsteps were light and silent. Facing the tall wall in front of them, which was 4.5 meters tall, they just took off and reached the edge of the top of the wall. At this time, surveillance and high-voltage protection nets around the printing plant were taken over. Soldiers gathered around masks, strong and vigorous. After climbing over the wall, then they rushed towards the underground money printing point of the printing factory. The dark night around them appeared like day in the eyes of the soldiers. In the eyes of the soldiers, the entire printing factory was like a transparent house. It was clear who was inside. The satellite has a penetration thickness of 20 meters. Let everything here be invisible. Fighting? No. It can only be said to be a warm-up. These people. I'm not qualified to fight with the soldiers. Otherwise, I will be too bullying. This is a group of rabble. The younger ones are in their teens. The older ones are in their 40s or 50s. All of them are dark-skinned, and they look miserable. They followed Honorable just to make ends meet. They are considered servants and are not qualified to share profits with their masters. In India, landowners are still the main voice holders among the people, and other people can only rent land from the landlords for farming. Tang Qing doesn't want to do good deeds. There is no reason to kill these people. Therefore, it is important to make quick decisions. Then, the whole operation. It was over in just a few minutes. The soldiers carried tranquilizer weapons with them. Coupled with the cooperation of drones, the guards and security personnel of Amrapur fell to the ground one after another. These anesthesia guns are made of self-dissolving materials and will dissolve in 3 minutes. Will not cause harm to human body. 2 hours later, the effect of the medicine will wear off. No scars can be seen on the skin, and there will be no pain after waking up, but the body will be a little weak. Just sleep, and it will be quite effective. Scientists have never stopped researching this kind of butterfly equipment. Underground, huge counterfeit money printing factory. The equipment was still running, but dozens of Indians had fallen to the ground, motionless, including Umbral's cousin. As soon as he entered the door, he was about to order printing and aging at the same time. Before he was halfway through, he felt a little sleepy. Then, like everyone else, a dozen micro-robots that had been sneaked into the basement in advance were anesthetized and fell to the ground at the same time. Anesthetized the guards along the way in the building. After the soldiers entered, there were already people lying on the ground. Without hesitation, they came to their warehouse. A soldier threw a small ball on the ground. The screen flashed, and all the counterfeit money in the warehouse disappeared. Came to the raw material warehouse again. In order to create an illusion of comrades doing it, All of them were teleported away by the soldiers using transmission nodes. Now, Enriebel wanted to gather the materials for printing shots. It will take some time. Until then, the shot has been reduced to useless paper. Watching the printing press spit out printed shots one by one, a soldier turns off the machine. Even the ink inside was not spared, and part of its circuit board was destroyed by the way. After everything was done and the micro-robots were teleported away, the soldiers followed a passage in the basement that they used to escape. Slipped away. It didn't take more than 5 minutes. The mission is over. If it doesn't feel too strange. This mission doesn't even require soldiers to go there. Those micro-robots can handle them all. Seeing the notes on the projector showing the completion of the mission, Tang Qing felt that next time he could find an interesting mission to have fun with. I have nothing to offer myself. It has never been put to use. This day, not bad. No one. He hopes that there will be life-threatening excitement every day for a lifetime, and being ordinary is the real thing. He hopes that nothing will happen to his relatives, that his friends will be fine, and that his enemies will be fine. All disappeared. Commander, Mission 53245 is completed. Tang Yihue reported. Well, continue to pay attention. I don't want anyone to print counterfeit banknotes to exchange for our money. All the recovered counterfeit coins will be destroyed. Tang Qing ordered. The shots are useless. And the rupees, he still has piles of unused ones. Raw material? What are we going to do with these inferior raw materials? If not destroyed, it still takes up space. Yes, Commander. Tang, he finished. A destruction order was immediately issued to the soldiers in the transmission area. Within a few minutes, these banknotes with a face value of more than 10 million yuan, as well as raw materials costing more than 20 million yuan, were destroyed. A task of this difficulty is actually just for fun, not exciting. Tang Qing sat on the chair, thinking about how to quickly complete those achievement tasks that looked daunting. What the hell? Everyone, none are less than 1 trillion Asian dollars. It can easily reach trillions. The system really doesn't treat money as money. For example, it was necessary to issue Asian dollars worth 1 trillion yuan. Just 2 days ago, when the Central Bank of Myanmar opened an account to apply for exchange, it was completed. This is the last achievement mission, too, to be completed. And now, the amount of Asian dollar issuance required by the task has reached 10 trillion, which is equivalent to 10 trillion yuan. However, so far, even if all Myanmar chats are exchanged, the issuance amount will only be about 3 trillion Asian dollars. Is it much? Not much, actually. This issuance is not just cash. There are also electronic currencies and various loans. Among them, even if it is residence deposits, there are more than 50 million Myanmar residents. The average deposit per person is not much now, only more than 20,000 yuan. This is more than 1 trillion. Coupled with corporate loans, personal loans, and cash flow, as well as the expected degree of economic development in Myanmar, the stock market will start and consumer loans will increase. The ability can be said to reach 3 trillion. This still took a lot of effort, to the extent that can be achieved. This is also the reason why Tang Qing feels that if things don't go well, the completion time of achievement task 3 cannot be delayed for 3, 5, or 10 years. Money really can't be paid out as much as you want. Here as you please. It would be weird if there was no inflation. But Mian Yao couldn't bear it all. If the Myanmar stock market is not launched before the end of the year. With Tang Qing's next Asian dollar strategy, it will definitely cause a lot of inflation, which Tang Qing does not want to see. 1-to-1 with the RMB is the current exchange rate that the Asian dollar must maintain. Appreciation may even occur, but depreciation must not occur. Exchange rate. It's confidence. Confidence in the currency must not collapse, otherwise, not to mention the domestic impact, the internationalization of the Asian dollar will definitely be affected. The United States uses the US dollar to kidnap the world, and the exchange rate is stable. Other currencies, but there is no such treatment. Moderate inflation is conducive to economic development, but now is not the time for moderate inflation. This has just replaced the chot. So you're worthless? It's really a bit bad. Especially after the Asian dollar replaced the chot. Want to maintain the exchange rate. It is a difficult question in itself. You need to know, what is the exchange rate? It is the transaction ratio recognized by everyone in overseas currency market transactions. This price is determined by the international exchange rate market. Since I'm not in the country wants to intervene. You can only use the US dollar, the common currency in the international exchange rate market, to operate. Once the US dollar reserves are insufficient and you run out of ammunition, you can only watch others play with your country's currency. In this process, how to escape a sniper attack? In addition to the two relatively safe methods of depleting foreign exchange reserves and raising interest rates, there's actually a very simple way. Strictly control lending and short currency. The main process is still focused on short selling. Prerequisites for short selling. You can borrow so much money to sell. That is to say, a country's financial market must be opened. Foreign institutions can get a lot of money, but you have nothing to do with it, and then they use the money to sell it at a discount in the international market. If you want to maintain the exchange rate, you have to buy it back with US dollars in the international market. Otherwise, just watch it fall. In fact, yuan's protection is quite good. First, the economy is relatively independent, and the less exchanges it has, the stronger its ability to withstand attacks. It is similar now. There is no stock market, only a little bond market. The financial derivatives market has disappeared, and international lending is also following the trend. From now on, Tang Qing is also prepared to implement this policy. Take your time. Never rush things. The Asian dollar must be an unsinkable giant ship that stands firm in the waves. Quality is more important than quantity. It will not relax the supervision of the financial industry in order to expand its influence and circulation. He is ready to learn from China. Drag slowly, drag hard. Even before Tang Qing was reborn, China's financial industry is still firmly controlled by China itself. Even if foreign banks come in, they are subject to various restrictions and cannot make waves in the country. Most people don't even know that foreign banks have opened in China. Regarding the RMB exchange rate, the pricing power is actually also in the hands of China. China's huge foreign exchange reserves and strong currency control capabilities prevent other countries from arbitrarily moving the RMB. That's why the United States often says that China manipulates the RMB exchange rate because they want the RMB to appreciate, so they can only shout slogans. If China does not want the RMB to appreciate, the United States will not do anything even if it talks. From now on, it is also expected to increase by 1 Asian dollar. But this current definition of exchange rate manipulation is a bit inaccurate. Exchange rate manipulation refers to deliberately lowering the exchange rate of a domestic currency to make goods cheaper, making them more attractive in international trade. And the Asian dollar, Tang Qing never thought of deliberately suppressing him. Because the Asian dollar strategy is different from China's RMB strategy. China needs to create jobs and attract investment, so it needs to maintain a lower exchange rate and earn foreign exchange through exports. Otherwise, the employment of so many people will be a big problem. What about Myanmar? He never thought about selling cheap things. Since we don't plan to use the low-price strategy, Tang Qing certainly hopes that the Asian dollar will become more and more valuable. If it can compare with the US dollar, that will be better. In the future, this is not an unachievable dream. If you work hard, you'll have great hope. The rise of the Asian dollar. There will be a battle with the US dollar. But now, he has to worry about the risk of depreciation caused by the rapid issuance of Asian dollars. He doesn't want to open up the financial market, but he also wants to complete the task quickly and avoid confronting the US dollar now. This is a technical job. You have to consider it carefully. Better yet, at present, the exchange rate initiative of the Asian dollar is still in its hands, because Myanmar has not received assistance from the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF. It does not need it now and will not need it in the future. The United States uses these two tools. It has almost opened the financial doors of countries around the world. What these two institutions are best at is prescribing chronic poison. For example, the International Monetary Fund, any lending country, must include two conditions. First, privatization of state-owned enterprises. Second, exchange rate liberalization. The previous one, it can give Europe and the United States the opportunity to control the economic lifeline of other countries. The latter one, it can provide convenience for international capital to loot the wealth of other countries. It can be said, these two knives, one part is controlled by the United States, and the other part is controlled by the European Union. They work together to create an international financial environment that is conducive to themselves, which has caused misfortune to many countries, including enemies and allies. This is why the BRICS Bank and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank advocated by China were accepted by so many countries. Because China did not put forward so many messy conditions. Stayed in the command room for a while. Tang Qing returned to the hotel. On the bed, Lin Jiaxue is sleeping soundly. These days, under the leadership of Murayama Qin and Gu Feng, they thoroughly visited the island country's famous attractions and local distinctive places. They ate, drank, and had a good time. They will return to Nagoya tomorrow to say goodbye to the Ling family. The day after tomorrow, they are about to return home. Within a short period of time, they probably don't want to come back anymore. So if they come out for a walk, they think it's better to stay at home. Huge estate, delicious food, familiar people. There are also scenic spots around Qingyan City. Anyway, in addition to seeing different places, different people, and hearing about some incomprehensible life, customs, and culture, the novelty gradually lost. This time when they go back, they will go to the Sea View Villa in Sanya to stay for a few days. Then he returned to Qingyan City. India. Counterfeit money printing factory. The effect of the medicine wears off. Everyone woke up faintly and looked at the colleagues who were also confused around them. They knew immediately that something had happened and quickly checked whether there were any injuries on their bodies. They found that apart from being a little sleepy, nothing was wrong. Poisoned. Bang, Anne Rebel's office was pushed away. Brother, it's not good. Anne Rebel's cousin shook him. The others were poisoned, but Anne Rebel really fell asleep. He opened his eyes drowsily. What? Umbrella said lazily. We were robbed. Who dares to rob us? You don't want to live anymore. Anne Rebel said coldly, thinking that someone had robbed bulk goods or other belongings of his own industry, and then asked how many things were robbed from us. No, our discolored ink and paper raw material warehouses were emptied and the money printing equipment was damaged. His cousin was anxious and felt scared. If someone had malicious intentions, he would have already returned to the West. Hear this. Anne Rebel jumped up and shouted, What did you say? These things. But I saved it over the years. Gone all of a sudden? Our guards and the people below were all unconscious. When they woke up, they found signs of poisoning, but no one seemed to have died. Our discolored ink. He had no choice but to say it again. I heard someone sneaking in silently. Poison. Then he blatantly emptied his family's fortune. Umbrel sat back and felt a little fear in his heart. His life was on the verge of death. Are there any clues? No. Unlabel was silent. Numerous speculations arose in my mind. The first was to analyze the motive. I robbed nothing else but the color-changing ink and the raw materials for printing coins. It was most likely that it was done by a colleague or a just man, never from Mani State Government and Government of India. Otherwise, it's not destroy evidence. Instead, the people came directly to take the stolen goods. This is hard to guess. There's so many colleagues, domestic and foreign. These people are powerful and motivated. There are many righteous people, and it may even be the awakening of conscience of any worker in the printing factory. This was done together with people inside and outside. The tree attracts the wind. You have few enemies in Anne Rebel. After thinking about it for a while, I still had no idea. He rubbed his head, stumbled. Call immediately to ask the border checkpoints to pay attention. Strictly check the trucks passing by, and send people out to inquire about any suspicious vehicles passing by. Also, check inside the factory one by one. Anne Rebel ordered. Something happened. He had to find a way to save it. Although he was not an official, he still had this bit of face. Understood. At this time, a possibility flashed through Anne Rebel's mind, but he quickly shook his head. This is India. How could people from Myanmar come over and rob him of his raw materials? If so, he didn't want to believe it. Personal. Gang. he can still think of a way. Give it a try. But a country. Are you going to try to take revenge? If you really think that hundreds of thousands of soldiers are vegetarians, just sending a special team here will make him disappear forever and no one will stand up for him afterwards. It is not the same level at all. Tokyo. The sun is rising. In the hotel's presidential suite, Tang Qing was wearing pajamas, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, staring at the cityscape in the distance, feeling only one thing: crowded. There are not many high-rise buildings in the endless urban agglomeration, and the tallest building is a TV tower. Far away, since the air quality is not bad, even Mount Fuji is looming. Look at the city. Tang Qing narrowed his eyes. Here, one day, there will be a new order. The executors of the Island Emerging Consortium Plan are following the steps and casting a huge net, waiting for one day to emerge from the cocoon and become a butterfly, becoming a presence that cannot be ignored in this land. After breakfast, they flew back to Nagoya. Get off the plane. See a cloudless sky. Good weather. Gufeng praised. Suitable for fishing. Tang Qing nodded. Brother, you can't change. I remember that you used to like painting and had such a good musical talent. Later, you developed into fishing. You also used a straight hook. Qin Shichi immediately jumped out and complained. Think about those days. Draw, music, wood carving. Tang Qing can be considered a master. Now, it seems that he is still a master. It is rare to see Tang Qing immersed in these things. It can be understood that she can be the best. But fishing with a straight hook is a hobby that she cannot fulfill. The process is more important than the result. Tang Qing smiled. Gufeng said with a smile, there is a state. How did I hear? You are stupid. Yes. Remove the question mark. Hey, you still have a car? Walking to the side of the road, Gufeng saw 6 Mercedes-Benz S in a row and was stunned. When they were in Tokyo, 6 Mercedes-Benz S took them to the airport. Now, there are 6 more of the same model here. Well, to be prepared, there are dedicated people to arrange security. Tang Qing explained. There are at least 50 bulletproof Mercedes-Benz S of this type parked in the Security General Warehouse in Myanmar. Security Warehouse. In addition to the large military equipment warehouse. A secret warehouse specifically responsible for allocating equipment to soldiers around the world is located in the mountainous area of the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone, not far from the gold smelting plant. It contains bulletproof modified versions of almost most of the world's mainstream models. Just the inventory of cars. Just over 2,000. The market value exceeds 10 billion renminbi. To prepare for possible missions at any time, the military trucks and Humvees for the Central Guards were all deployed from here. Like the gold smelting plant, the entire mountainous area was designated as a military restricted area. Now, the underground river gold mine is still collecting gold for him day and night. About 2.5 tons per day, including Algeria and dozens of other newly discovered gold mines. Nearly 4 tons of gold are received every day. Looking at the glittering gold in the warehouse, there are more than 5,000 tons of gold reserves. Tang Qing no longer felt anything. These gold reserves, most of it will still be hidden, but in order to further increase the outside world's confidence in the Asian dollar, in October, after the stock market opens, the Bank of Myanmar and Asia will announce part of its gold reserves. Not much, just 2,000 tons. This amount, it has been able to squeeze into the world's 5th largest gold reserve country, ranking behind the United States, Germany, Italy, and France, and slightly higher than China. This ranking actually has no fundamental significance, because gold is no longer a common currency for transactions in various countries. At most, if you really have no money, you can still use it to pay off your bills. But, used to increase market confidence. Enough. Certainly, this reserve is not a country's gold holdings, but only the central bank's reserves. Gold that exists in other forms such as individuals, institutions, minerals, etc. is not included in this statistical category. So, the 2,000 tons of gold reserves seem to be higher than the reserves of the Central Bank of China. But in terms of the total gold holdings of a country, the gold in Myanmar in Tang Qing's hands is actually not as good as that of China. Hear the words. Gufeng nodded. Tang Qing's level of richness once again refreshed his understanding. He prepared double bodyguards and double cars. As a young master from a big family, he only brought 2 bodyguards with him. Incomparable, if you dare to have such a scene. His grandfather would definitely hit him on the head with a pipe, making a loud banging sound. Luxury, the Gu family would not reject. So many private jets are not decorations, but they cannot be wasted. Tang Qing's behavior is already seriously extravagant. Everyone gets on the bus, heading towards Murayama-kin's resort hotel. Inside the car, Tang Qing opened the car window. Warm air blows. Extremely comfortable. However, the only dissatisfaction was the traffic in the island country. It was stop and go and slow. After driving a few kilometers, the convoy in front suddenly stopped. A message came to Tang Qing's ears that there had been a series of car accidents ahead. The entire lane was blocked. The process of being stuck in traffic is boring. If there was a fly buzzing during this process, which made it even more boring, because at this moment, a voice came to his ear. "Hello, miss, my name is Shimokawa-ji. Nice to meet you." Tang Qing turned his head to the left. He saw a young man chatting up his wife. His confidence was a green Lamborghini under his, but the price should be high. But in Tang Qing's eyes, something worth several million yuan was really cheap. And Lin Jiaxue had no idea what he was talking about and was a little confused. She didn't know this person, so why did he talk to her? So he turned to look at Tang Qing and said, Tang, is he lost?" Tang Qing laughed. "My wife is really cute." "I guess so, let me tell you." After that, he said to Zaichuanji, "Neither my wife nor I are interested in getting to know you." "Your wife?" Zaichuanji looked at Tang Qing and then at Lin Jiaxue. "Is such a young girl actually married?" Impossible. He didn't believe it. It must have been an excuse to dismiss him. "Impossible. I think you two are like brother and sister." Shimokawa-ji guessed. "You really have an imagination," he said. Tang Qing rolled up the car window. Too lazy to waste words. Could it be? Do I still have to prove to him that my wife is my wife? Joke. When Shimokawa-ji saw this, he frowned, a little dissatisfied, and even ignored himself. However, looking at Tang Qing's Mercedes-Benz fleet, he thought that he was not an ordinary person, and he couldn't help but talk to him again. Soon, the team is on the road again. A kick of the gas. Boom! Shimokawa-ji's Lamborghini rushed out. It was probably urgent. To be honest, Tang Qing really felt a little strange seeing this car on the island country. For luxury cars, the island country's consumer market is already very small. Not so much comparison. They prefer to drive local cars, which have low fuel consumption and are not expensive. He has been here for more than 2 weeks and has traveled around most places in the island country. This is the first foreign brand sports car he has encountered. This way, I like modifying cars. It is not very popular to buy this kind of finished sports car. Return to the villa. It's barely 11 o'clock. Mitsuki Murayama has arrived early. These days, she did not follow him, but took care of the family business. Otherwise, it would not be appropriate to do nothing for half a month and accompany Tang Qing with Murayama-kin. After greeting Tang Qing and the others, she and Murayama-kin left. Come again for the farewell party in the evening. After drinking tea for a while, Gufeng answered a phone call. When he came back, he said to Tang Kai, "Mr. Tang, do you have a good relationship with their superiors in Myanmar?" This question was asked like an idiot. Tang Kai was stunned. It feels like the rhythm of asking him to do things. Most people will definitely feel a thump in their hearts after hearing this, and Tang Kai is no exception. "Master Gu, what's wrong?" Tang Kai had no choice but to ask the reason first. Gufeng was a little embarrassed. He smiled bitterly and said, "A cousin of mine went to Myanmar and wanted to develop commercial housing and tourism in Myanmar. This is not a problem. She wanted me to ask if I could get a permit." Commercial housing? Except for the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone, there seems to be no restrictions on foreign capital. As for tourism, even the Myanmar-Asia Special Economic Zone has no relevant restrictions. Tang Kai puzzled. The company he worked with, Wang Sa, was engaged in construction. Wei Jun is engaged in tourism. He is not familiar with these two aspects of policies, but he is not ignorant of some basic regulations. On this issue, Gufeng gave an explanation. It turned out that what she wanted to get involved in was not the house in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Everyone in Myanmar knew that it was the territory of the Myanmar Asia Bank, and it was impossible to set a precedent specifically for one person. Elsewhere, the construction of general commercial housing is not restricted. But what she wants to do this time is actually tourism real estate in Delin province in the southeast of Myanmar. This province has a long coastline, longer than the entire coastline of South China province combined, and has more than 800 offshore islands. Many islands are larger than Phuket in Thailand. Water quality is excellent. The climate is humid. Beautiful environment. It can be said, if it is developed, it will definitely be a good resort. What a pity. Before, Myanmar does not pay much attention to tourism because the surrounding countries are all big countries with developed tourism. On the lower left are the Maldives, Singapore, and Malaysia. On the right is Thailand and Hong Kong. To be honest, the tourist location is very awkward. At last, I had no choice but to ignore it and break the jar. No more falling. But that was before. The situation is very different now. The cancer treatment provided by the Myanmar Medical Group has given unprecedented visibility to the form of tourism here. Among those patients are many high-ranking officials and wealthy people who control a large amount of wealth. He must have a special affection for the country and company that saved him. He must not stay in a better place during his recovery period, and he must not stay there for a while during his re-examination. The current high-end real estate in Myanmar is almost zero. This market gap needs someone to fill it. Business opportunities. This is the business opportunity. After listening to the explanation, Tang Qing kept nodding. It's true that what Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group is doing now can indeed stimulate high-end housing. Just these few days, the villa-style resort hotel he built in Naypyidaw has already received more than a dozen buyers. If he wants to buy it at a high price, if he sells it, he can directly earn more than double, at least 100 million yuan. But Tang Qing's original intention of building a villa hotel was not to make money, but to provide a place for his family to stay. At last, of course, he rejected the other party. Hearing this, Tang Qing was a little moved. There seemed to be no reason to miss this opportunity to pick up money. Has she asked the local government? What is the difficulty? Tang Qing asked. I asked, and Delin province is very supportive. However, since the beginning of August, Zero has ordered to freeze the approval of Myanmar coastal tourism real estate and projects. The news my cousin inquired about is that they are likely to digest it internally. Gufeng said. Internal digestion. Tang Qing muttered. Like, it is also in line with Zero's style. The wealth does not go to outsiders. There are many forces and families within Myanmar. They are not qualified to eat the cake of medicine. They are left to eat alone. They must be given a certain balance elsewhere. What my cousin means is that if you want to gain admission, you can't just leave some corner snacks in the end. Gufeng said. After speaking, he emphasized, if it's difficult, forget it, and my cousin will ask me to ask. Tang Qing nodded. I don't know much about this yet. Let me ask. Okay. Then, I checked the time and made a call. Brother Meow. Tang Qing called affectionately. Meoween. Every time he went to Noi Baidu, he would visit the Chinese-Burmese people at their door. This is one of the first members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce, and the only Chinese family among them. His eldest son was promoted to the mayor of Naypyidaw after Ling went up. After Zero was successfully re-elected and secured his position, he received another promotion due to his correct alignment. Director of Myanmar Economic Development and Reform Commission, equivalent to the head of a department. This is an important department. When Ling was the deputy chief before, this was the only department in charge. Important. Even though there were so many deputy leaders, Zero was not released. He has always been directly responsible for it, and it is one of the few departments he is directly responsible for. Many people speculate that this department will be a step for Myanmar ministers to jump to deputy chief ministers in the future, because Zero's power over the department has been strengthened like never before. It has become the anchor of Myanmar's economic order. Almost all major economic activities, from the construction of new cities to the street landscape design of a small town, have to go through the formalities here. There is no other purpose. Control the direction of overall development and ensure the stability of the economic order. With visible hands. Forced intervention in the market. Some people think this kind of control will make a country's economy lose vitality. However, facts have proven that only appropriate and strong control can protect the interests of most people. If we learn from the United States, the construction of a railway would take more than 10 years just to build a railway. If it is not completed in the end, then it is really nonsense. Tang Qing felt, for this kind of matter, it is most appropriate to ask Miao Yin. No matter how great the interests of Delin province are, they still have to pass the committee. Mr. Tang, what's wrong? Miao Yin laughed. Tang Qing liked this kind of directness. I do have something to do. I just want to find out whether there is any early allocation for the tourism industry in Delin province. As you know, it is not convenient for me to ask him about such a small matter. Miao Yin understood. I heard that this is indeed a possibility, but my son didn't give me a very accurate answer. So that's it. I asked a friend if possible. It would be good to make some money. Tang Qing said, if this involves Ling, then we can only wait. As you know, no one dares to suggest who should give it to whom. Miao Yin's son also told him at the time not to ask around. If there was really a cake, Ling would definitely not forget their family. For the benefit of Dream province. Miao Yin was not in a hurry at all. Anyway, the meat is in the pot. Can't run away. If you inquire too much, it is easy to arouse Ling's resentment. Since Miao Yin's eldest son has been appreciated by Ling, he has jumped up several levels in just 2 years. He is in a high position and has many jealous people. The Miao family is at the forefront of the storm. Countless pairs of eyes stared. But we can't let this little benefit destroy the hard-won opportunity and power. It's not easy for the Miao family to let it go. Now, the Miao family only thinks about one thing. That is to support Zero unswervingly. Continuing power. Think about it. Miao Yin smiled again and said, Mr. Tang, I don't think you need to worry. If Ling really wants to do it, you, as the first batch of members of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce, will definitely have a great chance. However, if it is someone else, it's hard to say. Hearing this, Tang Qing nodded. Same. Go up from 0. Until now, Ling's support for the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce has not diminished, and even Tang Qing still feels that Ling is still delivering a large amount of benefits to the businessmen of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce and expanding their influence. The purpose? It should be building the backbone of the Myanmar Asian system. Myanmar Asian series. It is now considered a new interest group over there. Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone from the beginning. From the initial expansion of the economic territory of the Asian Yuan and the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce, to the subsequent expansion of the political territory, Tang Qing even secretly said that he had deployed a large number of personnel into Myanmar's armed forces. Myanmar Asian series. It is gradually becoming a huge interest group that controls the entire Myanmar politics, economy, and military force. Chatted with Miao Yin for a few more words. Tang Qing hung up the phone. Looking at Gufeng, he shook his head and said with a smile, Young Master Go, the situation over there is unclear right now, but if they relax restrictions on foreign development companies, I will find a way to help. If Ling didn't say this, he couldn't help it. Once opened, with his network of connections, this little help can still be of help. Hear the words. Gufeng thanked him. Thank you. If possible, I'll trouble you. My cousin has a strong personality and will do whatever it takes to get into any business. However, this time I really hit a wall. Other countries, no matter what, it's easy to say, but for countries with concentrated voice, the power of capital will appear a bit weak. Give money? People don't want it. Looking for someone? This time, it was useless to find someone at the deputy chief level. They had nothing to do with it. Fortunately, there are not many countries like this. Haha. The people over there are indeed a bit rigid in doing things. Tang Qing said with a smile. At the same time, I added something to my mind. For my own people, my efficiency is quite high. Currently, it is the only electric vehicle license plate in Myanmar. Just a few words. Just gave it to him. The formalities were completed for him in a snap. Whether it was a loan or something else, he didn't feel any hindrance. As long as the benefits are for you, they are for you, and he will also provide you with policy and legal protection. So sweet. Subsequently, Gufeng contacted his cousin, conveyed Tang Qing's meaning. Can get such a reply. They were actually very happy there, mainly because they had been relatively isolated before. They never expected that such huge interest would suddenly appear here, and a relationship network construction was seriously lagging behind. Now, ever since the transcription solution was released, a large number of public relations experts have poured in here to help various companies, interest groups, and even countries build their own information and relationship networks. Many people in key positions are facing huge temptations. And this, in fact, it is also a test of a governing system. However, so far, all parties have achieved little results. The common view here is, if you can make friends, the money will be free. Otherwise, the position may have to be replaced tomorrow. Such a result, in fact, it attracts more attention from all parties. Otherwise, in a short time, the potential of such a place may be reduced by several levels. When doing business, most businessmen like stable business and clear rules. Say what? That's what. As for being more strict, it doesn't matter. They're not afraid to follow the rules. They're afraid that someone will be more unruly than them. For example, Tang Qing, or in other words, the entire Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce, an increasingly large economic organization, actually enjoys economic privileges in Myanmar. Many foreign businessmen are envious to death. But I just can't eat it. Then, businessmen have another word to comfort themselves. Fairness is always relative. There is no such thing as Tang Qing's fate, and there is no credit for keeping up with the pace in the early stages of zero growth like other members of the Chamber of Commerce. Don't think about anything else. After lunch, Gufeng and Lingya also left. At the farewell banquet in the evening, he had to pick up his father-in-law's family. When he returned to his wife's house this time, his son-in-law didn't get along much with Lingya's family. He mainly accompanied Tang Qing and the others. Very incompetent. So, the following week, Gufeng will continue to stay in Nagoya and will return to the United States later to start working. In the past, Gufeng felt that he was a young talent among his peers and friends, and he was young and promising. Now, being so stimulated by Tang Qing, he felt that his achievements were not enough. Effort. Keep up the good work. When leaving, he also borrowed 2 cars from Tang Qing and has been riding in Tang Qing's cars these days. Gufeng found that these cars were extremely comfortable, and they were driven by great drivers. He was used to riding in luxury cars. You can see the difference immediately. Master, now, I am also past the age where I love racing. There's a wife waiting at home. I may have children in the future, but I can't do something as dangerous as drag racing. Gufeng prepared. When he got back, he sold half of his collection of sports cars in exchange for some money to invest in business. Tang Qing promised to give him 2 such cars. In return, he was also going to give Tang Qing some sports cars. But Tang Qing didn't want it. He also wanted to give one to Qin Shiqi or Tang Yener. But the 2 women also shook their heads decisively. One doesn't like sports cars. Even one knows that he is not qualified to accept it. Then, his global limited edition sports cars cannot be given away in packages. It also left him speechless. It seems. This favor, he has to pay it back later, and Gufeng is not in a hurry. The days are long, they are all young, and there is no need to pay back the favor overnight. The cooperation between the Tang family and the Gu family still has a long way to go. After Gufeng left, Tang Qing pulled Tang Qing to the balcony on the 2nd floor. Tang, do you know anything about the affairs in Delin province? Tang Qing asked softly. Gufeng was here just now, so it was difficult to ask Tang Qing about this kind of thing. Outsiders thought that his relationship with Ling depended entirely on himself. But Tang Qing knew. It was mainly due to the nephew in front of me. If you don't understand, just ask. My own nephew. No shame. After hearing this, Tang Qing smiled and waved to a soldier not far away. The soldier immediately came over and handed over a document. The document was wrapped in a cover, and it was unclear what it was. Second uncle, take a look. Tang Qing quickly came over. He looked at Tang Qing, saw Tang Qing nodding, and turned to the first page. He saw big Chinese characters in the middle. Burma National Tourism Comprehensive Development Plan 2007-2010 inch. There is no eunuch in this book, so I will only update this chapter today, and I will try my best to resume updating from tomorrow. Well, that's it. Please vote for me, by the way. Saw this title. Tang Qing was shocked. He had never heard of Zero issuing such a white paper. Just when he was about to ask, Tang Qing explained directly, "Second uncle, this thing will be released in the next few days. It is not a secret, and it contains more official words." Tang Qing continued to flip through it. Watch for a while. Really, it does not mention the specific distribution of benefits, but only carries out an in-depth tourism development plan for the whole country of Myanmar. In addition to the major coastal provinces, there is also the construction of characteristic scenic spots in the interior, covering almost all provinces in Myanmar. Documentation requirements. Within 3 years, hundreds of scenic spots planned inside will be renovated and standardized to operate to ensure tourism quality and international image. Numerous regulations have been put forward for construction standards and management. For example, must have convenient transportation and supporting infrastructure construction. There must be transparent charging standards and price disclosure. Like the current tourism management regulations in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, the protection of tourist interests has been fixed in the form of legislation. To this end, Ling is also preparing to establish a new department. Ministry of National Tourism. Actually, this isn't exactly a new department either. Only the establishment of the previous Tourism Bureau has been expanded and renamed, its powers have been strengthened, and its work content has increased. In the text, the Tourism Real Estate Development Plan was highlighted, and Delon Province, which has the longest coastline and the most islands, was naturally mentioned the most. In the future, this will be the most important tourism province in Myanmar. Not one long coastline. 1/10 of the first batch has been designated as tourist land, and dozens of islands have been included in the development plan. If the projects in this document are developed, it is conservatively estimated that the funds required will exceed 1 trillion Asian dollars. Is it much? Not much really. It is also mentioned in it. Infrastructure and supporting facilities will be allocated by local governments and superiors, while development and operations will be handed over to other companies, and auctions will be used to determine the distribution of these cakes. What made Tang Qing chuckle the most was this auction. Instead of everyone gathering together to bid, it is a secret auction where a minimum price is given, and all participants have a chance to bid for each piece of cake, and who wins in the end. That depends on luck. I saw the last sentence. It will not be announced after the auction. Tang Qing knew. The operating space here is huge. Zero wants to give it to anyone. You can give it to anyone. Others can't comment because all the participants have been screened, and the people selected are all those who agree with the distribution rules. Who dares to question it? Tang, I'm going to bid. What's the chance of winning? Tang Qing closed the document. In this bidding, half of the projects have actually been owned, and the remaining half is a fair competition for everyone. This means that Zero will give the relevant families and forces 1 to 2 guaranteed projects. If you propose to participate in the bidding, you will definitely win. Tang Qing explained. Hear this. Tang Qing was happy. It felt so good to be taken care of. Privileges made most people angry, but as a person who enjoys privileges, the feeling in my heart, TSK, don't mention it. What are the standards for foreign bidders? Tang Qing asked. As long as you have development experience in related industries and sufficient strength, it will be fine. For this tourism development, Myanmar's domestic banks will not issue a penny of loans to these foreign developers. Tang Qing said, no ability. I want to come to the White Wolf with nothing. Dream. This is a common method used by many international capitals. After entering the market of another country, they often do not use their own money, but borrow money from that country. In the end, they get things done without spending any money. This way, the risk is left to the local bank. Earned. Everyone is happy. Losing money. The worst-case scenario is that you may need to borrow money from a bank to extend your life, or run away, or you may easily be defrauded or misappropriated for other purposes. This situation generally occurs in emerging market countries because they lack investment. But here, no shortage of money. To make money, you have to spend real money. Want a loan? Okay, wait until the second batch of real estate is open to see if such policies will be introduced. For the first time, Tang Qing is ready to establish this tradition. A white wolf with empty gloves? Sorry, please go out and turn right. Thinking of the matter of Ge Feng's cousin, Tang Qing said again, "Second uncle, you can reply to her next time about young Master Ji's cousin. To make money, you have to show sincerity and don't try to take advantage of loopholes. According to the requirements there, as long as she can pass the preliminary qualification review, she will also have a guaranteed share. As for wanting more, then bid for the public part, which is quite a lot. Okay, then I will talk to young Master Ge tonight." Yeah. However, Tang, as a result, the inflow of large amounts of capital will inevitably lead to asset price bubbles. The skyrocketing prices of such real estate will not be consistent with the goal of zero stability. Tang Kai suddenly thought of Thailand. The Thai baht collapses. It started with the real estate bubble. The bigger the bubble, the easier it is to dive. Once it dives, his Asian dollar assets will also be affected. Hear the words. Tang Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Second uncle, you worry too much. Even if there is a currency attack and foreign capital withdraws collectively, it will be a long time later. Zero is not a freeloader. This real estate has not yet taken off. Just worry about landing. This cycle, in many cases, problems may occur only in units of 5 to 10 years. Because the real estate construction cycle is long, it can take 1 or 2 years, or as many as 3 to 5 years, and the bubble will not blow up much faster. Unless you really play drumming and passing flowers. But here, there is no soil for drumming to spread flowers. And, even if there is a bubble, Tang Qing will not give anyone a chance to expose it. This is the direct reason why Tang Qing has been imposing various restrictions on foreign investors. Other countries are eager for foreigners to invest. But there, Tang Qing's strategy is to vigorously support domestic capital. Because foreign capital is the most adaptable to the wind and runs very fast. These losers are also the direct source of economic and financial crises every time. This type of investors must be controlled within a certain range. Relatively speaking, the probability of domestic capital escaping is much smaller. There are many industries and projects that are prone to huge economic ups and downs. Must be strictly controlled. Yes, as long as the unique existence value here is maintained, it is impossible for what happened in Thailand to happen here. In terms of economic health, it is 10 times better than Thailand back then. Then I'm relieved. Let's see if we can build a big island. Many of the islands in Delin province are very beautiful and maintain their original ecology. Our family has another resort. Tang Kai said happily, "This kind of business, make money, has been placed in second place." That was the first thing he thought of. It's for the convenience of your own people. You will get your wish. Listening to his second uncle's description, Tang Qing said in his heart. The next day, morning, Nagoya Chubu International Airport. Ge Feng, his wife, and Mariama Kin's father and daughter sent off Tang Qing's family. After more than half a month of contact, the relationship between the parties had deepened a lot, and the happiest one among them was undoubtedly Mariama Kin. Ge Feng and Tang Qing are old acquaintances, but he, Mariama Kin, could only say that he knew him. Now, he already belongs to the kind of people who can visit each other. Although no business cooperation has been reached, there are still practical benefits. For example, Tang Kai increased his share of fruit wine purchases by 5 times. Not much though. It can also be purchased through other channels. Not short of money, but it's a recognition. Xiao Feng cherished this friend. Mariama Kin turned to Ge Feng and said, although Ge Feng was puzzled as to why Mariama Kin had such a good attitude towards Tang Qing and was totally kneeling, he still nodded. I will. This is actually what our family means. Yeah. On the plane, Qin Shichi was being carried by her aunt to read a book. Now, Qin Shichi didn't have the slightest resistance. This time she went out to play, and she had a lot of fun. She was overjoyed. Of course, she had to fulfill her promise and read a book carefully. The next year would be the year that determines her destiny. College entrance examination. For her now, the meaning of the college entrance examination is now just to improve one's abilities and vision and make money. What a waste of pursuit. Her cousin's family are all super rich, and she has also seen too many big scenes. Right money. There is no feeling at all, since it is in terms of wealth. It is impossible to compete with Tang Qing in this life. So, it is better to achieve and pursue academic achievements. Relatively speaking, studying hard is much easier than making tens of billions of dollars. Our capabilities are limited. Just pick simple things to do. Afternoon. The plane arrived in Sanya. Everyone arrived at Tang Qing's Seaview Villa. This was Tang's father's first time here. His second uncle and Qin Shiqi had been here before. Tang Qing originally proposed to change his parents' villa to a villa in Qinyan City. But Tang's mother disagreed, said it was too big and would be troublesome to clean up. They were not used to the days of being served by others. They felt that it was good now, and they could not develop extravagant habits. They should not forget their roots. In the end, after being educated in this way, Tang Qing had to give up. Evening, just when Tang Qing was basking in the sunset on the roof of the building. A phone call came. Is it Mr. Tang? Are you? Hello. I am the secretary of the Sanya municipal government. When I heard that you were back, Mayor Zhong would like to treat you to a casual dinner. I wonder if you will be free tomorrow. These words made the other party feel a little embarrassed. But Tang Qing's identity. Let him not dare to use a commanding tone. Hear this. Tang Qing knew that someone had leaked the news about his return. As for who it was, it didn't matter anymore. It was not a secret. The airport staff knew a lot about it. Think about it. Let's meet. How can I let Mayor Zhong spend money? In this way, tomorrow, if Mayor Zhong has time at noon, you can sit here with me. I think you should know where I live. Tang Qing said. Going to banquet? Forget it. If you go to a banquet, you must invite a bunch of people to accompany you. It is really not fun to deal with so many people by yourself. If you invite it yourself, you can't bring a bunch of people here to have a meal. This difference. Tang Qing is more concerned about it. The person on the other side paused for a moment, obviously asking for instructions from the leader, and then agreed. Do you know him? Tang Kai asked next to him. Tang Qing shook his head. I don't know. It seems that I'm looking for you to invest again. Tang Kai said with a smile. Apart from this purpose, there is a small chance that Tang Qing has other things to do. He settled in Qinyan City, and the city wanted him to invest more in the past. But later Tang Kai invested in a large number of projects. It far exceeded their expectations, so they haven't approached Tang Kaila for a long time. Even if they sponsor various activities, they will not come to Tang Kai for money. Face. It's given to each other. Tang Kai was not taken advantage of. Tang family. It's not a place where they can beg alms at will. As for going to Tang Qing's company to beg alms, not many people dare to come. Otherwise, Do Jiao alone would be able to find someone to reason with him in minutes. Maybe. He finished. Some information appeared in front of Tang Qing's eyes. Know yourself and your enemy. Only then can you do it with ease. Soon, Tang Qing learned something. It turned out that this person had just taken office and urgently needed to make achievements. Therefore, he paid attention to him, the richest man in China, to see if he could pull off some projects. At this point, Tang Qing can understand. If given a choice, who would want to ask for help? Different from inland provinces, this is an island. Coupled with the regulations above, many industries are destined to be unable to develop. Except for tourism and real estate, they have always wanted to make breakthroughs. The next day, morning, Tang Kai took the Tang family out to sea for fun and did not come back at noon, leaving Tang Qing alone in the house. Tang's father still felt it was inappropriate and would it be a bit disrespectful, but Tang Qing still pushed him on the boat. Tang Qing explained to him. Tang family. It was no longer the Tang family that had the right to choose friends. He, the richest man in the country, had to welcome someone with his whole family when he met him. Tang Qing didn't like that scene. Soon after they set sail, an Audi car drove into Tang Qing's villa. Two men in suits walked down. One was young, and the other was middle-aged and capable. When they saw Tang Qing at the door, they didn't see anyone else from the Tang family except the bodyguards. They didn't think it was inappropriate. They were looking for Tang Qing. Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Wei, he who spoke to you yesterday, and this is our Mayor Zhong. The young man stepped forward and introduced. Tang Qing and Zhong Lixing shook hands. Welcome, please. Excuse me. Walked into the living room. Mr. Tang really knows how to enjoy life. Zhong Lixing opened his mouth to greet this kind of auspicious greetings, but this was also what he meant. The decoration of the entire villa looked luxurious, but it was not conventional at all. It's okay, just do whatever you want. After saying a few more words, Zhong Lixing went straight to the topic. Mr. Tang, you can guess the purpose of my visit this time. I am personally very proud of your company's achievements. In many ways, it is Mr. Tang's company that has brought us to the forefront of the world. Sonia, in the past, tourism and related real estate were the main pillar industries. However, in the future, this single economic model cannot last too long. We also hope to have a city card in other fields. Said he, just 10 minutes. The main thing is to introduce the advantages here. I hope that if Tang Qing has any suitable projects, he can consider landing them here, and they will give them the greatest support and help. Listen to the narration. Tang Qing shook his head slightly. I think a city business card is not only an industry, but also an image for the outside world. For example, Qingyan City is currently positioned as a cultural tourism city. This is its industrial business card. The other one is the image business card, which is the impression of everyone who comes here to travel. I think this is more important than the so-called industrial business card. After all, everyone is here to relax. I'm not here to cause trouble. Tang Qing didn't say this, but everyone is smart. Zhong Lixing understood what Tang Qing meant. However, Zhong Lixing felt a little strange. A super rich man like Tang Qing had been cheated by unscrupulous businessmen. It seems that he is still resentful. Actually, Tang Qing has never been cheated by the merchants in Sanya. Only, I've seen it a lot in the news in my past life. And he usually goes to some scenic spots by himself, and the prices make him feel a little distressed because his salary is not high. No, he only said this when he saw Zhong Lixing after he was reborn, because there are the most reports here. For this, we can only use deterrence as much as possible to avoid all kinds of behaviors that seriously harm the interests of tourists, improve service quality, and make them feel value for money. Zhong Lixing smiled bitterly. Understood. Tang Qing nodded. Regarding the offending incident. How to say it? There is no point in saying who is right and who is wrong. For example, for some shops in good locations, the rents would definitely shock most people. Businesses want to make back their money, but there is no way to increase the store area and reception capacity. There is only one way to increase the price. Otherwise, ask the landlord to lower the rent? Nonsense. The landlord doesn't care. Love to rent or not. As a result, merchants have no choice, and a small number of merchants have gone too far, and their hearts are darkened. In the information age, it has been widely spread, which has greatly damaged the reputation of a place. Anyway, this is a comprehensive issue. Regulation is only a small aspect. No matter how awesome, the tourism department has no control over how landlords set prices for their houses. We are now in a market economy, and it is difficult for public power to intervene. If rents cannot be paid, talking about consumer price reductions is nonsense. As for the compulsory shopping for tour guides, it is also the result of market economy. Go out. Everyone wants to choose a cheap travel agency, but these are not charities. You get what you pay for. Many of the tourists that travel agencies attract through low prices even lose money. In the end, I could only find a way to make up for elsewhere. It's very complicated inside. Tang Qing also knows that this cannot be solved with a few words and policies. This is at the source. By controlling the rents of shops in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, as well as the ownership of various hotels and scenic spots, the tourist consumption level of the entire Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone will be controlled. Otherwise, under a market economy, pressure, it's hard to suppress. The low tourism prices throughout the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone almost serve the interests of tourists at the expense of the Myanmar Asia Bank Group. This is a model that cannot be replicated elsewhere. Mayor Zhong, I can't decide on any projects at the moment. However, I have seen your sincerity. If given the opportunity, I am willing to contribute to the construction of this city. Tang Qing said. Thank you, was the reply. Zhong Lixing was already very satisfied. Even if Tang Qing didn't invest, it would actually be a gain to meet him today and become familiar with him. However, Tang Qing's words also reminded him. Image business card. Also a business card. Next, he can find a way to start with this aspect first and make efforts to rectify it. Not only will he let Tang Qing see his determination to do things, but it will also further enhance Sonya's image. Good idea. Noon. Finished an unforgettable meal. Zhong Lixing left. He had just taken office. He had to travel to many places and attend many dinner parties. He was also very busy. This is a provincial capital city, and there are relationships everywhere that need to be straightened out. On the third day after Tang Qing returned to China, August 15th, NEI Baidu, the newly established Ministry of National Tourism, released the document that Tang Qing showed to his second uncle. There were 3 versions in total. The Chinese version was exactly the same as what Tang Kai had read. This document officially started the process of sharing the cake. Released at the same time, there are also entry qualification review items for domestic and foreign investors. At this time, the major families and forces in Myanmar also know their guaranteed cake in the subsequent profit distribution. They're very satisfied. They really cannot eat this cake completely, and they know it. Zero preparation to pass the auction. To balance the fiscal revenue. The prices offered by those who made the reservations were not high. It could only be said to be average, not much higher than the auction price. And the infrastructure construction of these projects requires financial allocations. These expenditures, someone needs to make amends. This way, it is actually good for them. Those foreign investors who raise prices will also push up the prices of their own assets in disguise. Generally speaking, this is a solution that everyone is happy with. Zero eccentricity. Those foreign investors didn't say anything. They are not from other countries, so why should they demand the same treatment? If they don't have this awareness, they probably won't even be qualified to enter. Now all parties are optimistic about the interests here. So what are you waiting for? Once you get it, you'll make a profit. Neibidu. Zero's office. Kenshin knocked on the door and entered. Zero handed him a document. After reading it, Kenshin was a little excited because this was a list of 4 visits. Zero gave him a mission to visit at least 15 countries before the end of the year. This was unimaginable before. This represents its strength. However, there are only a few months until the end of the year. This frequency is indeed a bit high. Could it be that Zero is going to make any big moves again? Kenshin asked directly without any random thoughts. Zero explained. There are no other big moves. The main thing is to improve the international status of the Asian dollar. Its role, I think you also know, is to strengthen the acceptance of the Asian dollar as a regional settlement currency. One of the tasks this time, in addition to conducting friendly exchanges with those countries that recognize the Asian dollar as a reserve currency and asking them to increase their reserves, is to increase the number of Asian dollar reserve countries. The first one is not difficult. Our goods are all hard currency, and trade with these countries is also very frequent. We can use trade to expand their reserves. The more difficult thing is to get more countries to join this ranks, which requires us to expand our Mozambique model again and how to promote this model in a structured way while ensuring our interests. The medicines of Nemanja Pharmaceutical Group. It is not included in the export list for the time being. As long as we deal with the big Western countries, these medicines will flow unimpeded. There's really no need for these small countries in need of loans to promote our medicines. They mainly focus on other commodities and project loans. Understood. Thinking of something else, Kenshin said, well, over there with China. In the Mozambique model, China is also a supplier of Asian dollar commodities and project loans. It can be said, Huaxia is currently their largest third-party supplier of goods and services. Continuing to maintain cooperation, our capabilities cannot yet guarantee the supply of all goods and services. Moreover, we do not need to replace them in the areas they are good at. We need economic allies. Kenshin nodded. Zero is preparing to run with China only. In theory, a country that needs a Mozambique model. What is needed is infrastructure construction, and what is needed are general daily necessities and materials. There is no need for a photolithography machine, a 5-axis CNC machining center, or a 10,000-ton forging press. China. It is one of the few countries in the world that has a full industrial chain. Its huge, high-quality labor force, strong manufacturing clusters, and local enterprises in Myanmar are enough to meet all the needs of those countries. But, from a security perspective, they should actually bring in more allies. Ensure the stability of the supply chain. Otherwise, there's only one ally. It's easy to get choked. Would it be too risky to have a single ally? Tang Qing asked doubtfully. Zero nodded slightly. He shook his head again. There are risks, but in the early stage, the stall should not be too big. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will involve too many suppliers. We will gradually attract more suppliers to join our supply and marketing system. In the future, new members must be recruited. Otherwise, just you two playing. It's strange that others can keep a balance in their minds while they watch. Even those within the system will have thoughts in their minds. The complication of interests is actually conducive to the healthy operation of the entire system. Global Industrial Division of Labor. One of the United States' global economic strategies. The purpose is to achieve a monopoly on high-end manufacturing and technology. Other countries. Those who do processing. Those who provide raw materials provide raw materials. And Tang Qing also has such a plan, but it is to change the dominance of the United States to his dominance. Even if he cannot dominate, he must join the chess game and seek his right to formulate the rules of the global economic order. The Mozambique model is an overall economic strategy that will last for a long time. It is also the financial strategy for the internationalization of the Asian dollar. Economy and finance complement each other. Tang Qing still knows. This model has always been closely watched by China. Many economists believe that this is an important or even the only means for China's future economic soft landing. Before, he was also worried about whether he would be taught to compete with Asia yuan. However, it turns out that he thought too much. This method, in fact, is poaching the corner of the US dollar empire. If the RMB moves, the United States will not sit idly by and ignore it. But the Asian dollar is different. It is an emerging currency without China's heritage. The United States is not too worried about causing a big mess. The threat is too small. It's equivalent to saying, now the model is that Asia yuan is dancing on the edge of a knife. Yuan is exploring the way in front, and Huaxia is following behind to watch. In this way, it is easy to advance and retreat. If fried, Asian heads of state bear the brunt. Tang Qing doesn't feel any loss at all about being a guinea pig and a pioneer in crossing the river by feeling the stones. China, in 5 to 10 years, can really use this method to achieve a soft landing of its economy. He did something good. Hard landing. It really hurts. Seeing that Ling was not dizzy, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. I'll go back and prepare. Yeah. Then, Tang Qing returned to his office with the documents. He had to arrange his own affairs according to the above schedule, and also refresh his knowledge about those countries. The first country he visited was Mozambique. Busy though, Tang Qing was very happy. Unexpectedly, there will be a day. They were actually able to create such a huge formation. Go this time. He brought it. It's a loan of 10 billion Asian dollars. Otherwise, without being invited, it is rare to come to visit. This time, in order to complete the task of other countries' Asian dollar currency reserves, the money spreading mode started here. This is no easy task, until now, relying on frequent trade exchanges between the two sides. Among China's foreign exchange reserves, the Asian dollar's current reserves are only over 30 billion. Other countries are holding on to several billions, and Mozambique has even less, because all the Asian dollar loans given to it have been exchanged for commodities. Returned. On Mozambique's account, it was Tang Qing who forced it to set a guaranteed stock of 1 billion Asian dollars before it could complete its mission. Otherwise, given the situation in Mozambique, it would definitely not stop until this number reaches 0. Visit. Of course, it won't just be Kanchine. Ling will also share a little bit. Kanchine is responsible for some small countries. Among Ling's main itineraries this year, there are only 2 places. One is China, and the other is polar bears. Go hand in hand. There's only one goal. Expand economic cooperation. Neibidu, Longwan International Hotel. In a business suite, Jiao Han stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of fruit wine in her hand. Ever since the fruit wine came out, she has been obsessed with the taste. The red wine she used to love the most now tastes weird when she drinks it. Difficult to adapt. She is Gu Feng's cousin, 2 years younger than Gu Feng. She is so strong. As soon as she graduated from business school, she started business with her family. This time, she volunteered to come here to expand the market. Unfortunately, she came too late, and all the large suites in the city were booked. Even this business suite. She bought it at high price. Think about it too. Make money. How can it compare to human desire for survival? Almost half an hour after the news was broadcast, all the good rooms were almost booked. However, the businessmen who wanted to make money did not respond in time. By the time they reacted, all the ordinary rooms were gone. It hasn't been long since I came here, but she already saw the potential of this land, on television and through various channels. Many people have almost confirmed the efficacy of the original transcription solution, as well as the medical level here, which is quite high. In other places, people who doctors said would not live more than a week are now able to be alive and kicking. So far, as long as cancer patients arrive here, not a single one died. What's even scarier is, even various other diseases with extremely high fatality rates. There are actually medical methods to control it here, but the outside world is not yet sure what method is used, because many patients' descriptions only mention that they are unconscious after anesthesia. As soon as you wake up. All right. Now, this place has almost become a place that attracts attention in the global medical field. Just maintain this healing rate. This is a treasure land. As far as she knows, almost all the hotels here have received many acquisition requests from foreign capital, and many foreign capitals are buying houses and land here. Only, there's a rule here that leaves them speechless. If buying land, it can only be used for construction, not investment. That is to say, you can't buy it and leave it alone, let alone store it for a few months and half a year, and then sell it. If you want to sell it, you must sell the finished product. This provision, both domestic and foreign investors, all must be abided by. Otherwise, the government has the right to take back the original price. This makes many people want to curse. This is not obvious to force me to buy the land and have us spend more money to repair the house. And it can't be covered randomly. It cannot damage the image of the city. It cannot conflict with urban planning. Cannot. Anyway, even speculation. You also need to vote decently. You are all civilized people. Don't be so ungrateful. But, no more requests. It cannot resist the desire of businessmen for profits. Another chapter finished. Haha, please vote. The interests lie where merchants go. Jiaohan also admitted that she is a businessman, and what she thinks about every day is mostly input and output, profit and scale. She is not actually interested in money. She is interested in the process of making money. People you meet, things seen, contact thing. These are much more meaningful than those coal numbers. Dong 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 at this time. The hotel door rang. Turn around. Through the screen on the wall, Jiaohan saw the face of his female assistant. This was one of the surprises that this hotel gave her. There were monitors at every door of the rooms here. When there was a knock on the door from outside, the TV screen inside would automatically jump to the monitor. It's not a new technology, but it's also quite creative. Open the door. She saw the happy smile on the assistant's face. Mr. Jiao, the admission application we just submitted received a reply in less than 10 minutes past. The reply asked you to bring your capital verification account in person and go to the Ministry of Tourism to collect the certificate tomorrow morning. So fast. Jiao Han was stunned. 10 minutes. Are you sure they can review the dozens of pages submitted by their company? Yes. The female assistant nodded vigorously. She also found it incredible. Not to mention 3 jobs, you would need at least 1 working day. If not, you should also hold a meeting to discuss it. 10 minutes. The results actually came out. Lightning speed. After the assistant left, Jiao Han made a few more calls and got the same reply. Several companies he had cooperated with all received approved emails almost at the same time. Think of this. She wondered if they would be approved as long as they applied, and she even had a malicious suspicion in her heart that they were very anxious to trap them in and might have some ulterior motive. Never mind. Let's go and see it tomorrow. This is speculation after all. There are many competitors this time. What troubles her the most is not the international capital that is not short of money, but the rich people who have been cured. These people are grateful to this side, and the project has huge prospects, so some people will definitely win some land at any cost. Such irrationality. Business with emotions. It is the most variable. On the top floor of the hotel where Jiao Han lives. Here, the entire floor is a VIP suite. It is equivalent to a presidential suite, but this is not popular here because it sounds tacky. Therefore, most of the best suites are named VIP suites, but some people are still used to calling them presidential suites. He, Chinese, 71 years old, worth over $4 billion, suffering from terminal illness. At that time, the doctor said that he had less than a week to live. This was what many experts in the medical field told him. However, on the fourth day, he could only rely on a respirator to maintain his life, but he heard hope. Cancer can be treated here. Nothing to say. He immediately booked a room and boarded his own private jet to seek medical treatment. He didn't want to die even though he was an ant, let alone a human being. Otherwise, his huge family fortune would be at the expense of the church. He has no children. He had made a will, and his assets would be donated to the church after his death. When he came here, because he was seriously ill, he went through the emergency channel and was immediately hospitalized for medical treatment. Just one treatment stabilized his symptoms. Out of danger. Stayed in the hospital for a week. He can already get out of bed and move freely, and his weak body seems to have regained his strength. The doctor told him that by the end of this month, he will basically recover, which makes him feel like he has been reborn. Before death. Nostalgia for the world. It is difficult for ordinary people to imagine. Now, the world he saw, it is different from ordinary people. What ordinary people see is familiar, but what he sees is a brand new world, sunshine and air. Even people who used to be considered mortal enemies feel much cuter. Then die. All these grudges. What does it matter? Because his condition is stable. He was discharged early. So far, I have been staying in the hotel for almost a week and going to the hospital for treatment every day. My physical discomfort is getting less and less, and my brain, which was still a little sluggish before, has become much clearer. At this time, his old butler was reporting to him, "Master, we have obtained the access qualification, and the auction will start the day after tomorrow. When we submit the capital verification account tomorrow and get the procedures, they will give us detailed information on the lot." Well, that's good. He nodded with satisfaction. This time he participated in the auction, and he also wanted to acquire some land. It was not that he wanted to make a lot of money from this, but that he wanted to repay this. You must know that his illness had cost hundreds of millions of dollars in the past, but had not been cured. It stands to reason. It is impossible to spend so much money if you are sick. It cost me millions of dollars. But his treatment is different from other people's. Most people can only go to the hospital for treatment and use approved drugs. Those with connections will try to use experimental drugs that have not yet passed the marketing review. And he is the third type. Invest in medical research institutions. Cost a fortune. He bought a research team to study how to cure his cancer. He spent hundreds of millions of dollars on it, but failed to find an effective treatment drug, and his body almost collapsed. And here it is. He just spent more than 200,000 Asian dollars. It was cured. It really made him feel that everything in the world was unpredictable. At that time, he wanted to pay more for medical expenses to express his gratitude, but the hospital refused to accept it, saying that they had regulations and could not make such an account. At last, he then thought of investing here, to the hospital that saved his life. He trusted him very much. I plan to come here for review every year in the future. He doesn't believe in other hospitals anyway. They can't cure my disease. Why should I believe you? He plans to sell the research institute when he goes back. Invest here. Buy a good place. Build a house and live the rest of your life. Good. Tourism real estate. This cake. Now it is favored by almost everyone, and it is definitely a sure profit. It is a pity that before he wanted to buy a villa-type resort hotel owned by a businessman named Tang Qing. People are stunned but don't want to sell it. That lot. You want to see it. It's really nice and big. Garden villas are of different styles but of the same size and location. The villa-type hotel built by the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce can be compared with it. It is said that Tang Qing only spent less than 200 million Asian dollars to acquire the land and build the house. A few more years, those 20 dozen villas, maybe a set of 100 million can be sold. I asked about it later. Knowing that this man is also a man with great skills and eyes, he is not short of money at all. Wanting to buy it from him is probably not a problem that money can solve. Gradually, everyone knows that this land is impossible to sell. This also gave up the idea of acquisition. But for Tang Qing, but he wanted to get to know him. Both are Chinese. It would be best to make friends with Tang Qing, the president of the Thai Chinese Chamber of Commerce, the largest Chinese businessman in Myanmar, and a legendary figure. He was very curious. Just when many international capitals and Myanmar families are eager to take a chance and prepare to seize the opportunity to take the family business to a higher level, the mood of their neighbor Thailand is not so beautiful. Or rather, it's depressing. Thailand, a country with tourism as a pillar industry, is also a net agricultural exporter, ranking among the world's top 5 agricultural exporters. Its GDP the year before last was almost 20 times that of Myanmar. What is this concept? Crush the general gap. In addition, Myanmar has always been internally unstable, and forces large and small have been seeking to separate. It is almost impossible for such a country to develop its economy, and it can easily be burned down by war. This was brought to Thailand. It's a strong sense of superiority. Where does happiness come from? Compared. If I have it and you don't, I'm happier than you. This sense of superiority was formed a long time ago. Thailand has always been more comfortable than Myanmar due to its geographical location. But now, the gap between the two sides is rapidly closing. There's a tendency to catch up with Thailand in all aspects. In many fields, it has even been left behind, such as the medical field. The last 2 months, several events happened one after another, making Thailand's sense of crisis even worse. The Asian dollar replaces the baht. This is an important signal. This marks that the Asian yuan has officially been recognized by the international community. In the past, it actually had a somewhat unfair reputation. With this foundation and the aggressiveness of the Asian yuan, scholars from relevant departments have issued several early warnings. The reason for this has not yet been discussed. Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group is acting like a monster again. They also wanted the technology to treat cancer, but they knew it would be impossible to give it to them. Later, they were helpless when it came to researching the original transcription solution, as they had no idea how it was prepared. This is not over yet. Another punch. That tourism development report. Make them feel a little dark in the sky. Really, they're going to start cracking down on tourism over there. This will definitely have an impact on Thailand's tourism industry, but the magnitude of the impact cannot yet be assessed because Thailand has its own characteristics and is not easily hit. But even if Thailand's tourism industry maintains its status quo, neighbors will also take this opportunity to make a fortune this time. Watch. Really a little jealous. The next day, morning, Xiao Han followed the address, came to the newly established Ministry of National Tourism. Due to early preparations, after Agent Zero took office, a large number of department building construction projects were approved. In addition to the existing departments, about 10 more buildings that were considered redundant at the time were built. Now, these buildings have come in handy. For example, the Economic Development and Reform Commission used to work in a 2-story building. It was a relatively marginal department with dozens of people. Now, after expansion, it has nearly 700 people. So it was allocated a place. National Ministry of Tourism also gained a place. In addition, The Bank of Myanmar's Baidu headquarters was allocated a space, and the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group was also allocated a space because it almost actually controls the entire medical system in Myanmar and is considered a semi-official institution. Others, after department mergers and additions, all have a lord. Jiao Han and his assistant walked into the hall. She saw that the business processing area was in the corner of the hall. After providing a capital verification account and transferring a deposit of 100 million Asian dollars to the designated account, she obtained a permission document. There's an account in it. She could log on to the Ministry of Tourism's website to check all the auction lots. From entering to exiting, it took less than 3 minutes. No wonder there was no queue here. Everyone had already prepared everything. Only need to pay the deposit and verify the capital account. Just give it to her directly. Interesting. Jiao Han smiled. Returned to the rented office space. She and her staff studied these projects. Because we have to bid tomorrow, they were preparing to work overtime on the estimate, which actually made them a little uneasy. For such a large-scale project, they would basically be informed 1 month in advance and asked to conduct on-site inspections. Now, only 1 day was given. If it is based on the principle of maximizing profits, this is obviously not a wise move. If a lot of time is given for publicity, it will definitely attract more investors to come in and sell at a better price. Now, in a hurry, the number of competitors is limited and it is difficult to sell at a high price. But I think so, but from the perspective of a bidder, Jiao Han also supports it. The faster it is, the fewer competitors will be, and the greater his chance of reaching the ground. If more wolves are attracted, it may not be easy to get meat. Mr. Jiao, they are really well prepared. They gave us an almost panoramic 3D map, as well as various hydrology, environment, and future transportation planning maps. Boys used to take this picture, the assistant said in surprise after logging in. Jiao Han walked over. It's like playing a game. On the computer, the assistant is controlling the first-person perspective to walk around the real bidding sections. It is almost a 360-degree panoramic shooting restoration, and there is even a dynamic water flow. It is really interesting to see the ground in this way, and it can also adjust the weather conditions from day to night. There are also 2 kilometers of seabed topography and fish distribution in Jinghai Sea, etc. Some fish species are marked as prohibited from overfishing. Some beaches are prohibited from landfilling, etc. Regulations are given, and even at the end, there's a comprehensive score to determine the quality of these lands, and it is quite scientific. The starting price is almost always based on this score. It's equivalent to saying, the other party has completed almost all commercial assessment reports for all locations. Advantages, disadvantages, suggestion, prohibit, all, them. Just pay for it. No wonder you dare to show the land for only 1 day. With this document, you can almost save the inspection step. Interesting, so interesting, Jiao Han kind of likes this bidding method. Clearly, everyone depends on their ability. That is, I feel like so many people have been wasted. At this point, her staff felt the same way. Everyone smiled bitterly in their hearts. You have done all our work. We are not redundant. Fortunately, such a weird place is only here, otherwise they will really lose their jobs. After in-depth analysis of more than a dozen landmarks, for the ratings given above, they have become completely convinced that there is no problem. Now, since their evaluation is so accurate and reasonable, let's skip the evaluation step and prepare our quotation and submit it tomorrow. Jiao Han ordered. Read the auction process. She had already seen the strong smell of distribution. Everyone, quotes are available for all locations. She knew very well what this meant. That is, some unofficial locations would definitely not be priced to the highest price, but for non-unofficial locations, the highest price might be the price. Since each bidder has given a total upper limit, like $500 million, there will be allocated suitable projects based on the situation. Anyway, the operating space inside is too large. Jiao Han was not sure how much she would get in the end, and could only rely on God's will. At this time, she remembered Tang Qing, whom her cousin had contacted before, and the reply he gave her was that he would help her get a guaranteed lot. I hope I'm not fooling her. As surprised as Jiao Han, There are other companies bidding. Unexpectedly, there is such a thing happening here. In fact, even people from the Ministry of National Tourism only saw this thing 3 days ago. As for who went to shoot it and who made the evaluation, they were not too clear. Anyway, it's just that it was handed down from a superior. Just use it. Sonia, in a sea view villa. Tang Qing happily browsed the landmark information on the computer. To be honest, there were so many landmarks that he was a bit dazzled. Since he was a core member of the Myanmar Asia Chamber of Commerce, he did not need to obtain the so-called license and account number. Send it directly to him over there. I watched it for a while. Tang Qing raised his head and pointed at the computer. Tang, what do you think of this island? For the purpose of consulting the staff, Tang Qing also called Tang Qing over. Tang Qing took a look. This is a large island, high on all sides and low in the middle. The most important thing is that in the middle is a huge inner ring sea, which leads to the ocean through a channel nearly 100 meters wide. The inner sea is surrounded by beaches on 3 sides. One side is rocky. The water is clear. The jungle is green. Very beautiful. In all project ratings, they're all very tall. The starting price is 2.5 billion Asian dollars. If developed, not only can villas be built, but tourists can also be received. The beach can be swim, and the rocks can be transformed into piers to dock yachts. And it is less than 30 nautical miles from the coastline, because it's far away from the route. Therefore, the water quality has always been very good. Most people will be fascinated immediately when they see it. As far as he knows, there are 3 islands with this shape. The other 2 are further away from the coastline and are not included in this auction. It's quite beautiful. Tang Qing praised. Tang Qing's eyes revealed his love. It's a pity that with so many people competing, we may not be able to buy it. We only have one chance to buy a landmark land, and I only filled the upper limit of 4 billion Asian dollars, so we may not be able to grab it. Wen Yen. Tang Qing smiled. Second uncle, in this auction, the allocation is more important than the one with the highest price. If you don't give it a try, how will you know that you have a guaranteed share? If you fill this and another coastal land, they may not consider satisfying you. Tang Qing inadvertently revealed a hidden rule. In theory, there is a guarantee. There will be at least one project for you. If you only fill in this one item, then the chance given to you may even be as high as 100%. Of course, the premise is that it is higher than the auction price. Smart people can think of this hidden rule, but no one will gamble. It's a bet on others. But for my second uncle, it's a sure win gamble. Want anything? It's not just a matter of Tang Qing's words. Hearing this, Tang Qing's eyes lit up. It's true. If I fill in less, the chance of winning the bid will increase. However, if someone fills in a much higher price than me, will they be adjusted? This worry. It's not like there aren't any. It doesn't matter. If you want this place, if you quote 3 billion, it will definitely be yours in the end. Don't forget, there is me. I can still help with this little favor. Tang Qing said with a smile. Really? Of course. Seeing the confident smile on Tang Qing's face, Tang Qing completely believed it. Okay, I'll choose this island, and later I'll choose an area in the coastal area to spend my quota. Tang Qing decided that he was going to support Tang Qing and only choose 2. Soon, Tang Qing selected a large piece of land on the coastline closest to the island, and finally completed the bidding. He did not find any professionals in the whole process. He only chose 2 pieces of land, and he did not need any professionals. Tang, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't worry. The next day, when the time comes, each bidding company filled in their respective amounts according to the form provided. This time, many companies felt a little crazy. This was the largest bid they had ever made in their lives. Since all lots are available for investment, some companies counted down. The total amount of his bids actually exceeded 300 billion Asian dollars. Based on the principle of insurance, almost every company bid for all the bids. Although the final cost would not exceed the upper limit set by them, it was still scary to watch. The bid opening time is also very fast. It was exactly 5 o'clock that afternoon. It's about 4:50 p.m. All the bidders gathered in front of the computer, refreshing the background data over and over again. When the time came, a new option appeared. In the office, Jiao Han hurriedly said, "Hurry up." The assistant quickly clicked on that option. I saw. A form instantly appeared in front of me. It was the lot she won the bid for. A whole 7. The total price is $490 million US. 10 million less than the upper limit of $500 million US. Jiao Han was happy. In addition to 3 inland vacation villa projects, 3 coastal areas, and a large island, it could be said that it was a bit beyond her expectations. What you get is what you earn. She likes the efficiency. It's also said above. You can start the development procedures tomorrow and start formulating a development plan. Since this project is led by the Ministry of Tourism, the procedures for traveling to Delin Province will also be processed here. Quite humane. Mr. Jiao, look, the total amount of the auction for this development plan has been announced on the official website. Suddenly, one of his men shouted. Jiao Han hurried over. See that number. She was also a little confused. It's time to send it out. I saw a number marked in red on it. 2,671.2 billion Asian dollars. This number, not much. It's equivalent to tens of billions of dollars. Many people's eyes are red after seeing it, but it's just a little red, otherwise what? Even the major departments can only watch if they can rob it, because all these funds have somewhere to go. Tourism development. A lot of supporting facilities are also needed. Highway, railway, airport, electricity, communication. These all cost money, and it's all funded by the government. Therefore, it seems to be a lot, but when it is spread to various projects below, it can only be said to be a bit of surplus, not a big profit. Delin Province and some coastal provinces also took advantage. An economy that was already half dead. It was activated all of a sudden. This is the first time that the income from land sales has been so profitable. Unfortunately, the distribution of the money is not in their hands, and no one dares to have an opinion, because most of the money will still flow back to the provinces. Plus later construction, and the massive taxes that come with it. They are already satisfied. Wait until the house is built. Sell. Business. Consumption. This is all money. After paying 65% of the taxes in Nibidu, the local government still has 35% left. Compared with before, this is an unimaginable huge amount of money. For tax payment, 0 is against all odds. It was carried out unswervingly. Before, this ratio has never been high, mainly because everyone is poor, live off funding from superiors. But now, taxes have come up, and the benefits are huge. If we don't determine the distribution ratio beforehand, it will be more uncomfortable to wait for the money to come into people's hands and want to take it again. Therefore, start at the beginning of the year. This set of fiscal and tax allocation ratios. It was fixed in the form of law. Like China, the main finances are turned over and part is retained to facilitate balance and sharing of economic results. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to be like the United States. In the United States, a state's taxes, it is absolutely impossible to use it in other states. Due to this distribution relationship, even the police in the United States are available in places with taxes, and police without taxes cannot afford to hire them. Under a vicious cycle, places with poor public security are getting worse and worse. Poor place. Or use tax exemptions to attract businesses. Either they open up the gambling industry to make money like Las Vegas, or they make money by allowing marijuana and other things to be legal, resulting in very confusing prohibitions and permissions in various states in the United States. Outsiders are upset when they see it. Is that freedom? Nonsense. Upstairs. He also looked at the information on the computer. There's also a smile on his face. He was more determined and filled in large numbers on several large islands. In the end, he spent nearly $600 million to buy a large island, as well as a piece of coastal and inland land. This money, there wasn't much pressure on him. I thought that I was not going to die soon, so I sold a lot of properties. In addition to real estate, the cash in my hand was actually intended to be donated to charities. Now that I am alive, I can use it, plus subsequent development costs. He estimates that he will spend about $800 million, so he will still have several $100 million left in his hand. In the past, he would have been a little worried about not having enough money, adhering to Chinese habits, and liking to save. Now, a journey through hell. Also looked away. One word. Flower. Not just flowers. Also worth the money. Spend it happily. When a person dies and the money is not spent, this is actually a kind of pain. He has no descendants and no one to inherit his wealth. If he does not spend it, he is really marrying someone else or a foreign country. To be honest, he was unwilling to do so. At the same time, below the table, all the companies and sites that won the bid were also announced. As expected by HEE, a little more than half were won by Burmese companies, and only nearly 40% of the projects won by foreign capital. The winning bid price for each bid was not announced above. Only the backstage of each winning bidder can see their own. He didn't bother to wonder about this. Next, there's still many things going on here. Well-known design companies for various countries who have been waiting here for a long time have also begun to contact these companies frantically. How could they miss such a huge project? This feast is related to the entire industry. From exploration, design, construction, building materials, furniture, gardens, yachts. It has activated and benefited dozens of industries and created at least 300,000 jobs. Let's get started. He made a phone call and ordered. Yes, these things. There are people below to do it. At this time, he saw a piece of news on TV. Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group has established a foundation to accept donations. The money is said to be used for the research and development of treatments for various diseases, as well as providing medical assistance to poor and backward areas around the world, etc. After reading the foundation brochure, he decided immediately. Donate. Immediately. A phone call came over there. Hello, this is... I want to donate 100 million Asian dollars to you. He said directly. It just opened. There's actually a business. The operator over there was also stunned. Sir, thank you for your support. If you want to donate, you only need to transfer money to the account published on our website. At that time, you will get an account and you can check the purpose of the money. Before donating, please read the donation terms carefully. I want to remind you that once these funds are donated, they cannot be returned. The donor only has limited rights to know the purpose of the funds, because many things involve company secrets and cannot be made public. Such a treaty. There is something wrong. You can know how much money was spent and roughly where it was spent, but the specific location is unknown to the donor, which means there's a lot of room for maneuver. I can explain it to you, but you have to believe it. No questioning. This is a bit of an overlord clause, but it is your freedom whether to donate or not. No one is forcing it. He was not prepared to delve into the whereabouts of the money, so he said, I have read the terms. I don't care how you use it. As long as I am alive, I will donate this much to your foundation every year. Okay, thank you for your support. The operator was stunned, and in an instant he thought of a possibility. This meant that he wanted to spend money to buy his life. He is really an interesting person. This time, He's information also appeared in front of her. Seeing his medical records in the hospital, she smiled. Really, considering the patient's privacy, she could only see that he had been to the hospital, and she didn't know what disease he had suffered from before. I donated so much. Is there any special treatment? He suddenly asked. Yes, but not many. For example, no appointment is required for medical treatment, and annual physical examination fees are waived. Since it exceeds 100 million Asian dollars, you and your family can also enjoy the same treatment. The operator gave a brief introduction. This is information that has not yet been announced. Not much. After all, this is technically a corporate foundation. Lots of perks. Can give. But I can't give it. He didn't think much about it. These were enough. He came here just to pay for his life. Since he could see a doctor at any time, he had nothing else to ask for. It was simple and good. Immediately, he hung up the phone. He transferred 100 million Asian dollars to the foundation account. The money had been exchanged before. Large transfers here are also very convenient. He is old, but he can also operate online. After the transfer is completed, the bank staff also called to confirm. Even if it's done, he didn't feel anything at all. He has donated no less than 4 billion Asian dollars to charity in his life. It is really not a big deal to donate 100 million Asian dollars. If he had not just spent so much money, he would not donate 100 million US dollars. Not distressed. Thailand. See this auction total. That envy. Just don't mention it. It's not just Thailand. Several of its other poor neighbors are also jealous. Even India is envious, but envy is useless. The Indian government doesn't have much land in its hands. Can be sold. Almost all are in private hands. Depressed. An auction. It just makes them feel a little stuffed. What made them even more distressed was yet to come. On the second day after the foundation was established, it received a huge donation of up to $3 billion US dollars, which was world-class news. $3 billion. Nearly 24 billion yuan. This money, it is completely unfunded income. Although it cannot be spent casually, it is still controlled by the company. Outsiders can only watch or raise questions, but they cannot interfere or take it back. Such a huge donation. It's been a long time since I've been there. Last time, the donations received by the Chinese Little Angels Charitable Foundation were also envied by others at the time. After that, foundations in many countries followed suit, hoping to see if any Good Samaritans could patronize it. Pity. They think too much. This type of donation, unless it is of a world nature. Otherwise, it will be difficult to be widely recognized. Apart from its global nature, it can only rely on the help of overseas fellows. However, except for a few countries, how can there be so many overseas fellows? Even if there is, others have to judge whether it is worthwhile and worry about whether their money will be spent wisely. Therefore, these imitation foundations are all laughed at and receive pitifully few donations. At last, I can only count circles in the corner of my house. Doubt life. And even the donations received by the Chinese Little Angels Charitable Foundation are continuous, but this time it was a single donation of $3 billion US dollars. With such a large sum, the world has turned its attention to this donor. Fondation of France. One family. It seems like a foundation that has no impression at all. Check it out online. Really, it's a newbie on the road. USA. ABC Television. Live broadcast. The host, who was in his 40s, was introducing the history of the O Foundation with excitement. On February 1st, 2006, the O Foundation was established in Paris, France. According to its official website, its purpose is to advocate and protect the environment on which human beings live and to reduce famine and disease. So far, the O Foundation has provided financial donations to 57 organizations around the world, including the World Health Organization, the World Ocean Conservation Association, the World Wildlife Fund, the Global Environment Facility, and the World Environmental Protection Organization. Help them carry out work in the fields of advanced medical research, the integrity and diversity of nature, curbing the deterioration of the Earth's natural environment, and creating a better future in which humans and nature live in harmony. From the accounts released by the Foundation, we can find that in the first year and a half since its establishment, the O Foundation has donated more than $5 billion US dollars to them. Its official website in Shanghai shows that after donating $3 billion US dollars to the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation this time, the foundation still manages more than $14.5 billion US dollars in cash and assets. That's when the prompt came to the host's ears. I swallowed back the words I was about to introduce to the chairman of the foundation. Now, we have contacted the chairman of the O Foundation. The host listened to the video call and said, "Hello. Hello, Chairman Simon. This is the ABC live broadcast." "Hello, Gregory. I didn't expect you to know me." The host smiled. "I used to watch your show when I was in America," Simon said. "Mr. Simon, what are your considerations for this donation? Why did you decide so quickly to donate so much money to a newly established foundation?" the host asked. "Opposite." Simon collected his thoughts. Said, "I don't think this donation decision has been hasty, but was carefully considered because when the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group announced its cancer treatment technology, we were paying close attention to it. So far, almost a month has passed, and the arrival of a large number of 4-week-old patients from around the world has given us the opportunity to verify its efficacy. Now, we have obtained the data, and its efficacy has been confirmed. I would like to thank this company for this, because I will also be a beneficiary. The doctor said that I will not survive more than half a year. Now, I can wait happily for treatment, and then take a closer look at the world. I hope that one day, this world will be more beautiful than when I first met it. I have dedicated my life to the field of benefiting mankind. When I get old, I never thought that I would see such a big breakthrough in the medical field. The purpose of our foundation is to help others and provide medical care. It has the widest audience and is a problem that plagues almost all mankind. In the face of cancer, there is not much difference between poverty and wealth. Therefore, after careful consideration, we are willing to provide funds to this foundation to help them develop more specific drugs to reduce the damage and pain of the disease. And this is just the beginning. If they can come up with better drugs in the future, our foundation is willing to continue to help it. With these $3 billion, I hope they can use it in the right place. The supporter asked, then how do you regulate it? Regulation? No. I believe that this company, which can develop such a technology that benefits the world, must have a doctor's heart. I have heard that even for billionaires, the cost of cancer treatment has been reduced to less than $40,000, generally around $20,000 or even less. $20,000. This is an acceptable figure for ordinary people in the world, whether in developing or developed countries, and it has always been a model of treating the disease first and paying later. What if it is abused? The host wanted to create a topic. Simon smiled. Then we admit it. The host was stunned. So sloppy? Would this be irresponsible to your foundation donors? Simon shook his head. Our foundation is not a profit-making organization, but a charity and has the right to make donations freely, as long as the reason is sufficient. So compared to the achievements of this company, this amount of money is really not much. Don't you think they can make more if they charge sky-high medical expenses? Now, they use an average price of less than $20,000 to treat cancer without discrimination across the world. Should we give them some rewards? As the chat continues, many viewers found out. This guy seemed to be here to persuade donations, not just for the O Foundation, but also for the pharmaceutical company. His language kept mentioning his contribution to global health. Made a contribution. Just get rewarded. There seems to be no problem. At the same time, this person was also constantly instilling the idea of donating to the people in front of the TV. So, as if he was influenced, while the TV was still broadcasting live, the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation received a single donation of $1.2 billion. Host, it can be seen that our behavior is not sudden. It is just relatively early. If possible, I suggest that this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine should be awarded to the research team of this company's transcription source solution. Chapter 1. Hear this. The host also agreed in his heart. Transcription source solution. It would be strange if such a revolutionary drug could not win the Nobel Prize, and it is uncontroversial. Otherwise, the fairness of the Nobel Prize would definitely be questioned. Unless, this year, another drug of even greater historical significance appears. But this probability is smaller than winning the lottery. The historical significance of the transcription source solution may even be comparable to the discovery of penicillin. Why is it possible? Because penicillin has saved many more people than the transcription source solution, and its scope of application is also much wider. But it cannot be said that the transcription source solution is inferior to penicillin. All I can say is, each has his own strengths. It's just a bit incredible. How long has it been? There are actually Good Samaritans donating $1.2 billion. I feel even crazier than the Chinese little angel last time, and it's only been one day. Including scatter donations, the foundation has received nearly $5 billion in donations. This world, it became a bit unfamiliar to him, but it also proves from the side, as long as you really do things for everyone, you will be rewarded. Now it is $5 billion. Looking at this irrational look, it is not far away from $10 billion. All it takes is a few more Good Samaritans. If only one a day. They have news every day. Mr. Simon, do you think that with such amazing curative effects, How long will it take for the transcription source fluid and its related treatments to be widely used in the medical market in Europe, the United States, and other countries? The host asked. This kind of problem. Usually it is used to hold up time. Many days ago, their program has discussed this issue. However, if different people mention the same issue, it will become another news headline. And so on. Old news will become news. Hear the words. Simon shook his head, said, at least 2 years, 3 to 5 years is not uncommon. Unless each country specifically approves the relevant procedures, this kind of drug used in the human body, no matter how effective it is, does not meet our safety principles. Unlike the original fruit wine, which was finally judged not to be a drug and escaped the fate of being removed from the shelves, this transcription stock solution for treating cancer is undoubtedly a drug. In a short period of time, serious cancer patients can go there for treatment, but it doesn't matter. In fact, I recommend everyone to go there for treatment because, relatively speaking, treatment there is cheaper. The host's eyes lit up. The point was immediately captured. You mean, our medical expenses are too high? Simon nodded without hesitation. Of course, our foundation has never avoided this issue. What our foundation hopes is that advanced medical technology will allow more people to afford and receive medical treatment. A test that can be done for $20 in developing countries actually charges $500 or even thousands of dollars in the United States and Europe. I don't want to comment on this behavior. Your program also often mentions that talking is useless. Only practical actions can change the status quo. At least in this regard, this company has shown me a good medical operation model. You mean medical hosting? The host remembered another crazy thing this company did. Medical care. You can spend whatever you want on a country's medical insurance funds. But make up for it yourself. It's just so domineering. At the same time, we can also see the rights of that zero in that country. It is really so powerful that it controls the sky with one hand. Such huge interests were handed over as soon as they were said to be handed over, or they were handed over to a company under the jurisdiction of a bank. The trusteeship was also the management. No, Simon shook his head. This model is not feasible in any other country. Medical companies in various countries cannot be integrated into one company. If this is not achieved, the model will not work. Because of this, I said that I have seen a good medical operation model. It is not that I have learned it because I can't learn it. It is also because of its uniqueness that it can actually make full use of our funds. In other words, it cannot be copied, which is one of the reasons why you donated to this company. Yes. He talked for a while. The live broadcast just ended. How long? There was no such a long live broadcast. The host felt that this news could still be popular for several days, and he was very happy. The host likes this kind of event that can be discussed in the world. It can be broadcast for several days, and everyone loves to watch it. France. After the interview with ABC TV in the United States, Simon was also contacted. On TV, the French host asked, why not fund this money to French medical research institutions and related projects? Simon was silent for a moment, and then said, because they told me that I only have less than half a year to live. After hearing this, it's quite a bit hateful that iron cannot become steel. The host was also choked. It's not good to continue asking this question. This kind of foundation donation is not a big problem, even if it involves personal emotions, because this is also other people's rights. If you can't cure them, what is there to say? Want money? You are too embarrassed. It was also these 2 TV broadcasts that made many organizations and institutions that were preparing to do the same stunt as last time see if they could meet some good Samaritans sink their hearts. This matter. It's not easy to do. Really, there is no absolute reason. How could someone donate so much money? What kind of plan would they have to come up with to get Simon and those hidden good Samaritans to donate actively? This was difficult for them. There's really no way. How difficult is it to develop a revolutionary drug? They know it. Now, people have achieved great success with a drug, and then the winner takes all. This is the Matthew effect. The strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker. This is the law of this world. Just when they're a little depressed. A message, leaving them with their mouths hanging open. Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company announced that it will establish the Myanmar Environmental Protection Foundation from now on and announced the foundation's account to accept donations from well-wishers around the world who are committed to protecting the environment. Just 2 days, 2 foundations were established. Do you think it's a dumpling? Moreover, the charter of your foundation is obviously similar to that of the medical foundation, except that the goals have been changed. The medical foundation is to develop drugs and provide medical assistance to backward countries and regions. And this Environmental Protection Foundation is committed to developing related technologies and protecting the ecological diversity of the Earth. In short, its high-sounding level makes many people twitch at the corners of their mouths. What the hell? Is this a group to harvest wheat? Chapter 2. Are you still shameless? This is a complaint. I don't know how many people said it from their mouths. Certainly, these are the jealous ones. Most people still don't have much resistance to this. If it were other companies, they would definitely be criticized, but for this company, they almost can't do it because they have the ability. It single-handedly initiated the zero pollution gas emission standard, and countless filters are working day and night. When it comes to improving everyone's living environment, this company does what it says. It is by no means a wasted reputation. When household air filters became popular, its influence, it is even more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Not so long ago, Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company also launched a revolutionary solution to marine oil spills, and later launched a magical additive that can lock in harmful volatile gases. It can be said, this company uses action. It has established its credibility in the minds of consumers around the world. What most people fear most is not that this kind of company makes a profit, but that it takes money but does not work. People work first and get paid later. It's simply a model. Such a company, even if it's a bit shameless, as long as the price of the filtration solution is not increased, it doesn't matter. This is a foundation. It doesn't ask anyone to force payment, and it really has little to do with them. But the impact on major environmental organizations and foundations around the world is obvious. You have more. People need less. Most of the funding sources for these organizations and foundations come from donations from wealthy individuals and corporations. Once there is too much attention, these funds will begin to consider transferring elsewhere. In serious cases, it may even affect their existence. Switzerland. Grand. WWF headquarters. Here, they were discussing something that made them very depressed. A donation project that was originally planned was put on hold due to the actions of these 2 companies. The rich man said that he would have to wait and see. Have a look? What's the meaning? It's obvious. If people think that the other side is good, the donation of up to $500 million may be wasted and turn elsewhere. Their World Wildlife Fund is different from the Global Environment Facility with a somewhat similar name. The Global Environment Facility is a foundation established by the World Bank, not short of money, and it is a non-governmental environmental protection organization. In short, they receive almost no government donations. Most sources of funding, they all come from individuals. Now, if a rich man says he will take a look, the signal he sends is terrible. If he takes a look, will other potential donors who are ready to donate say they will take a look too? Everyone take a look. They may have a difficult life in the future. In fact, they will not run out of ammunition and food in a short period of time because their business is very broad and not limited to environmental protection in a narrow sense. On stage, the manager of the foundation said solemnly, "Now, there is some vague optimism about the Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Foundation. If we don't work harder, our donors may lose a lot, which is very detrimental to the operation of the foundation." And he had just finished speaking. A gray-haired vice chairman of the foundation answered, "I think it's pretty good. You've seen the products of that company. They do have powerful functions in changing people's living environment. We shouldn't regard such a company as a rival. Don't forget, what is the purpose of our foundation? This company should be our friend, not a competitor. They have done something that we have been unable to do after so many years of hard work." He is over 60 years old. Benefit. It's time to consider. But there are always some people who join this organization for ideals. He is also old and about to retire. He values the interests of the foundation, but he feels that it is unnecessary to compete with the Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company for donations. These words, others nodded. Some shook their heads. Something is wrong with the atmosphere. The chairman on the stage quickly said, "We cannot deny the achievements of this company. I also like this company when it comes to protecting the environment, but a company is a company after all. A company exists for profit, and we are a charity organization that helps all those in need free of charge. In terms of motivation, I think we are more noble, so we should not give up any donors." That's right. Yes, we also have a path we must adhere to. However, in the long run, our foundation's donation amount will definitely be affected. If they continue to introduce new technologies, such as filtration solutions, our situation will continue to be difficult. What should we do? Should we also increase our donations in this area? Donate? Donate to it. Well, it shouldn't be that fast, right? Can you use common sense to deduce this company? Before the advent of filters, who could have imagined that in just 2 years, it would be able to prompt dozens of countries around the world to pass zero-emission bills? The direction of the discussion. It changed all of a sudden. The gray-haired vice chairman didn't say much. I didn't even participate in the discussion. How should I put it? This kind of thing is inherently ambiguous, and there is no absolute answer. I just expressed the following opinions. There is no need to force everyone to agree. That's when another vice chairman spoke. Actually, I don't think it's necessary to be too pessimistic. Why? The paths we take are different. We mainly use projects to promote the introduction of policies in environmental protection, wildlife protection, and the construction of parks and ecological reserves in various countries. Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company uses technology to solve various environmental pollution problems. We actually take a different path. In this way, the donor group is actually more subdivided. The main reason for donating to them is to solve problems through technical means. The main reason for donating to us is to achieve corresponding results through the means of people and projects. It is difficult for us to snatch away their donors, and it is difficult for them to snatch away all our donors. So, instead of worrying about these, it is better to do a good job. A new entrant can't get out. We can only coexist. There's a country behind them. They are just an unofficial organization, and it is an environmental protection organization. If they go out and fight with others, it will really become a joke. That's all we can do. The chairman nodded helplessly. Insidious move. They really don't dare to use it. At this moment, a secretary next to him answered a phone call. His face changed slightly, and then he walked up to the chairman and said something in his ear, which made the bitter smile on his face even thicker. Everyone, let me tell you a piece of good news. Just now, the O Foundation, which previously donated $3 billion, once again decided to donate 2 billion euros to the Myanmar Asia Environmental Protection Foundation. Conference room. Everyone looked shocked. What the hell? No matter how rich you are, I don't even play like this. 2 billion euros. It's not 20 yuan. You should at least go through the process, not to mention too much, just 3 to 5 days. Now, the company has not been established for a day, and you just copy a brochure and you keep giving money. I wipe. Why don't you give us one? Forehead. No, the O Foundation had given them a donation of 500 million euros at the beginning of this year. They thought it was a lot before, but in fact it was really a lot. But now, they feel like they have been abandoned. Chapter 3. I need to take a rest. I'm a little tired, so I'll write Chapter 4 later. Unbalanced. Extremely unbalanced. How about we also take the initiative to contact Chairman Simon? We should take the initiative. Yes. Okay, let's make this decision first. That's it. I will go to Paris in person tomorrow and try to meet Mr. Simon. As the chairman, it is his duty to solicit donations. Both are foundations. He had nothing to be embarrassed about. Pull money. This is their daily life. Before, I just thought that this foundation was quite wealthy. It had made donations to a large number of international organizations, and its expenditures were extraordinary. Never one of its donations was less than 50 million US dollars. Looking at it now, it turns out that it was just a small deal before. This time, It's about getting serious. Rich. Be willing to spend. Such customers. It's almost hard to find even with the light on. All told, the O Foundation spent more than $5 billion in 2 days, which was simply incomprehensible and incomprehensible. He wanted to fly over immediately to see if Simon was crazy. Today's plan. We can only fight for it. If there are subsequent donations, see if you can consider giving them some. France. Paris. The headquarters of the O Foundation. Simon's secretary constantly received invitation calls from all over the world, inviting Simon to participate in charity galas, public welfare activities, etc., and some invited him to appear on TV programs. But he only agreed to remote connection. I don't want to rush to the venue. It stands to reason. Foundations love publicity. Only with greater exposure will more people notice and then make more donations. Therefore, managers of such foundations are very happy to attend dinners and events. However, there are always exceptions. O Foundation, at the beginning of its establishment, the big boss behind the scenes didn't force him to attend any dinner parties or events to solicit donations. He could go if he wanted to, and he didn't have to force himself to go if he didn't want to, but he would attend as long as possible. More. In fact, it is to implement the wishes of the big boss behind the scenes. At first, the big boss behind the scenes sent someone to find him, who was about to move to the UK for retirement, and asked him to help manage a charity foundation. He thought about it, read the purpose and charter of the foundation, and readily agreed. 2 years. He watched the O Foundation grow step by step from the initial few hundred million euros to the later tens of billions of euros. If it were not donated, it might exceed 20 billion euros. Its growth rate is astonishing. Make your peers envious. They all wanted to know which Good Samaritans donated it. But how could Simon reveal it so casually? What's more, even he didn't know where most of the money came from, because many donations are anonymous. Before, in fact, he had never thought about donating so much to the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation. Even if he donated, it would not be possible so quickly. According to the foundation's procedures, it would take at least 2 weeks to a month. But this time, the boss made the decision. Donate cash directly. $3 billion. This is the largest donation in the history of the O Foundation. He once persuaded his boss to donate less, but in the entire foundation, although he is the chairman, everything has to be listened to by the big boss behind the scenes. The boss said how much to donate. He can question, but the boss also has the right not to listen. At last, Simon could not persuade him. Just don't care. Moreover, the boss also produced an investigation report detailing the application prospects of the transcription source fluid developed by this company. It is very consistent with the purpose of the foundation and has a high evaluation. Have to, since the boss insists. Just donate. And the reason was reasonable. He didn't dare to doubt his boss's strength and vision, especially when he thought of the origin of the boss behind the foundation. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Unintentionally, he learned some information about his boss, who turned out to be a very influential underground boss in the south of France. He had never believed in such a person doing charity before. Then, his first reaction, the boss was planning to use the foundation to launder money. For this reason, he was worried for a while and even considered resigning. However, it was gradually proved that the boss really wanted to do charity. Every donation, they are all given to large public welfare organizations. If it did not go into private pockets, Simon did not believe that those large international organizations would do money laundering. Therefore, gradually, he also developed a strong respect for his boss. Such a cruel person. It is impossible to say that I am not afraid. If his guess was correct, a considerable part of the foundation's money belonged to his boss behind the scenes. As far as he knew, he controlled a large gaming company and made a lot of money during last year's World Cup. How many specifically? He doesn't know. But what he knew was that the World Cup was a huge bad news for the entire European gaming industry. In one World Cup, a few dark horses directly wiped out more than a dozen large and small gaming companies. Bankruptcy of bankruptcy. The collapse of the collapse. Runaway. Anyway, a mess. After that reshuffle, my boss's company became one of the top 5 gambling groups in Europe. Last year's World Cup alone earned no less than 3 billion euros, plus other large and small competitive events. It can be said that he made a lot of money. Period. Many organizations also want to find him to operate in secret, donate to rebates. However, what the other party faces, it's his big cold eyes. Then, call the security guard and ask him out. The huge wealth controlled by the foundation can be found in real money if it slips out of your hands. But Simon does not dare to covet it in the slightest. Some money cannot be touched, otherwise you will have a life to take it, but you will not have a life to spend it. Money from the O Foundation. That's it. Outlaw money. Only another group of desperados dared to make plans. Obviously, Simon was not this kind of person. He was just an ordinary person who wanted to work honestly, do something he liked, and retire peacefully. China. Sonia was on the plane to Qingyan City. Tang Qing closed his eyes, silently paying attention to the development of the entire situation. All this, of course, it was all carefully planned. The O Foundation was just taking the lead. The more and more funds accumulated by the Pishio project needed to be transferred to the safe zone. For now, Myanmar. It's a safe zone. Some plans obtain funds, and through various means, they're first cleaned, then enter the foundation's account, and then through the foundation's operations, they're washed even cleaner again. At last, like now, this money can flow into the Myanmar Bank Group through legal channels. The money entering the Myanmar Asia Bank Group is naturally digested internally, and the way of consumption is also very simple. By purchasing large quantities of raw materials from other countries and vigorously supporting the international expansion of Myanmar Asia enterprises. O Foundation is only the second largest foundation among the 29 charitable foundations currently controlled by the soldiers. Not all of these foundations will participate in the asset transfer, and at most 5 of them will be involved. Others, it is used to carry out other business. The huge overseas forces controlled by the soldiers need financial support, and many plans also need it. The money that can be safely transferred back is at most 150 to 25 billion US dollars per year. The rest are floating overseas. Where needed, just support there. Not that there can't be more. It's not necessary. It's all in your pocket anyway. Whether it's in the left-hand pocket or the right-hand pocket, the difference is really not big. The main reason is that now is the critical period when the Asian dollar is replacing the Chat. We are engaged in tourism development again. After Tang Qing promotes it all the way, there will definitely be a lot of international cooperation. In these cooperations, just like Mozambique, there will definitely be a large number of new US dollar-related loans. Therefore, even if the entire commodity loan and project loan is settled in Asian dollars, there's also a demand for US dollars. In order to avoid being in a hurry when needed and overly deliberately sending money in large quantities to attract attention, is a good way to slowly sharpen the knife in advance. Watch and watch. Tang Qing also discovered an interesting phenomenon. Donate. There are so many people following the trend. Just after the O Foundation became famous again, many charities said that they would donate to these 2 foundations. Only, there's a process to follow. It can vary from a week to a month. The purpose, in fact, they just want to attract a wave of popularity. In the final analysis, these charitable foundations are still composed of people with different ideas, and they have not yet reached the point of being completely selfless. As for how much to donate, let's talk about it then. However, there's still relatively conscientious organizations that have announced the amount of donations they intend to donate, but they're not much. The most is only 300 million US dollars, and the less is only a few million, which seems a bit stingy. But Tang Qing thinks it's pretty good. The O Foundation is its own, and it is a tool for fund transfer. Of course, it will be more generous in its actions, while other foundations have too many things to worry about, so they appear to be petty. Except these institutions. Massive individual donations continue to come in, tens of millions of dollars more. A few hundred yuan less. Watch your account balance keep rising. Tang Qing smiled. Money. After finding a way, it's really easy to make money. If the results are good this time, more such foundations can be established in the future. In addition to medical care and environmental protection, there are many other projects that can attract donations. But now it's eating and looking ugly. In order to leave a way for others to survive, it is better not to go too far. At present, the ability of these two foundations to attract money is enough. You can make money just by lying down. If you are an ordinary person, you will probably die of joy. August 22nd, 11 o'clock in the morning. The plane arrived at Qingyan City Airport. In 2 days, Qin Shiqi and the others would have to report for the start of school. They had to come back and stay in Qingyan City for a few days for meetings. Tang Qing also had to return to Shanghai. Afternoon, 3:30. Tang Qing came to the headquarters of Tianyin Group. After a busy month, almost all Tianyin's global branches have been set up and officially started working externally. However, since most of the group's overseas employees are newly recruited, although they are proficient in business, it will take a lot of time to get the management running smoothly. The eyes of tens of thousands of employees. Now, it has become a behemoth, and this is still the case now. If the business expands in the future and the business gets better and better, this number may double several times. In this regard, Tang Qing said there is no pressure. No matter how many people there are, he can afford it, and he is not afraid of internal problems. His trump card is the system and the soldiers. There is no day when someone can grow up internally and threaten his power, because he can replace these restless ones at any time. Only, just over a month, Dou Jiao felt like she was a little out of her mind. This kind of lack of expenditure is not due to too much physical work, but because there are too many things to think about and the mind is tired. There are not many companies in the world like Tianyin that have branches in more than half of the countries in the world. Even if there is, it is also on 1/3 of an acre of land. In the professional field, work hard. The business won't be too cumbersome. Those who make cars only need to make cars, and those who sell Coke only need to sell Cokes. The business volume seems to be very large and extensive, but in fact it is quite relaxed. However, Tianyin is not like this at all. At Tang Qing's request, Tianyin is a service provider serving various industries and fields around the world, covering almost all industry fields. With such breadth, it has to go deeper and reach the top level. Do consulting. You have to have something in mind. You have to provide any data that people want immediately. For example, if a Chinese businessman wants to do high-end TV business in an African country, he needs information about the country's population, age, income, and major local competitors. These things, none can be found online. Send someone to conduct an on-site inspection through various channels to collect and verify economic data of many countries. The country does not even have statistics, but if customers want it, Tianyin will have to come up with its own analysis data. Just this. It can make people die. Dou Jiao really couldn't think of it. These things were so laborious and tiring to do. After Tang Qing said these goals before, her blood was boiling. Now, her boiling blood slowly calmed down. Tang Qing's office. He drank a cup of tea leisurely. Little boss, can you imagine how difficult it is for us to obtain relatively accurate import and export data, economic data, consumption data, and population data in a country with no statistical bureau or network at all? Dou Jiao sat opposite Tang Qing, looking at him with a look of resentment. As soon as it comes up, he went to Tang Qing to complain. To this, Tang Qing just laughed. Sister Jiao, it is precisely because it is difficult and others can't do it or are unwilling to do it that we have to work harder to achieve results and take the path that everyone can take. It is not only boring, but also low level. What do you think? What you said makes sense. Dou Jiao rolled her eyes. Yes. It's just too testing. If this is the case, our personnel will continue to expand. Dou Jiao said. Tang Qing spread his hands. It doesn't matter. It's good to recruit more people. Just like establishing a local business relationship, this is a long-term task. Moreover, Sister Jiao, why don't you think differently? They don't have a specialized statistical agency, no network, and no data. So, why don't we help them build this data acquisition network? Don't forget our goal. Countries and companies are very different. Those developed countries don't need our advice or help, But for those countries that haven't even standardized data and networks, do we need to take the initiative to promote them? Promote? Dou Jiao was puzzled. Yes, promotion. Tang Qing nodded. Then he continued. The entry and exit management methods of some countries are backward. So, can we donate a batch of computers and corresponding equipment and software to turn everything into visual data? In this way, we not only make friends with people, but also reduce some worries. For example, in countries that do not even have population data, can we promote ID cards? In short, when we can't do it ourselves, why not think of ways to encourage others to do it? In the short term, this means almost nothing, but in the medium and long term, this is an honor for our eyes. After listening, Dou Jiao's eyes widened. Is this okay? Of course, this method is not completely feasible. I just put forward an idea. What to do depends on the actual situation. Just find someone who is good at doing these things. Next, I want to say another thing. That is, my other company will be merged into Xiao Xiao. The business content of this company can be regarded as a good supplement to Xiao Xiao. Replenish? Dou Jiao was stunned. If it is a business related to Xiao Xiao, why didn't he just set up a department within Tianyin in the first place? In the end, it would serve Xiao Xiao anyway. Although Dou Jiao didn't express her doubts, Tang Qing still took the initiative to explain. After all, Xiao Xiao is not a professional software company. Just like those applications in Ura, I mainly handed them over to a company under Qingyuan Technology for design, and now they are only handed over to Tianyin for operation. This company also has multiple subsidiaries. The one I plan to merge this time is a subsidiary that specializes in designing management software. It is small in scale, with only more than 200 people. He said. Tang Qing turned on the projection behind him. The next moment, a line of words appeared on the wall. Enterprise Data Management Upgrade. Then, in Dou Jiao's doubts, the screen flashed. The interface jumps to a dynamic chart. At the same time, a female voice sounded in the office. The upgrade of enterprise data management aims to take advantage of increasingly developed and high-speed networks and more terminal devices to achieve efficient and rapid transmission of information, breaking the timeliness of manual transmission. I listened for a few minutes. Dou Jiao finally understood what Tang Qing was trying to do, which was to meddle in other people's own business. It was a bit like, I think you're too backward and it will be too slow for you to grow up, so I will simply do everything for you directly. The specific manifestation is free promotion, such as water and electricity. At present, online payment of water and electricity bills has just begun to show its signs. There are only a few places in various provinces and regions where online payment is possible, and all relevant companies are planning to expand the scope. However, progress has been uneven. There are high and low levels. Because Xiao Xiao has connected all areas where online payment is available, which has made it convenient for many people, but the coverage is really not flattering, which makes Tang Qing a little anxious. That's good. Have to. Don't be too busy. I'll come. I will design all the technical issues and the entire management software for you and give it to you for free. I just ask you to quickly develop a larger scale internet business. Just water and electricity. Dou Jiao would not be so surprised. Except water and electricity. There are also many fields such as communications, transportation, postal express, hotels, restaurants, etc., which are all within the scope of Nosy. Looking at the functions that can be achieved by each software introduced above, Dou Jiao opened her mouth. I'll go. Do you want to be so considerate? Talk. Xiao Xiao currently has no rivals in the country. Why is Tang Qing so anxious to make this happen? Do you think I'm full? Seeing Dou Jiao's expression, Tang Qing asked with a smile. Dou Jiao nodded. A bit. First of all, most of these enterprises are state-owned enterprises. To carry out such a large-scale management system update, it does not mean that the system is easy to use. Just because it is easy to use, it does not mean that they will use it. Secondly, Xiao Xiao has almost no rivals now. And even if we give it to them and they use it all, what will we get? They will never open the data to us. If you say that it is possible to advertise web pages on it, I think this is a profitable point. Moreover, given the current environment, We cannot be their only network access provider. After listening, Tang Qing smiled and nodded. You are right, but what I want is not data, nor the identity of the only access provider, but to allow our little one to enter the era of data value faster. And you have only seen Huaxia. I will open these management software to all relevant companies around the world, completely free of charge, not only open, but also actively promoted. In the future, this will also be one of the foundations of the group's influence. These words, of course not, entirely true, except for Tiny. These functions are still preparing for the upcoming launch of WeChat. Various payment and online payments are important parts of WeChat. Those companies are not in a hurry, but Tang Qing is anxious. That's how good-hearted it is. At first, Tang Qing planned to launch Xiao and add the function of WeChat, but then he thought that the two have different positions. One is work, and the other is life, so it is better not to mix them together. And I don't plan to change the name of WeChat. Get used to it. It always feels weird to have any other name, since no one is using it now. That's it. Well, you're the boss, so whatever you say is what you say. Fortunately, the specific operations are not under my control, otherwise I would have had another headache for a while. Do Jiao rubbed her head. Tang Qing's goal. Always so big. I really don't know why Tang Qing keeps talking about the world. The world market seems to be at his fingertips. Is the world so easy to conquer? Forget it. Just to save 2 gray hairs, I don't want to do it anymore. How could she know? Tang Qing's eyes. He is no longer just a corner of the country. His power now covers the whole world, and it is not weak. If you still focus on a market of one city, one pool, one country, one place, it is really a bit narrow-sighted. Make trouble. We need to make it bigger. Subsequently, Tang Qing held a high-level meeting of Tianyin Group and reiterated what he had just said about his anger with Do Jiao. Of course, no one would have any objections to this. Tang Qing paid them just to ask them to solve the problem. Not here to emphasize the difficulty. Just do your best. Difficulty? They have been able to look at it correctly. Serving so many corporate customers, they encounter so many shocking problems. What really gives them a headache is called powerlessness, not difficulties. The next day, the management rights of the subsidiary have been handed over, but there are still a lot of procedures to go through for the transfer of ownership. It is originally a matter of left hand and right hand, but the handover is so fast. That afternoon, Tianyin and Xiao worked together, led by experienced salesmen, and set out for the capital. Most of the companies here were state-owned enterprises, and almost all of them were headquartered in the capital. At the same time, Tianyin's various regions and branches around the world have also received notifications. Try our best to promote to enterprises in various countries. In addition to large enterprises, even local hotels, restaurants, and movie theaters are also included in the promotion, and assessment indicators have been set. The more active users, the more rewards. See this situation. Tianyin branches in various countries made reports one after another. Shortage of people. They were already very busy with their previous corporate business, and they also had to collect information and promote software. In fact, they didn't have enough manpower. They thought that the headquarters would choose to be conservative just after the expansion. Unexpectedly, the next day, all branches have received a reply of agreement, and based on the original basis, all branches will add a new business department, mainly to complete these 2 tasks. If this recruitment is completed, the total number of Tianyin Group may increase by another 5,000 people. August 24th, Beijing. Morning, 9:30. Headquarters of China Telecom Group. Today, a group of people came to Chairman Feng Xian's office. The team was led by a business manager from Xiao Technology. If the 2 parties had not cooperated a lot in the past, it would have been almost impossible to make an appointment and see Feng Xian the next day. The cooperation between the 2 parties has been very good. Before, Telecom has placed many advertisements on Comet Video Network. We also opened a recharge interface with Xiao. Later, Tang Qing's Era mobile phone also has in-depth cooperation with China Telecom and is contracted to sell the only smartphone currently on the market. To be honest, looking at the sales volume, China Telecom wants to build a mobile phone. Besides, every month, several data centers of Tang Qing's companies have to pay traffic fees in units of tens of millions to telecom, and they are increasing every month. This year, the traffic fees to telecom are expected to exceed 300 million. Such a friend, telecommunications must of course be treated with caution. Manager Bien, I wonder what the new business cooperation you're talking about is. Feng Xian looked at the little business manager Bien Ran expectantly. Before, Bien Ran said there was business cooperation, but he didn't know what it was. But Bien Ran can come in person. It's certainly not simple. Bien Ran smiled. Then he took out a laptop from behind his back. The computer was open. When he opened it, the screen lit up. Without saying too much, Bien Ran pushed the computer in front of Feng Xian. Chairman Feng, this is the business management software we designed for the company. Business management? Feng Xian was stunned. Look down. There is also the logo of the telecommunications group on it. Let alone anything else, he liked the interface design in front of him very much. The sparkling background, the dynamic water ball floating, and the translucent border made it look high-end. In the middle of the screen is a login box. Director Feng, this is our newly launched communication business software, which integrates the processing of all telecommunication services. Compared with the previous web version, our software has higher security and convenience. Next, Bien Ran introduced the functions of the software endlessly. Feng Xian kept nodding his head. He is the chairman. But I'm also familiar with the office processes of frontline staff. If this software can be introduced into the entire business network of the telecom group, it will indeed effectively improve the work speed of frontline sales staff. And more convenient. What interests him the most? It also comes with various statistics and real-time updates. In the past, these required a large number of people to report and make statistics, but if this system is introduced, a lot of time can be saved. Previously, multiple days of data needed to be prepared. Export directly with one click. Really convenient. 10 minutes later, Bien Ran finished the introduction. Feng Xian said bluntly, Manager Bien, your stuff is very good, but it involves our telecom operation network, and a lot of it is related to national information security, which is not something we can decide as a company. To be honest, he loves this software, but something. It's not like he has the final say. Whether such a large-scale software application should be used by the group must be discussed and demonstrated internally. After the discussion and approval, it must be reported to the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, which has no right to make a decision. At last, it will definitely be reported to the State Council. The State Council cannot decide at once. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and other network security departments will definitely be convened for consultation. This is a process that cannot be avoided at all. In the end, Feng Xian, does not even have 5% of the decision-making power on whether it will work. Bien Ran nodded. We know this, so we license it to you as an open source code. We don't charge any fees. Later maintenance and development are all up to you. However, as a partner, you can also ask us for help. Our chairman has said that this business is free, which means that we can always provide technical support to your company, but only once a year. In order to prevent these companies from going too far, Tang Qing just made this rule. Anyway, it is mainly the soldiers who do the work, and the speed could be so fast that those excellent programmers question their lives. If it is the waiter, even if it is as complicated as the skies demand, it can only come up with a plan in 1 second. Therefore, a promise that most companies would simply not dare to make. Tang Qing dared to give it. What? Free? Feng Xian said in surprise. Yes. You're also sending the source code? Yes. Why? Feng Xian was a little speechless. You really gave it away thoroughly. Why? It's actually very simple. We want to help domestic companies reduce operating costs. Your company's influence in the country is obvious to all. This is actually a propaganda for our corporate image. A high-sounding reason. The company has already figured it out. Hear the words. Feng Xian was a little happy to be praised. If it's free, also open source, things will take a big turn for the better. At that time, we will sign a licensing contract. This software will be permanently free for your company to use. You have the right to secondary development. However, the secondary developed products may not be used for profit. As you know, this is developed by us, and it is also our hard work. We hope that it can serve more customers, but we do not want anyone to use it to make profits. I hope you can understand. Understand. Feng Xian nodded. They give it away for free. It's indeed a bit unethical for you to sell it for money. Are you just giving it to us for free? Or? Feng Xian asked again. Bien Ran shook his head slightly. Feng Xin said it was true. Not only your company, but also several major domestic telecom operators. I will visit one after another. Similarly, we will also provide similar, but never the same software according to different businesses. Immediately afterwards, Bien Ran said again, not only in the field of communications, but also in the fields of banking, energy, postal services, transportation, hotels, restaurants, property management, etc., we have launched similar management software this time, and all of them are free. What? You have designed this kind of software for so many industries. Feng Xian was really shocked. Yes, as I just said, we are a company that serves enterprises. It is our goal to help customers reduce operating costs. Moreover, not only domestically, but also internationally, we will treat everyone equally. You also give away free software to foreign countries? Yes. Why don't you charge money? If so, someone will sue us for discrimination. That's right. After thinking about it, Feng Xian asked the most critical question. If we use it and you open source code to the world, how can the security of this software be ensured? Bien Ran smiled and said, you have forgotten the Information Security Center of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. In the past 2 years, our country has never experienced a large-scale network paralysis. Almost all foreign viruses and hackers have failed us. The melons that Tang Qing planted back then. Today, it finally came in handy. This center also has another identity. That is, it is a brother unit of the Information Warfare Research Center. The two parties have no affiliation, but they cooperate closely and exchange personnel very frequently. Feng Xian heard this. Yes. Why did he forget this unit? The main reason is that there is less contact in daily life. But the myth of it, but it has already spread in the country. In just 2 years, this unit has made China's internet very safe, and several so-called wars with foreign hackers have been violently defeated. Cyber attack? It's a word I haven't heard for a long time. If so, it will be much easier. It is not difficult to modify the source code yourself, and then let the Information Security Center take a look and add some security procedures. As long as the network security issues are solved, the difficulty of passing approval will be greatly reduced. This time, Bien Ran continued. After open source, you can ask them to build in security programs. In fact, our software already has security programs built into it. If you change it, please be sure to ask them to check it. The meaning is very clear. Our software has its own shield. There may be loopholes after you change it, so it's best to ask someone to take a look. Otherwise, if something happens, we will definitely be irresponsible. And because it involves too much, Bien Ran also believes that open source is a good way. As long as you change any place. There has been an information leak in the future. I can reject it directly. This is a free gift, but you still want me to bear unlimited liability? It's out of the question. Chat it for a while. Leave a copy of the product book. Bien Ran left. Feng Xian read through it carefully. Normally, there would be no need to worry about this kind of thing, but now if I don't use it and the other two operators use it first, wouldn't it be lagging behind? Telecom has always prided itself on being the leader. The most important thing is, this software is also open to other countries for free. It involves many industries, which makes Feng Xian feel a sense of urgency. It doesn't matter if it is surpassed by domestic companies. If other countries take the lead in using their own software, their faces will not look good. It seems this matter needs to be put on the agenda. Finished telecommunications. Bien Ran went to China Unicom and China Mobile one after another. Same as Feng Xian. Both sides expressed a willingness to give a try. It can be said that they have done almost everything, and the finished product is delivered to you, and there is no need to worry about safety. It is also free and even open source. There is really no reason not to give it a try. Then, day 1. Bien ran through 4 operators. The last one to run was Taitong. Although Taitong was the weakest, it was also a large communications group. Bien Ran heard that it might be merged into China Mobile next year, but he didn't know the specific time. Afternoon. On the way back to the hotel, Bien Ran's staff asked, "Manager, do you think they will agree? It's free, why don't you use it? I don't know how long it will take to complete the procedures. So, we have to work hard to get more companies interested. The more we use it, the more people will want to join. We have put things in front of them, and they will eat it when they open their mouths." Yes. The next day, Bien Ran came to the Ministry of Railways. This behemoth, Tianyin, had never cooperated with them before and had almost no interaction with them. Therefore, they made an appointment 2 days in advance and only met a 5th in command. However, they were already very satisfied. This is one, not a business. Being able to get in and meet people is already very good. What I was most afraid of was not being able to make an appointment and not being able to meet people. Fortunately, they were not here for approval, so I didn't feel too worried. Nothing to say. As soon as it comes up, Bien Ran took out another software. After talking to each other, the other party expressed interest, but they still had some concerns about online ticket sales. Unlike several major communication operators, the railways had many concerns. Cattle. How to ensure the interests of people who don't know how to operate. These are big questions. One is not handled well. It will cause fierce conflicts. Actually, someone in our ministry has long proposed online ticket purchasing, but the premise is that the real name system is implemented to block scalpers' hands. Now, with the promotion from above, the real name system for trains has been introduced. It stands to reason that we already have reasons to promote online ticket purchasing, but the penetration rate of the internet is still limited in our country. If online ticket purchasing is opened, what will happen to those who stay up late waiting at the station? Even if we only release half of the tickets online, we cannot protect their interests. Therefore, what is limited by online ticket purchasing is not technology or concepts, but our transportation capacity. Fortunately, our country has begun to plan a large number of high-speed railway construction. Conventional railway construction is also progressing steadily, and public transportation is also stepping up. After 3 or 5 years, the ministry feels that it is a good time to open up. Regarding the words of the 5th in command, Bien Ran was not surprised. It is. This kind of thing needs to move forward steadily, and the more convenient the better. In his view, opening up online ticket sales is indeed something that can only be opened up when transportation capacity increases and has nothing to do with technology. However, he is not here to promote online ticket purchasing. You may have misunderstood. We are just adding such a function to the software to prepare for the future. You can familiarize yourself with it a few years in advance. We are just giving you a reference for innovative business solutions. If you don't use it, it probably means we haven't done a good enough job. If you use it, it is recognition of us. You really know how to talk. This is from the bottom of your heart. Your company is very good. Thank you. We didn't chat for long. Bien Ran said goodbye. This situation, it was expected. Although it seems that the trip was in vain, Tang Qing's meaning is, you don't have to do it, but I have to do it. If you don't use it now, you will use it in the future. It is not used here, but may be used abroad. He doesn't care about the gains and losses of a city or a pool. These software, the response domestically was actually average, but abroad, but it blew up. Unlike in China, all domestic industries related to the national economy and people's livelihood are in the hands of the state. Everything has the final say. If we want to popularize it, there is no time to spare. And abroad, most countries, these industries are in the hands of private companies. Nature, they're more about cost. It is also easier to accept new things. When I see free things, my eyes widen. After testing it, I found that it is really useful, so I quickly entered the trial stage. Even for this company's freebies, many countries have given considerable coverage. Nature, there were mixed reviews. Free, what people want. But in Western countries, they're used to using things for a fee, because this is intellectual property. Now, if you give this thing away for free, will it constitute unfair competition? This is a problem. Not too small. Free. It is the biggest means of unfair competition. Just like Western countries say that China is dumping, if it is just a low price, it will be labeled as such. If it is free, it must have violated the law of anti-dumping. Then, Xiao Xiao was sued to court by his peers in many places. To this, Tang Qing just gave him a contemptuous look. Litigation. I'm still afraid that you won't make it. He has the best team of lawyers in the world. In other words, if the legal team is currently ranked throughout the year, his warriors can completely occupy the top 50 positions. In order to protect his global interests, Tang Qing's law firm has already exceeded 100. Just the eye of heaven. It has established a global lawyer team of more than 2,700 people. Corporate services. How could there be no lawyer? August 28th, 9:30 in the morning. Xi'an City, Myanmar First Central Hospital. In an office on the 5th floor. Mr. Mi Hao, congratulations. After 20 days of cure and 1 week of observation, the daughter's leukemia has completely recovered and she can return to the country. If conditions permit, please go to a major hospital in your country for an examination once a year. Receptionist Mi Hao, still the same young doctor. At this time, Mi Hao heard the news he had been waiting for a long time. His daughter's illness. It's finally fine. Looking back on a more than 20 days spent in the emergency rescue center, he felt very uneasy. Every day, the doctor told him that his daughter's disease was getting better. After 20 days of treatment, she was cured immediately. This week, no medication. But the test results were very gratifying. Normal. Everything works fine. There was no abnormality at all, and it was very stable. He knew exactly what this meant. Today, the doctor finally gave him a judgment that made him feel at ease. Thank you. Thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. Mi Hao's eyes were a little moist. Next to him, his already sensible daughter also smiled happily when she heard that she was completely fine. Thank you, brother. The doctor smiled and said, Haha, it's nothing. This is our job. By the way, this is the payment list, a total of 50,700. If there is no problem, please sign it and go to the first floor to pay. Yes, yes. Mi Hao quickly took the list, signed his name, and then saw that the doctor kept only one sheet and gave him the top one, 50,700, just like what he said at the beginning. Then you go ahead. If you have any questions, you can call our hospital. Okay. I knew there were many people queuing up behind me. Mi Hao did not waste the doctor's time and took his daughter to the first floor. The payment was completed. Now, after negotiation with Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group, the branch of China Industrial and Commercial Bank of China here can provide loans. This money, he borrowed it from ICBC, said it was payment. In fact, he handed over the sign form, and after the other party registered it, it would be deducted from the ICBC account. The money had no interest. He loaned it for 3 years and paid it off in one lump sum after 3 years. It was easy to handle. Just take this certificate of serious illness that requires treatment. You can go to the ICBC in Xi'an City to apply, and it'll be ready in minutes. Let's go home. Mi Hao said. Going back to where? My daughter asked. Go back to the home where you grew up. You mean to separate from Xiao Tuan and the others? My daughter looked at Mi Hao with cute eyes. Xiao Tuan, the other children she met at the emergency rescue center, had lived here for so long, and it was impossible for them to play by themselves all day long. Small group. He was also the kid in the next bed who I met in the hospital in China. Came a week later than her. The treatment period has now passed. During the observation phase, Mi Hao smiled. Yeah, this is not our country after all, but when they get better, they can play at our house in the future. Now that you are fine, you can go to the kindergarten to play with the children. Really, her daughter was excited when she heard that she could go to school. Really, after leaving the hospital, Mi Hao got on the bus familiarly. In the past month, he took his daughter around Xi'an City and outside the city. His familiarity with the place was almost as good as that of the locals. Compared to when he came, there are a lot more people here. Originally, the hotel was almost booked. No place to stay. There won't be many new patients, but human lives are at stake. Even if they don't have a place to stay, many critically ill patients will come through various channels, especially after the emergency rescue center is opened. Only 5 days. The 3 emergency rescue centers in Xiamen City were packed. After, the Myanmar medical group carried out diversion, and many patients were taken to other places, which greatly reduced the pressure on Xiamen City. Therefore, there will only be more, not just one Wuyong. These patients come from all over the world. In fact, it has also brought a lot of troubles to the local area. A large number of people means a lot of consumption. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation have actually affected the local people. Fortunately, these people have indirectly boosted the local economy. There are many rich people among them. Therefore, overall, for these patients, the locals were still welcoming. As far as Mihao knew, many people were worried at first whether the influx of these patients would lead to an epidemic, such as the widespread spread of a certain infectious disease. But soon the relevant departments here and the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group collectively came out to explain. It said that these people have all gone through border entry inspection. If highly contagious patients are found, they will be isolated and treated and will not be allowed to move around. Therefore, there is no need to worry. As soon as the announcement came out, immediately, the talk stopped. It turns out, so far, no infectious disease has occurred throughout the territory. Therefore, gradually, those who did not fully believe it have accepted it. As long as there is no infection, they have nothing to fear, even if it is contagious, as long as it is not a rapidly fatal disease. They also have health insurance. It's hard to even think about dying. It didn't take long. Mihao came to the security booth where Ronwei worked. It was Ronwei who brought his father and daughter to the emergency rescue center. Later, he wanted to thank him, but he didn't expect that he couldn't eat the meal. At last, in the last week, a weekend, finally treated him to a meal. Chaos. This left Mihao speechless. When he asked Ronwei what he wanted to eat, he unexpectedly pointed to a small Chinese shop not far away and ordered a bowl of chaos, but Ronwei ate happily. Mihao was still very strange at the time. Ronwei pointed to the ground. 2 years ago, this place was still a wasteland, overgrown with weeds. We all lived in thatched huts and lacked materials. The life at that time was far worse than that in your Chinese countryside. It can only be said that we have food to eat, and it is also due to the climate here that we can't starve to death. But it is not easy to eat this bowl of chaos in front of us. Now 2 years have passed, but it seems like yesterday. My father told me that you can't forget the past. So, to me, a bowl of chaos and a big fish and meat are actually the same. If you really want to eat your feast, make a mistake. When I have the opportunity to go to China in the future, if you invite me to a feast, I will never refuse. As soon as these words came out, Ji Maheo said nothing more at that time. Brother Rong, I will return to China this afternoon. Next time I have a chance to come to China, please be sure to let me be a favor. After finding Ronwei, Mihao used Chinese-style friendship again. Haha, no problem. Is your daughter ready? Ronwei said with a smile. Well, the doctor has said it. That's good. Listen to the doctor. He asked me to go to a big hospital for a review every year, and I plan to come here for a review every year. Mihao said that after seeking medical treatment for so long, he still couldn't be cured. Therefore, he instinctively felt uneasy about the medical skills of domestic hospitals. Well, welcome back. I'm on duty today, so I won't deliver it. As you know, while I'm at work, meals must be in the canteen, and I won't invite you to eat. Be careful on the road. Ronwei said, Okay, I wish you good luck in your work. Mihao said, Go back and work hard, but you must also pay attention to your health. If it is difficult to find a job in China, you can come to our company. You're studying architecture. We have many projects approved by the end of this year. Ronwei said casually, but Mihao was moved in his heart. That auction 2 weeks ago. Of course Mihao had heard of it, due to professional relevance. He also learned about it in detail. It can only be said that Ling's step is a bit big, and it is thanks to the shareholder wind of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group that he can blow up such a storm. Otherwise, there is no chance at all. In theory, he can be regarded as a beneficiary. Now, once those developers take the land, they will definitely develop it to make money. As for hoarding the land, that will face the government taking back the original price, and now the land price assessment has increased by 20%. Anyone who doesn't develop it will be stupid. They're not allowed to sell land. Only the buildings above can be sold. However, there are too many projects under construction in Myanmar at present, including roads, railways, airports, residences, factories, and new cities. One pile after another, the whole country is full of construction sites. Such crazy infrastructure. He had also seen it in China. It can be said, today's Myanmar, in a state of labor shortage. There's a shortage of both workers and technical personnel. Many projects here have been won by Chinese companies. As far as he knows, this year alone, more than 250,000 Chinese workers have come to work here. These people, most of them came from China's big construction companies with the prefix Therefore, looking for a job here, Mihao doesn't think it's a difficult task, and the workers are paid according to the wages dispatched overseas, which is a little higher than at home. If there's an opportunity here, Mihao is not opposed to working here for a few years. Think of this. Mihao asked, Brother Rong, what suggestions do you have? Rong Wei said, whether it is the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone or other states, there are a large number of construction projects. Therefore, you have two options. First, join your Chinese construction company as an expatriate. Second, join our national construction company. As far as I know, your construction company established by Chinese businessman Tang Qing is recruiting a large number of construction workers, and its headquarters is in Xinan City. As a local, Rong Wei is also familiar with the local business dynamics. If Mihao joins a company with other Burmese people, he may face difficulties in integrating because of the language barrier. But Tang Qing was different. He is Chinese. It owns the largest Chinese construction company here. He is also the most successful Chinese businessman. At first, construction of Xinan City, because it was willing to accept payment in Asian dollars, Tang Qing's company won a very large order. Later, the expansion of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone and the planning of new cities in 2 new areas won a lot of projects. This time, the tourism development plan. The same is true. Therefore, as a friend, the first thing Rong Wei thought of was Tang Qing's company. Really? I heard it was Tang Qing's company. Mihao was surprised. Of course it's true. They have many projects in hand and have recruited a large number of workers in China. Once you get in, there's no language barrier and you can accept it psychologically. I heard the treatment is very good. Mihao kept nodding. Think about it. He still couldn't decide right away. Thank you. I have to think about this matter carefully. As you know, I have a daughter. If I work here, there may be some inconvenience. Mihao was moved, but he couldn't worry about his daughter. What's so difficult about this? Didn't your mother take care of your daughter at home before? You can still let her take care of her. If you can't bear to let her go, you can also let her come over. We also have policies in this regard. Rong Wei knew something about Mihao. Mihao's mother is still alive. Afraid of increasing the cost of traveling, he stayed at home and waited for news. He had been helping Mihao take care of the children before, and the land in the village was no longer cultivated. Now that his granddaughter is well, he will definitely take care of her at home. I'm mainly worried about education. Mihao was a little confused. Rong Wei smiled and said, for overseas employees with long-term contract from large local companies, the special zone can solve the enrollment problem. Is it possible? Mihao was surprised again. Of course, I still know a little bit about the laws of the SAR, but this requires you to sign a contract for no less than 5 years, so you have to think about it carefully and decide for yourself whether there are gains or losses. Rong Wei said, understood. They chatted for a while. Mihao decided to go to that company to see what it was like. According to the address given by Rong Wei, he found a construction company. Good guy. The office is located directly on the core main road of Xinan City. Although it is not the center of the city, it is still a very good location with a 12-story building. Door. He saw a lot of people coming in and out. Some even had resumes. Holding my daughter. Mihao finally walked in. Hello, what can I do for you? What surprised him? There's actually a front desk at the door. Mihao briefly introduced his situation, and the other party immediately took him to a room inside, where a dedicated person answered his questions about such a waste of manpower. He likes it. About 10 minutes. He already knew about the treatment of Tang Qing's company. It's very good. All benefits are considered to be above average. If you sign a long-term contract, you can also buy medical insurance and Social Security here. The same is true for my daughter. If she signed a long-term contract, she can enroll in school here. It is explained. There are many Chinese here. Therefore, there are special classes. Both Burmese and Chinese are compulsory courses here. Those who know Chinese must learn Burmese, and those who know Burmese must learn Chinese. As for English, which gives him a headache, there is no requirement to learn it from elementary school to middle school. English universities are offered as professional courses. Hear this. Mihao was a little worried. If you didn't learn English when you were a child, I won't be able to keep up when I go back to my country to go to school, let alone take the college entrance examination. Final. Mihao gritted his teeth. Done. He didn't believe it. If he didn't learn English, his daughter wouldn't be able to become a talented person. Moreover, the university education here should be pretty good, considering the performance of those Burmese Asian companies and their zero courage. On the level of education, he didn't think it was much worse than other places. Havel Cow, Cambridge is awesome. Myth is a bus. But why do both the filtration solution that changes the world and the original transcription solution that will save countless people in the future appear in this small place, while other places can only watch it until now? Think of this. Mihao immediately felt balanced. Well, can I register first? I have to send my daughter back to China first and discuss it with her family. I will confirm it in about a week. Okay, our recruitment is expected to last about a month. If you decide as soon as possible, we can make arrangements. Knowing that Mihao's daughter had just been cured of her illness, the person who received him also understood. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. After that, Mihao stood up and left. Having made a decision, it was time to do it. Mihao took a taxi back to the rescue center, went through the formalities, took his few luggage, and got on the bus back to the country. He had to go back first to convince his mother. On a wide 8-lane road, a Chinese bus was driving fast. The car Mihao and his daughter took was because it could go directly to Kunming City in Yunnan province without changing trains. Due to the recent strong demand, there are nearly 20 direct trains from Xiamen City to Kunming City every day. Very convenient. Since last year, there is a bus connection with Huaxia here. Due to China's policy reasons, the dominance of this type of transportation business is not with the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, but is operated by Huaxia companies. All buses, and the driver, all are Chinese. However, considering that we have to take care of the face of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone, 40% of the company's shares belong to the Special Zone government. In this way, everyone can live well in terms of face. When it comes, Mihao bought a car from this line. It was added at that time. At this time, the car on the way back was already full, and Mihao and her daughter sat by the window. Since overloading is strictly prohibited here, one person is seated one at a time, and only children under 1 meter are not considered overloaded. Dad, what is that? Dad, what is Xiaowan doing now? Dad, that calf is wagging its tail. How long has it been since she took a bath? Along the way, looking out the window, my daughter kept asking questions. Mihao answered patiently. Not the same as when I came. When he came, his daughter was asleep. At that time, his whole mood was gloomy and he had no time to look at the scenery. But now, the sun is shining outside, the environment is beautiful, and the world is just like the advertising slogan of Era. World, with it, become colorful. Not long after getting in the car, Mihao received a call from his mother. Mom, hey, we have already boarded the train. We will probably leave early tomorrow morning when we get home. It will take so long. No way. If there's a railway between here and the country, it will probably be faster. Thinking of the railway, Mihao felt that there was no technical problem with the connection, but a geostrategic problem. If it is repaired, the United States will definitely jump on the bandwagon. Okay, let me talk to my granddaughter. Okay. A few minutes later, then he hung up the phone reluctantly. This time, Mihao heard the Korean word Siba Siba from a pretty girl in front of him. Well, apart from this sentence, he really couldn't understand other words. At this time, on his right, the Chinese girl who just gave her daughter snacks came over. Brother me, what are you talking about? The girl whispered. What? Mihao was confused. About the treatment fee. What's wrong? Although I don't speak Korean, Shiba is not a good word. The treatment fee should not be expensive. My daughter's leukemia only costs 50,000 yuan. Even other patients don't spend much. They're developed countries. Mihao smiled. The girl covered her mouth and said, You're right. Even if the cancer is in the late stage, it only costs about 100,000 Asian dollars for foreigners. However, this time they spent nearly 500,000. What kind of disease? So expensive? Mihao asked in surprise. It's not that the disease is expensive. It's that another medicine that is not covered by medical insurance, even in Myanmar, is expensive. What? She had plastic surgery. Plastic surgery? At the beginning, the people from Myanmar Medical Group said that the transcription solution will forcefully repair the body's lesions. After plastic surgery, especially the injection of non-body drugs, such as hyaluronic acid, from the perspective of the transcription solution, it will be a disease and will be repaired. So, if you have plastic surgery or your organs are not the same as before, you will need partial suppression and special treatment. This cost is very huge. You deserve it. Who told them to like plastic surgery? No wonder they are cursing. Mihao smiled. Yes, and after communicating with their country's bank, the Myanmar Medical Group has never reached an agreement on the loan. Therefore, they can only pay the money themselves. No, it's hundreds of thousands. The eating habits there lead to more cancers. If there are 10,000 patients, the revenue here can be billions. Tisk, it's still medical that makes money. Huh, Mihao smiled. Sometimes. Put people first. It's not just talk. China passed the decision to allow ICBC to handle overseas medical loans almost as quickly as possible. This is the only country in the world that has passed the decision. Other countries are still in the wrangling stage, mainly because the governments of those countries are at odds with pharmaceutical companies. The power of capital is powerful. Our country is better. Mihao smiled. Yes. Mihao smiled as he listened to the endless phone calls in front of him. For a moment, a sense of superiority emerged spontaneously. In terms of efficiency, sometimes no country can compare with China. A railway. Those are the times when countries are wrangling. China may have built tens of thousands of kilometers. This time, the phone rings again. Hello, hello. Hello, are you Mr. Mihao? I am, are you? Mihao had never heard this voice. Is your daughter suffering from leukemia? What do you mean? Mihao's tone remained unchanged. In the past, if someone mentioned it, he would definitely be unhappy, but now that his daughter is better, he is not afraid of people saying it at all. Mr. Mihao, Myanmar already has drugs that can treat leukemia. I think you have heard of it and even applied for it. We can now help you buy the drugs in advance and cure your daughter's disease. Mihao was stunned. Transcription stock solution from Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. Already on sale? Impossible. It's only been a month, and what you said is unprofessional. During the whole process, my daughter didn't take any oral medicine. She was injected with different concentrations of the original transcription solution each time. Please ask, how much is it? Mihao asked curiously. Upon hearing this, the tone of the other person changed, and he said anxiously, It's not much, only 50,000 yuan. You know, the patients queuing over there have already arrived in October of the year after next year. If you go to register and make an appointment now, your daughter will not be able to get it. Mihao curled his lips. This is obviously bullying people who don't understand. If it is a serious illness, there's a fast track. Those who are scheduled to next year will not die in a short time. These people have to provide a blood test report to the Myanmar Medical Group every year. If they are critically ill, they can jump in the queue. At this point, Mihao knew it very well. Can it be delivered to your home? Yes. How can I trust you? Mihao has already determined that this person is definitely a liar. If he is from a Myanmar Medical Group, how could he not know that his daughter has been cured? The other party quickly said, If you are willing, we will let the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group contact you. You can check their phone number, which can be found on their official website. Mihao was stunned. These people really have magical powers. Seeing Mihao's silence, the person on the other side said, To show sincerity, we will have the other party contact you later. You can confirm before making a decision. Mr. Me, I hope your daughter will recover soon. Thank you. After that, the other person hung up the phone. Mihao thought for a while. Dial Rong Wei's number. What's wrong? Have you gotten in the car? Rong Wei's voice came. Mihao quickly said, Brother Rong, I have something to ask. Is the transcription stock solution of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group now available for sale to the outside world? He did not talk directly about the phone call. Rong Wei said strangely, No, the original transcription solution is currently only legally available in Myanmar. Other countries are in a wait-and-see state. Even if it is legally available, they will have to wait for a year or two. Me, how asked, is it possible to sell it separately? Rong Wei said flatly, Impossible. All transcription original solutions can only be used by licensed physicians and can only be kept and used in hospitals. It is impossible for you to buy it for home use. It's like this. I just received a call saying that they can sell me medicine to treat my daughter's leukemia. I felt suspicious, so I called you to ask. It seems that he is a liar. He also said that he would call me from the phone number of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Okay, I understand. I will report this matter immediately. If the number of the so-called Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group calls later, you answer it and hold off as long as possible. Let's see if we can locate it. Rong Wei sneered. Scam call? They haven't heard of it here before. There are no communication facilities here, so there is no possibility of scam calls. Even if there are, they're in other parts of Myanmar. Later, when phones and the internet became popular in the Myanmar Special Economic Zone, I thought I would hear such things. However, as soon as the signs appeared, within a month, it was gone. At first, they took a simpler approach. Call filtering. As far as he knew, all local communications at that time were connected to the Communications Security Center of the Myanmar Communications Group. These computers would monitor and filter the communications content of all base stations in the special zone in real time. SMS messages pass by the base station. Everything will be monitored. If it contains illegal information, it will be handed over directly to their Public Security Bureau for processing. However, phone calls are more troublesome. It is difficult to monitor in real time and determine whether it is a fraud. But later, I found that this method is really troublesome. A good communications company actually does it like an economic investigation, and it is not efficient. It has to coordinate with all parties. Both the Public Security Bureau and the communications company feel that this is not possible. Then, Myanmar Bank came with a tough move. That is to be cruel to yourself. They found another way here. Okay, you called and lied. Can. Let people transfer money. That's okay too. But as long as I control the flow of money, the spread of harm can be controlled. Since bank cards are processed under a real name system, the functions of each card are recorded within the bank, and the legality of every large amount capital flow will be reviewed. Inside the bank, there's also a relationship diagram. Sudden large amount transfers to the accounts of people who are not relatives or friends will be focused on by the bank system. The trick that makes Rong Wei the most surprised is that the number of accounts that each person can open is limited. One person, only 2 bank cards are allowed. Usually one is used for domestic transfers. One can be used for outbound consumption. Therefore, at the source, the distribution of stolen money was controlled. Get the money. It is extremely difficult for the other party to withdraw cash. First, if you forward it to a stranger, you will be followed once. If the stranger then forwards it to someone who is related by blood, work, and living area that is not in the relationship map, you will immediately be raised to a higher level of attention. There are complex processes and review regulations involved. Rong Wei is not sure either. I only know that the Bank of Myanmar has such a mechanism to monitor the flow of funds within the entire banking system and ensure the safety of currency circulation. Because of this, the telecommunications fraud that had just begun to appear was forcibly suppressed. Scammers get the money. Can't get it. Can't turn around. Can't spend it. Who dares to do this? Why can't you spend it? Because every Asian dollar ticket has a number. If you take it out and spend it, you could be locked by the bank as long as you use any network banknote detector and then follow the clues to investigate the people involved. The cost. of selling the stolen goods is so high that even Rong Wei can't figure out how to escape the control of funds by this system. It's equivalent to saying, Myanmar Bank has incurred extremely high costs. This reduced a lot of work for their security bureau. And as long as you participate in similar incidents, even if you end up withdrawing money as a terminal, the consequences will be serious. In addition to having to work in the mines, you will also have to undergo a several-year observation period. If you commit the crime again during this period, that is defying the law. Nothing to say. Strict place. Since the 3 areas in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone were not stable areas before, the people here are actually more concerned about law and control than in other states. Because, in the past, if you didn't follow the rules, you really had to eat peanuts. Whether it was Su Yu, Pan Song, or Da Wei, as well as the leaders who were eliminated by zero, they all spoke the truth. Hang up the phone. Rong Wei quickly reported the incident to the Special Administrative Region Public Security Department. Soon, Mihao's phone records were retrieved. Fortunately, Mihao answered the call in the special zone, and the information flowed through the data network of Myanmar Asia Communications Group. Otherwise, it would not have been retrieved if Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group is not involved. Just defrauding Mihao. They won't care. The reason is simple. Mihao is from China, and the fraudulent call was also made from China. No matter what, it is not their turn to intervene in neighboring countries. However, these guys are too courageous. Even if Mihao received this call after returning to China, they would not be able to control it. What a coincidence. Mihao is in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. On my turf, you're using our company to commit fraud. That's a different story. Then, only 10 minutes. The address opposite was investigated. Then, the Ministry of Public Security in Naypyidaw, which is equivalent to the Ministry of Industry and Security in China, directly submitted an official letter to the Ministry of Industry and Security in China, asking them to assist in the investigation of this fraud. This request was received. Nothing to say. It immediately attracted attention there. Before, the two sides have had very good cooperation. In terms of extradition and criminal investigation, Myanmar has given great support with unprecedented intensity. Therefore, it is still such a high-level departmental request for neighboring colleagues. Of course we do. Human lives matter. These fraudsters defraud people of their life-saving money. Really hateful. What surprised them was that the address of the fraudster was actually found there. Of course, it was just an IP address, not a physical address. Otherwise, it would be obviously suspected of intruding into other countries' telecommunications networks. Then, follow the address provided. Minutes. They then located the scammer's physical address. With the help of the Patriots, who were traced and hidden by the United States, China's Skynet system has become very powerful. As the organization that manages the Skynet system, they checked the address and entered the other party's computer. It's trivial. The recently aired movie The World Is No Fraud is quite good. A 4,000-word chapter. Today is the chapter. I will definitely update it at the end of the month. I have no choice but to do it. The starting point stipulates that I must write at least 100,000 words per month. Therefore, I only dare to ask for 2 days off at most every month. This month only is 28 days. I stopped updating again during the new year. I will definitely make up for it at the end of the month. Why does this month only have 28 days? To these people, they were also itching their teeth with hatred. Catch and release. Released and captured. Due to difficulty in obtaining evidence. It is difficult to convict these people of too great a crime. It didn't take long for those who called to be sentenced. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, due to the publicity in place, many people involved in the case have turned to the bright side and reported the fraud gangs to them on the phone and online. Thus, hundreds of large-scale fraud gangs have been exposed. It has greatly deterred such illegal activities. However, due to low cost, less difficult, after these people were released, many returned to their old jobs. What troubles them the most is, some of them used to be minions, but when they came out, they saw no one to take the lead, and they didn't have any skills. They were used to making quick money and were used to being lavish, and they were not interested at all in making 2,000 or 3,000 a month. Then, my mind spins. He formed a small group of his own. Start lying. This makes them very helpless, just like the fish and monster in the game. If you kill the big one, it will quickly split into smaller ones. You used to kill it once, but now you have to kill it 10 times. When you kill the smaller one again, they split into smaller ones again. Simply, big goals are big, easy to deal with, but they were scattered into 10 or dozens of them, and they were spread all over the world. They really didn't know how to curb this unhealthy trend. Relatively speaking, they think it is easier to deal with the kind where every village is involved. Big deal. I'll disconnect the internet for you. The phone line was pinched. Certainly, this move cannot be done casually, because if you don't have evidence to prove that everyone is guilty, it is impossible to order the entire village to be disconnected from the internet. This is called sitting together and does not comply with the current legal system. And what you are most afraid of is when you cut off someone else's internet connection. People went out and divided into dozens or hundreds of waves. China has a population of more than 1 billion. Even if people from one village spread it, they would not be able to make waves at all. In the end, they found that no matter what method they used, they would have uncomfortable consequences. And if we follow the example of Bank of Myanmar, the difficulty is too high. Because this involves more stringent banking supervision, it is necessary to amend banking-related laws, add central bank departments, upgrade equipment and systems, and organize and coordinate multi-department cooperation. The central bank must take the lead. Very troublesome. There are also technical problems. First of all, the country's cash machines need to be replaced with ones that can recognize banknote numbers. The country's money-counting machines also need to be replaced, and they all need to be connected to the internet to monitor the flow of money. There are 2 ways to control the circulation of money and facilitate evidence collection. And this will put a huge burden on banks. The bank will check the large amount of funds, but if it is a small amount of funds, if it is the same as over there, how many people will the bank have to recruit? If that's the case, wouldn't the bank do most of the economic investigation work? I just want to handle deposits and loans. Give me an anti-fraud job. Who would want to? Anyway, it will be impossible for China to achieve the level of supervision that the Bank of Myanmar has in a short period of time unless the bank develops an intelligent system to replace these analysis and investigation and evidence collection. The most important thing is, Myanmar controls the number of bank cards. One person can only apply for 2, which directly results in it being difficult for others to get a bank card. If a person only has one for personal use and one for backup or to hide private money, he is no longer qualified to open a card. What does this mean? Represents the total number of bank cards there will not exceed twice the population, and there will only be about 100 million cards. Want to sell stolen goods? Those gangs can't even get an account. This is actually impossible in China. There are so many banks in China, and if one person can only apply for 2, those banks will not be willing to do so. Unlike over there, the Bank of Myanmar is the dominant one and has become the central bank. It can directly modify banking and regulatory laws on its own. Very domineering. Corporate law becomes national law. Can't afford to offend, can't learn from. Therefore, anti-fraud. In China, we can only take things slowly. The main thing is to raise anti-fraud awareness. If people's anti-fraud thinking does not change, they will go to the police to solve the problem after the fact. To be honest, it is a bit embarrassing. This matter, very complicated. China, a certain city, in a suburban neighborhood. A dozen young people in their 20s were making continuous calls, looking busy with business. The contents of the calls were basically the same, and they all told the families of leukemia patients the same things that Mihao said. They changed jobs just the day before yesterday. Before, they mainly play the game of winning a lottery and cast a wide net through text messages, emails, etc. Most people don't believe it, but there are always people who think they are the lucky ones and want to get the money. Nature got cheated. This time, compared to the hundreds and thousands of handling fees, notary fees, etc. that I had to pay for the winning, it seemed that the benefits of promoting this drug were higher. So I decided to change my job temporarily and give it a try. I'll try my luck with this month, and if it doesn't work, I'll change it. Let's compress the previous business first. The leader's name is Wu Song. When he was released, he used to be the small leader of another gang. After the big leader was taken away, he also went in and squatted for a few months. After he came out, he had no skills and gathered some of his former subordinates. Start drying. This time, he said he won't recruit any outsiders. Actually, he was also a little grateful for the jail term this time because before their big gang was reported by others and then all was taken away from them. This time, these people who were jailed were definitely not the whistleblowers. It's equivalent to saying, compared to before, he thinks his team is more pure. He could do a great job. To be honest, they once paid a familiar hacker to see if they could hack into the reservation system of Myanmar Asia Medical Group. In the end, after 2 days, the hacker silently returned the money. At the same time, he also said to him, "Our cooperation is terminated." He didn't know. When the hacker said this, he broke out in a cold sweat because within a minute of trying to intrude, he lost control of his computer and his entire personal information was displayed on the computer. Name, telephone, home address, interpersonal relationships, all the assets, accounts, bank card passwords, medical records, and even the source of every income he had in the past few years were all noted in his name. The more he looked at them, the more his heart grew cold, and finally, it gradually turned into fear. And at the end, there's a reminder above. When you turn around, you'll find a shore. Wu Song could only curse and say rubbish, but he did not dare to offend too much, because this person helped build their network security, helping to eliminate traces and records of internet calls. This time, a bald young man walked into Wu Song's office and said to Wu Song excitedly, "Brother, we are one again. This business makes money fast, huh?" Wu Song laughed. I took a sip of my favorite Pepsi. Hey, we deserve to make money. Beijing. A temporary group was formed. Supervised cases. After locking the address, they began to investigate the surveillance near the community. Soon under the improved Skynet system, the videos of the past 3 days at the entrance of the community were extracted, and the Skynet system analyzed them frame by frame. In order to adapt to the function implementation of the Skynet system, non-HD surveillance equipment, it has been expressly prohibited from entering into industrial safety procurement contracts. It's also easy to check. After connecting to the internet, as long as the Skynet system is put in a trial operation, it can be identified immediately. Therefore, in this type of procurement, there is no room for defective products to survive. Unscrupulous merchants who want to pass off shoddy products can instantly find their way out. As long as the Skynet test fails, you will be held accountable immediately. It's also thanks to the high-definition monitors in the community. Just a few seconds. Technical staff reported at the front and back gates of the community, in addition to doormen and shopkeepers, as well as normal people who go in and out to get off work every day, there are 2 people who appear too often and hang out at the front and back gates every day. The behavior is suspicious and they are shown as unemployed. They have been detained for telecom fraud before, and they are in the same group. We judge that there's a high probability that the 2 people are their lookouts. Notify the local area and arrest people. Yes, regarding the power of the Skynet system. They also gradually realized that since the country accelerated the construction of surveillance networks, more and more surveillance systems have been connected, allowing them to enjoy the convenience of finding criminals. Just have photos. Enter Skynet. It will use the database to conduct comparison and search. However, because the current server computing speed is too slow and the number is too small, it is impossible to cover the entire country for monitoring. Therefore, they require massive data centers and supercomputers. Faced with huge computing needs, they kept sending reports, asking for money and equipment. They wished they could have dozens of data centers to process the increasingly large data. The message reaches the local area. Nothing to say. The city bureau immediately organized manpower and began to arrest the fraud gang headed by Wu Song. For such a small case, the capital did not need people to come over. So within half an hour, Wu Song was caught with a look of despair on his face. Money comes really fast. It's quick to get in. The evidence is conclusive. I'm the leader this time. Needless to say, the money in his account that has not yet been transferred will definitely be sentenced to prison. He couldn't even think of how he found him. The figure of the hacker appeared in his mind. This was the most likely possibility. Municipal Bureau. Wu Song, an hour ago, did you call a man named Mihao and tell him that you could buy him medicine to treat leukemia, and then pretended to be an employee of the Myanmar medical group to gain his trust? I don't know. Wu Song shook his head. He really didn't know. There are records in your computer, even if you deny it. Then, that could be it. Finally, Wu Song confessed all the facts. The Municipal Bureau reports to the capital. On the bus, Mihao was teasing his daughter. The phone rang again. At first glance, he didn't recognize them. He thought it was the same people just now who wanted to defraud him of his money. So he smiled and pressed the answer button. Just now, the Mandarin dialect of the person pretending to be Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group almost made him laugh. The other party is quite arrogant. He just said a few words and then hung up. Then the same scammer called me again. Naturally, he finally just said he would think about it and did not expose it on the spot. They were quite anxious and said that the quantity was limited and they could spend 5,000 to place a number. Mihao said again that he was on the bus. Just shut up over there. Said to call back tomorrow. How long has it been waiting? Hello, Mr. Mihao. I am. We are from the Ministry of Industry and Safety of China. You have encountered a phone scam from a group before, falsely claiming that you could buy medicine to treat your daughter's leukemia. Is this the case? Upon hearing that there was a strong connection, Mihao hurriedly said, You are. Then it is the case. We have caught that gang, and we also congratulate your daughter on her recovery. If you receive any suspected fraud calls asking you to transfer money in the future, please call the police directly. In the official letter that was passed on, the Myanmar Ministry of Public Security also mentioned the reason. Knowing that it was just Mihao who received a scam call, and the Ministry of Public Security directly contacted them, it was a bit incredible. The power of the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group is really too great. As soon as something comes up about it, it was directly supervised by the Ministry of Public Security of Myanmar. Did you really catch them? Yes. Great. These harmful things are trying to defraud people of their life-saving money. It's so abominable. Mihao hummed. If his daughter had not been cured, he might have really believed it. We will deal with it according to the law. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hang up the phone. Mihao was still a little confused. When did this kind of case become so easy to solve? However, the police affairs were beyond his control. He originally wanted to call Rong Wei, but when he thought that Rong Wei was very busy, he didn't call. What's wrong? The girl next to her asked curiously. Just now. Many people heard this and were filled with indignation when they found out that someone had defrauded Mihao's money in this way. Many people also talked about the experience of people around them being defrauded by electronic mail, and they were full of curses. Those liars were caught. Mihao said, So soon. I guess they will take care of it, because they involve the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. Otherwise, this is a bit beyond their authority. These scammers are so unscrupulous that they defraud people of their life savings with just a phone call. If you ask me, those who called should be sentenced to 10 or 8 years. A C. Along the way, the Siba in front had stopped. This time, Mihao guessed that the Korean girl didn't understand what they were saying or thought their discussion was too noisy. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the front of the bus. Driver, please pay attention. There was a traffic accident 4 kilometers ahead. Please slow down to less than 50 kilometers and pay attention to the distance behind the bus. Thank you for your cooperation. Hearing this, the people in the car were stunned. The driver also talks too much. He explained, This is a road special event announcer that is mandatory here. Generally, it cannot speak. It will only remind a driver when there are violations such as speeding and special situations. Oh, that's it. Then they found that the cars in front and behind started to slow down, but there was no traffic jam in front of them. It wasn't until they turned a corner that they saw the accident scene in the distance. Thanks to their luck, the cars in front of them were all small cars. Soon, the bus stopped. This time, the voice that surprised them sounded again. The accident losses and liability have been determined. 3 vehicles suffered moderate damage. No one was killed, and 2 people were slightly injured. The road tow truck will arrive at the scene in 5 minutes. It is expected to open to traffic in 10 minutes. Please do not occupy the emergency lane and do not get out of the car at will. Thank you for your cooperation. Or 2 chapters in 1. The content is very clear. They understand instantly. Mihao thought about it for a moment. When he came here before, it was quiet all the way, and he didn't hear a single prompt. He didn't notice whether there was such a thing in front. Maybe it was newly installed this month. Front row. A passenger couldn't help but ask the driver, "Master, the police and the insurance company here arrived so soon? I didn't see it." From the time he received the alarm to the time he parked his car, it only took more than 3 minutes. It was really faster, unless the police here could fly. The police haven't arrived. The driver shook his head. Then how do they determine responsibility? The man asked curiously. The driver smiled slightly. He explained, liability determination is actually easy to do. You may not know that all the roads here are monitored and there are no dead ends. If an accident occurs, the traffic around the accident will be reported immediately. Then they will call up the video to find the cause of the accident. For these things, the sheriff's department in Xiamen City can initially complete the determination of liability. As for the insurance company, there is no need to show their face. It's very simple to determine the number of injured people. They will directly check the phone number of the owner of the accident car, or call the nearest car owner and ask them to confirm the injuries. If they are injured, they will provide guidance on further treatment. To be honest, regulations here, it took them a while to adapt. The traffic rules of the 2 sides are not much different, but the enforcement here is too strict, and many procedures are completely different. Before he took up the job, he even took a theoretical test here. The exams are extremely rigorous. The total number of question banks is 500. There are 50 questions in the exam, and he will be allowed to pass only if he gets full marks. He is allowed to drive here, and he will not be allowed to make a mistake in a question. This was still a bit of a challenge for him, who was a bit older, but he still passed the exam. The benefits are also obvious, because the second owner is the SAR government here. Then, as an employee, you can enjoy the medical insurance here, and reimbursement from both sides makes medical treatment almost free. In addition, there is an additional subsidy of nearly 800 yuan per month. The welfare benefits are much better than those of the previous provincial automobile and passenger transport group. After listening to the driver, the passengers felt so uncomfortable. Guidance on handling? The driver nodded and said, it's mainly about emergency response to various injuries and buying time for ambulances. Many car accident deaths are caused by no one at the scene who doesn't know how to provide emergency rescue, and the final rescue time is missed. If you can't save someone, will you be responsible? Another person asked. No, the whole process is monitored. For the injured who can persist until the ambulance arrives, they will not ask ordinary people to use it. Those who can use it will not be able to persist. If so, they can only fight. As long as it is to save people, there will be laws to protect the interests of rescuers. The driver said, that's really convenient. But what I'm most afraid of is that if I don't save it, I'll be sued and lose a lot of money. The driver smiled. Just like this gadget, in case of emergency, it can also be used as a phone and locator. If you get lost, you can even call their sheriff's department, and they will tell you how to get to the main road. Then you don't have to worry about getting lost. Yes, but why do I always feel like I am being monitored all the time? Will it damage the privacy rights of citizens? People will know exactly where I go. When you say that, I feel a little scared. What are you afraid of? Don't do anything bad. Don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Do it well and do it right. Are you afraid that people will know your whereabouts? And they will definitely keep you a secret. It won't fall into the hands of bad people. That's right. If you don't commit a crime, why should you be afraid of whether the law is strict? That's right. Painting style is quickly moving in the direction of recognition. If a general company obtains their information, they may feel unsafe, but if the source of this information is a country, then there is no need to worry. No matter what, it is impossible for ordinary people to argue with the country. Listen to the discussion. The driver took a sip of tea. Look at the camera not far ahead. The road monitoring is also strict, the feedback is timely, and the evidence is conclusive. Otherwise, Such efficiency cannot be achieved at all. Our domestic road monitoring network is constantly expanding, but it will never be as blind as here. Relatively speaking, many things here cannot be replicated. For example, you can see that the emergency lane on our right has always been empty and has not been blocked, but they dare not even use their wheels to pass by. Otherwise, the fine and points deduction will be completed at the front checkpoint. It is impossible to use someone else's driver's license to deduct points. Unless this violation is dealt with, the illegal car will not be able to pass the toll station in front of it. Inside the car, everyone with a driver's license took a breath. Holy shit. There is such an operation. No wonder the emergency lane at the scene of the incident was empty, and there were no police officers. No one was using the emergency lane. Sure enough, only punishment, and timely punishment, can control a person's hand on the steering wheel. But this is too cruel. Any violation will result in a fine. If you don't pay a fine, you can't even get through the toll station. I have to say that this trick is really cruel. If you can't get it by deducting points, if you don't pay the fine, it's almost impossible to go far with the density of highway monitoring here. Actually, as long as you don't commit any crime, you don't have to worry about these penalties at all. If you're a law-abiding person and abide by the rules and regulations, you will be quite comfortable living here. That's right. A few minutes later, they found out. Sure enough, none of the cars behind dared to enter the emergency lane, and they all lined up honestly. Moreover, they found that this reminder method also has another effect. That is, it is reassuring. Traffic jam. What are you most afraid of? It's not as clogged as a sausage. But not knowing when it will be open to traffic is what makes people most headache and irritated. Now, people have determined the time, which is only 10 minutes, and it is like waiting for a long traffic light. It's much easier to accept. Another minute passed. Rear, led by a police car. 3 tow trucks sounded their sirens. Weong drove quickly from the rear right, and then under their noses, with extremely high efficiency, towed the accident car up, and then moved some equipment on the ground again. He took the passengers of the accident car and left. It really didn't take more than 10 minutes. At the same time, that voice sounded. The accident site has been cleared and is open for traffic. Here, the General Security Department of the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone reminds you that on the highway, please keep a safe distance between vehicles and abide by traffic regulations. Thank you for your support and wish you a happy trip. Then, the vehicle continues on the road, just as it came. After a relatively strict border inspection, Mihao returned to the land of China. Looking at the border checkpoint getting farther and farther behind him, Mihao once again sighed that fate is really magical. The next day, 7:30, the sky is bright. The bus arrived in Kunming. Looking at this familiar city, Mihao unconsciously compared it with Xiamen City. Of course, there are more high-rise buildings and more people here, but the overall feeling is very different. This way, it's almost like the old city needs new, and new buildings and old buildings exist at the same time. And Xiamen City is a completely new city, from a wasteland to the current urban area. Everything is new. Therefore, it feels like it is missing some heritage. A city without heritage has no soul. However, he felt Xiamen City also has its own soul. That is, new life. Rebirth of oneself also brings rebirth to others. This is what Mihao finds attractive about Xiamen City. After rebirth, there is hope. Thinking of this, Mihao smiled bitterly and shook his head, becoming more artistic. After saying goodbye to the girl I met in the car, Mihao hugged her daughter and rushed home. After taking a few buses and getting off the bus, she saw her mother looking at the gate of the community. Needless to say, when she saw her healthy granddaughter, Mihao's mother's eyes burst into tears and she cried while holding her. It took a while to calm down. Son, do you want to go to the second hospital for a checkup? No need. The doctors over there have said it's fine, but it's best to go to a big hospital for a checkup once a year. Speaking of hospitals, I have to go and thank Dr. Wong in the afternoon. Mihao shook his head and said, Dr. Wong. He was the one who called him in the first place and asked him to give it a try. He was also my daughter's original attending physician. That's right, it's time to thank Dr. Wong. Mihao's mother kept nodding. Noon. The old man cooked a large table of food that his granddaughter and son loved. After being out for a month, his granddaughter recovered from her illness, which was indeed worthy of celebration. As for the tens of thousands of dollars he owed the bank, his son would definitely be able to repay it with his ability, compared with the previous endless treatment costs. This time it only cost more than 50,000 yuan. It already made her feel like she was getting a huge advantage. Mom, I want to work over there in Mianyao. While eating, Mihao suddenly said something, then silently took a few bites of rice. What? Mother was stunned. Mihao looked up. I asked around. There are good jobs there with good pay and benefits. The most important thing is that my daughter's education will be arranged. You can also take care of her. But can he adapt to it? What will happen to her schooling in the future? Student status is also a problem. For those who have gone out, the old man was not mentally prepared at all. Most concerned, or my granddaughter's education. Mihao explained, Mom, there are many Chinese over there, especially in the Burmese Asian Special Economic Zone, and there are many people who can speak Chinese. Chinese and Burmese are languages that must be mastered there. There are not big communication barriers, and you don't have to be careful about the quality of teaching. How can a place that can develop a transcription solution, cure EE, and create such miracles not pay attention to education? So whether you go to school at home or abroad, I think it is the same. The company I'm applying for this time is Tang Qing's company. Do you know this person? Mihao said again. I don't know. She shook her head. Mihao had no choice but to ask, what about Tang Qing? I've heard of this. He seems to be very rich. She recalled it. Not only is he very rich, he is too rich. He is the richest man in the country. He is richer than Li Jiaqing of Xianjiang. It can be said that he is the richest person in our country. Tang Qing is Tang Qing's second uncle. His business is also extremely big. What? Richer than Li Jiaqing? Yes, you said that people like this are doing big things there. They must be optimistic about the opportunities there. So, taking advantage of this recruitment, I'm going to apply and bring you there. Mihao said. Mother didn't answer. Eat in silence, thinking about the pros and cons final. When she saw her granddaughter, she called her grandma. It was like a weight was added to one side of the scale and it tipped. Rapidly. Since my son felt good about it and my granddaughter's terminal illness was cured there, it didn't seem like a bad thing to go there. If you don't get used to it, just come back. You decide, I can do it. Hearing this, Mihao was relieved. The hardest. It's my mother's problem. It's better now. After dinner, after resting for a while, Mihao carried her daughter to the Second People's Hospital of the city. Dr. Wang was not a man, but a woman named Wang Lu. When he came to her office, Wang Lu was looking at medical records. Dong, dong, dong. Wang Lu looked up and saw Mihao and his daughter. Hello, Director Wang. Mr. Mi, are you back? Wang Lu said with surprise in her eyes as she rescued the wounded. It is the responsibility of doctors. Just as those who fight against fraud hope that the world will be free of fraud, doctors also hope that the world will be free of diseases. That's who she is. However, human power is limited after all. With the existing medical technology, she can only try to save people as much as possible. Therefore, watching the patients die one after another, it is difficult for outsiders to understand the pain in her heart. Usually, she is very concerned about various new medical technologies. As soon as the original transcription solution of the Myanmar Medical Group came out, she felt there was a glimmer of hope. So she called Mihao, who was about to give up, and asked him to go there and have a look. This might be the last hope. He made a lot of phone calls. However, not everyone is convinced. Many people have a wait-and-see attitude, waiting for others to cure the disease before they find a way to cure it themselves. It's been a month. Mihao was the first leukemia patient to come back for treatment. She had been on the phone with Mihao for a long time before, hoping that he would return to the hospital after he was cured. The purpose was very clear. Examine. See if it's really good. In the case of, then she can also allow more patients to pass. Facts have proved that many foreign reports of leukemia being cured have confirmed the effectiveness of that drug, but it still needs to be seen and tested before we can say it. I'm just here to thank you. You're welcome, I understand. Thank you. If he comes for a checkup in the future, it will be free of charge in our hospital. It's not necessary. Just pay as much as you need. Mihao shook his head slightly. If it was a physical checkup, he would probably go to a hospital affiliated with the Myanmar Medical Group because he would have to work there for a few years. Why are you so polite? Wang Lu said with a smile. Subsequently, the hospital conducted another examination on Mihao's daughter. The hospital also attaches great importance to this kind of recovery data. Mihao can be said to be the first batch of patients to go to Myanmar for treatment and the first batch of cured leukemia patients to come back. It can be said that he caught the first hot bite. Only, the way they looked at their daughters. Mihao didn't like it. Fortunately, it only needs to be done once. Take a blood draw. Return a favor. Buy more peace of mind. His daughter is no longer afraid of blood draws. Keep your eyes wide open. Mihao feels that the blood drawing technology here is a bit backward. He really hopes that the cylindrical equipment can be popularized. Blood drawing will only feel a little numb and not painful at all. Finish drawing blood. Mihao waited for the result in Wang Lu's office. Because the hospital attaches great importance to it. Special things are done. Soon, the test results are out. Just like the conclusion from Xian City, everything was normal. After hearing the unanimous judgment of the hospital experts, Mihao was completely relieved. From now on, his and his daughter's lives can get back on track. Only, relatively speaking, he found that there were fewer testing items here. Wrong. It's half missing. Fortunately, those key project indicators were fine, so he didn't care about the details. The difference in medical level between the two sides could be seen by looking at the equipment and treatment methods, so he couldn't ask for too much. He prepares. When I got back, I called the construction company owned by Tang Qing. Go for induction as soon as possible. He quickly paid off the medical loan he owed to ICBC, and the medical treatment cost him all his family savings. He also owed some money to his friends. In the future, he will work hard to give his daughter a better life. The world is very different from before. Congratulations. Wang Lu said with a smile. Thank you. I'll go home first. Mihao stood up. Wang Lu said, if he feels uncomfortable, you can come over for free examination at any time. I feel relieved to see that E is normal. In this way, I can also give those patients a definite answer. Okay. Mihao said. Wang Lu asked again, by the way, is there anything else you need to pay attention to when you go over there? Nothing. Just go there, and someone will answer your questions. The most important thing is to find a place to stay. Hotels and rescue centers in big cities are full. You have to go to them to confirm the treatment location. Understood. After sending Mihao and his daughter away, Wang Lu came to a special care ward. Here is also a leukemia patient, a girl who has just turned 19. This is her biological niece. She was admitted to college in June this year with a heavy undergraduate degree. However, because she was diagnosed with leukemia, she did not go to school. In just over 2 months, she became too haggard. Auntie, in the ward, a beautiful girl was reading a book. When she heard the door open, she quickly raised her head and looked at Wang Lu with a smile on her face. However, the smile was slightly eclipsed by her slightly white lips. This scene, Wang Lu felt distressed. Hurry up and pack your things, go get discharged from the hospital, and ask your dad to take you to Miyako tomorrow. Is there any good news? The girl's eyes lit up. What shimmers inside is hope. This news. She waited for a month. A cured leukemia patient has returned. The examination showed that all indicators are normal. We judge that he is fully recovered and is very healthy in all aspects. Wang Lu admitted that she still has a little selfishness. But it is also an objective reason. She wanted to send her niece for treatment first, but her brother was unwilling to let her daughter be a guinea pig and wanted to see it before talking. In the end, she couldn't persuade her and could only let Mihao and other patients give a try. Healer. It's also the human heart. That's great, Aunt. I can go to school. That's right. I'll pack it up right away. As she said that, the girl happily packed up her things. She initially made an appointment on the official website of the Myanmar Medical Group and was scheduled for treatment in 2 weeks. It's better to go and get familiar with in advance. She often surfs the internet and knows that it is hard to find a house there now, so she first looked for a place to live. It is said that her father has business friends there. Even if it is not easy, she can live with her father's friends. This place. She'd had enough. Don't pull anything down. I'll contact your dad right away. Wang Lu said. Okay. Then, Wang Lu informed his brother. When he heard that it could be cured, he immediately put down his work at the company and rushed over, planning to take his daughter to seek medical treatment. Air tickets and train tickets were difficult to buy, so he drove there. There were friends there who could pick him up. Girl, let's go. I'll take you to a big dinner tonight. Her father smiled very happily. Losing an only child is a huge blow to a family. He is the only daughter. No matter how much money he spends, he is willing to pay. Okay. After the niece and brother left, Wang Lu returned to the office. The corridor seemed less noisy than before. Shake his head and smile. Interesting. The style of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. It has affected almost all major hospitals in China. Since a large number of seriously ill patients have gone to neighboring countries, many hospitals in the country have left many beds vacant because a large number of those who could be hospitalized have life or death diseases. Now, knowing that he will not live long, they all quickly left the hospital to try their luck there to see if there was a chance of survival. I know there are special medicines there. Many patients who are hospitalized for observation pack their bags and go home, eagerly waiting for news from there, ready to go at any time. This has made Wang Lu's work a lot less busy recently. In the past, this was unimaginable. Before, beds are not always available, but also very nervous. Recently, it has been vacant for a long time. Encountered this situation, Wang Lu was also helpless. It was certainly a good thing that the patient could be cured, but not coming to them was like a slap in the face. The message this sent made them blush. I won't come to you. It's because you can't cure my disease. It makes them feel a little weird. If the original transcription solution is really that effective, Wang Lu really hopes that it can be introduced into the country quickly and used on a large scale to help more patients relieve their pain. Now, she had no doubts about the yield of the transcription stock solution. It must be huge. However, it will not be able to pass the drug review of various countries in the short term. If it passes, it will increase the cure rate of major diseases and greatly alleviate China's medical dilemma. What dilemma? That means there are not enough doctors and hospitals. Before, cancer incidence is too low. There are also fewer diseases of wealth. But all these years, if everyone eats well, eats too much, and eats miscellaneously, all kinds of diseases will appear. It would be strange if eating messy food for a long time does not lead to an increase in the rate of disease in the body. So many patients. China's medical resources are simply not enough. Now, transcription stock solution, judging from its performance, is an epoch-making drug that can greatly improve medical efficiency and reduce the demand for doctors and hospitals. Perhaps, in a few years, there will never be a shortage of beds in the country, because people with cancer are rarely hospitalized. Leukemia also only needs to be reported every day, unless you have surgery. This has resulted in a significant reduction in demand for hospital beds. There are many benefits. Certainly, for many wild hospitals, this is a life-threatening talisman. As far as she knows, several cancer hospitals in provincial capitals are about to close down. Their patients die quickly and have recovered and returned home a week ago. Word of mouth spreads. These hospitals are running out of patients. Really, not pitiful. Many of these hospitals are privately owned. To put it mildly, they're the work of a group of businessmen. There's a group of people behind them, such as plastic surgery hospitals and men's specialty hospitals. It's best if it goes bankrupt. Save harm to people. Precisely because it has cut off their financial resources, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group has become the public enemy of these people in the industry. Stealing their patients is like robbing their money. I don't have much time to write tomorrow, so I'll write half of it today, and I'll see if I have time to write the next chapter tonight. Conflict of interests. Always cruel. However, even if those hospitals want to cause trouble for others, they have to meet them first. Now, the mountains are high and the roads are far away, and some old methods have nowhere to start. This company is not something they and others can touch. Wang Lu also discovered the emergence of the transcription stock. There is also a good side effect. That is to crack down on many unscrupulous vendors selling healthcare products. They use all kinds of messy gadgets to cheat money, But now, a rather funny situation has occurred. Even if I get cancer or leukemia, it was cured for tens of thousands of yuan. You sell healthcare products that are more expensive than medical expenses. Do you think I'm stupid? Wang Lu feels that such a change in thinking is very valuable. If many chronic diseases can be cured in the future, it will be difficult for those selling healthcare products to survive. Even disappear, no matter how stupid you are. It is also impossible to spend more money than treating diseases to buy healthcare products that claim to prevent diseases. By then, even if these people selling healthcare products exist, they will not be able to sell them at high prices. There are no excess profits. There will also be huge illegal costs. From a side, this type of economic losses will be greatly curbed. To put it bluntly, the best way to crack down on such illegal traders is to improve medical technology rather than rely on crackdowns, because crackdowns are impossible. Many diseases, especially chronic diseases, what patients want is to see hope, not for doctors to tell them, we can't cure your disease. You must take medicine for a long time. You're not allowed to do this. You are not allowed to do that. In short, we are trying our best. Is it what patients want to hear? Of course not. Sometimes, they would rather believe in the so-called old Chinese doctors, the so-called special medicines, and the so-called cutting-edge technology. It is not because they are stupid and have a lot of money, but because they have a desire for survival. How they hope someone can tell them, I can cure your disease, even if, is a scam. Back home, Mihao's phone connected there. Hello? Mr. Mi, said the speaker, the same one who received him before. Hello. I have decided to go to work in your company. My daughter and mother will also go there. I wonder what I need to prepare when I go. Mihao asked, You don't need anything else. You only need two things. First, a valid certificate that can prove your identity. Second, it's you. I will register first. Please come and report within a week. Don't need a resume? Mihao asked curiously. We cooperate with Xiaoxiao Technology in your country. Your information is already in your Xiaoxiao account and has been verified to be accurate. Therefore, the resume and entry exam can be omitted, the man explained. Under Tang Qing's banner, all companies are under the supervision of the Eye of Heaven. Nature. Xiaoxiao has also become a must-install software in their company. All offices use it. Mihao previously registered an account on it, filled in the information, and passed the review. This review, we directly called the original unit to ask. Xiaoxiao takes everyone's authenticity review seriously to maximize the reputation and accuracy of Xiaoxiao certification and reduce the company's investigation costs. Corporate services, reflected in every small aspect. In the small account, one person can only apply for one. Even if the company changes, the management group of the account will also change. Therefore, it can be used as a resume. Now, there are many companies doing this. CV? Not needed. That's it. Mihao suddenly realized this is really convenient. He knows, after joining the company, there is a 1-month training which mainly focuses on basic Burmese language and Burmese construction standards. In each country, the construction standards are slightly different, so you must learn them. But most countries, they all copy the building codes and standards of other countries. Just change it and make it your own. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. We'll soon be colleagues. Welcome. I'm looking forward to it. Mihao smiled, said a few more words. Hang up the phone. Mihao started to book pass tickets. Most bus groups have not yet started online ticket sales, but half of the tickets of the joint venture transportation company are sold online. In particular, I just said on the phone, for special official business, they will add cars, and they will not appear in the online or bus station ticketing systems, but they can enter the ticketing system. There are not many companies in the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone that can enjoy such treatment. Mihao can see it from here. Tang Qing's company. How much influence does it have there? Kunming City. Shirai Hospital. In the dean's office. Ding Kong is a little worried. They are a hospital that specializes in early-stage cancer control and treatment. It would not be a complete lie. It is still somewhat effective, but they do not have the ability to cure it. Now, patients heard that treatment was available there, and the cure rate was almost 100%. The number of patients in their hospital dropped sharply. In the past, The beds were almost full, and sometimes they were not enough. Now, only 20%. 20%. This is where I have been staying before, and I am still waiting and watching. I'm not accepting their drug recommendations as honestly as before. To describe it in one sentence, I am riding a donkey to find a horse. There are not many old ones. There are not many new ones, and there are far fewer inquiries. He is also very angry about this. You said that you're a small country. Why bother to research cancer treatment drugs? Why not just be an agricultural country? There's food and drink. There are also green mountains and green waters. Building those high-rise buildings is a waste of resources and money. The most important thing is that research is just research, and you actually succeeded in research. This is your fault. Now we're taking away their jobs. Really hateful. Accept them. Plastic surgery hospitals have also been greatly affected because people who have undergone plastic surgery are fine if they don't get cancer. Once they get it, the medical expenses are really high. Now, it has been spread, and the starting price is $150,000. Therefore, he felt much more balanced. Looking at the deserted look of the hospital, Ding Kong snorted, "Asshole, no one cares about it." What cares? It was a person opposite him. His name is Kong Kwong, 40 years old. Drink tea calmly and calmly. It was his superior, who was also a subordinate of the big boss. He came to inspect them today. Their interest group has more than 30 hospitals across the country, mainly in cancer prevention and consultation. This company has violated the interests of major pharmaceutical companies around the world. Why don't they take any action? If this continues, won't all the money in the future be made by this company? Ding Kong said, dissatisfied. Huh? Do you think they are willing to do so? Kong Kwong asked rhetorically. How to say it? Ding Kong looked at him. If you don't want to be unwilling, you have to hide it first. They are backed by the full support of all countries. The company can even participate in Burma's health and medical laws. They can formulate laws. How can ordinary means work? Those international capitals are still afraid of this. Ding Kong said, in his heart, those companies are ruthless characters. I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. In theory, the judiciary of each country is independent. That is to say, as long as Myanmar insists, no one can achieve the goal through legal channels because they are currently only using it on patients there, and they come and go voluntarily. So, the laws of any country can't help this company now. Do you know what is the most important thing? This company has a trump card in its hand that cannot be shaken. Kong Kwong shook his head. What's the trump card? After a month of inquiring, I finally know why those companies are as good as cats. Myonia Pharmaceutical Group has already said that it can authorize them to sell the transcription stock solution, and they will help with the review. If it fails the review, it doesn't matter. At worst, I won't go to your country, and I will make the money myself. I also heard that Myonia Pharmaceutical Group planned to cooperate directly with the governments of various countries and completely abandon those pharmaceutical companies. At that time, they were frightened. Only then did they realize that people have the right to overturn the table. If they cooperate with governments of various countries, instead of losing a little money, they may get a taste of the sweetness. Finally, laws will be introduced to kick them all out. Holy shit, so cruel. Ding Kong was shocked. Kong Kwong said helplessly, you know why they don't dare to act rashly, so as not to be kicked out of the cauldron. Then what should we do? The world is so big, and there are so many opportunities. Okay, the big boss has decided to deal with this hospital as soon as possible. Change your identity and do diseases that cannot be solved by the original transcription solution. Can't afford to offend. Let's change careers. This time, the world's major medical interest groups are too scared to move. What can they do? Former opponents. Those pharmaceutical companies can do whatever they want because their opponents are commercial rivals. These opponents, no more bullshit. It does not have the right to formulate a country's laws. Now, as long as the Myanmar government does not move this company, no one can touch it. Even if the U.S. government wants to, it will have to hesitate. Now, not decades ago. Hit whomever you want. Myanmar has become a unified force. Its strengths have been integrated, and it is very close to China. To be honest, these pharmaceutical groups have never encountered this kind of opponent, and They have no experience in solving it. What made Tang Qing feel absolute the most was, this company has tied people all over Myanmar on its ship. Medical outsourcing. This is a knife that can stab those pharmaceutical companies to death. It can be said that when the Myanmar pharmaceutical group originally threatened them, it almost put this knife at the tip of their throats. Agree. Everyone makes money. Disagree. I will build your grave. Let's try to see whether you are smarter or my shovel is stronger. Not only those pharmaceutical companies, but even Tang Qing was breaking out in a cold sweat when he learned about it at that time. This was really a grave-digging skill. Hear about new business. Ding Kong hurriedly asked, what? The disease of wealth. Tang Qing said with a smile. 3 chapters today. I really didn't have time to write yesterday. Disease of wealth. Referred to as the disease of modern civilization. It's because people become rich, live a better life, and have enough food and drink to eat and drink, but due to being sedentary for a long time, they exercise less and suffer from overnutrition, resulting in constipation, obesity, high blood pressure, diabetes, etc. These diseases are rare in poor societies and poor people. Such people increased dramatically year after year. Relatively speaking, these people make better money. Great. I also think this is a good project. Then the patients in these hospitals now. Ding Kong was relieved when he heard this. This meant that he finally had to guard this chicken that did not lay eggs. Let them go, there's no point in it. Tang Qing nodded and said, okay. Then, Ding Kong held an emergency meeting. Asking my subordinates to notify those patients who were still in hospital was actually not a notification, but a rumor. The hospital also had entrusted agents to induce consumption. So soon all the patients in the hospital were gone. Closed for business. Then, had a long vacation. After they finished disposing of the current hospital assets and set up a new team, they will recall that this kind of hospital is easy to handle, has ready-made beds and facilities, and can be sold to those who specialize in infertility, men's specialties, and so on. Very easy to take action. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing looked at the business status of Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group. Very satisfied. Cool. I am satisfied that it has cured many patients, restored health to those who suffered from a disease, and has not left those families in the dilemma of a sudden disease, 10 years of raising pigs in vain. Secondly, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group also made a lot of money. This month, excluding the number of local medical patients, Myanmar Medical Group has received nearly 500,000 patients from all over the world. Almost all of these patients are seriously ill patients, and the average medical cost per person is about 30,000 yuan. Total revenue exceeded 15 billion Asian dollars. To be honest, it's really not too much. At this rate, it is only about 180 billion Asian dollars a year. However, this is just the stupidest calculation because it does not take into account the possible increase in the future, nor does it take into account the sales of other original drugs of the group. Even more calculated is, Tang Qing plans to increase the amount of donations received by the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation year by year. As he earns more and more US dollars and currencies for various countries, the transferred assets will naturally increase. If you count them all, by the time it bottoms out this year, including the local market, Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group's turnover will be between 1,500 and 180 billion, and next year it may exceed 300 billion Asian dollars. When the efficacy of the original transcription solution is recognized by various countries. And after popularization, this number will stabilize between 8,000 and 1 trillion Asian dollars, of which the net profit after tax will be around 150 billion Asian dollars. Mainly because the business is getting bigger and costs are rising. But earn more and earn less. Tang Qing doesn't care too much, and this is just one of the companies under the Myanmar Bank Group. For a company of this size, there is currently a Myanmar Environmental Protection Technology Company, which earns no less than the pharmaceutical group. Future, a Myanmar Asian enterprise of this scale, no less than 10. Medical, environmental friendly. How much of the social industry classification does this account for? Not to mention, in a few years, Jia technology in China will also begin its explosion. As the world's largest 4G solution provider, it will be involved in almost all aspects of the communications field in the future. Energy, military industry, manufacture, finance, aerospace, a Myanmar Asian company. It will be built into a behemoth in all walks of life, and this is just a Myanmar Asian enterprise. ERV, Grain Industry Alliance, Mining Alliance, Global Emerging Consortium Plan. Each of the non-staff giants is still in the process of being conceived. Make money. Tang Qing felt it didn't matter how much. He wants it now. Its potential is a trend that can influence the global economy. For those interest groups offended by the transcription stock solution, Tang Qing didn't care. Those multinational giants, in his eyes, are just a small company. If they dare to play any dirty tricks, he can let them know who is the ancestor of the dirty tricks. These people, now many are too scared to move. Only, transcription stock solution is not a panacea. Many diseases cannot be cured, such as obesity. In the function of the original transcription solution, it is harmless to cells that follow the rules. Fat accumulation is a normal metabolic behavior. It can't be cured. The same goes for hyperlipidemia. It believes that this is normal gene expression, and the thick fat in blood vessels will not be melted by the original transcription solution. Therefore, Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group still has a long way to go in the treatment of diseases. For those unscrupulous businessmen who turn to treating people's affluence diseases, he could only watch. In this regard, in fact, Tang Qing hopes that people pay more attention to their diet and exercise more, rather than promoting the spread of this unhealthy lifestyle. Once the research on efficient weight loss drugs is successful, who will exercise? You can lose weight just by sitting. What else are you moving? If you're not afraid of overeating, why should you be on a diet? Tang Qing didn't know how to evaluate this kind of behavioral degradation caused by technological progress. He could only say, try your best. When everything becomes unbridled, Tang Qing thinks it is not a good thing. For example, the original transcription solution has a very strong effect on AIDS. Like cancer, it can be cured in about a month. However, when people are not afraid of it, who will control it? Once this idea is formed, after no fear, morality, where will it go? That way, if no one is afraid to go out and get sick, will good families continue to get into trouble? Will the dust get worse? Will people become more and more casual? Does scientific and technological progress really bring about social progress? Maybe it's a step back. This world, should something awe-inspiring really exist? Maybe. Either happy or sad. Only time will prove it. September 2nd. Sunday. It's autumn. The weather is getting cooler. The report was completed, and the class will officially start tomorrow. Today, Tang Qing took the time to go to Qingyuan Technology, held a meeting all morning, and listened to their work report. To be honest, it was quite boring. But the meaning of listening to reports, it's not just about listening to the content, but also an attitude of recognition of their work. If you don't want to listen patiently for a moment, what will the subordinates below who have worked hard for so long think? They are people too, not a tool. He also needs to be recognized. This recognition is not just money, but respect for his labor. Therefore, Tang Qing is not a pedantic person either. In the past, it was a willful stage. I felt that it was enough to hold a meeting with just a few words, talk about the key data, and then everyone would do whatever they were supposed to do. Later, Tang Qing gradually realized the significance of listening to the report. Not so disgusting. Only, it can't be too long either. This time, he has almost confirmed all the work of Qingyuan Technology for the second half of the year. The next time he comes, it will be a few months later, so he listened very carefully. Generally speaking, the development of Qingyuan Technology is good. At present, the only smartphone on the market is the Era. It was originally said that ERV would launch its own smartphone at the end of August, which made many people in. The industry looked forward to it, but they waited until September and there was no news. Tang Qing found it funny just looking at it. Before, he was going to let ERV go out and beat everyone else when they launched their smartphones. However, people were still eagerly waiting for ERV to take action to avoid being slapped in the face, so everyone just stayed in a stalemate, hoping that ERV would fulfill its promise and release it quickly so that they could refer to it and make adjustments. This leads to The major giants that had designed and manufactured the final prototypes of their respective smartphones were all silent. Saw such a strange situation. Tang Qing smiled. Have to. Just wait. I will sell my era first. If those communication giants can't wait anymore and come out to compete with me for the market, I will then let ERV out to bite people. Chapter 2. When the author was writing, he was also thinking about what people's lives would be like after the world is disease-free, especially in peaceful times. Real. Will it be better? Compete. We are not afraid of anyone. Now, ERV's first mobile phone has been finalized and can enter the mass production stage at any time. It draws on the strengths of each company, especially several strong potential competitors Samsung, Apple, and Google. As for Nokia, this time my brain went crazy, even insisting on maintaining a smartphone with subtitle buttons. In fact, it cannot be said that it is absolutely bad. There is a consumer market for this kind of smartphone because of the transition from the button era to virtual buttons. It takes time. There are always people who like push-button phones, such as island countries, such as those who are older. What is needed for people who are used to using button machines to switch to button-less ones is a change in usage habits, just like the two groups of people who prefer automatic transmissions and manual transmissions. Both sides can always give a lot of reasons. Because of the powerful configuration, if ERV's mobile phones were launched together with ERA, the outcome is hard to predict. But what Tang Qing meant was that he did not intend for the ERA to become a dominant force. That would be too hateful and difficult to achieve. For this reason, it is very necessary to introduce one or more powerful opponents. Under random punches, fight out everyone else who wants to watch the fun. No one would have thought of it. Those who were fighting to the death in the ring were all our own people. It seemed that they were punched to the flesh, but in the end they were all skin injuries. However, the other contestants, even those who were not on the stage, were all carried out on stretchers. Estimate. That's when the onlookers and the referee were all confused. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Villa. As soon as Tang Qing came back, I saw Lin Jiaxue and Yun Xian sketching in the yard. After learning for so long, Lin Jiaxue's painting skills have become masterful and mature, and she no longer has to paint those small objects in the studio. Tang, you're back, Lin Jiaxue said softly when she saw Tang Qing. Mr. Tang. Yin Xian also raised his head and smiled. Well, what are you drawing? He said. Tang Qing walked behind Lin Jiaxue. It has to be said that his woman is quite talented in this area. In 2 years, she may become a master in sketching. She has mastered the basics, and the rest is a lot of practice. He also noticed, in the painting, except for the flower beds, she also drew a robust-looking car on the grass in the distance. In the past, RVs were parked here. Later, Tang Qing saw that the RVs took up too much space and were not used much, so he asked the soldiers to drive away. It is currently parked in the outer suburbs 5 kilometers away. Why we say cars are robust? Because this car is really a bit big. It is simply an enlarged version of a sedan. It looks like an extended off-road vehicle, but the interior is indeed that of a sedan, and its name is March. Developed in a laboratory, Tang Qing designed the appearance. Manufactured by Dongsheng Automobile Company, a subsidiary of Myanmar Asia Manufacturing China Group. After rigorous testing and review, it has been qualified for sale in China. In the past, his bulletproof car could only be modified with the shape of an existing car. Like it or not, it was the same shape. The operating space is too small. Once changed at will, he probably wouldn't even be able to get a driving license. Tang Qing's network is quite powerful, but he is a public figure and is not arrogant enough to show off his privilege in front of the whole country. So, there are some rules of the game. Still have to comply. Now, Dongsheng Automobile Company Limited is a cooperation between Myanmar Bank Group and China FAW. It has begun the stage of mass production of various vehicles, and a considerable part of them are directly exported to Myanmar. Due to the tax and other preferential treatment, coupled with the good quality, the sales volume is very good. Each directly affiliated enterprise under the Myanmar Bank Group. Without exception, everyone is required to only drive their own cars. From the president to the managers of various groups, and down to the grassroots. As long as it involves company procurement, they can only buy their own cars. Even the Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone government. The official vehicle procurement method, new, has also been adopted. All official vehicles will be purchased from Dongsheng Automobile Company first. If Dongsheng Automobile Company Limited cannot produce them, then you can buy them from whomever you want. Together. What works first and what works next? It has even become a trend. The same is true domestically. Although it is a new car brand, but the appearance is really attractive, it looks high-end, and it is not expensive. The driving experience is excellent and the failure rate is low. Therefore, Dongsheng Automobile Company has risen like a rising star. In addition to three main models, sedan, off-road, and business. Bulletproof car. It is also one of the products. March is one of those large bulletproof cars. The body is 1.2 meters longer than the Audi A8, 30 centimeters higher than the Q7, and the wheel width has naturally increased. If I use one sentence to describe it, it is an extended bulletproof off-road sedan. When this car was originally designed, Tang Qing is also very bold. At last, we have created such a fusion product with the appearance of a car, the height of an off-road vehicle, the length of an extension car, the configuration of a bulletproof car, the interior of a nanny car, and the multi-seater of a business car. He felt like he was crazy at the time. I'm actually not very satisfied with the first one. He continued to change. After more than a dozen modifications, the first-generation version of the March was finally finalized. That night, the scientists built a prototype car. Needless to say, after driving it for a while, he fell in love with it. He likes it. It is the only standard that can be mass-produced. Then, March came out, a body that is domineering yet luxurious. With a powerful defensive power and a weight of nearly 10 tons, is simply the big brother level among bulletproof vehicles. It caused a sensation as soon as it was launched. Unfortunately, the equally sensational price has kept many wealthy people away. Low allocation, 7.3 million renminbi. Medium allocation, 11 million yuan. Top configuration, 16 million renminbi. Such a price. It scared a lot of people. Even for sports cars, not many can reach such a price. A Lamborghini, even with import duties, is only 3 to 4 million yuan cheaper in China. Are you going to rob? I thought no one would sell it. However, there are always takers in the world. Day 1. The number of orders was nearly 20. Among them, Tang Qing directly ordered 5 top-end vehicles, 2 for his own use, and the remaining 3 were placed in the manor in Qingyan City for anyone in the family to use. Certainly, before use, it definitely needs to be modified because the materials used in the commercial version of the March are actually not the best in the laboratory. The purpose of buying it is to improve performance and obtain the qualification to legally go on the road. A military-strength version of a true March. They have been manufactured a long time ago and parked in the training area. They will only be replaced after delivery. As for the 5 commercial version of the March that were replaced, they were thrown away at the Security General Warehouse. There is a need. Take it out and use it. No need. Just stop there. And the bulletproof Mercedes-Benz that he and his second uncle replaced has also followed in the footsteps of these new cars and has become a stock car in the Security General Warehouse. These cars cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. His car, there are weapons inside, and the firepower is very strong. The rest. In fact, they're all friendship orders. It was bought by the major families in Myanmar. They all knew that this company was owned by the Myanmar Bank Group. Of course, they wanted to support this new car, so those who had some ability bought one. Plus Tang Qing's big giveaway. Reasonably and legally, one was provided to every high-ranking Chiang Kai-shek leader in Myanmar, and Ling was asked to designate this car as the standard reception vehicle for the presidential palace. Therefore, as of today, the sales volume of Xingjuan has exceeded 100, which really makes many colleagues stunned. He is worthy of being his biological son. He is completely unreasonable and does not regard money as money. Have to, not to be offended. In front of the villa, watching it for a while makes me draw. Very good. Tang Qing praised. Lin Jiaxue smiled. I'm not as good at painting as you. Tang Qing, was about to encourage. Yin Xen, who was standing next to him, said, "Mr. Tang, your sketches are watched by my dad every day, learning your techniques and then analyzing them for me. But I am really stupid and cannot reach your level. Take your time. It is a good thing to have goals, but I am afraid that you will never be able to reach the top if you see all the mountains at a glance." Tang Qing shook his head helplessly. Yin Xen. These words. Only Tang Qing is qualified to say that if it were anyone else, the two of them would definitely be dissatisfied. He is proficient in at least 6 languages, sketching, painting, sculpture, and musical instruments. Everything is expert level. Such Tang Qing. It's okay not to accept it. Suddenly something occurred to me. Tang Qing asked, "Teacher Yun Xian, how is your father's hand?" "It's still the same," Yun Xian said. "Then have you thought about going to the hospital for treatment?" "You have gone. It's useless. The tendons are broken. The hand holding the pen shakes when I exert force, and I can't draw anything carefully. Domestic hospitals can't cure it, but there may be hope abroad. Have you heard about the recent Myanmar Asia Medical Group? They are all friends, and Tang Qing feels it is necessary to remind Yun Xian. I heard about it, but I just heard that it can cure cancer and leukemia." Yun Xian nodded. Tang Qing explained, "Because there are many such patients, reporters will focus on other diseases when reporting. There are very few mistakes in the media. In fact, the original transcription solution is very effective in repairing damage to the body." "You mean it can cure my dad's hand?" After hearing this, Yun Xian's confusion turned into ecstasy. Tang Qing said with a smile, "Not necessarily. I can only say that there is some hope, and it is not small, because the official website of Myanmar Asia Medical Group has classifications of conditions that can be treated, and this category seems to be among them." "Really? Great, I will go to the internet cafe right away." "I have the internet here." "Ah, yes. Can I borrow a computer?" "Okay." Then, Tang Qing asked the soldier to bring out a laptop. As a spectator and not a doctor, even if Tang Qing was 100% sure, he did not promise Yun Xian. Soon, Yun Xian found out the message. After another round-the-clock consultation call, I finally got a definite answer. "Can be cured." When asked how much it would cost, they said it would depend on the severity of the injury, but if it was just a hand and not a large area of nerve or tissue damage, the cost would not be too high. But, no matter how much money it is, Yun Xian wants to cure her father. Yun Xian just asked, "If you want to make an appointment, you need to upload your ID and medical records. Since it is not a serious illness and it is not life-threatening, it is just a normal illness, so it is not included in the expedited list. If there is a queue, maybe more than a year." Jian Yunshin hurriedly prepared to go home. Tang Qing said directly, "Forget it. You have to wait in line at least until the year after next. In this way, your father can go directly to Myanmar and get his ID card. When he gets there, someone will take him to the hospital." Huh? Yun Xian was stunned. Does Tang Qing still have this ability? Jumping in line? "Teacher Yun Xian, Tang is very powerful and will definitely help you arrange things well." Lin Jiaxue also advised from the side. She also sympathized with Yun Xian's father's experience. A painter. Lost hand. She also wanted to help. Seeing what Lin Jiaxue said, Yun Xian knew that Tang Qing was definitely going to use her connections to cut in line, which was a bad word, but Yun Xian couldn't refuse, so she said, "Then I'll go back and make an appointment first." She thought, even if you jump in line, you still have to make a reservation. Tang Qing shook his head. "No, just ask your father to go directly. This matter should not be made public. Once you get there, someone will arrange your treatment and accommodation. After you are cured, your return trip will be arranged." "Thank you," Yun Xian said gratefully. Subsequently, Yun Xian pedaled her bicycle, disappeared at the door of the villa. "Tang Dang, can it be cured over there?" Lin Jiaxue asked. "Yes." Tang Qing nodded. The transcription source fluid has a strong effect on tissue damage. As long as another operation is performed to reconnect the tendons, his father's hand should be able to heal. The clinical experience in this area is already very mature. Other side, Yun Xian pedaled to the town. This time, her father must be there. Sure enough, as soon as she arrived at the town's vegetable market, she saw her father sitting in the same place with some unsold vegetables on the tricycle. Yun Xin suppressed her excitement. Dad, hey, why are you here? Didn't you go to Mr. Tang's house to paint today? Yun Hai said in surprise. It was something to be proud of that his daughter knew the richest man in the country, but he never thought about relying on Tang Qing. He didn't ask Tang Qing to give him an easy job. I didn't even ask him to do anything. This friendship, he doesn't want too much utilitarianism involved. Dad, your hand can be saved. What do you mean? Did you meet a liar? Yunhai's face changed. He knew that his hand was almost impossible to cure with existing medical methods. Those who said it could be cured must be liars. Fraud? Yun Xin couldn't laugh or cry. Dad, I'm not a liar, it's science. You should know that Myanmar Medical Group can treat cancer as well as your hands. Really? Of course it's true. For this reason, Mr. Tang has specially entrusted you with a relationship. As long as you go there, you can be admitted to the hospital for treatment immediately. Otherwise, just making an appointment will have to be scheduled for 1.5 years. Yun Xin said, Ow, how do you do this? How much does it cost? Yun Hai clicked his tongue. Not much. Tens of thousands is enough. Tens of thousands. Yes, you can ask around. The cost of treatment for late-stage cancer is only 60,000 to 70,000, and for leukemia is 40,000 to 50,000. You can only repair damage, so you won't charge too much, Yun Xin explained. I heard it only costs tens of thousands. Yunhai's heart was moved. As long as your hands are healed, they can pick up a pen again and earn tens of thousands of yuan. After their daughter recovers from her heart disease, the family can still afford it. When she recovers, no matter what she does, she will earn more than selling vegetables. Before, hands shaking, can't do delicate work, can't do heavy work. Even if you work hard in the future, you can greatly improve your family's conditions. The happy, Yunhai was full of hope. The next day, he and his wife boarded the car to Yun Province. Fudan. Today, Tang Qing officially started his junior year of study. Day 1. 2 special classmates came to the class, 2 exchange students, 1 male and 1 female, 1 from the United States and 1 from Germany. However, this time, no one from their class exchanged. The reason is simple. Tang Qing said more than once that studying abroad is not interesting. Studying abroad is boring. Exchange is even less interesting. Then, as the most successful entrepreneur in the class, even the most successful businessman in China, the richest man in China, and a super academic, whatever he said must be right. Otherwise, how could he be so successful? That's all. No one from their class went out. At first, Jingxiang asked Tang Qing specifically, would you like to go to another country for 1 year as an exchange? Tang Qing flatly refused. I'm staying here well. What is the purpose of the exchange? Is it fun? He didn't want to stay in those damn places for a long time. Hello, I'm Nesquick. You can call me Quick. Nice to meet you. After the first class, the male exchange student from the United States came to Tang Qing, smiled, and extended his right hand. Before coming, Quick checked out his classmates for the coming year. Tang Qing is there, which is an unexpected surprise. As a genius with great talent in mathematics, finance is particularly easy to learn during the semester. The various models and numbers are very friendly to look at, compared to being a mathematician. Finance, to bring in dollars. In finance, financial sponsors are essential. Customers are their financial sponsors. If they can establish a good relationship with Tang Qing's overseas assets and investments may be his first pot of gold in the future. Pity. He was destined to be disappointed. Tang Qing's assets. How could it be left to the management of ordinary people? Hello. Tang Qing smiled and shook his hand. Then keep your head down and do your own thing. Otherwise, let's talk about what's going on over there in the United States. Are you used to it here? What is your impression of China? This is nonsense. Tang Qing is not interested at all in the matter of sesame seeds and rotten millet. Regarding Tang Qing's indifference, Quick was a little angry. Is this your attitude towards your classmates? Is this the Chinese way of hospitality? Not to mention asking for help. At least it made him less embarrassed. Quick took a deep breath. Not angry, not angry. This is the sponsor. Not far. The female exchange student from Germany was communicating in broken Chinese with the people around her, talking and laughing. Seeing this, Quick suddenly realized that he was too proactive. For Tang Qing, he had met too many such people. No wonder people don't want to talk nonsense with him. It seems, I want to fit into this group. It takes time. Without any nonsense, he returned to his seat and communicated with the classmates around him. If he wanted to get close to Tang Qing, he should start by contacting the people around him. With common friends, there would be common topics. See this situation. Tang Qing smiled. This person is not stupid. He knows where he is wrong. Just like a man trying to chat up a beautiful woman, surrounded by all her best friends, but the man only greets the beautiful woman. Isn't this a brain-dead thing? Another short and weak chapter. 3 chapters today. Tang Qing continued to lower his head, biting the pen, mused, his brows furrowed lightly. That look made many girls in the class become obsessed with it, and fantasies kept popping up in their minds. The picture was simply unsightly, but it was something they had imagined, and they couldn't get rid of it. You can see it. Can't eat. It's not just men who are troubled. Women are also troubled, especially women who are good at fantasy. Last row, on the A4 size paper in front of Tang Qing. It's a mess of lines. Even if the average person is blind, they cannot understand what is on it. That is because the filtering ability of a human brain is not strong enough. In fact, among the large number of messy lines, there are components one by one. Dozens, hundreds of parts. It was drawn on a piece of paper by Tang Qing. They overlap each other. In order to increase the capacity of a piece of paper, Tang Qing uses special ultra-fine ink pens. Whether it is ink, pen, or even paper, they're all condensed with the laboratory's cutting-edge technology. One can imagine how messy this paper is. But in Tang Qing's super powerful mind, these hundreds of parts seem to be alive. It is very clear that through the power of his mind, he can also eliminate the lines above, squeeze the ink into the other side of the paper, and there will be a layer of chemical substances to neutralize the ink. Make them white. This will achieve the effect of eliminating lines. Count on this. He can add, subtract, and modify any part, because the lines are so dense that outsiders cannot understand them. Even if he clearly tells others that there are parts inside, it is impossible for others to restore them. It's too complicated, unless it is based on the finished product. It's like software. For some more complex software, only the programmer who designed the parameters knows what they mean. If it were someone else, they would only be able to figure out what they mean and then slowly work backwards and understand them based on the execution effects. But if there is no execution effect, the difficulty is several times higher. And Tang Qing. There is currently no finished product equivalent to the execution effect, which cannot be reversed, and the proportions are very confusing. Tang Qing used nearly 20 kinds of proportions, and only Tang Qing knew the details. Therefore, it's almost unsolvable. Tang Qing is a science student. He applied for finance in college, but he has an unusual love for lines and machinery. He used to help his second uncle design electric vehicles and cars, and later he even started designing industrial equipment. This became his new pleasure. Actually, almost everyone is interested in designing things, this kind of creation, but due to limited manufacturing capabilities, even if they're designed, they cannot be built, and they have to give up in the end. But Tang Qing is different. Laboratory, complete industrial system, absolute right to speak, unlimited funding. He designed it and wanted to manufacture it, which was nothing more than a sentence. Therefore, when Tang Qing was bored, he kept researching and designing some interesting things, and he never tired of it. For example, a new generation of exoskeleton mechanical armor, concept unmanned combat aircraft, undersea drilling platform, gunship, automatic melon seed shelling machine. Whether it is military, industrial, or civilian, Tang Qing didn't let it go. The boundaries were very wide. For him who had plenty of time and could overclock his brain at any time, he would be bored to death if he didn't find something difficult to do. It is different from the social sciences. Social sciences have limits. Finance, psychology, management, language, these knowledge, if added together, multiplied by 100 or even 1,000 or 10,000, are not as high as the limits of natural science. Then, after there was almost nothing to see in the social sciences, Tang Qing's interest turned to natural science. This kind of continuous discovery and solution of problems. The game of creating problems yourself and then solving them was really interesting, and he gradually realized the charm of rigorous science. At this time, Tang Qing is designing one. Massage chair. That's right. He's just that boring. Noon. As usual, Tang Qing and Lin Jiaxue got on the car home. It didn't take long to get started. Commander, someone is following you. There are 9 parking spaces behind you. There are 5 people in the car. They are all members of the Kovalo organization. They have no firearms or explosives, but they carry 5 sets of short-range and long-range cold weapons. The threat level is low. Suddenly, Tang Yi's reminder came from the earphones. The next moment, the light on his glasses flashed. Turn on in 1 second. A bird's-eye view appeared in front of Tang Qing's eyes. This was a real-time picture taken by a quantum satellite in the sky. It was high-definition, unobstructed, and could be viewed in 3D. It was so powerful that it was unreasonable. In the green marked car in front is Tang Qing's motorcade. Before and after the march, they are 2 off-road vehicles from Dongxing Motor Company. Benz. Having retired from his security equipment, Tang Qing became interested as he looked at a Santana marked in red following him. For how long? No one dared to take advantage of him, because the command room could not determine the opponent's target before. So I didn't make the first move. For this type of threat, the command room always first determines the identity and then finds out the ins and outs so as to determine the threat level. If the target is someone else, it is not within their jurisdiction. Interesting. It's also done quite covertly. Fortunately, these people are not carrying guns. Otherwise, according to security regulations, even if the target of the opponent is not determined, and these people are not public servants, they will be controlled first. Close and long-range cold weapons. It was also marked before his eyes. Special crossbow arrows. The length is only 15 centimeters, very small, and can be put in a pocket when folded, but Tang Qing estimates that the power is definitely not small. Among the special equipment of the soldiers, there are also crossbow arrows that are shorter but as powerful as guns. Alloy long dagger. That's all. To say that crossbows are actually a threat. However, it also depends on who is fighting against whom. Even if these people only brought crossbows, each of them will be targeted by at least 2 guns along the way. If Tang Qing was willing, they would not survive the next second. But in urban areas, common areas, security principles do not allow soldiers to shoot casually. And Tang Qing does not want to expose these soldiers who are protecting him, and the Chinese police are not easy to fool. So to deal with these people, a milder method is needed. Then play with them. Has the purpose been investigated? Tang Qing asked in a low voice. Not yet. Since the mission content has not been communicated through any wireless communication or network around the world, the lurking soldiers in the Kovalo organization cannot access the mission information. Kovalo, Tang Qing murmured. This organization. He knows. Half black and not white. It is not a killer organization, but it often takes on dirty work and various legal tasks. It is a bit like a Tang Qing with complex business. It can be said to be the world's largest special needs supplier. Tang Qing doesn't do the dirty work. Most money laundering, collecting debts, and then arranging some legal tasks. Generally speaking, he has never done anything harmful to the world, but this Kovaro is different. As long as he makes money, he is interested. The money is in place. Everything is easy to discuss. What are special needs? This is broad. As long as there is a demand, they will handle it if they can handle it. This is called special demand, and it can be as small as finding a cat or dog or delivering express delivery. To rob a train and find connections. Something as big as smuggling polar bears. Give money. All is said and done. When Tang Qing saw the information about this organization, he was frightened. It really had no bottom line. It could be said that there was nothing these guys couldn't do that only ordinary people could not imagine. Some are simply outrageous. For example, a group of people are organized on a desert island. Their task is to divide into two groups and fight each other on it until all the people on the other side are dead. Behind this, there are some rich and perverted rich people betting. Desert island. It can also be changed into various scenes. Deserts, mountains, arenas, ships. The number of people can also be changed at will, sometimes 3 or 5, sometimes more than 20 or 30. The number of men and women is not necessarily different. The weapons are also different, and whether to wear clothes or not can also be based on the requirements of the guests. It also has many people employed by the CIA in the United States to collect all kinds of intelligence for the United States. They're very powerful on a global scale. They're a truly difficult character, even more difficult than the CIA in the United States. And this is just the tip of the iceberg for this organization. Why is it so weird? Very simple. Keep things clean. If anything happens, no one else will be implicated. Those rich people also need this organization to bear all risks and satisfy some hobbies. Of course, they will not let it disappear. Take advantage of this tolerance. This organization has slowly grown from a small organization to its current size. Money has opened the way. Threats and inducements have given this organization many protective umbrellas, and it has completely reached the point where it can sit back and relax. It also knows how to restrain itself. Only those who know darkness can hide people. Therefore, it has always paid great attention to concealment and never appeared in the public eye. Even now, few people know the name Kovaro because various businesses have been reclassified internally. Every business. There are sub-organizations responsible for each, and each sub-organization has its own name. There are many pseudonyms. Change it often. As the name of the founding, Kovaro has always been in the memory of many people. Internally, this word is regarded as sacred. It took a lot of investigation before the soldiers dug up traces of Kovaro. Due to some overlap in business, it has a competitive relationship with Tang Qing. As Tang Qing's scope of activities becomes wider and wider, and there are more contacts, the conflicts between the two parties also begin to increase. Kovaro has always wanted to incorporate Tang Qing. The asking price is high, $3 billion. Only, this is doomed to be in vain and cannot be incorporated. They even sent people to try to break into Tang Qing, but after working for a long time, they didn't even figure out which country the headquarters of Tang Qing was in. We are still searching hard to this day. What are these people doing? Tang Qing murmured. It seems. I can only ask later. Tang, what's wrong? Seeing Tang Qing lowering his head in deep thought, Lin Jiaxue asked. Nothing, just thinking about the company. Tang Qing raised his head and smiled. These people, can it turn the world upside down? About 10 minutes later, the march entered the community. Their car also took out the card. They got from who knows where and followed them into the underground garage. Tang Qing saw that this was not following, but about to take action. The location was probably right here. Just as Tang Qing thought. He had been living in a villa or in a school, one with many bodyguards and one surrounded by students. He usually travels, but in such a safe China, he even rides in a bulletproof car. This is not America. This is China. Facing the march's super defense, the weapons they could obtain were unable to cause damage to Tang Qing's car at all. If they couldn't even break through the defense, then it would be a crappy mission. Finally, analyze it. The underground garage is the best place to take action. Once Tang Qing gets off the car and leaves the march, they can start taking action. In their opinion, Tang Qing's bodyguards are no match for them. After Tang Qing's car stopped, Santana was about to pretend that she was from the community and wanted to pass by Tang Qing. Calculating the time, when they passed by, Tang Qing should also get out of the car. Sure enough, she was in front of Tang Qing's car. The door to march opened. Action. Co-pilot. The leader gave the order to prepare for a surprise attack. However, the accident happened suddenly and the car sped out. The driver was stunned and quickly stepped on the clutch and brake. This is also the benefit of a manual car. If the clutch is stepped on, the accelerator will not work. However, one step up, his face turned pale. Clutch. Can't step on it. Brake. Can't even step on it. Forget it. The accelerator was actually stuck at the bottom. He could only watch helplessly as Santana rushed towards the wall in front of him. The steering wheel and handbrake didn't work, and they all stopped working together. The sudden failure left them a little confused. "Jump off the car," the leader shouted. "Someone reminds me." The others immediately came to their senses and were about to open the door and jump out of the car. Crack, click, click. After opening it a few times, I found that the door was locked. "What are you doing? Open the door quickly." Several other people shouted to the person in the driver's seat. But the driver was also crying. I didn't move. "I can't open the door." "What? What the hell?" Looking at the wall, getting closer. They no longer knew how to describe their feelings at this time. Damn it. The mission hadn't even started yet, and they had made such a mess. If they collided with each other like this, they wouldn't die, but they would definitely be very embarrassed. Smash the window. Smash your uncle. No one paid him any attention. At this distance, it is impossible to jump out by smashing the window. According to their experience, if the window is smashed at this time, the person will not be able to get out, and the broken glass will cause more serious injuries. Therefore, no one pays attention to this guy. Bang song dang. First gear. 25 an hour. Santana hit the wall hard, and the front of the car was deformed. "What's wrong?" Lin Joshua, who had just taken a step down, was startled when she heard the loud noise. She held Tang Qing's hand tightly. Tang Qing held her lover's little hand and said with a smile, "I guess I stepped on the wrong car just now and used the accelerator as the brake." All this, of course, it was Tang Qing's handiwork. It's not too easy to control such a simple vehicle at such a close distance. If he wasn't afraid of scaring people, he could even directly shift gears, start at full speed, and give them a concussion. Certainly, this method, just for fun. If he really wanted to kill people, Tang Qing didn't need to use this boring method and directly stop their hearts. Just a thought. Hear the words. Lin Joshua didn't think about anything else. "I thought it was done accidentally. It is estimated that someone is injured. So, Joshua, you go up first, and I will take the bodyguard to take a look. If there are any injured, I will call 120. Tang Qing didn't want Lin Joshua to know too much. "I'll follow you." "No, you go up first. I'll be up soon." Oh, used to listening to Tang Qing's words, Lin Joshua did not insist anymore and followed the two bodyguards to the elevator. Seeing Lin Joshua getting on the elevator, Tang Qing's smile slowly turned cold. Chapter 3, please vote. I'm trying to write again. I estimate that it will be published in the early morning, and it will contain 100,000 words. It will be difficult to come up with it. These guys, no matter what the purpose, it's definitely not a good thing. Since they came to trouble him and brought weapons, they were enemies. Tang Qing didn't know what it meant to be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. Of course, even if he wanted to kill people, he would not do it himself. From beginning to end, the soldiers had a lot of blood on their hands. But his hands, always clean. He has never killed anyone. This record he plans to keep. Perhaps it is because of his psychological effect. In his current position, if his hands are still stained with blood, he feels that it is too unskilled. Dirty work. Why do it yourself? Is it fun? Pull. Actually, he also left an archway for himself. He can't use knives with his hands, nor can he use guns and utensils to get blood. However, it doesn't mean that he can't control them with his mind, so it doesn't count as doing it himself. Turn around. Tang Qing walked towards the Santana. At this time, they were the only ones in this underground garage. The garage door suddenly broke down, and cars outside could not get in temporarily. However, if there was no security, a person would suddenly jump out. Therefore, the situation must be controlled quickly. Inside the car, not a violent shock. None of the 5 people were injured. I just felt like I was in trouble today, and weird things happened together. I looked at Tang Qing and the others from the rearview mirror, and the leader was overjoyed. It was really a bright future, and he had arrived at their door. There are still 2 bodyguards missing. Since Huaxia's bodyguards rarely carry guns, they checked and found that none of Tang Qing's bodyguards had gun licenses. Therefore, they could not easily capture these unarmed bodyguards with crossbows. Get ready, Tang Qing is here. The leader took out his crossbow and opened the safety, and the others did the same. Suddenly, they seemed to realize a problem. The door cannot be opened, and the window cannot be rolled down. When they mentioned that the door cannot be opened, they admitted that it was electronically controlled. But why can't the window be rolled down? The windows of this old car are mechanical hand crank versions, for independent of each other. It's impossible for both to be bad at the same time. All right, how to fix this? You can't break a window and stretch out a hand to hit someone, right? It's not reliable even thinking about it. This car doesn't have a sunroof. Looking at the unsuspecting Tang Qing, is it necessary to pretend to be an injured passenger? Just when they were hesitating, the door seems to be able to open. It turned out that the driver had no intention of locking it. He only heard a click and found that the door was pushed open easily. Everyone shouted in their hearts, "God bless you." Those in the back seat also found the doors could be opened. Nothing to say. He immediately opened the door and rushed out. They pointed crossbows at Tang Qing, but they found that Tang Qing and his bodyguards didn't seem to be panicked at all. No, not only were they not panicked, the bodyguards didn't even take a step. Where's the promise of being loyal to the Lord? You are too unprofessional. Besides, can you respect people? There was no expression at all, which made them feel very unfulfilled. Ignoring these strange things, the leader whispered, don't move, to avoid misunderstandings. Mr. Tang, please come with us, otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Shall we talk somewhere else? He narrowed his eyes. We need to figure out who is in control of the situation now and take action. What he said just now was just to gain time for the team members to occupy a favorable position. His mission was to take Tang Qing away. Not one more person will do. The meaning of taking action is to take down the bodyguard. There is anesthetic in the crossbow. Relatively speaking, this thing is sometimes easier to use than a gun, quieter, and will not accidentally damage the target. However, they still feel that the gun is safer. Immediately, 5 people pulled the trigger. However, something embarrassing happened to them. The trigger won't move. Big Eyes stared at Small Eyes. The scene was very embarrassing. That. Forehead. Can we do it again? At this time, they were in a terrible mood. If Santana was of poor quality, they admitted it. After all, the incident was over and they came out without any injuries. However, weapons with special features like this were just parallel imports, so they couldn't bear it. That's not right. They had tried this crossbow many times before, and it was in perfect condition with no problems at all. Could it be that when they went on a mission today, they were destroyed by their teammates, and that there was a traitor in the team? This guess quickly take root in the leader's brain. But reality didn't give him much time. What are you going to do? Tang Qing looked confused. Awkward. The leader didn't answer. Instead, he let his actions speak for himself, throwing away the crossbow in his hand, and then rushed toward a bodyguard in front of Tang Qing. He believed that with his fighting skills, a bodyguard. My chest hurts. He just felt the scene flash, and he who was standing at the front actually saw the other 4 teammates, and then his butt slammed into Santana's rear glass. Bang! The glass shattered. It hurts before and after. The leader looked confused. What happened just now? The other people were not much better. Just as they were about to follow the lead, their fists were clenched, their postures were ready, and they were ready to rush. They saw the leader's ass getting into the car. It hurt so much, but no more surprise. This is not a reason for them to stop and be dazed. It seems that they have encountered a tough situation today. They know the leader's fighting skills, which are almost as good as those of professional killers. They must not be careless. He reached out and prepared to pull out the dagger on his leg. It got stuck again. They swear. Next time, no more dagger holsters with mechanical clasps. There are also those unreliable crossbows. This is simply the enemy has not yet moved, but he has pushed himself into a desperate situation. Just like the 100-meter sprint, the player steps on the right shoelace with his left foot on the first kick. This is a heart-pounding challenge. No time to think too much. Take control of the situation first. The 4 of them waved their fists in unison and went up. Then, soon, they deeply understood a truth. If you don't work hard, you won't know what despair is. At a speed that was almost invisible, the 2 warriors standing in front, with just 2 punches each, made the four of them lose their fighting power, and all the hands that made the move were greatly distorted. Broken. Tang Qing's bodyguard. They are all at least level 8 warriors. They have been upgraded time and time again, and they are much stronger than they were at the beginning. These masters, who are not even level 1, have almost no other results besides drinking hatred. This. It hurts. It's over. I met a real master, Tang Qing's bodyguard, and the information the organization gave me was nothing short of murder. Also, every aspect of this mission revealed something strange. Could it be that the organization was planning to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Don't blame them for thinking that. Don't tell me if the information is wrong. Arms. Equipment. When problems arise one after another, why don't we try to silence them? Chapter 4. Sleep. There will still be 3 chapters tomorrow. Maybe even 4. Try to be more relaxed next week. It's the end of the month. Please vote. Silence. This is nothing new in organizations. Whether it's destroying other people's homes, or people will destroy themselves. Not surprising. After all, the mission they performed was inherently disgraceful. Once many things are exposed, they will cause trouble for the organization. Working in this kind of organization is completely like working with the devil. They have been sent to perform such tasks several times before. Could it be? Is it their turn today? Think of this. A chill rose from the soles of my feet. If this is the case, then he is really going to die. Where else can he go to the end of the world? It's just strange. If this is the case, why not silence them in a more direct way and went around in a circle? Let them come to Tang Qing. They are full of doubts and can't figure it out. At this time, all 5 people lost their fighting ability. Scene. Embarrassed again. Oh, you guys, can't you talk properly? If you have to do something, you see you're injured. Okay, let's change places first and have a good chat. Tang Qing sighed as he said. This tone, it almost drove them to death. The words just fell. They saw Tang Qing's bodyguard coming up with handcuffs. The 5 of them were stunned. What are they doing? Are these people police? Or someone specially sent by the Chinese government? They knew that Tang Qing had a strong official background. Is he an expert in alchemy? Without waiting for them to think, they were handcuffed by the soldiers. Then, with 5 blows, all 5 of them fainted. The soldiers then took them to a corner next to the elevator and sent them away using the teleportation node. This place, not suitable for interrogation. Things done. Tang Qing got on the elevator, preparing to go home for dinner and interrogation. He was interested in taking a look before, but now that he has seen more, he stopped joining the fun and just waited for the result. Back home. Tang, how is it? There was only one driver in the car, and he was not injured. Seeing that he was fine, I came up. Tang Qing lied. As for the Santana, it will still stay there, and someone from the property management will come to clean it up. That's good. Myanmar. Myanmar Asia Special Economic Zone. Deep in the mountains. Metal smelting plant. Inside the warehouse. As soon as the light flashed, 5 people appeared on the ground. 3 soldiers immediately stepped forward and lifted them into an escort vehicle not far away, as if they were nothing, and threw them on as if they were trash. After collecting personal belongings. Subsequently, the car sets off. We drove out of the smelting plant and headed towards the secret underground building not far away. Due to the limited transmission stage, the security warehouse, the gold smelting plant, and the special zone secret prison were all built very close together, forming a triangle. They share a transmission node. About 10 minutes. The car came to a mountain. The original entrance to the cave has been blocked by artificial stones. Due to the superb technology from the outside, it looks like a barren mountain. At the foot of the mountain is a small pond soaked in stream water drawn from dozens of meters away. The pond is very shallow, only less than 30 centimeters. The area is thousands of square meters. It was very turbid. If the car drove on it, the traces would disappear in less than a minute. When driving less than 10 meters away from the rock split to both sides silently. A passage appears that can accommodate cars. It was a very wide entrance parking lot. The car drove in and the rocks closed silently again. Such a unique design was actually created by Tang Qing, although there's almost no chance of being discovered here. but set up a big iron gate here. It's really not particular. So, when he was bored, he began to redesign and manufacture the place. Not only did he add these concealment measures, but he also expanded the internal space without spending any money on him. It's easy. An excited voice. The leader woke up. The numbness on his body made him immediately realize that he had been electrocuted. Open your eyes. I took a look at the surrounding environment. There were gray metal walls and white and gray floors. There were not only lights on them, but also long lights connected in a circle on all sides, illuminating the room translucently. Front. It's a table. There was a man sitting, dressed. I don't know which country's military uniform it was, but he looked at him with a stern expression. When he lowered his head, he saw that he was being handcuffed to an interrogation chair, with his hands and feet fixed. He was a little confused. This formation. I feel like I'm in trouble. It's still a big deal. Wrong. Didn't he go to arrest Tang Qing and be killed by others? Then why are you here? Could it be that Tang Qing handed them over to China's secret department? Yes, definitely. Is your mission to kill Tang Qing? The soldier asked casually. What mission? I don't know. The leader denied. Kovaro's mission. The soldier said. I don't know what a Kovaro is. I just want to grab some money to spend. If you don't believe it, forget it and kill people. Are you kidding? We are law-abiding Canadian citizens. The leader didn't take it seriously. This kind of department. Know what's weird about Kovaro? But it can be found out that they are members of this organization, which shows that this department has great power. Abide by the law. Crossbows are controlled items. Not in Canada. The answer is wrong. Rampant and messy. Basic skills. The leader couldn't help but despise the warrior. This is a mentally retarded problem. Only you people can tell. It seems that you still don't understand who is in control of the situation. In other words, you have overestimated your own importance. As he said that, the soldier took out a knife from nowhere like a dart. Hey! The long dagger plunged directly into the leader's shoulder and passed through. Hi, I felt the pain in my shoulder. Seen soaking into clothes. Some of them even dripped blood onto the platform where they were let go, and the leader almost peed in fear. Holy shit, what kind of interrogation technique is this? If they don't agree with each other, they use him as a target for darts. His shoulders are less than 10 centimeters from his head. If he doesn't pay attention, he will definitely meet the fate of God. What about the psychological warfare we talked about? Whipped. Searchlight. Even if you apply medicine, it will work. All of a sudden, who can bear it? You are too unruly. The leader was very angry. I'm sorry. Actually, I originally planned to prick your feet, but I didn't expect my skills to be very good. I prick you wrongly. I apologize first. If I prick you wrongly next time, I can only apologize. The soldier's expression was spot on, with an innocent and apologetic look on his face, like a newbie's shy apology. Hearing this in the leader's ears made his heart feel cold. What the hell? Pricked feet? You're about to hit my head, brother. Although he knows this is a psychological tactic, facing such an opponent who doesn't follow common sense, the anti-interrogation methods he has trained will not be of use for a while. This tactic, the survey also revealed a terrifying conclusion. These people, ruthless. He didn't take his life seriously at all. It turns out, ruthless. It makes people afraid. Even people who don't care about life and death will still be frightened when they meet a truly ruthless person. The soldier's expression seems innocent, but the coldness in his eyes is piercing to the bone. The room was quite warm, but it was like falling into an ice cave. What pierced his bones was the dagger that caused him to lose blood. Just as he thought. In the eyes of the soldiers, his life was simply insignificant. Their existence was only to serve Tang Qing. Others, except for Tang Qing's relatives and friends, were just passers-by. And Tang Qing's enemy. That's what they want to destroy. Tell someone to stop my bleeding. You can't do this to me, the leader shouted. Why not? The soldier asked. I have the information you need. To be honest, if it falls into your hands, I will accept it. China is a forbidden land for people like us. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. This flattery. Good. Unfortunately, the photo was taken in the wrong place. He thought it was in China, but in fact it was in Myanmar. He thought it was in the hands of the Chinese secret department. In fact, There was almost no interaction at all. Oh, then answer the question I just asked. The soldiers said calmly. What's the problem? Is your mission to kill Tang Qing? No, you just want to capture him and find a place to hide. Someone will take over tonight. Our mission is over. The specific meeting point is in Jiading. If you really can't complete the mission, you can deal with it urgently. The leader was very honest. The soldier asked, emergency treatment? Yes, the first priority is to control him. If he cannot be controlled and cannot be taken away, then... At this point, the leader stopped. Everyone on Earth knew what he meant. Kill him. Command room. That's when the soldiers got the mission objective from the leader's mouth. A red light flashed on the podium. The highest security incident, a life form intended to threaten the commander, was discovered. The source of the threat is Organization Kovalo. The first level elimination plan has been archived. The target is all Kovaro members. Personnel marking. 73.1% of Kovaro personnel have been marked. The total number of people, 7,561. The elimination plan tasks have been pre-assigned and can be completed within 41 hours. The original secondary infiltration plan, codenamed Kovaro, has been upgraded to the unrestricted level and renamed Kovaro S+. Goal: find all remaining Kovaro members and add them to the elimination directory. For people and organizations that threaten Tang Qing's life, no order needed. The waiter will follow the plan. Formulate a cleanup plan on your own, but this type of first-level cleanup plan requires Tang Qing's authorization before it can be executed. Otherwise, it is just a plan. At the same time, Tang Qing also received a reminder. Level 1 clearance plan. There is only one content. No matter the cost, kill without mercy. It's still about him. How long? I have never seen it before. The last time, my cousin Tang Yin'er was almost in danger in the United States. At that time, the waiter automatically created a profile. Needless to say, those names were on the monument. To this day, this is the second incident involving him. The unlimited level of the penetration plan is actually no longer called the penetration plan, because in the plan, all means will be used, and the description of stealth like penetration is a bit inaccurate. It is close to the category of hunting. Good guy. More than 7,000 people were marked at once, which is still 70%. If all were counted, the soldiers planned to do it all at once. Fortunately, the soldiers were crazy. The waiter was also more protective, and Tang Qing was still awake. No execution was ordered. The eradication plan is canceled, and Kovalo does not need to be upgraded. It is included in the new comprehensive plan Dragon Eats Elephant. The overall goal is to take over the organization Kovalo. Time, as soon as possible, but to avoid making a big fuss. Then, Tang Qing explained the goal carefully. Kill. Not much technical content. It's more fun to control them. This organization has done many evil things. What is Tang Qing going to do? Of course, it is not to continue to do evil, but to gain its relationships and networks around the world, as well as some interesting business. For example, their cooperation with the CIA. In this way, with the ability to control at least 15% of the CIA's eyes around the world, Kovalo plays the same role to the U.S. intelligence agency as Blackwater does to the U.S. military. Take control of Kovalo. To his global strategy, it's also a pretty good helper. Even if the difficulty is very high, otherwise there would not be so few fighters sneaking in for so long. These marked people are not actually the fighters who have obtained the opponent's list. Instead, it is monitored around the clock. Continuous data screening. It finally took more than a year to finalize the list. The soldiers have never seen it before. It is because this organization is too strict and complicated to exist openly for so long. Generally, people call it snake tuanxiang. However, Tang Qing is not a snake. His global influence may be much less than that of Kovaro, but in terms of strength, he is definitely ahead of him by dozens of blocks. Kovaro is the elephant, and Tang Qing is the dragon. Yes, Commander, the dragon-swallowing elephant plan has been filed, and the mission content is being formulated. Tang Qing finished his statement. The soldiers got busy. he estimated. This time, it is another plan report of at least several million words. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Tang Qing was attending his first class when he saw the plan report. It was really dazzling. There were tens of thousands of subtasks, so densely packed. Fortunately, he didn't have to look carefully. The waiter probably doesn't know what it feels like to have a headache. Authorize execution. Tang Qing looked at the summary and saw that there was no big problem, so he asked them to execute it. The plan also mentioned that nearly 1,000 new soldiers would be exchanged this time, and with other expenses, tens of billions of Asian dollars were gone. Have to. Fortunately, you can now spend money in Asian dollars. Tang Qing can still accept it. Myanmar. At this time, the leader's wounds had been briefly treated, and he was locked up with his men. Looking around and looking at the bars at the door, he always felt that something was wrong and that he seemed to understand something wrong. But what made him regret the most was they only asked him one question. That's right, just one question later. That ruthless man didn't ask any more questions. If I had known you would have asked about Tang Qing, I wouldn't have been stabbed like this. Several of my companions were safe and sound. When he thought of this, he felt that he was really wronged. However, what he didn't know was, this is a question, what it means to the warriors. What does Kovero mean? Looking at the only injured person, the team members were a little lucky. Fortunately, they are aware of current affairs and are very cooperative with the first question because they really don't know many organizational secrets. They have not even heard of the name Kovero. I only know that the organization I belong to may be called Scarlet, except for the name. Others, little is known. They are all orphans who were adopted and trained by the organization since childhood. However, the cruel training, narrow escape selection, and cold-blooded instructors limited their loyalty to the fear stage. No relatives, even less faith. Maybe, alive, it is their only belief. Therefore, death has become something they are not afraid of, but are extremely afraid of. This is a quite contradictory psychology. They didn't know the other members of the organization either. Apart from listening to the leader, they didn't know much about other information. Even the name Scarlet was said by the leader unintentionally. What will happen to us? A team member murmured, looking at the wall of the corridor outside through the iron window. The other one sat in the corner and sneered in a daze. Death. I don't want to die. Make it look like I want to die. This logic. Can you be normal? At this time, said the leader weakly. Don't look if this place can be jailbroken. Then what you should worry about is not the inside, but whether you will be shot to death when you go out. The leader was very experienced and educated. Yes, he added, for now, we can only wait. There must be a reason why they left us alive, but we don't know what it is. This kind of force does not lack the little information we know. Now, can you tell us about our organization? A team member leaning against the wall stared at the leader. As soon as these words came out, the other 4 people also cast their gazes. Now, if they are caught, even if they leave, they will not be able to continue to serve the organization. They will definitely be regarded as suspected defectors. Therefore, even if they die here, they want to be clear-minded. The leader thought, at this time, this kind of thing is really not a big deal. Scarlet is a branch of the organization. Branch. The 4 people pricked up their ears. Yes, the full name of the organization is Kovero. It is an underground organization that has existed for hundreds of years. It has influence all over the world, and Scarlet is just one of them. I don't know how many branches there are. The Scarlet you see is just the tip of the iceberg. The training camp where you grew up is just one of the many training camps of Scarlet, which is insignificant. Kovero's power is extremely powerful, and it is precisely because of this that our previous missions in other places around the world were so smooth, and we even had the cooperation of the local police or military. These are all non-staff personnel of Kovero, while Scarlet is only responsible for training general action teams like ours. I heard that there is another branch that is also responsible for combat, training war personnel similar to Blackwater. In terms of business, we are also partners with Blackwater. Sometimes, our people will temporarily join Blackwater to perform tasks. Sometimes it is also a competitive relationship. In short, this is a very large and complex organization, and I only know a little bit about it. As long as it is willing, there's almost nothing it can't do, so don't think about going out. If you go out, you will die. Unless you escape to the virgin forest and never come out, it is impossible to escape the pursuit of this organization. What the leader did not tell them was that they all had trackers in their bodies. The tracker has a countdown. Every mission, all will be reset. If the connection is lost for a long time, a gadget in the tracker will start to act, and the highly toxic substances inside will flow out. Once it enters the blood circulation of the human body, there will only be one result. D. He didn't remind. Anyway, you will die if you go out. What to remind you? These are the pawns of the organization, some children without fathers and mothers. Many other members actually have families, and those kind of people are easier to control. Therefore, they are just consumables for the organization. Other side, Tang Qing designs massage chairs at the same time. Keep an eye on this. Just 1 hour. Thousands of soldiers were redeemed and spread out through various transmission nodes. This organization was too big and needed a lot of manpower. There were only about 10,000 people who really belonged to the organization. But its non-staff members have exceeded 20,000, and these are only people who know this organization or branch. There are many more people who don't know, or who are related but not close. For example, in Africa, a relatively backward country, the top leader of the military, they're the non-staff members of Kovaro, and their soldiers have already exceeded 50,000. In addition, only the top leader and a few confidants know about Kovaro, and the 50,000 soldiers have no idea at all. But, in theory, these people are also the tentacles of Kovalo and are actually controlled by it. Therefore, if we count the tentacles, it really can't be calculated. Many of the non-staff members and protective umbrellas of Kovalo are very powerful people in the local area. The development of the soldiers for so long can honestly exclude 0 achievements. Black Prison plus Bangtian, plus the Global Umbrella Plan, as well as the personnel of various projects. The network of relationships established is still not as powerful as the power of Kovalo. However, Chengyi Fengyan, defeat is also a storm. In Kovalo, there's a big problem with the organizational structure. That is, it is decentralized. Each team, each branch, and each branch organization has very little communication with each other, except for the top ones. Everyone else is a one-line contact. Sometimes, even if they are in the same city and have cooperated several times, it is still impossible to determine whether the other party is a member of the organization. Without strict orders, members will not take the initiative to reveal their identities and even hide them, because they also don't want anyone to know that they are Kovalo, both inside and outside. There's a feeling of I don't want anyone to know my identity except the top management. So the organizational model of Kovaro was finalized decades ago. Connect. It is also the top management who makes unified arrangements. Every time information is delivered, each task is distributed. Cooperate every time. There are different ways and places. The same connection place will never be used twice, and the information transmission methods are also varied. Because of this, except for the top, even the top people only know the people around them. To the people below, I don't know who my last name is, I only have a numerical code. Such an organizational structure. The confidentiality of members is guaranteed to the greatest extent possible. Its degree of concealment. There is no need for intelligence personnel in various countries to be poor or even more covert. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. For example, if a tentacle is cut off and someone replaces it with a new tentacle, they will not notice it. The top level of the organization only has a list and information and cannot monitor all members in real time, like Tang Qing. The core content of Dragon Eats Elephant. Just replace some of their key tentacles. This way, warriors can smoothly take over all its forces. Someone asked, why not just replace the top brass of Kovalo? If you can do this, Tang Qing had already done it. Even the stupidest person could think of such a direct method, but the top level of it is not a person or a family, but a group. If you compare Kovaro to a company, this group is the professional managers. It is responsible for the operation of the entire company and completes the tasks of the board of directors. The board of directors has ownership of the company and has limited rights to know, but all directors cannot interfere in all operations of the company alone. And the board of directors cannot take actions that harm the company. It's equivalent to saying, the owners and managers of the organization are separate and annual dividends are paid to the directors. To be honest, Tang Qing nodded frequently when he saw the organizational structure of Kovalo. If an organization does not have people with absolute say, this model, it is indeed a long-term survival strategy, which greatly avoids internal friction and focuses on one place. Coupled with the influence and help of the director in all aspects, Kovalo is simply impregnable. How many directors are there? The soldiers haven't investigated yet, but it's been determined. What's weird is that it's either a big family, a big force, or a big conglomerate. None of them are good. The founder gave up his right to speak in exchange for the century-old prosperity of Kovaro. The founder also made an agreement with them. Organization list. Everyone must not have a copy, and there must not even be relevant records to keep, so as to protect the existence of the organization as much as possible. Otherwise, if something happens, you will all have a list, and the devil knows who leaked the secret. This business, I have to say, value. Otherwise, once it becomes big, those greedy people will definitely eat up the founder until nothing is left. Therefore, the soldiers adopted this method of changing tentacles to control the organization step by step and covertly. Those directors, it's almost impossible to kick out. The reason is simple. The stability of Kovaro is inseparable from them. Many businesses are given or contacted by them, and the directors are also involved in many of the work of wiping the butt. Kick them away. Kovalo is definitely a killer who has lost his hands and feet. Such a killer. It's just a disability. And, of these directors, it is very likely that there is a CIA in the United States. Otherwise, how could the CIA allow this organization to control so many of their intelligence personnel? It even seems that Blackwater became one of the directors last year. Such an organization with eyes and hands. It can scare people to death. Only Tang Qing dared to make up his mind. In clear water, it's not easy to fish. Therefore, an important task for soldiers. It is to muddy the water, and while infiltrating, he will clean up some targets that he does not like. These targets were the targets that he would have cleaned up after taking over Kovalo. Now, use it ahead of time. Good luck. Maybe we can also deceive some of the directors who have hidden deeper, and when the time is right, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Of course, we don't kill them, but they change their positions and use Kovaro for counter-control. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Afternoon. The second class is over. Tang Qing's cell phone rang. At the same time, the source of the call appeared in front of his eyes. The global map projected into his eyes continued to expand, and finally stopped at a country, Thailand, and it became more and more precise. Precisely. In a residential house on the outskirts of Bangkok. This building, it was also marked with the words Kovalo Level 4 Mobile Branch. A mobile branch, as the name suggests, is a branch that has no fixed location. It will change locations every once in a while, as long as 3 months, or as short as 1 or 2 weeks. Interesting. Tang Qing smiled inwardly. According to plan, 10 minutes later, this branch will be taken down by the local special operations team. This place, the command room, did not send any more soldiers there because Bangkok was already within the scope of activities of the soldiers. In order to take care of his second uncle, he specially sent the soldiers there. In the end, it became the largest underground force in Bangkok. One of the warriors, he still serves as the deputy chief of police in Bangkok. So much time has passed. The soldiers became much stronger there. They left Bangkok and blossomed in various cities in Thailand. They even had a good relationship with the previous mayor of Bangkok because they were more disciplined. The expansion of the fighters has not been suppressed by Thailand's upper echelons. On the contrary, it is support. Now, the mayor of Bangkok has been promoted and became a deputy chief executive of Thailand. He is mainly in charge of Thailand's public security department. In this way, it also provides better protection for the soldiers. Because compared to before, the public security in various places has improved a lot, especially in Bangkok, which is now facing competition for neighboring Myanmar's tourism industry. The improvement in public security in Bangkok has been unanimously recognized by Thailand's upper echelons. If nothing else happens, next month, the deputy director soldier will become a regular officer. Very simple. The soldier had taken refuge with the admired former mayor of Bangkok. The original director had been taken away at the end of last month due to embezzlement of public funds, and he probably would not be able to get out. This actually has nothing to do with Tang Qing. Struggle. Police system in Thailand. It also exists. Tang Qing walked out of the classroom and came to the corridor outside the door. Swipe the screen. Hello. Hello, Mr. Tang Qing. I heard that you were attacked. A hoarse voice came. Still playing this trick. What did you do? Tang Qing pretended to be angry. No, don't get me wrong. We just heard about it. Then, we accidentally heard some news. I wonder if you are interested. That voice whetted your appetite. What makes Tang Qing a little funny is, in his eyes, the scene in the other party's room after being see-through by the quantum satellite appeared, and with its real-time rendering function, even the other party's clothes and expressions could be perfectly restored. What news? Tang Qing asked. We know who did it. The other side said. Who? $10 million? How do I know your news is unreliable? Tang Qing curled his lips slightly, expressing disbelief. At this time, he had already outlined the logic of the incident. If he kidnapped him, he must be rich. If he was not successful, he would be rich. Make his money no matter what. This organization, really persistent. If you catch him, you'll make enough money. In terms of intelligence, we are professionals. We not only know who wants to deal with you, but also know that they may have follow-up plans, such as targeting your family. You don't want anything to happen to your family. $10 million is very cheap for you. Oh, really? These people. He really knows how to catch his weak spots. If it were someone else, maybe just give in. I believe you have the ability to judge on this point. I think you're a liar. The other side was also stunned. Liar? Whether we are a liar or not, it doesn't matter. What's important is that we have what you need. If you don't believe it, just pretend I didn't say goodbye. With that, the other person hung up the phone. Listen to the beeping on the phone. Tang Qing smiled. This routine, it's nothing more than playing hard to get. Think about it. Tang Qing called back again. At this time, less than 5 minutes until action. Ring, 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 listening to the phone ringing. There was an expression of I knew it on his face. He waited for 5 rings before, picking up the phone and said, Mr. Tang, our time is also precious. If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. Also picked up the shelf. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just have a question I want to ask. Tang Qing said with a smile. What's the problem? What does number 71 mean? Number 71? The man was startled. For no reason. What does Tang Qing do with a number? Number 71. Such familiar numbers. I seem to have heard them somewhere. 71, 71, 70. He seemed to have remembered something, but he was so frightened by this guess that he almost jumped up. Number 71. Isn't it the house number of the residential building where they are? To know. Did he call from Thailand or use internet phone forwarding? From a number alone, Tang Qing could only see a domestic number in China, and it was from the capital, which was impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Number 71? I don't know what it means. I found countless reasons. He just convinced himself. This is a coincidence, right? Must be a coincidence. Hear the words. Tang Qing chuckled. You really don't know? But I think you should know. Why should I know? The man's heart skipped a beat. Intuition. He thought Tang Qing was going to tell the whole story. Intuition? You're kidding me. By the way, I have something else I want to ask you about. I think you can definitely tell me the answer to this matter. Tang Qing looked at the countdown, and the actions of the soldiers already appeared in his eyes. Goal 6. Mission content. Silently capture and bring to destination. In the screen, the soldiers have arrived near the residence. It is quite quiet here, and there are relatively few people. The 6 people inside are on different floors. 2 of them are security personnel. One is playing with a knife in the living room on the 1st floor, and the other is cleaning his gun in the corridor on the 2nd floor. Deal with these people. The soldier did not go up. Instead, he threw a few fist-sized black balls from a distance into the yard. When it's about to land, the ball suddenly split open in the middle, stretched out its four mechanical legs, and landed steadily on the ground. Since the tips of the mechanical legs were on rubber, it made no sound. Then the mechanical legs retracted, drill through the mouse hole. Suddenly, we entered the interior of the residence. This type of robot specializes in infiltration. It has been widely used and is also half the main force in the Dragon Eats Elephant mission. It is small in size, powerful in function, and very easy to use. As for the surveillance around residential areas, the content has long been replaced. What's going on? The man's heartbeat accelerated again. That's right, fried steak with mustard. Wouldn't it be delicious? Tang Qing asked. Think. The man's hand shook, and he almost threw the phone away. He felt that it was not a phone, but thunder in his hand. This time, he already knew. I exposed myself. Damn it. How did Tang Qing know that the steak he had for lunch had mustard in it? He saw people eating it on the roadside yesterday, and then remembered to try it. It was not his habit. Therefore, it's not like Tang Qing knew him before. Rather, he was being watched. Think of this. The man was completely unable to calm down. He had never encountered such a situation in his long career. Even the headquarters had no way of knowing what went wrong. Looking at your expression, it probably doesn't taste good. Tang Qing said. You can see my expression. You guessed it. How do you know this? I can answer it, but you have to answer my other question first. Tang Qing said. Say, what do the pangolins say? What? Just finished. The man felt a pain in his neck, and then his consciousness began to blur. He was not an ordinary person, and he immediately knew that he was being plotted. This feeling was absolutely numb. Drunk. Bang. He weighed hundreds of pounds. He fell heavily to the ground. His eyes quickly closed, and there was a slow disbelief written inside. One last thought is, this is impossible. Squeak. The door of his office was pushed open, and a soldier in casual clothes walked in. He picked up a black ball on the ground and took away everyone in the mobile branch. To be honest, facing technology, even those soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles have to be attacked immediately. Subsequently, another group of soldiers came in. Check all items. Next, they want to take over the functions of this branch. As for these people, due to insufficient transmission nodes, they will not be sent to Myanmar for the time being. Instead, they will be interrogated at a local hidden point. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Hang up the phone. The school bell has rang. Tang Qing returned to the classroom and continued to design the massage chair. While designing, he watched a show. Thailand was just the beginning of the task. More exciting dramas had not yet been staged. That is, he was also very confused. This massage chair, how can you press it as comfortably as a human being? This is a big problem. Thailand, not far from the branch's residential area. In a warehouse belonging to the soldiers doing business here, they were brought in. They were not treated as well as the 5 people before. They were given a basin of cold water, and the man who called Tang Qing woke up instantly. When consciousness can control the body. When I recall what just happened, Tang Qing's last question was still echoing in his mind. What on earth did the pangolin say? How did he know? But within a moment, he understood that this was playing a trick on him. Asshole. Crash. Another basin of ice water came on top. That feeling. In the hot summer, it was more than comfortable. Looking around, he realized that he had been arrested. After struggling for a while, he found that his hands were cuffed. Not far away, there were 3 stern men standing. Who are you? Tang Qing's people? No, you can't be Tang Qing's people. Tang Qing can't have subordinates like you. You were hired by Tang Qing with money. Since you know us, you should know the consequences of attacking me. Tell me, why are you willing to let me go? A bunch of people. The man hummed. One of the soldiers said, I'm sorry. The order we received did not include releasing you. In a short term, you will only lose your freedom. Now, I have a few questions to ask. What? He was excited. Another question? Who do you belong to? The man asked. The soldier sneered and said, people from Kovalo are so mother-in-law. You like people who know the current affairs, and so do we. Moreover, you should understand the consequences of knowing things you shouldn't know. Are you sure? You want to know who we are? Faced with this sentence, he was scared. Survive. It's biological instinct. The meaning is obvious. I tell you, you don't want to live. This scares him. How about we stop asking? I don't want to know anymore. Just ask. If possible, I don't want to die. Very quickly, he explained it clearly. Tang Qing was not surprised at all that the man gave up so easily. Everything about Kovaro was based on mystery and fear. These people were a group of people who believed in money and violence. Such people, in fact, it is best to review, as long as it's ruthless enough. That's it. Unlike those who have firm ideas such as national mission and religious beliefs, these people are the most difficult to deal with. They are ready to die at any time, while the people of Kovaro are ready to survive at any time. Please be early tomorrow. Please vote. With a man's explanation. Soon, Tang Qing knew how these people communicated. Turned out to be every mission, not by mail method, throughout Kovalo's communications. There is generally no direct exchange of information, but rather an indirect approach with a translation. No wonder the command room cannot find the existence of these guys in the limited wireless networks and telephones around the world. Very clever indeed. For example, the man's translation is a history of the world. Every mission, he will log into an email address. This email was given by the organization. He can log into this email and obtain a series of complex numbers that can be matched to text in the book. Only the branch leader knows the decoding rules. Decode by this number. He will know the content of the mission. Every mailbox. Only 5 tasks are received, and then the mailbox will be destroyed, and at the end, the information of the next mailbox will be attached, and the mailbox is just one of the means. There are similar methods. The translations are also different. Some are dictionaries, some are classics, and some may be a scientific document or video material, or even a company's PPT. After understanding, Tang Qing wanted to say it. Are you tired? You're not tired. Everyone watching is tired. After understanding, the command room used network records to identify more people. However, due to the change of contact information, it will take some time to find out all the members of Kovaro. After asking, the 6 men were sent to another secluded location. Wait for the transfer node to arrive. Only, the man didn't know the reason for this mission, because the next mission to control Tang Qing had not been passed on. If he wanted to know more, he could only dig deeper step by step. Actually, possibility analysis in the command room. There is a guess with a higher probability. That is the dark prison. Dark prison. The main focus of activities is in Africa. Nowadays, through continuous development, the influence in Africa is getting wider and wider. Such a big guy has actually attracted the attention of Kovaro and even came to recruit him. However, same as Tang Qing, didn't pay any attention to him. Then, it wants to use itself to get out of the black prison, because in Africa, there are many forces and companies that cooperate with the black prison, but not so many people like Tang Qing are paying attention. The richest man in China, young and promising. They also built such a large steel plant in Africa. It also promoted the establishment of the National Grid Company of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Among them, the escort was the black prison. Sadok, who controlled Beiji province, did not dare to act rashly. Even if it was just cooperation, Tang Qing was also an important customer of the black prison. Therefore, if you look at it from his perspective, move him. There are many good reasons. Mexico, capital, and his state, basement. A middle-aged white man listened to the report quietly, said nothing, and asked his subordinates to go out. He is the head of the Kovaro management team, and he has been there for 8 years. Kidnap Tang Qing. It's really for hell. Otherwise, their organization really didn't lack that little money, and the request for property was just to cover up this action. As long as Tang Qing was not stupid, there was no way he would believe the branch's scam calls, and neither would the black jail. Only, what he didn't know was, the branches in Thailand are now under arrest. He firmly believes that even if Tang Qing can see through the kidnapping and blackmail, it will be impossible to find those branches because even he does not know the specific location of the branches. All are free activities. Mobile divisions do not reveal their location to them. The reason is simple. As long as they have the personal information of branch personnel, there is no need to determine their location at all. They only need to confirm the personnel every year. It is impossible to expose a branch whose location they do not know. Next, we just have to see if Black Prison will take action. Move Tang Qing. It's just creating chips, whether it can be done or not. All the chips are there. This shows that we have the ability to find trouble for you, and you can decide what to do. They are not afraid of a half-black, half-100-person force that is only active in Africa and does not belong to any director. Tang Qing. What does it have to do with the Black Prison? The white man murmured. The rise of Tang Qing. Too quickly. It was too smooth. Not normal. It was very abnormal. It was also because of the Black Prison that they focused on investigating Tang Qing and found that the relationship between this man and the Black Prison was very unclear. Many strange things had happened in the past 2 years. For example, because Fruit Wine ended 3 world-class killer organizations and the leaders of 8 of the world's top contraband dealers, they still have no clue. It was also an action that frightened many people. Until now, no killer organization dares to take on tasks related to Zero, the leader of one of the killer organizations. As well as the big boss in Mexico, they are also the 2 directors of Covelo. It was also because of that incident that one of the vacant director's seats was given to Blackwater, who was relatively somewhat powerful. They had suspected Tang Tian before, but Tang Tian never took on the murder business. They wanted to start with Tang Tian, but they didn't bite at all, and they didn't even find out who was behind the scenes. Could it be? Is Covero old? Hundreds of years ago. The white man smiled helplessly on his face. Indeed, Covero was a bit old, but he would never admit that Covero was slow in action. He could only say that his opponent was hiding too deeply. But, no matter how deep it is, he's going to dig it out, too. How long? He has never met such an interesting opponent. He likes this kind of challenge. If there is no reaction from the Black Prison, next time they won't just send so many people and use cold weapons. Victorious in the end. It must be them, under the control of the command room. Special operations teams all over the world began to take action. These soldiers were responsible for arresting them. Later, newly exchanged soldiers would come over. Because the combat effectiveness was so different, they were still caught by surprise. That's all. Just 24 hours. 11 level 4 mobile units of Covero were taken down. Because the action is secretive. The superiors did not know the inferiors, and the inferiors did not know the superiors. The whole operation was not noticed by Covero. There were even some mobile branches where soldiers took over and began to perform their duties and dispatch tasks. At the same time, we are also constantly improving the member information of Covelo. Look upwards for the location of the 3rd level branch. Until, find the headquarters. Since the information of all members was available at the highest level of Covero, the soldiers did not instigate rebellion against them, but were prepared to wait until they gained control of the Covero Center before starting this task. Covero wants to use Tang Qing to cheat his way out of the prison. Tang Qing was still thinking about how to trick it out of its lair. Then, another Snake Alert mission begins. Good morning, Rampage. I miss you so much. The end of the lockdown is far away. But it seems that the team is still there, and I saw Quan Damutzi on a variety show a few days ago. Mexico, West Coast, nearly 70 nautical miles from the coast. There is a small island here with an area of only more than 10 square kilometers. The land is relatively flat and covered with dense tropical plants. Among the plants, individual artificial buildings are very conspicuous. It's not made of wood. Instead, they are concrete permanent buildings similar to lighthouses. Dozens, erected irregularly on the island. In the middle of these lighthouses, which is basically equivalent to the center of the island, a 2-story building more than 10 meters high looms. The building covers a large area and has a large number of artificially planted trees. Around the building, it's a military green camouflage net. Whether inside the building or outside the building, there are dense surveillance cameras and heavily armed security personnel. On the lighthouse, there are also gunmen. Around the island, in a large number of bunkers, there are dark holes pointing to the sea. Ground to air, ground to ground. Earth to sea. These unconventional weapons are readily available. If anyone tries it, they will know how powerful it is. On the dock, Marlowe Rodney followed the group. He walked toward the ship, looking around. Today was a special day. He had been waiting for so long. This time, he went out to perform a mission. In the middle, he was ready to escape. 5 years ago, the younger brother is missing. After many investigations, finally, with the help of God, he used his position as a CIA agent to get a clue. He knew that his younger brother was recruited into this island laboratory, but this was a Mexican company. He is American. Even the CIA. It's just a small role. I can't control it at all. Then, he resigned. It took a lot of effort. He finally became a security guard here. After 2 years of hard work, he rose through several ranks. He also met his younger brother as he wished. The two brothers exchanged words and prepared to leave this sinful laboratory. 2 years. He saw the evil in this laboratory. These people, simply diabolical. He even conducted experiments on living people. Doing the same thing as the villain in the movie, his brother told him that there were many experimental directions in the laboratory, but they were mainly divided into 4 major areas: immortality, virus, enhancement, healing. Listen to the name. Just know what it means. Strictly speaking, this is nothing new. There are always some ambitious people in the world who want to explore these roads for one purpose only: to survive better, and to pursue a perfect life. The first and third ones can be continued. The second and fourth can be exchanged for money. Rich, alive. It's a perfect life. Everyone, in fact, they are all trampling on the restricted areas of human nature. Then, the old story begins. With a strong sense of justice, he is ready to reveal this fact to the world. As for destroying it personally, to be honest, it can only be done a little bit. There are hundreds of security personnel on the island. He is alone, even if you add your younger brother. Just 2. It is impossible to destroy this place. Even his younger brother has no authority to go to important places in the laboratory. This makes people helpless. In the end, he has only one choice: exposure. No, today, he will follow the team. They went out to transport a new batch of experimental subjects. This kind of experimental subjects came from a wide range of sources. This time, they went to a slum in Mexico, where there was the cooperation of local dark forces. These people will help them find various experimental subjects. Come together, then give them, and the personnel come according to the needs of the laboratory. The elderly, children, women, patients, basically everyone is welcome. The final result, as you can imagine, is that the probability of death is almost 95%. But even if it's 95, those who survived basically had no chance of leaving the laboratory, because these living things are all data. Think of this. He desperately wanted to get out, create chaos, escape, report to the CIA, and unplug this laboratory. He believed that the righteous United States and the American people would definitely not allow this laboratory to continue to exist. After getting on the boat, the ship sails toward the sea, just as Marlowe Rodney was planning his escape later. Suddenly, bang behind. A companion who had been talking and laughing before hit him with a gun, but before Marlowe Rodney fainted, he looked back and saw a joking smile. No, a bunch of ridicule. That moment, he was confused. Bang! After hitting the ground, the ship turned around, went around the pier, and came to the other side of the island. Along a crack, it turned around and arrived at another pier that Marlowe didn't know. I'll leave it to you. Okay. Then, they went on their mission. Marlowe Rodney was taken to a dilapidated room. The concrete of the room was covered with moss. On the ground, there were blood stains that had solidified countless times. People walk on it. It's all slimy. The rusty fence is really different from other places where hygiene is very important. Wow! A basin of seawater. Cool to the core. Marlowe Rodney was sober in an instant. Feeling the pain on the back of his head, he shook his head vigorously, and his eyes gradually became able to see clearly. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, he was stunned. This was not the person in charge of the laboratory. Dr. Giles, this is the chief scientist and actual manager here, the leader of the devil. Hello, Mr. Marlowe Rodney. Giles smiled and waved to Marlowe. What are you doing? Marlowe struggled. Giles smiled and said, It's nothing. I'm just dealing with danger. To be honest, I haven't played such an interesting game for a long time. I didn't expect that after playing with you for 2 years, you would stop playing. I'm so disappointed. What game? What did you say? You said it. Marlowe's eyes widened. Giles explained smoothly. Yes, I knew your purpose from the first day you came in, or I knew you before you came in. Otherwise, do you think this laboratory is so easy to get into? Almost all of our security personnel have been trained since childhood. They are loyal to the laboratory and the organization. You have been here for so long. Have you not even understood this? Marlowe was speechless. It's true. Before, he asked those people and wanted to get close to him, but those people were completely tight-lipped and said they were not allowed to exchange personal information. It turned out that these people had no personal information at all. They're all similar to dead soldiers. No wonder. Marlowe said sternly, You pervert. Giles shook his head. No, no, no. You have a different position. You have no right to evaluate others. I hate it the most when you stand on the moral high ground of your own righteousness and make arbitrary comments and characterizations of other people's behavior. Why do you? You are not qualified to comment on me, and the laws of the world are not qualified to judge me. Mr. Marlowe, you have brought me a lot of fun in the past 2 years, so I specifically approve you to try our new medicine. What new drug? Marlowe asked. The new drug your brother is researching. Giles took out a tube of medicine. What? Marlowe's expression changed. Giles played with the taste. Don't worry, you are not the first batch. In fact, we have improved it, and it is very safe. Now, we're just expanding the scale of the following tests. The people we asked you to bring this time are to finalize this generation of products. Oh, Marlowe's breathing became faster. This medicine, he knows, it is a body-enhancing agent several times more powerful than adrenaline. It can also greatly enhance people's senses. It is a product in the direction of strengthening. Now, it is obvious that people are not trying to train him, but to give him a try, and then let their people treat him like a meat bag and kill him. Looking at who keeps approaching him. Marlowe was a little desperate. Unless a miracle happens. Otherwise, I'm going to die today. It's 90,000 words, and it's still 10,000 short this month. In fact, the mouse has written 95,000 words this month, but only integer multiples of 1,000 words are counted. That is 1,999 words are only counted as 1,000. The syringes are getting closer and closer. Marlowe is anxious. Inject. He is not afraid. But what kind of needle does this require? Damn it, such a thick needle tube. Are you sure it's not for cattle? After all, you are a cutting-edge laboratory with many top scientists gathered together. Can you be more careful? Yeah. Marlowe tried his best to break free. But his limbs were even firmly secured. This was all in vain. Finally, the needle tip penetrated the blood vessel. At first it was just a chill, but after a while, when the needle bottomed out, a heartbreaking pain penetrated into the brain. Itching all over. These drugs, it seemed to have seeped into all his muscles. Then, his body began to change again. Fever. Heartbeat speeds up. Protruding eyes. It felt as if it was going to explode, and at the same time, a feeling of vomiting came over me. But this feeling did not last for a few seconds, and all the discomfort symptoms gradually disappeared. The heat and heartbeat still did not relieve, but they became insignificant. Look up. Marlowe discovers. The world seems to be much clearer. In the ears, all kinds of complicated sounds sounded, and at the same time, in his nose, he could actually distinguish the body odor of the people present. His muscles bulged, and he felt that his whole body was filled with endless strength. He knew that the medicine was working. If using a cliché name, he is a superhuman, but unfortunately, this situation is unsustainable. Marlowe knows that this is his last chance, not to gain a way out, but to gain dignity. Looking at Giles hatefully, Marlowe balled up his fists. Collapse. Using the previously ineffective escape technique, he broke the rope in one fell swoop and then rushed towards Giles. Now, he should be the closest to Giles. Look at Marlowe. Giles remained motionless. Just when Marlowe was less than 1 meter away from Giles, a man quickly shot out from behind, bang, kicking Marlowe out, causing Marlowe to fly and hit the wall. After landing, Marlowe was convinced. Giles is not stupid, and his men were injected with the drug in advance. Marlowe, 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, my people can only defend but not attack. After 10 minutes, Giles smiled at Marlowe and stepped back about 10 steps. This kind of battle can be viewed as a show. 10 minutes. Marlowe looked at the big man in front of him. He knows, even if you win, he will definitely be played to death by Giles. He has to find a way. Just now, a miracle did not appear, and it is impossible for a miracle to appear in the future. He can only rely on himself, although the hope is equally slim. Phew! Marlowe clenched his fists. He punched the big man with a punch and saw the big man waving his hand gently. Pah! Then he blocked his attack. Marlowe didn't hesitate and whipped his leg. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the opponent's hands again. Straight punch, uppercut, cross kick. Every move is full of force. This is a strength that he could not achieve before. Now he can do it so easily. The power of fists and feet will one day be so powerful. And he didn't feel tired at all. But he knows, once the effect of the medicine wears off, you may have to lie down for a while. Such consumption will overload your muscles and organs. The focus of your brother's research is how to solve the damage caused by this overload. Otherwise, have a fight. Half a life is gone. What's the use of such a thing? Now, you should have found a way to solve this sequelae. Otherwise, Giles would never have used it for his subordinates. Although it was a bit bottomless, Marlowe had never heard of this laboratory, using his own people to conduct experiments. Bang! Another punch that focused all the strength of his body. He was blocked by a big man. Marlowe was a little anxious. If this continues, he will definitely fail, and then become an experimental subject in data, but there are no weapons in the room, so he can't use the hemp rope that binds him to beat others. Please, it's not like playing house. As for tying someone up, you can break free from the rope, but you still want to tie up the big guy in front of you? Joke. 1 minute left. Giles looked at his watch and smiled. Marlowe roared and went up again, counting down in his mind. 59, 30, 11. When the silent count reached 1, Marlowe's heart tightened. Time's up. Following Giles' words, the big man in front of him sneered, blocked an attack, and kicked him horizontally. Bang! Marlowe was kicked out. Fall to the ground. Even his hands, which had no pain, were trembling a little. Before it was over, the big man roared, stepped forward to grab Marlowe, and his knees went straight towards his head. He quickly blocked it with both hands. Ah! His hand were knocked directly onto his nose. Suddenly, blood flowed. Even if the pain sensation is reduced, it is still very painful. Just 2 moves, Marlowe lost his fighting ability, nose bone, or in other words, lost his fighting spirit. There were still 20 minutes before the drug's effect ended, but he had already lost the courage to make a comeback against the wind. The gap is too big. Subsequently, Marlowe was thrown into the corner by the big man. Trash. The big man snorted coldly and walked back behind Giles quietly. Giles deceived and said, Marlowe, how about I give you another chance to be with your brother? What? Marlowe was stunned. Bring it up, said Giles. The words just fell. Marlowe's brother was dragged up from behind. Looking at his unconscious brother, Marlowe stood up with all his strength and rushed over. Because the medicine was still taking effect, the pain came and went quickly, and the nosebleed stopped, but he knew that this came at a price. Boom! A punch. He was hit in the abdomen by the big man from before. Ugh! His stomach was churning. Marlowe's face contorted. Don't worry, I'll give it to you. Giles gave his subordinate a hint, and the man took out a similar syringe and injected it into Marlowe's brother, which made Marlowe despair. Is it a rhythm that will send them to hell together? After injecting the drug, Marlowe's brother shook his body a few times. After about 10 seconds, he opened his eyes. After seeing clearly the surrounding environment, he broke away from the person holding him and rushed towards Marlowe. Brother, what's wrong with you? looking at the dense, bloodshot eyes in the corners of his brother's eyes. He knows. My brother was injected with the drug he was researching, or rather participated in the research. He was only responsible for one aspect, reducing the scope of irreversible damage and repair methods. Now, it's almost done. The reason why it became. It is added to the transcription stock solution of the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. In this way, this drug is almost considered a success. With the injection of the transcription stock solution, it can be effectively recovered later. This time, 1 against 2, if you win, you have 10 days to survive. After 10 days, we will have another challenger. The reward for each victory is the same. If you fail, you will have no choice but to die. Giles smiled slowly. It is a common mode used by organizations in other infinite competitive competitions, threatening with life and death. 1. Get the survival time. Lost. I can't even get off the stage. It's just right to use it here. At this time, due to the emergence of the transcription stock solution, there was a major breakthrough in medicine. Marlowe's brother was almost useless. Logically speaking, they would not attack their own scientists. But how can a rebellious scientist have any meaning in his existence? Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group. This company. He was very interested that a force in a backward country could possess such a treasure. He had already reported the news about the successful drug research to the organization, but unfortunately, the organization's reply did not satisfy him. So it would take time. Giles didn't say anything. It was really difficult to take action against this company. As for acquisition, it was simply impossible. As for obtaining production technology, he could think of a way. Only, the difficulty is too high. Official means. Invalid. Private means. Their people can't sneak in yet. The organization's intention is to slowly infiltrate and see if they can bribe some people. If not, as long as they are willing to sell the original transcription solution, that's fine. Preparation method. If purchasing is unrestricted, it doesn't matter whether you get it or not. It was also because Myanmar Asia Pharmaceutical Group was actively negotiating and wanted to list it in various countries. Since it was not hesitant to sell, the organization did not take much action. He even heard that the organization was considering helping. So, they will be able to obtain more transcription stock solution. Listen to the rules. The two brothers looked at each other, nodded. They all rushed towards the big man. However, the idea is wonderful. It is difficult for 2 fists to beat 4 hands, and they must have hands without disabilities. Although Marlowe's brother usually pays attention to exercise, it is mainly about fitness, not fighting. Once he encounters a life and death battle, like now. 2 figures. Fly out. The big man stepped forward and greeted the 2 of them again. After a few blows, the 2 of them were beaten to the point of collapse. Brother, why is he so strong? Didn't we inject the same thing? It's one, but haven't you heard that boxing is also about heavyweights? Marlowe's brother said with a bitter smile. Marlowe, it's true. Even if they train hard, there is still a gap between the 50 kilograms and 100 kilograms competitors. The big man's weight is close to the sum of the 2 of them. What a fart. This drug, does it also have the function of reducing intelligence? It should be. It seems that you have no chance to survive until tomorrow, so goodbye. Giles looked at the 2 of them with pity. Wait, said Marlowe. What? I want to know how you know my identity. Marlowe asked. Hear the words. Giles smiled. Villains on TV basically die from talking too much. I can explain this to you. The reason is that our organization has a cooperative relationship with the CIA, and they still rely on us in some places. Therefore, your information is transparent to us. The identity information you forged was forged through the channels of our organization. You are just like a transparent person in front of us. Do you understand? Giles smiled. Hear this. Marlowe didn't know what to say. No wonder. Everything is explained. Own. Like a clown. I have added so many dramas to myself, and have been acting for several years. I am really too naive. At the same time, the world is too scary. I still want to go out and report it to the CIA. Haha, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Giles added, Actually, if you develop well in the CIA and reach a certain position, you will know about us. By then, we can actually coexist peacefully. It's a pity that you gave up this approach. Goodbye. Giles waved his hand. Get instructions. The big man sneered. He walked towards the two of them. But even if the so-called ants were to live in vain, even if they died, Marlowe would die standing up. Just as he was pulling his younger brother to stand up, he was preparing for the final fight. Suddenly, the ground shook. Everyone was stunned. The big man also stopped. Earthquake? It should be. This place is located in the Pacific Rim volcano and seismic zone, where earthquakes often occur. No, an earthquake is an earthquake. Why are there still sounds? There's still many sounds. That's it. The sound of explosion. At the same time, a rapid siren sounded in the room. Giles' expression changed. He quickly took out the walkie-talkie. What's going on? The next moment, the content on the intercom made Giles open his mouth. Dr. Giles, it's an emergency. Someone launched an attack on the experimental base. Previously, a total of 15. Unmarked cruising bombs were spotted flying towards us 10 kilometers offshore to the west. The rear close-in defense weapons shot down 14 of them, and one broke through the defense circle and hit one of our sky towers. 11 people on our side were killed. The number and origin of the enemy are not yet known. Based on the images of the intercepted explosion, we initially determined that it was a Tomahawk class. Report to the organization quickly. Giles was a little panicked. What the hell? Wouldn't it be so exciting? 15. This is not something that ordinary people can take out. We have reported it to the superior. However, our external signals seem to be blocked. We cannot contact the organization. The network is interrupted, and satellite phones and radios cannot contact the outside world. Over there, the tone was also a little panicked. This was obviously premeditated. In the case of, they're in danger. Just when Giles was about to go back. On the walkie-talkie, there was another panic. What? 15 identical offensive weapons signs appeared again in the west. As soon as he finished speaking, there were 15 in the north too. Also in the east, 220. What? The interception system failed. Listening to the voice on the walkie-talkie, Giles took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and lost contact with the outside world. Since it was located at sea, it would take some time for the organization to know, but could they persist? Boom, 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 the ground. The intensive vibrations and delayed sounds caused the whole room to shake. The people inside were also trembling. They had no experience with this kind of scene. What a big deal. Corner. The Marlowe brothers met each other. Could it be? A miracle happened? Only national-level forces can use this kind of weapon in this sea area. Otherwise, ordinary forces may be able to buy various guns, but they will never be able to buy weapons of this level. Haha. Even if you die today, it's worth it too. Mexico. West Coast. Island. The Marlowe brothers were happy. Giles felt uncomfortable. With such intensive vibrations, it can be imagined that the dead soldiers on the surface are definitely in danger. If they go out by themselves, they will die. As for escaping by sea, haha, I know it won't work even if I think about it with my butt. Good thing. The base also has emergency escape routes. Although it is not possible to take away everyone safely, it can be enough to take away the management of the experimental base. This kind of secret base was designed to take into account the situation of being blocked by land and sea. The person you called? Giles looked at Marlowe. Marlowe smiled. Yes. Hearing this, Giles narrowed his eyes. Who? The person who wants you dead. Marlowe didn't know who it was. At this time, if you want to live a little longer, you have to deal with Giles. If you say you don't know, you will definitely be killed in the next second. Say they know each other. Interested people may even use themselves as hostages. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Giles' murderous intention is even worse. If the news comes from Marlowe, he will definitely be blamed. If Marlowe is alive, he will be more responsible. Hostage? Marlowe thought too much. Now that it's come to this, Giles doesn't want to cause any more trouble for himself. Immediately, Giles turned. He winked at his subordinates. Bang! Bang! At this time, if viewed from above, Flames and black smoke were burning everywhere on the island where the experimental base was located. Get out of the building quickly. Get a bunker. Spread out. Such a change made the guards panic. They were good at dealing with enemies on land, but they were helpless against such an invisible opponent. They had guns in their hands, but they didn't know where to hit them. East Coast. Inside a cave. A minute ago, their locking radar system was disabled and unable to identify the target. Without a target, the anti-missile weapons around you are just decorations, because you can't tell others what to do. At this time, the one they scold the most is the one who made this thing. What the hell? What do you say is the most advanced in the world? What about the promised ultra-low failure rate? Just when something happened, you strike out beautifully. Where has the work ethic gone? This time, alarm, you have been locked. Alarm, you have been locked. Looking at the smoke-emitting objects flying over from the distant sea, they despaired. Advanced. To start here? Find the problem. But it doesn't solve the problem. Fuck. Boom. There was no time to escape. The cave was hit, and in an instant, everything inside was destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Because it was in a confined space, the power was even greater, and all the tricks used to intercept it exploded together. Boom, ow. The huge stone was blown away from the mountain, fell into the sea. There are 31 such caves around the entire island. Not all of them are interception weapons. Some are for reconnaissance, some are for close defense, and some are exhaust vents located in the underground experimental base. Was taken away by a wave. Especially the pier. Focus on care. Now, the surface of this island in the Pacific is in ruins. The entire defense system has been destroyed and access has been blocked. It has become a complete overseas island. Shanghai Stock Exchange. At this time, Tang Qing was having dinner with Lin Jiaxue. Through glasses. Looking at the situation in Mexico, this evil experimental base is the target of this snake shock. As the largest biological experimental base owned by Covero, it is very important to build it. Covero has invested at least $6 billion US, and its annual allocation is at least $3 billion US, and it is still growing year by year. There are nearly 2,000 security personnel and scientists here. Ground. There is only a 2-story building, but underground, it is a base tens of meters deep, with only security and general service personnel on the surface. All research is conducted underground. The reason is not complicated. A basic standard for biological experiments is to avoid contact with the outside air. Moved it. Covero definitely has to jump on his feet. Except for the innocent people who were captured. There is no good person. Either they were aiding the tyrants, or they were doing things that were harmful to nature. Letting them all go down to atone for their sins was also doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. So, with an order, the indiscriminate attacks began. First, it's a probing attack. Those weapons. It comes from a deep-sea submersible. This submersible is usually used for treasure hunting. It does not even need to be modified. It could be directly brought to the predetermined location with the teleportation node, and the weapon module is teleported there. The module rises to the surface of the sea. It will be based on the coordinates provided by the satellite. Liftoff. Each weapon module has a total of 20 big ones. It costs millions of dollars per piece in the outside world. Due to large-scale manufacturing, the cost is not high. At first, Tang Qing was bored and tested the interception ability of the Covero and found that it was very good. But it's just pretty good. Because during testing, he turned off the stealth system of those weapons and even reduced the flight speed. There was no way. The things were not valuable, and if he didn't make some, Tang Qing felt sorry for his identity. That's how willful it is. But the second time, they weren't so lucky. In addition to activating the stealth capability, the satellite also blocks wireless signals in the area. When the wireless signals are blocked, the radar has to kneel down. Without the reflected radar waves, it is just like an iron pot lid. That's all. When all modules are in place. Second batch. Completely destroying those functional towers on the island. The third batch. The interception and heavy equipment points on the island were destroyed, and even the weapons hidden underground were taken care of. At this point, The surface of the island has lost its defensive capabilities when there is no big goal. 15 kilometers away from the island, the calm sea began to roll. Buzz, buzz. After a while, a big guy emerged from the bottom of the sea. A bat-shaped aircraft about the size of a Boeing 737, accompanied by the noise of the engine, stayed quietly on the sea surface. Engine steering, accompanied by orange tail flames. Boom! The aircraft flew close to the sea and rushed towards the island. Vertical takeoff and landing technology. To be honest, it's really not difficult to design. The hard part is manufacturing. The scientists in a laboratory, coupled with Shower's computing power, have long designed mature supersonic aircraft that can take off and land vertically. However, most of the ones currently designed are for transportation. Because if it's a fight, drones are more convenient. Bat aircraft, Tang Qing's masterpiece. Boring. Such a thing was created. He was responsible for the appearance and interior, and the scientists were responsible for realizing the functions required by Tang Qing. Finally, several prototypes were produced. As for mass production, nonsense. It's not for sale. Tang Qing only used it to play with himself. I usually give her some magic modifications. Add and subtract weapons. Add or remove equipment. Change the appearance. What a joy. However, in the past, this thing could only fly in the sky. It was not until recently that scientists made a technological breakthrough and achieved rapid power system switching between underwater and water. This time, it can be said that it was released for the first time. Inside the aircraft, they are warriors wearing special battle uniforms. In order to design a satisfactory one, Tang Qing referred to many science fiction books and comics, and finally finalized a very practical armor. The appearance is very domineering and not bloated. This battle suit, today, is also the first show, more than 10 kilometers. For aircraft, it's just a matter of minutes. Soon, the aircraft arrived at the island. The enemy is coming fire. Sure, many low-value targets have not been destroyed, such as patrol teams. Therefore, there are a large number of Covelo security personnel, whether at the dock, on the coast, or even in the forest on the ground. At this time, they are angrily contacting the experimental base below. They can't help it. People are attacking them right at their doorstep, but the defense system of the experimental base is just a decoration. As for rescuing the wounded, all at this time, no one cares. Watching the aircraft flying over the horizon, they were a little on the verge of tears. Enemy finally appeared. No longer holding the gun with their hands, they couldn't find the target everywhere. Although they had never seen the thing flying in the distance, it was definitely not one of their own. They raised their guns one by one and started to attack. Bang! Ding ding dong dong. Bullets of various types hit the aircraft's defensive armor. Pity. It's of no use at all. It's different from regular crispy skin. At the beginning of the design, Tang Qing gave quite high parameters, including defense power, attack power, transportation capacity, maneuverability, and endurance. He made every request he could. Anyway, he doesn't need to think about the implementation process. Everything. Scientists work hard. It's done. Good things happen to everyone. No, just take your time. One day, we will be able to achieve it. As long as the balance is good, these indicators can be gradually realized. For example, why are ordinary airplanes so brittle? It is because power must be taken into account, and the engine cannot push it if it is too heavy. There are two ways to solve the problem of crispy skin. First, materials. Second, motivation. The first one is the most superficial and the most helpless method, and the second one, as long as I keep breaking through, the others will follow. After all, the higher the load, if I am carrying a 5-centimeter alloy shell. Give it a try. Ding, ding, ding. Because of the fast flying speed, there simply weren't many attacks that could hit the craft. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft approached the coast. At the same time, under the aircraft, the two panels were opened, revealing two black weapons. The weapon itself also had a camera. It started spitting out tongues of fire at those who fired, and the computer calculated the ballistics. Missless shots per second, 6 rounds. The speed of rotation is such that most people will see residual images. Below, A complete security team of 12 people poured firepower into the sky. However, what made them despair was that they were not afraid at all. After all the shots were fired, they were stunned and refused to hide. Encountered a hard time. Watching fire begin to flash below the aircraft. The captain looked desperate. He knows. It's over. 2 seconds later, 12 people, lying on the ground, when the aircraft arrived at the entrance of the island base. Along the way, all resistance is gone. The door. In order to avoid landslides, this is not a target. Therefore, the defense capabilities at the door are kept intact. The local electromagnetic environment is interfered with. As long as you bring a locking and tracking weapon, everything will stop. But there are still big caliber constant greetings. To be honest, even Tang Qing, who was in Shanghai, was a little shocked when he saw it. Except in the movie, this was the first time for the soldiers to fight such a fierce battle. He had never played like this in the training area. He was even a little worried that the aircraft wouldn't be able to hold on. But one thinks of its design parameters. Tang Qing was slightly relieved. Triple armor. 3 types of impact resistance. Carbide. Ultra-high density, multi-layer fiber buffer board. Cushioning rubber. Even those large caliber weapons can't penetrate it. Anyway, Tang Qing never thought about the difficulty of implementation. The parameters he set at the beginning were unexpected, and the scientists were very powerful and came up with a plan in minutes. Even higher intensity programs are available. Only a bit thick. When the power problem is solved, other things can be improved to a jaw-dropping level, just like a building. If the foundation is good, the upper floors can be used, even because the engine is not easy to defend. At first, Tang Qing bought a protective shield for defense. 2 of them were installed. Ensure that the engine will not be knocked off in a minute due to low speed. Boom, boom, boom. The surface of the aircraft was continuously ravaged, and the shoulder-mounted weapons exploded one after another on the surface. Under the impact of the shock wave, the aircraft was still shaking left and right, but it could not get off or be damaged. Quick, hit his engine. A security captain yelled, "The engine is the most vulnerable part of this power mode." Hear the words. Everyone immediately concentrated their firepower and opened fire in the direction of the engine. But when the security captain saw the situation on the other side of the engine, he was stunned. Not only him, but others were also petrified. Some people had even forgotten to pull the trigger. Alarm! The energy of the kinetic energy shield of engine number 1 has been reduced to 98%. Alarm! The energy of the kinetic energy shield of engine number 2 has been reduced to 93%. Alarm! The energy of the kinetic energy shield of engine number 1 has been reduced to 96%. In the cabin, alarms were heard frequently. The soldiers sat calmly and calmly. Prevent, protect, protective shield. Impossible, impossible. My God, the security captain stammered. The same goes for the others, who looked like they had seen a ghost. Protective cover. This is just a legendary thing. With the current technology, it is impossible to appear. But now, it appears in front of them so suddenly. What makes them despair the most? This is the enemy. This is kind of maddening. He is blocking other people's road. No wonder he dares to come here to find trouble with them. He is so unscrupulous that he can torture them to death with just the aircraft in front of him. I'm just a little curious. Why doesn't the whole aircraft have a protective cover? Maybe the opponent's large-scale protective shield technology has not yet broken through. Tang Qing was actually shaking his head. To be honest, this thing, it was previously used as a defensive device for personal use. After it was modified into a charging mode, the defensive power of this thing was really not very good. If it were attacked so intensively, it would not last more than 10 seconds. But 10 seconds. Enough. This time, the choice of combat mode is more rough. If it is an emergency mission, they will not rush over in such a showy mode and will not even give those holding weapons a chance to fire. Bang, bang, bang. 10 seconds later. Door. It was quiet. No one in the bunker or in the equipment made a sound. Then, the belly of the aircraft split open, and warriors wearing domineering weapons jumped down from it. A total of 50 people. Battlefield. begins to move from the surface to the underground. And everything just now, Giles and the others inside the base did not know. At this time, the monitors outside the experimental base all went black. The EMP generator carried by the aircraft had already done its homework in advance. Experimental base. More than 30 meters negative. Second control center. The first control center is on the 3rd floor underground. However, looking at the current situation, the security of that control center is very doubtful. So, the second control center, which is rarely used, was activated. Above, the first control center was cut off, not afraid of being controlled by others. The storage servers are all in the second control center, which can ensure data security to a certain extent. Because the island protrudes very high from the sea, even here, it still has not reached the height of sea level, which is why this island can be dug so deep. Otherwise, if it is a low-altitude island, if you dig like this, you will soon dig out underground seawater. It becomes a swimming pool in minutes. There are dozens of people working in the control center of more than 200 square meters. Each computer should have displayed the surveillance and radar scanning information of the entire island, but now, all external signals are interrupted, can be connected. There are only monitoring and management systems within the base. Good thing. The quality of the base is good. Internal control has not been broken at all so far. At this time, the professionals delivered a very bad message to Giles. Based on the last feedback, the instantaneous failure of the surface monitoring equipment, we suspect that it was an EMP weapon. Since the ground floor has an anti-magnetic layer, the equipment on the floor below was not affected. Hearing this, Giles' mood hit rock bottom again. EMP. Full name, electromagnetic pulse weapon. This thing is impossible for non-big countries to manufacture it. This term is like a talisman. If it is not good, the base will really be scrapped. Now, the origin and number of the enemy are unknown. The only one who understands. The enemy is very powerful. Still unable to contact any outside information. Continue to contact. Giles said, "Yes. Who do you think it could be?" Next to him, the manager here frowned. Giles shook his head slightly and said solemnly, "I don't know. I only know that we are in big trouble. Now, I can't guarantee you whether our evacuation plan is known to others. We can only give a try. Otherwise, there's no point in waiting here." Suddenly, the surveillance picture on the ground floor has changed. Their people are rushing in. A person who saw the soldiers attacking shouted, which startled many people. After a closer look, they realized that they were not attacking the second control center, but the gate. Subsequently, the picture dropped to the big screen in the control center. Suddenly, there was a commotion and exclamation in the control center. What is that? Iron-armored warriors. Armored warriors? What type of weapons are they? How come I've never seen them before? Seeing the neatly dressed and fully armed warriors coming in from the gate, their eyes widened with their extremely skilled tactical movements. I have to say that this set of armor is very beautiful, and it is not a simple thing at first glance. Have you seen it? Giles asked, next to the manager. He should know more than him, the person in charge of the experiment. Not at all. I have never heard of any country equipped with such weapons and armor. Even the American experimental exoskeleton is still in the category of clothing. It is a full-body, integrated armor-type equipment. It's a pity. He doesn't know either. Defense. Giles was about to ask. I saw. The guard on the first floor passage came into contact with the other party. After some untechnical corner design, the other party did not dodge, but directly faced the stream of bullets, crossed the corner, and greeted several bewildered security personnel with a meal of peanuts. Gulu. The defense is very strong. Small caliber weapons are useless. After swallowing, Giles said with difficulty, looking at the enemy with a little more sparkle in his eyes. What good thing. Why don't organizations close all the doors? Giles immediately ordered. Yes. At this time, I saw that group of people coming to a door. They slowly took out the tools and dismantled the control panel in the corner. When they saw this, they looked at it as a joke. The possibility of being decoded was taken into consideration when designing this thing. But as long as the control center doesn't want to, These gates are simply impossible to decode. Now, the control center has disconnected the channel opened by the authentication decoding. However, the people in the video acted as if they were at home, taking out a long tube and inserting it into it, and continued to operate the unknown handheld instrument with incredulous eyes. TSK. The door opened. This is impossible. A technician couldn't believe it. How difficult is this? Anyway, he has no way at all. However, for hardware cracking, what the command room is best at, apart from passwords, is the most developed method of hardware intrusion. Nothing is impossible. It seems that our place has been exposed. There may even be a copy of the design drawing in someone else's hands. Arrange a retreat immediately. We can't hold it anymore. Giles decided to withdraw immediately. Yes, retreat. It is impossible to take away the scientists below, but they can no longer take care of both. Now, the most important thing is to contact the organization. This feeling of being blind makes them uncomfortable. They firmly believe that as long as the organization is there is no problem that cannot be solved. Even directly mobilize some U.S. troops. This is the west coast of Mexico. To the north is the United States, and the nearest military base is only over 200 kilometers away. As for whether those scientists were dead or alive, Giles didn't worry. In fact, these people were of little use. Material. Organizations have it. The most important research of this base, the results of decades, are not as practical as the discovery of the transcription source fluid. Therefore, with a better basic raw material, they believe that even if they're all lost, the organization can continue to study well. But, just as Giles was about to leave, no, they implanted the virus through the hardware. Now, all the main doors cannot be opened. To solve the problem, the only way is to cut off the power and restart. However, there is no way to prevent the other party from implanting the virus again. On the screen, already there are only red fault alerts. Giles had the desire to kill. What the hell? Drop the chain at the critical moment. Asshole, go and deal with it. Looking at the strangely dressed warriors on the screen, it was as if they were in no one's land. The resistance along the way was basically useless. They passed through the doors and kept coming down to their floor. Good thing, the elevator is still under their control. Otherwise, the encounter will take no more than a minute. 3 minutes passed. Negative second floor. Negative 3 floors. Minus 4 floors. 8 floors away from them, the opponent was wearing bulletproof armor and was basically charging. Fighting? No, it's called bullying. Their security personnel were all lying on the ground. Looking at the closed door of the second control center, Giles was going crazy. What does it mean to be trapped in a cocoon? That's it. They wanted to use the gate to block them, but they also trapped them in the same way. Now, all the main doors of the base cannot be opened, and they're locked up in the second control center. Actually, in the next base equipment upgrade, there is a design that can be manually opened internally. Pity, it hasn't been implemented yet. They called. As for brute force cracking, control center, the brain as a base for experimentation. The thickness of the door can be imagined. Giles grabbed a gun and fired blindly at the door. Click, click, click. Clang, click, click. The shells were flying. When all the bullets were fired, the entire door was intact. Just some paint chipping off. Fuck. Fuck. Giles dropped the gun. Plug in the waist. His face has changed. Because, at this time, the soldiers had already rushed to the negative 6 floors. Since all the doors were closed, they only took the main road, resulting in a large number of security personnel on each floor being trapped in the corridor compartments. And the intruder. He is the only one who has the key. Everything in the base lit up with red lights. Are they coming in? Well, a lot of security guards died, and the doors are also malfunctioning. I just don't know if it was done by the control center or the enemies in this attack. Haha, Kovalo has met his opponent. The insider was happy. Haha, interesting. I really want to see how things develop. The scientists stopped their work and looked at the security personnel who were also locked up in the corridor. They were talking about it. As for panic, there's just one thing, and the reason is simple. No matter the country or other forces are coming in, these people are all important scientific researchers with extremely high value. As long as they cooperate, nothing will happen. Since there is no life-threatening danger, what are they anxious about? Just be a bystander. Other side. 5 minutes later. Outside the second control center. Bang, bang, bang. With the last gunshot, there were no living security personnel outside the door. According to Tang Qing's order, these security personnel were all dead soldiers loyal to Kovaro and had no value in existence. Through the small glass, Giles looked out at all this. Gulu, at this time, a face that he had only seen on the surveillance camera appeared in front of him, and then he saw the group of people walking over. Giles took a few steps back in panic. After a few seconds, he opened the door. It's open. They were facing a formidable enemy. Dozens of weapons pointed at the door. Only, when they thought about what they had just seen on the screen, they felt helpless. The weapons in their hands posed no threat to others at all. Even if there was a big guy in the control center, they would not necessarily be afraid of the other party. What's more, it is still unknown whether there is anyone else on the other side. Door. Open to both sides. No shooting without my order. At this time, Giles saw the leader take off his mask. This signal, he understood instantly. This means to speak. I saw the leading soldier stepping forward, holding a weapon in his hand. The mask of this armor opened and closed automatically, not a hood. It was a bit like Iron Man's helmet, except that it was not as thin-skinned. Silent. No interest. 20 or so soldiers walked in. What Giles felt most deeply was that, like a ghost, he didn't even hear the sound of walking. Obviously, his shoes had relatively cutting-edge technology, and this thing couldn't just be made of plastic under his feet. Go into the control center. The leading soldier looked around and showed no expression at all in the face of dozens of robbers. What even hurt them was that the more than 20 people behind the soldiers all choked and face down. Seems to be saying, it doesn't matter. Want to fight? I'll give you a second. A head start? Just give it to you. Where are you from? Giles asked bravely, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. Up above. The soldier said calmly. Why did you attack our base? Giles asked. The corner of the soldier's mouth curled up slightly. The secondary purpose is to test the performance of the weapons, train the team, increase actual combat experience, and improve overall capabilities. The main task is to send you to see God. The soldier threatened straightforwardly. But they were shocked. When they heard the first words, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They turned out to be wild monsters who were used to gain experience for others. But when they heard the second words, they felt cold both physically and mentally. Today, there may be a chance of disaster or misfortune. They couldn't say anything threatening for a while. Shot. Thinking too much. You should know whose property this is, right? Giles asked again. Oh, whose? The soldier looked confused. You. We are the people of Kovaro. If you attack us, the consequences will be very serious. I think, with your strength, you should know about this great organization. Giles began to reveal the background. Great? Where is the greatness? The soldier asked. It is very powerful. Giles thought for a long time, and finally could only sum up this sentence. It stands to reason that some organizations should have spiritual beliefs, but Kovalo only believes in money and violence. Sorry to mention it. You can tell me this reason. The soldier expressed disdain. Finished. The soldier looked at dozens of people. Actually, I think you understand in your heart that you have seen a lot of things that you shouldn't have seen, and we will not give you the opportunity to tell them. This is what the soldiers dare to say. Really, the crowd was furious. This means sentencing them to death. Don't be impulsive yet, Giles yelled. If you shoot, there is really no room to turn around. Conditions. Everything has conditions. You name a price. The soldier said, you are really used to doing business. It's a pity that we don't like your things. In other words, if we need it, we can take it any time. Why should we negotiate terms with you? I admit that your armor is very powerful, but you will definitely be interested in the latest drug we have researched. At the critical moment, life and death are at stake, and Giles can't care about anything else. Even, the other party may have come here just for this. Drugs. Yes, a drug that can enhance strength can at least double it. Giles said, that's a bit interesting. I believe that our medicine will be epic-making, has no side effects, and will be of great help to soldiers. Giles temporarily concealed the difficulty in obtaining raw materials. The warrior paused. He agreed. Oh, it's interesting. In order to test the effect, let your people fight with mine. If you win, you can consider it. But if you lose, it proves that this thing is worthless. It will be embarrassing. He hesitated for a moment. Okay. Giles gritted his teeth and agreed. This is our last chance. Refreshing, he said. They were stunned. The soldier took off his armor and wore another layer of lightweight tights and a light gray jacket underneath. It looked silky smooth on the surface, but it was true. In addition to keeping warm, it was also bulletproof. The way a soldier takes off his armor is very unusual. Not the front, not from above either, but on the right. When the warrior walked out from the left side of the armor still stood there majestically, not loose at all, and even the weapon was firmly grasped in the armor's hands, which made Giles reveal a hint of greed in his eyes. Such equipment. It really is. So awesome. If you sell it, you will definitely make crazy money. The purchase from the United States alone is an astronomical sum. Even if a set sells for $1 million, there will probably be people rushing to buy it because it is of great significance in small-scale battles. Where are your people? The soldier stood with his hands down. Giles quickly asked his men to come up. It was the same man who had beaten the two Marlowe brothers into confusion before. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with thick arms and bulging muscles, which made most people avoid him. At this time, the effects of the medicine have worn off. He took out another one and inserted it directly into his thigh. After the tube of medicine was injected, the big man felt that his whole body was full of strength. At this time, he felt that he had reached the limit of his human body. The warrior is a little shorter than him. He looked thin and weak. Let's begin. The soldier hooked his hand. The big man looked at his opponent solemnly, without hesitation, strode forward, and struck the warrior with all his strength. Life or death depended on today. He did not believe that a strong man like himself could not defeat the guy in front of him. The wind of the fist sounded that speed and power. To be honest, it was almost equivalent to unlocking the first-level gene lock. Facing this full-force punch, the warrior squinted his eyes and turned sideways to avoid it. The big man took advantage of the situation and swept across. The warrior took a step back and easily defused it. See this? The big man suddenly broke out in sweat. This man's speed. No wonder he dared to take risks and took off his armor easily. In addition to the big man, Giles was also a little anxious, but he didn't dare to shout, "Come on." This was not an unlimited life and death arena set up by their organization. Who before? Marlowe's attack on the big man was almost in vain. Now, not even an hour has passed. Retribution has come. His attack was in vain. The warrior only defended and did not attack. The reason was that Tang Qing just wanted to see how the gadget Giles and the others were developing. Now that he looked at it, it seemed like that. The big man roared. I wanted to suppress the panic in my heart. 1 minute later. Is that all? Dr. Giles? The soldier asked towards Giles. Giles said hurriedly, it can strengthen the physical fitness and muscles of soldiers. If you hide like this, it will be difficult to test the true effect of the drug. In order to let the soldiers fight head-on, Giles said bravely. The soldiers said, oh, in this case, I won't play with you anymore. It's boring. The soldier smiled strangely. See this smile. The big man was stunned. Seeing the soldier stop again, the big man hit the soldier with a straight punch. Looking at the coming fist, the soldier made a hoarse step, and then, boom, a roar sounded in the control center. Crack! The warrior's fist met the big man's fist. The result is, the big man's arm was completely destroyed. The bones at the joints were all pierced. Even the effects of the medicine could not completely cover up the pain of tearing bones and flesh. In some aspects, he was overly sensitive, and his brain almost shut down. Looking at the big man, who looked miserable, there are also soldiers who were motionless. This time, only then did they realize what the roar was. That is, boxing wind is usually a breeze. When it exceeds a certain speed, it can be caught by people's ears. But to reach the situation just now, it only exists in film and television works. Could it be that you were dreaming? Otherwise, there was no way there was such a person in the world who could hit someone like this with one punch. However, the frantic heartbeat, and even the pain of pinching oneself secretly, told them that this was reality. The big man kept breathing cold air. His mouth trembled, and he said, You are not a human being. The warrior glanced at him and shook his head slightly. It seems that this drug has only the function of it. It is just rubbish. You want to exchange it for something. So we Kovalo treat it as a treasure. This is definitely not the strength that a human should have. Giles is a scientist, and of course he knows how much punching power is needed to beat a big man like that. It is impossible for people to have it. So, science is an endless journey. Goodbye, everyone. The soldier finished. They saw only an afterimage flash past. The warrior hid behind his armor. This time, many people were so frightened that they unconsciously pulled the trigger in their hands. Bang bang. Less than 15 seconds. In the second control center, only Giles and a few senior officials of the experimental base were left. They looked at the people lying on the ground around them. The people who usually worked together were now silent. They didn't feel sad at all, only fear. Why don't you kill us? Giles said coldly. The warrior stepped out from behind the armor. I think you have some value. Haha, value. Do you think we will work for you? Giles said bitterly. No. The warrior shook his head. The next answer almost made them angry to death. We don't need you. We just have a few questions that I want to ask. If you answer them well, you will be considered an idiot. If you don't say anything, you may die in ignorance. Giles took a deep breath. So infuriating. He didn't play his cards according to common sense at all and insisted on his death. What's the question? About Kovaro. Can you tell us your origins first? Giles asked. I'm afraid that what you gave me cannot be exchanged for this information. The soldier shook his head slightly. Don't worry, Giles, will definitely give you information of equal or even greater value. Giles can no longer care about anything else. Since he's going to die, he should just act like a man who understands. The warrior stared at him for a few seconds. Okay, what about you? If you're not willing to exchange information, I will only tell Giles. As for you, we will trade later. The warrior said to the others. Others listen. I think this deal is a good deal. We agree. Yes, who are you? After that, all waiting for an answer. I don't know. Have you ever heard of the Black Prison? The origin of the soldiers is really hard to define. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with blaming the Black Prison, but it is not enough to treat these people with heartache. Black Prison? Are you from a Black Prison? Impossible. The Black Prison is in Africa. A senior base official did not believe it. The soldier smiled. Who told you that the Black Prison only operates in Africa? You Kovalo can dig holes and hide yourself. Why can't we? The African Black Prison is just a branch of us. Dark Prison. African branch? This answer. They are completely unacceptable. A force that you didn't even look at before is now attacking directly at your doorstep. In addition, they also have such amazing technology and combat power. God, are they mocking their incompetence? Hidden so deeply. The ambition of those behind the scenes. It's too big. How do you prove it? Giles asked. The warrior shook his head. Don't you, Kovaro, always want to recruit us? Recently, you have used some despicable means to harass our customers. No, let's collect some interest. What? So it was here to collect interest? Giles quibbled. We are only responsible for the experiment. As for what you said, we did not do it. This is the fault of the operations branch, and they have to pay with their lives. How can Giles be willing to do so? The warrior shook his finger. Whether you did it or not, it doesn't matter. As long as you're a member of Kovalo, you are our debt collection target. After all, you were the first to break the rules and attack our customers. If I use a metaphor, I open a shop properly to welcome customers. The customers are innocent, so our customers should be your targets? This doesn't make sense. After being criticized like this, several people were speechless. Indeed, if it was really Kovaro who touched someone else's client first, then when they come to take revenge, it doesn't matter whether you were the one who did it. In short, it was you Kovaro who got irrelevant people involved in the first place. Who are you talking about? Giles was confused. Beside, a management member blurted out. You mean Tang Qing? It seems you still have smart people. Tell me why, the soldier asked. Recently, Tang Qing has been the only one involved in the operation related to the Black Prison. In order to find out your details and expose your weaknesses, the higher-ups have carried out such an operation. I didn't expect it. The manager smiled bitterly. He was not supposed to know about this mission. But rats have rat ways. The soldier nodded. Okay, you have answered one question. Next, I actually still have 2 doubts. That is to say, you have 2 exchange opportunities, so hurry up. First, the location of other branches of Kovaro, including business and logistics, as well as the status of tripartite assets, such as laboratories. Second, the location of Kovaro's headquarters. I heard only 2. They were anxious. We still know a lot of information. Sorry, we're not interested in the rest. I don't know the specific location of the headquarters because it usually changes once a year, but I know that the current headquarters is in Mexico nearby, and the specific location is unclear. Giles said bluntly, Well, very good. You have answered a question. The soldier said, I want to know how far your research on the strengthening potion has progressed. Giles stared at the soldier. He didn't believe that that was the power that humans could possess just now. In this regard, they must be ahead of the laboratory. Strengthening potion? Are you talking about this kind of rubbish? Sorry, we don't have this kind of thing. The side effects are too obvious, so you just treat it as a treasure. The soldier expressed disdain for their results. We also discovered a universal potion. Giles wanted to save some face. The soldier pointed directly. Are you talking about the original transcription liquid? What do you? The soldier said, The flow of the original transcription liquid around the world is under our control. All containers storing the original liquid transcription liquid have tracking devices. Now, your original transcription liquid should be more than 10 meters above my head. Gulu. Several people swallowed their saliva. Tracker? Do containers have trackers? This is impossible. They were checked, and in the metal container, the signal is not released at all. However, it was impossible for others to lie to him. Why do you have a tracker? Are you cooperating with the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group? Is this the third question? The soldier asked. I wait. Giles stopped quickly. If so, just ask this. Really unwilling to do so. Not really. I can tell you the locations of other branches. Immediately afterwards, several people told them the locations of some of the branches they knew, and at first they thought they were lucky and loyal. But every time I report one, everyone told the specific situation of that place. Most of what they said. It turned out that they had known about it for a long time. To be honest, if they weren't really awesome, he would have thought that they were sent by the organization to test their loyalty. However, this was just a thought. Organize. There is no absolute reason. It is impossible to give up so many of them. Now, there is still one question before the transaction is over. Wait, can I tell you more? Giles said hurriedly. Oh, I'm going to die. I don't think I can die with a belly full of information. Maybe you think some of the information is rubbish, but that is the organizational secret that I have kept for so many years. This request, it's really interesting. Before death, want to give a speech? Have to. Just treat it like watching a show. The villain dies because he talks too much. These people really can't change the world, so just listen. Tang Qing gave the order, and the soldier said, Okay, I'll just listen. It's quite leisure anyway. Giles took a deep breath. I have been interested in biology since I was a child, and I worked hard to become an extremely outstanding scientist. After graduation, I was hired by the organization with a high salary, and my experimental career began. The organization gave me many and heavy research tasks. I kept organizing people and made breakthroughs in many aspects. Whether it was viruses or drugs for terminal diseases, there were a lot of discoveries that could shock the world. However, the organization is not made public, but is used to exchange for rights, because once good things are popularized, they will lose value. For example, if a powerful person gets a disease, only we can cure it to achieve the greatest effect. Therefore, in many terminal diseases, our drugs will never be made public, because the value of non-disclosure is far higher than the profit of those patients. In addition, we also hold a suppressive attitude towards the research of such special drugs to ensure that the chips in our hands will always be valuable. Therefore, as you may have seen, there's been no breakthrough in various terminal and chronic disease drugs. We have a tacit understanding with some pharmaceutical companies that they're not allowed to launch many of their own revolutionary new drugs, and we will not launch our research. Everyone has been in peace. Later, the Myanmar Medical Group appeared and broke this agreement. However, they were unable to do anything about it for the time being, so we just treated it as a show. I think this hospital must be closely related to you. The soldier was silent. Don't admit it, nor deny it. Giles smiled and continued. You know, the invention I am most proud of is several drugs for various blood diseases, but our organization has never launched them. For example, for AIDS, we have long had specific drugs, but we have never planned to sell them. The reply given by the organization is very simple. In this world, people always need to be in awe of something. Just like why our organization has been hiding underground. Only the unknown can make people fear. Therefore, except for the original transcription solution, I do not agree with the practices of the Myanmar Pharmaceutical Group at all. The world is actually overwhelmed. Next, Giles begins his autobiography of his life, his experience, his thoughts, his unwillingness. He said one thing after another. But, Tang Qing, just listen to a lunatic going crazy. How should I put it? This kind of people just worry too much about the world and worry about things that they shouldn't worry about. Sometimes they're actually quite similar to Tang Qing. But the two are completely different. Giles does not have the ability to change the world, so he views the world with limited resources and upper limits. It is not wrong to think this way, but it is a limiting idea, and he is Tang Qing. You can and have the ability to change the world. Matter. There is always a solution. Next, a full hour. The other two people also joined in, but there was not much useful information. However, the level of the speech before death was still good. Unfortunately, no matter how good it was, it could not save their lives. It's a speech with no nutrition. Maybe my last question, I want to know the person behind your organization. Giles stared at the warriors, speaking in a place full of corpses. This was also his first time. The information you gave is not enough to exchange such intelligence. The soldier refused. Giles said, I'm going to die. Exchange of equal value is a matter of principle. You're not dead yet. Maybe I will tell you after you die. These words were really irritating. Giles took a deep breath. Giles added, Thank you for listening to my speech, but aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get out? You mean the support of Kovero? Our signal is connected in real time. Once it is interrupted for more than 1 minute, someone will set out to determine the cause. At this time, according to the organization's plan, everyone has now surrounded this place. Giles stared at the soldiers. You don't need to worry about this. We have already mastered your 3 communication methods and will continue to send security information to the transfer confirmation station on your behalf. So if you talk about it for a day, no one will probably know about it. You are really well prepared. Giles sighed. Maybe, but you probably made a mistake. Suddenly, Giles had a sneer on his face. Looking at the time on the wall, the second hand scale crosses 12 on the hour. The base's self-destruction program has started, and the countdown is 3 minutes. If the release period has passed, this is an irreversible order. The base, which had been sounding the alarm for an hour, was once again covered by a louder alarm. This sound, everyone in the underground base can hear it. Giles smiled. Don't think about leaving. When this command is activated, the alloy door on the top floor will be activated. This door can only be closed once when the base self-destructs. You are quite well prepared. The soldier said lightly. Through aircraft, I did find a thick door falling down. In 3 minutes, everyone is going to die. I think even if your armor is bulletproof, it can't withstand the pressure of tens of thousands of tons. So we are on the same road now. Do you regret not taking care of me and leaving as soon as possible? That's not true. This is just a sudden situation. He said. The warriors stepped forward. Prepare to subdue 3 people. When Giles saw this, he frantically took out his gun from his arms and pointed it at the soldier. Come on, you will die. I want to see if you are afraid. You can try. Oh, Giles raised the muzzle of the gun and shot the soldier in the abdomen. Bang. However, when the gunshot sounded, the soldier turned sideways and hid, with no sadness or joy on his face. Giles was stunned. Not believing in evil, he fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. When the bullets ran out, the soldier was already standing in front of him. Recalling everything just now, Giles was completely stunned. The last time he saw that godlike method of dodging bullets was in the movie The Matrix. One last shot. What's more, the distance is only 20 centimeters. But people, it flashed like an afterimage. Unscathed. You are not human. Giles said it again with a trembling tone. It was different from last time. This time, it was the fear from the heart, and at the same time, there was also the excitement of a scientific researcher. Before death, I saw the goal that I have been working hard to achieve all my life. Strengthen the warrior. Someone really developed it. I can't answer your last question, so I'll just let you know a little more. Now, we don't owe each other anything. The soldier took a few steps back. At this time, there were still 2 minutes left on the countdown on the wall. Okay, I like this information. Giles smiled. As for the rest, just treat it as a free gift. The soldier finished. Other soldiers also began to gather here. At this time, the other soldiers have almost moved all the high-value items here, including experimental data, hard drives, instruments, treatments, and belongings. Like rats crossing the border, although there is no shortage, but after moving, don't give up free things. This hour, how could the soldiers and Tang Qing listen to Giles' nonsense? Still have to work, just listening to some music, except for the equipment. There are also some poor people who were captured and experimented on. These people, they're all unconscious and will be sent to the nearest country. From now on, their life and death will have nothing to do with Tang Qing. Moreover, if these people go out, they will definitely bring considerable trouble to Kovero. 50 warriors gather at the second control center. Giles was puzzled. Are you going to die collectively? Still getting together? Is it the other party's custom? Maybe. Only. The next moment, Giles and others were stunned. I saw the other party throwing a small object in front of them, and then a faint light appeared on the ground. Soon, the light enveloped the enemies. At this time, they could no longer think. Like a ghost. 50 people. 49 disappeared. The remaining one. That's what I told them just now. This is teleported? They opened their mouths wide and couldn't accept it at all. Has the world developed to this point? Are all the transmission equipment out? Is this an alien invasion? World. Crazy. Goodbye, everyone. As for your self-destruction system, it saves us some trouble. However, we are still a little doubtful about its power, so we gave you some gifts. The soldier finished. There was a flash of light. Expand to the entire control center. The next moment, large packages appeared on the ground in the control center. When they saw it, their hearts were stimulated and their scalps were numb. Damn this. Are these explosives? In other places in the laboratory, we have put a lot of these things in this hour. Our boss feels that the inventory at home is a bit too much and there is no place to use it. So let us use it up. Not much. The other places add up to only 50 or 60 tons. Don't be too little with the dozens of tons of small gifts in front of you. The explosion time they set is the same as the self-destruction countdown of your base. You're welcome. After that, the warrior disappeared before their eyes. Disappear at the same time. There was also the teleportation node they wanted to take a look at, but unfortunately, there was no chance. Looking at the closed door of the control center and the dozens of tons of highly explosive materials in the room, Giles and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. People have this. Are you afraid that they will destroy themselves? This time, really self-destructive. They only destroyed themselves, but others were unscathed. When they thought about the fact that more than 100 tons of these things were released into the base, more than the self-destruct program could detonate, they felt that this was a great irony. Too much inventory. Can't consume it? This reason, they were convinced. Have to. This time, Kovero had offended a powerful force, and they were the first to find out. However, they had no chance to report it to the organization. This time they were defeated without regrets. The organization is in danger. This is how you win people. What are they fighting for? The organization also wants to incorporate this force. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Giles started laughing. Before death. No so much. It's worth it too. However, for scientists, the most terrifying thing is that when you're lucky enough to see the wider world, you no longer have time to appreciate it. Ha ha. Ha ha. This is life. 10, 9, 8, 7. When the countdown reaches 1, the whole island was shaken. Underground, it was instantly reduced to ruins. All evil, all ended. As for what remains on the surface, no more. While the soldiers were down there, the aircraft cleared away the fish that had slipped through the island one by one. This island is located on the west coast of Mexico. There are no survivors, because it is too powerful. Earthquake warnings were detected in countries along the west coast of the Americas. Good thing. This is at sea. It wasn't a strong earthquake, so they didn't care. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing stared out of the window, looking at the light rain. This operation, it was successfully completed, but he was still a little worried. It was not that he was not used to it, but that there were at least hundreds of such illegal laboratories around the world, large and small, as far as he knew. All are owned by the major forces. Never mind. These have nothing to do with him for the time being. This thing is just like telecommunications fraud. If you hit one, another one will appear. Telephone fraud is because of money, and these laboratories are for dreams. Eternal life. No disease. Xion. The greed is endless. The evil will not disappear. Can you control the whole world? Big chapter. Evening. Mexico. West Coast. The sun sets. A deserted beach. It was already a little dark, and the sea was relatively calm. A man wearing a Mexican military uniform suddenly emerged and walked towards the shore. In his hand, he held a small ball-shaped object. Come to the beach. Gently drop the object into the water. We walk forward another 10 meters. The next moment, there was a flash of light. Nearly 200 people were lying in the shallow water on the shore, some black and white, some old, and some young. These were some of the people captured by the laboratory. They were released directly after professional disinfection. That's not all, because many are still receiving treatment. This laboratory, not many of those who were used as experimental subjects were intact. Most of them had problems of one kind or another. Many of them were no different from half-dead. Tang Qing had 3 options. First, find a pit and bury them alive. Second, euthanasia and burial. Third, cure it and put it back. Think again and again. Tang Qing still couldn't do that kind of thing, and it didn't cost much money anyway, so he simply chose the latter. Sometimes, a thorn in his heart might be a shadow that lingers for a long time. Just do some good deeds. And on the shore, a pile of clothes was also teleported out. At this time, the explosion from the island. 5 hours have passed, and Kovalo still doesn't know anything about what's going on over there. But it won't take long for them to know, and then they will jump into the second hole dug by the soldiers. Oh, what's going on? What? Oh my God, we're out. Since the teleportation location was in the water, the sea water was quite cold. All of a sudden, they all woke up. Their instinctive desire to survive made them get up and looked at the surrounding environment. They were stunned for a moment. Came out. They actually came out. God, have they finally escaped from that devil's cave? Those who didn't believe had also used an older method, pinching themselves. The intense pain let them know that this was not a dream, that they had really come out, and the remaining memories were recalled in their minds. Intensive sirens, security personnel who feel like they are facing an enemy, as well as, it looked like someone had thrown a smoke bomb. Then, they were unconscious, but they didn't see clearly who threw it. Since they were knocked unconscious and moved to the teleportation area before the self-destruct notification, they did not know that the base was destroyed. There were no white robes around. But safety is not yet certain. Who knows if they were thrown onto an uninhabited island to fend for themselves? With the style of those people, they would definitely be able to do it because some of them had also participated in the battle for survival in Kovaro. At last, still can't escape being treated as a test subject, The people of Kovaro like to play tricks on others. Ahem. The soldier coughed twice. All of a sudden, the eyes of about 200 people were all focused on it. They were all wearing laboratory clothes, but the soldiers were wearing different clothes. They stood out from the crowd. When they saw this peacock, everyone gathered together in fear. Don't be nervous. You have already left the laboratory, the soldier said. However, no one dares to relax. I'm only going to say it once. Now, you are no longer under the control of the laboratory. You have also heard the previous sirens. I have good news for you. We have cleared that evil place. Whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. At present, you are on the west coast of Mexico. Go over there, less than 10 kilometers away, and there is a small town. Someone must be familiar with the name, Drewers. From now on, it's up to you whether you live or die. When you get to a safe place, my suggestion is to hide your name. Otherwise, if they find you again, it will be none of my business. You'd better change these clothes before setting off. The soldier finished. Still no one moved. Trust. For them, it was a luxury. The warrior had no obligation to gain their trust. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the teleportation node on the ground and ran towards the small town. Soon, he disappeared into the jungle. Next, Mexican mission is responsible for transporting teleport nodes. Seeing the soldiers disappear, they looked at each other. Could it be that this was an escape game? Will that person just hunt them in the jungle? Or is the jungle full of hunters? The sea breeze blows. Chilly. What should I do? Really or not? It's getting dark. Should we run? The sun is setting, and, depending on the weather, this place will definitely be out of reach. If we don't run, we'll miss the best opportunity. This is really west of Dulures. I've been here before. Suddenly, someone said in surprise. Others looked over. Yes, that's right. This is the southwest of Dulures. My brother and I used to explore here and have been here. Look, does the stone stylus over there look like a horn? I remember it. There is someone to testify. Soon, the crowd reached an agreement. Go first. Then, change your clothes. About 200 people, running towards the distant jungle. The attraction of freedom is strong. Their only idea now is to find a place with many people, because that can give them a sense of security. The experience of being tied to the bed. Give them a new understanding of life. Alive. Free. It has never been so fascinating. About 20 minutes later, it was getting dark, and they had already run to a main road. Looking at the cars driving by from time to time and the small town with shining lights in the distance, they almost cried. Finally, they were saved. After arriving in town, they separated on the spot and had no intention of contacting each other. As the man said, if they ran away, the forces behind them would definitely track them down. The more people who knew about it, the more danger they would have. Exposure? They really don't have the guts. Actually, Tang Qing didn't expect them to go to the media to expose it. To be honest, also of limited use. With the power of Kovalo, it could be suppressed in a matter of minutes and even accuse others of slander. Even if there is evidence, there should not be too many people taking the blame. Kovalo has no legal affiliation with that laboratory. It finally broke down. It can only be settled unless he adds fuel to the fire. Tang Qing's purpose is to take over Kovalo, not to call on everyone to kill it. Even if others want to kill it, Tang Qing is not willing. This organization, it has become his possession, ruined, but it is difficult to build. So, you can create trouble for Kovalo, but you can't make a mess. He doesn't like tidying up. What Tang Qing wants is a network of relationships that connects so many powerful directors, which is difficult to replicate. Otherwise, without this relationship, he would definitely beat the organization to death. But it's time to look for trouble. Still looking for it. USA, New York State, North, a manor in the mountains. Underground, a large number of scientific researchers are busy. Except for the clock, it is difficult for them to tell whether it is morning or evening. They spend a long time in the laboratory and have no sense of time when working, causing everyone's biological clock to be disrupted. Usually, boring research makes the atmosphere lifeless. But today, it's very lively here. In a side hall on the third underground floor, A dozen strong, shirtless men were sweating profusely inside, punching, kicking, and hitting the punching test machine in front of them constantly. The output that exceeded their physical capabilities made their whole bodies turn red. Outside a circle of glass around the perimeter, dozens of relevant scientific researchers stood there. Here, it is the second largest experimental base of Covelo. Due to the technology sharing with Giles, here we also know the efficacy of the original transcription solution. Based on the data, we have produced many finished products and are ready for further testing. The two laboratories are working together. The reason is simple: insurance. Otherwise, it would be bad if it was done in just one laboratory. Therefore, important experiments always have control group. Now, they're doing the same thing as Giles. Looking at the encouraging data, many researchers were delighted. This stimulating drug, this is just the beginning. Many of their revolutionary experiments are based on this. Now, the breakthrough in the foundation is equivalent to the material revolution, and the technological leap brought about by it is groundbreaking. Find more experimental subjects. We can't be slower than Giles. The person in charge of the base ordered excitedly. Yes, the security person in charge said. Experimental subject. The difficulty of finding one in the United States is similar to that in other countries. At night, the streets are full of homeless people. They feel that the existence of these people is a waste of food and a threat to social order. They should be allowed to use their spare energy for a great cause. Immediately, the head of security made a phone call. Use your organization's digital code word. Let the dedicated person in New York be responsible for the preparation. Just as everyone was looking at the experimental data with bright eyes, making comments and imagining the future, what they didn't know was that a miniature spider robot fell from the sky and landed steadily behind them. A tumble. He got under a table in the side hall. There was a glimmer of light, something the size of a brick. Show up in vain. Then, the magnet on it was attracted to the bottom of the iron table. The color of the brick was similar to that of the table. Even if someone saw it, they would only think it was part of it. Immediately afterwards, the robot is like a hard-working little bee. Traveled to various important places. This experimental base, Tang Qing actually knew it a long time ago. Before, when a second uncle and Lu Qian came here for the first time with Chai Run, they went hunting in the forest. The large pack of wolves they encountered was the masterpiece of this laboratory. The details are still unclear. But less than a day after the wolves died, the laboratory sent many people to investigate and perform autopsies on the wolves. In the end, it was nothing at all. It was impossible to go to Mu Jian and others for compensation. This time, Tang Qing did not intend to completely destroy this place. Otherwise, he would have to find a chessboard for the next chess move. It would be troublesome, so he simply placed the chess pieces on this chessboard first and did not rush to lift the board. Laboratory, data room, small data center, important aisle, elevator, escape route. All the bricks were placed. This time, the total did not exceed 2 tons, which was very polite. Finally, when the last brick was placed at the designated place. Countdown. Start. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The whole journey. Not a single warrior showed up. Science and technology changed the world. That's right now. In some infiltration tasks, this kind of robot is surprisingly effective. Even after being disguised, it can lurk in a place for a year and a half, just like playing, and can usually find time to recharge. 10 minutes. It passed quickly. Side hall. Boom. The huge shock wave directly made everyone in the side hall go to see God. Boom. At the same time, all the bricks emitted life-threatening fire. Zitsy boom, boom, boom. The 3 elevators fell at the same time. Confusion. Here we go. Everyone evacuated towards the emergency exit. However, Tang Qing did not plan to destroy this place, and he did not say that he would let them go up. If everyone alive was safe, how would they attract rescue workers? Main lighting failed. The entire base was shrouded in dim emergency lighting. All the elevators were destroyed, and the emergency passage also collapsed. A group of surviving scientific researchers rushed to a door and tried their best to pry open the door. However, They heard bad news coming from the people in front. What should I do? Is there any way to evacuate? There is a ventilation pipe underground leading to the mountain. A security guard said, then go. But the exit of the pipeline is a cliff of more than 100 meters. Even if you get out, it will be useless. I am not qualified to touch the escape routes. He is just an ordinary security personnel, and he really doesn't know the escape routes of the base. Usually, they regard human life as nothing. Also panicked. When they do experiments, they don't take other people's lives seriously, which doesn't mean they don't cherish their own lives. Their lives are used to pursue the truth, and they cannot die in a place like this. What happened here? Soon, it was transmitted back to the headquarters from the second control center here. For a while, the upper management of Kovaro were shocked. Mexico. Check. Find out for me who did it. The white man said angrily. He was definitely to blame for such a big thing. Now, the main thing is to find a way to remedy it. No need for him to say it. The men were all busy. Monitoring was called. Suddenly, found it. This made the white man excited, so fast. When his eyes were fixed on the big screen, he no longer knew that there were hundreds of alpacas running and jumping. In the picture, he felt as if he had seen it in a 007 movie. A man, wearing security officer uniform. He went in and out of important rooms, and then took out the bricks one by one from the backpack on his back, and placed them in hidden places as if entering his own home. Especially in the side hall. Dozens of scientific researchers are here. People were stunned and tied their shoelaces in a swaggering manner. Just put the things away. Dozens of people. I was stunned and didn't notice the guy who put the bomb bang. The person in charge punched the screen in front of him. The expression on his face was almost biting. It was so infuriating. Are you all so stupid? Such a big living person is growing mushrooms right under your nose, and you don't even notice. Security is also ineffective. The staff seemed extremely unorganized. Send this video back. He would be a ghost unless he was scolded to death by his superiors. It seems that I really can't sit still in this position. For a moment, even Faulkner, the head of Kovalo's management team, wanted to destroy the video. Because this is completely mocking their incompetence. These idiots are already at your doorstep. Are you blind? Fuck. F-U-C-K. Find out who this person is, where he comes from, and how he got into the experimental base. In the voice, besides being furious, there's still the slightest tremor. The security force is in name only. The person in charge of the laboratory who had gone to see God was completely out of touch. For the rest, he would definitely be held accountable by his superiors. They, Kovaro, had never had such a serious security incident. The words just fell. The good news came again. He is an unemployed gangster who disappeared in Queens a month ago. He is the brother of the experimental subject, numbered P87I. As for how he knew our laboratory and how he got in, we have not yet found out. Judging from the information, this was an act of revenge. Because the experimental subject was marked dead on the screen, the older brother found it through some unknown means and found out that his younger brother was dead, so he planned and carried out the attack. However, this answer, Faulkner obviously couldn't accept it. Such a big thing. It turned out to be caused by such a small person, caused by a little thing, and the loss was immeasurable. It seems that this pot cannot be thrown away. Send rescuers to rescue the survivors. Yes. Soon, several radio waves were transmitted. Where are the people now? Faulkner asked. According to the surveillance, he has left the laboratory and entered the forest to the east. The forest area is too large and the terrain is complex. It is very difficult to search the mountain. The person below gave an analysis. Search, and if there is a shortage of people, transfer them. Faulkner did not hesitate, no matter what the cost. No one is allowed to allow such insects to leave gracefully after challenging the dignity of Kovalo. Yes. So, several more orders were passed out. New York, suburbs, a professional natural disaster relief company. Whoa, a huge alarm. Resounded throughout the company premises. Less than 10 minutes. Ta-ta-ta. 2 rescue helicopters. Carrying a full load of relief supplies, it flew towards the north. At the same time, all the company's rescue vehicles set off one after another, with the accelerator almost pressed to the bottom. When they encountered a red light, they arrogantly drove through. In response, other drivers only cursed and no one called the police. Business of this company. It's similar to an ambulance. Why call the police? With so many cars dispatched, there must be a disaster somewhere. Some people even directly call the media to break the news, hoping to earn some information fees. Just as the convoy set off, the command room is being marked. This company was included in the list of industries directly under Kovaro. This is an organizational member of Kovaro that is difficult to identify. There's almost no interaction with them, and there's even no information exchange for several years. But that's it. Can't run away. This is also the purpose of this snake scare. Find something to do for it, and bring out some of its deeply hidden members and tentacles. Not only this company, but 4 similar companies went to the laboratory at the same time. And this, just the beginning. After playing here, the warrior will continue to change places and draw out all the chess pieces of Kovaro. The metaphor is put a bait and catch a string of fish. Sometime in the future. This is what Tang Qing is looking for Kovaro. Let's find someone together. Less than half an hour. The first rescuers have arrived by helicopter. The manor seemed like nothing was wrong. They were confused. Who to rescue? A team member asked. Underground. The captain said calmly. This is, as he said that, the team member quickly closed his mouth because the captain looked at him with a frighteningly cold look. He remembered what the captain said when he came. Don't ask, just do things. Obviously, there is an important facility below. After the helicopter lands, they carried the tools and rushed towards the manor. Actually, the manor originally had rescue equipment, which was used to prevent landslides. However, along with the explosion just now, the equipment warehouse nearly 1 kilometer away from the manor was not spared, and almost all the equipment was destroyed. Reimbursed at the same time. And the people inside picked him up. He is a big, gray-faced man. You are finally here. Come on, this is the entrance. Your main task is to rescue the people on each floor through the elevator shaft. However, you cannot go to the floors below. It means they can only move in the elevator shaft. Not everyone knew what experiments were being done here. Regarding this request, the captain did not ask, just nodded lightly, and then ordered his men to install fixed equipment and go down the well to rescue people. Soon, scientific researchers were rescued one by one. They were placed in the open space outside the manor. Since they could not rule out that there were bricks elsewhere, these frightened scientific researchers even retreated to the corner of the manor, trying to find some sense of security. With the arrival of land rescue personnel, the rescue was much faster. At this time, the higher-ups of Kovaro also knew about this, and after watching the video, they were furious. They were actually infiltrated by a gangster, and more than a ton of bricks were dropped. What a disgrace. At any cost, catch him. Yes. Authorized. Faulkner contacted more people. Searching a mountain like this that stretches for hundreds of kilometers requires a lot of people. Judging from the monitoring time, if they had transportation, such as a mountain bike, they would probably be on the nearest rural road. Time is running out. 1 hour later, the layout is in place. 25 helicopters. Personnel, 311. 17 dogs. They were divided into about 30 teams and began a blanket search in the forest, not missing any small holes or nooks and crannies that could hide people. This kind of search was quite boring and dangerous. As long as you see something wrong, just a bunch of bullets. Then, soon bursts of gunfire rang out in the forest. It's not like we met an enemy. Rather, it is to drive away some dangerous animals. According to American animal protection standards, the forest is very dangerous. If it is not protected, you will encounter wolves or bears and leopards, and the probability is very high. Except in the forest. They even set up checkpoints on the surrounding main roads because there were fugitives here and they wanted to ensure people's safety. The people doing the inspection were all wearing American police uniforms. In fact, it's all true. Even some personnel from the security company were also sent to them to help. Seeing this violation, they were not surprised. With such non-system personnel involved, there must be a big force operating behind the scenes. Just follow orders. If it goes well, everyone will definitely receive a red envelope afterwards. Those who are not sure of money. The move was quite generous. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Tang Qing watched them busy with relish. Helicopter. American police. Armed security. Hound. It's really interesting to make such a big move to find a person who actually exists. It's a pity that some wild animals suffered, and those who couldn't see clearly the situation and started to show their claws returned to the embrace of nature. Deep mountains and old forests. But no one avenged them. This bait, as long as it exists for one day, Kovaro just won't give up. They will dig it out desperately and fight to the death. In this way, they can divert their considerable attention and facilitate the soldiers to continuously take over its various mobile branches. But we can't always keep this enemy virtual. Wait until the city is tracked. They will find a real person. This person is made up of a soldier who looks similar. It can almost be fake. Otherwise, if they don't see the real person for a long time, they will become suspicious. For the continuity of the game, have to combine reality with reality. In The Great Escape, it can also bring disaster to the fish in the pond and stir up the storm. Just like before, the United States is preparing to cause trouble in India. They wanted to target Zero and force him to import American weapons. But in the end, the soldiers interfered and dragged the CIA into the water, implicating the FBI and many other American security agencies. Later, they also brought polar bears into the mix. So far, still hasn't completely subsided. Take this opportunity. The soldiers' influence in the relevant departments of the United States has been rapidly expanding, and they are fishing in troubled waters. Only when they use this trick, more will they understand how powerful and practical it is. Tang Qing has truly realized it. Such a good move. Of course, I will continue to use it. But this time, the main target of causing disaster is the CIA. This agency is in charge of the largest overseas intelligence network in the United States. It is a very strategic nail that cannot be overemphasized. All in all, to Kovaro, he wanted to make the best use of everything. And when it almost used it, he would let this soldier die unexpectedly and end the game. When he took over Kovalo in the future, he hoped to be a new, huge organization. Mexico. The capital is Mexico City. Some entertainment venue. A boss wearing a big gold chain was drinking with his men, and a beer bottle full of wine was opened for him. This was not a prop in a movie. Ordinary wine bottles. Hit someone on the head. That's sour and refreshing. It can definitely kill someone. The truth is pretty much the same. As soon as the bottle went down, the boss was completely ignorant of the world. When his subordinates saw it, it was okay. They were about to kill the attacker, but when they saw the person coming, their eyes widened. Ghost. Have you seen a ghost? Isn't this the third-in-command Beerbohm, whom the boss said was dead before? Why are you still alive? Could it be that you are dreaming? That should be the case. Before, Beerbohm's prestige was quite high because he had a smart mind, powerful force, and good economic acumen, which made them a lot of money. More than half a year ago, he suddenly disappeared, and even some of his confidants were blamed. Privately, they all rumored that the boss had done it to them. But since everyone was gone, they could only accept the result. Without the third boss, they could still live their lives as usual. Now, Beerbohm appeared before them. Seeing the others looking at him stupidly, Beerbohm knew it was because these people thought he was dead. He was frightened. Without hesitation, he picked up another bottle and continued to face the black boss. It's like, hit 10 times in a row, accompanied by the screams of the escort girls. Finally, the boss has lost his voice. Beerbohm quietly looked at the almost stunned former colleagues around him and said to the second boss not far away, "From now on, you're the boss. This is what he owes me and my brothers." After that, in a state of confusion, he's gone. It's impossible not to leave. I came back this time to take revenge. Beerbohm and a group of his henchmen were sold by this guy to the laboratory of Kovaro as experimental subjects. In the end, he was the only one who survived. Kovaro not found. Waving fists. Beerbohm didn't know where to hit. Thinking of the brothers who died, he was originally a son and daughter of the world and did not want to remain anonymous. so he came to avenge his brothers. Now that the matter was settled, he had to really run away. That organization. He can't afford it. After Beerbaum left, there was a dead silence in the room. The promotion of the second master to the first master should have been a joyous event, but he was not happy at all because he knew where Beerbaum was going. That behemoth. It's not something he can afford to offend at all. Power. It is not an exaggeration to say that one hand covers the sky. Beerbaum appears here. Does that mean joining them and becoming one of them? If that was the case, even if he now took over a force with thousands of members, he would not have the slightest sense of security. If that organization is willing, 10,000 of his men are useless. I want him to die today. You will never see the sun tomorrow, which is why he did not order to stop it. Gulu, he swallowed, looked at the people around him who didn't know what to do, and said, "This matter is over here. What happened to Beerbaum? I will investigate." After that, he's gone. He had to find out quickly. After leaving the box, he contacted a member of Kovaro, who was also his contact person, and told him what happened just now, because theoretically he was also the intelligence tentacle of Kovaro. What? The other side was also shocked. How could the person who was sent to that island come back alive? However, he was just an ordinary member and had no high exposure at all. I dare not say that it is absolutely impossible. Maybe there was a recruitment process on the island. Wait a minute, I'll ask. Okay. So, after reporting at all levels, Kovaro headquarters. Faulkner was shocked again. Things in the laboratory in New York were not over yet. There was an escape of experimental subjects in another place. If they hadn't shown their faces, they wouldn't have noticed. This time, Faulkner was really anxious. The scale of the laboratory in New York is simply not comparable to that of Giles's. In one, security was lax, and outside personnel sneaked in and placed bricks, while in the other, personnel were allowed to escape back to their original location. This nature, but it's big. This is to make him lose his security at the end of the year. A phone call. Faulkner called Giles, but unfortunately, he didn't get through. At the same time, all contact with the island was cut off. Such a situation had never happened before, because there are many ways to contact the island. Even if it's a storm, it is also impossible to interrupt all signals. At this time, thinking of the bad past 2 days, Faulkner's heart skipped a beat. I wouldn't be so unlucky. Send the nearest plane over and confirm the situation for me. Faulkner shouted, praying in his heart that nothing would happen again. If something happened to that experimental base, it would be doubtful whether he would be able to see the sun for the rest of his life. On the screen, signal loss flashes continuously. Faulkner's heart beat faster and faster. This feeling of not being in control. It made him feel very panicked. He was just a professional manager, not the owner of the organization, and he couldn't be. If something happened to the experimental base one after another, his many years of contribution would not be enough to atone for the crime. Maybe not dead, but times are definitely tough. Just hope. My worries are unnecessary. I just hope that there's an equipment failure on Giles' side. Although this reason cannot convince me at all. Who doesn't want to live well, God? Please stand by me for once. Faulkner prayed devoutly. Although his crimes are too numerous to list. Mexico, West Coast. A civilian helicopter flew toward the island. It belongs to the Special Operations Group of Kovalo and is specifically on standby in the area near the headquarters. Several people on board know about the island, but they only know that they are doing scientific research and know nothing else. Because it is offshore, helicopters are also fast. It didn't take long. It saw the island in the distance. This look, it almost scared the shit out of them. I saw smoke curling on the small island, and there were more than one place. It was probably the oil depot that had been bombed. There was now a thick black smoke rising from it, and it was so close that they didn't even receive a signal from there. Immediately, report back to headquarters. Go over and take a look. Faulkner said anxiously. Yes, although dangerous. But even those who eat this bowl of rice have to go no matter how dangerous it is. The helicopter headed towards the island. They did not go directly to the island, but circled around the island. Otherwise, it would be easy for something to happen. If there are enemies, there are also surface-to-air weapons. Needless to say, there are definitely going to be fireworks. One lap. Gulu. The person holding the telescope couldn't help but twitch his Adam's apple. Through the telescope, when he saw the piers and the remains of the strong fortresses, he immediately gave up. At this distance, fly around the island. The team leader didn't want to be a target. He knew the defenses here very well. Report immediately. Sir, all the defense facilities and docks around the island have been destroyed. The traces look like explosives. No security personnel can be seen around the island, and there are no gunshots. There are only 2 fires burning in the direction of the main and reserve oil depots. On the other side, Faulkner was stunned, slowly sat back on the stool. It seems I have done too many bad things, and God doesn't care about me at all. The worst thing has happened. The largest experimental base of Kovaro has now been completely destroyed. Own, there's big trouble. Hover around first, don't go up, and wait for the next order. His head was dizzy. Faulkner did not let the helicopter land on the island. Lest he be destroyed, the nearest informant would be gone. Yes, just as the helicopter was circling, Faulkner reported the incident to his superiors, and what followed was a long silence. Such a big thing happened, and the damage was irreparable. The important thing was to find the person who did it. Pity. Kovalo's business is too broad. Made too many enemies. There are many people with motivations. Faulkner, what do you think? There are not many people in the world who have the ability to do such a thing and have the motive. As long as we target these few and investigate carefully, we will definitely find out who did it. Faulkner said, these words, very low level. But what is needed now is not the level, but the solution. Deploy another group of people. I want to know the time and process of the whole thing, as well as what weapons they used. If it is a large weapon, let me thoroughly investigate the source. As for your fault, let's finish this matter. Understood, Faulkner said anxiously. It didn't take long. Another large number of rescuers set out from Mexico and the United States. In addition to heavily armed security personnel, there were also many experts who specialized in determining the types of weapons and on-site sampling. Because it is not certain whether the virus database in the experimental base has leaked. These people are wearing protective clothing. Night is approaching. Hundreds of people carefully occupied the entire island, and experts came to a unanimous conclusion. The enemy came from the air because there were almost no bullet holes in the surrounding forest. And those bullets, they are all ordinary goods, sold everywhere, and the source cannot be determined. The only good news is that the shrapnel that exploded the docks and defensive weapons was found, and they are American-made weapons. Shrapnel analysis shows that these weapons are of the same model and belong to Lockheed Martin. They can only be purchased at the national level. However, this type of weapon is widely sold and is owned by at least 40 countries. At this point, the expert did not continue talking. Faulkner was speechless. The matter was in trouble. To find out who used it, he first had to find out who bought it. This was very simple. They were only a phone call away. But the hard part is determining who used it. Due to the wide range of sales, the equipment is even available in many African countries. You can find out who bought it. You can also go door to door to other people's homes and ask how much ammunition they have in stock. Hee. Nonsense. Even if Kovalo has hands and eyes that can reach the sky, it has never been so arrogant, especially in some countries in Africa. The reselling of military supplies is almost routine. This line seems to be carefully planned, just so you don't dare to check. Do all attacks generally come from air? Faulkner asked. The expert explained, yes, there are no traces of battle on the ground. There was only a large-scale battle at the entrance of the base. However, the opponent seemed to have cleaned it, and all the ammunition at the entrance was taken away, so we were unable to determine its type. It was strange in many places. With such powerful firepower, the opponent did not leave even a small fragment, and it seemed that no paint was peeled off. As for whether there is DNA residue from other parties, further experiments are needed. After listening, Faulkner is certain. The opponent is very cunning. The attack almost came from the sky. Helicopter. This was his first thought. As for why you don't guess whether it's a fighter jet or something, it's actually the same as guessing a helicopter. The defensive weapons on the island are enough to wipe out most of the world's aircraft. Interception? Hee hee, that's a movie. In reality, the chance of a locked aircraft escaping is no higher than 30%. This is still a conservative estimate. They have the most advanced interception system. This is by no means a boast. What happened? How could their anti-air defense system worth hundreds of millions of dollars be disabled? In the air, Faulkner murmured. He really couldn't figure it out. What destroyed the system? Could it be? Or is it just like over there? Someone's going to put the bricks? Island. Excavation work is proceeding nervously. They found out. This base has been determined to be completely destroyed. To achieve this effect, the turning head required may be conservatively estimated to be more than 10 tons. Among them, they also found that the self-destruction system was also activated. This discovery, Faulkner couldn't help but imagine the situation Giles encountered at that time. First, the opponent blocked the communication between the island and the outside world, destroyed the defense system, blinded those expensive weapons, and destroyed these facilities in one fell swoop before the personnel holding shoulder-mounted surface-to-air weapons could react. Then, attack from the outside. The roundabout defense point was destroyed. Immediately afterwards, they began to attack the ground personnel, and the two sides fought fiercely. Unfortunately, the counterattacks were in vain, and not a single hair was lost. By the way, they calmly reached the entrance of the base. At last, forcing Giles to activate self-destruction. That earthquake warning. It was most likely caused by the self-destruction of a laboratory. To his surprise, the communication from the opponent's simulated experimental base deceived them into thinking that the island had always been safe and sound. After the battle, clean up quickly to erase any traces. Subsequently, send someone to New York, sneak into, and carried out a second attack. One link after another. Every ring. All are carried out very strictly. Now, Faulkner can only look forward to what progress will be made in the excavation work, because only when the enemy enters will Giles have a reason to activate self-destruction. Otherwise, who would be bored to blow himself up? One day later, the excavation work took the rescue team a long time, 10 times as big as this. This is a permanent, thick, concrete building. Not only is it hard, but it is also extremely heavy. There is no heavy lifting machinery, so we can only stare at it. The next day, the heavy transport and lifting machinery arrived, and the excavation work began to move forward. However, this side is different from the New York side. There's an elevator shaft there, and you can descend from the bottom to the bottom. There is also an elevator shaft here. But the elevator shafts here are staggered. The first 3 floors underground. The elevator shaft is over here. 3 to 6 floors. The elevator shaft is 100 meters away. The same goes for going down. Changing places every 3 floors was originally designed for safety and to prevent people from jumping from top to bottom all at once. It would be extremely difficult for the experimental subjects to escape. Now, this safety measure, it seemed to be an obstacle to the rescue team. Looking at the concrete debris in front of them, they all wanted to curse the designer to death. They used a lot of effort to lift the concrete away with a crane. Just 3 floors down, you asked me to open it horizontally? Aren't you kidding me? There is no way to use large machinery underground. The superior ordered. They just kept going. According to the design, a passage to another elevator shaft is opened, so why not go all the way down the elevator shaft? Because there is another equally ghostly design here. There is no up-down relationship between floors. Follow the stairwell. The entire experimental base is not built vertically, but has multiple staggered floors, similar to a Z-shape tilted at a 45-degree angle. It is said that it can ensure that the underground of every 3 floors is solid rock. Very strong. Yes, firm. But rescue work is even more difficult. The other end. Faulkner kept complaining about his predecessor's design of this experimental base. This was completely a self-destruction design routine. Once something went wrong, 10 days and a half would have to be spent here. Have to. Causes planted by one's own people. No matter how bitter the fruit is, you have to grit your teeth and eat it. 3 days later, in addition to rescuing the remains of some security personnel. The progress from the third underground floor to another elevator shaft is only halfway. If you want to get to the other elevator shaft, you still have to work day and night. Fortunately, the road to the first control center has been opened. However, useless. There's almost nothing left in this control center except some monitoring data, and it is estimated that the enemy came too quickly. They retreated to the second control center before the enemy came in. The power was cut off here. There's no video of the other party calling, but from the wreckage on the ground, we could see that someone had indeed called in. However, just like at the door, nothing useful was left. The lack of progress in the incident put Faulkner under unprecedented pressure. The fourth day, Coverot reports to the directors. First, I hope to use the power of the directors to find out the perpetrators of this incident. Second, negotiate to remove Faulkner from his position and hire a new team. Hear the news. The directors were calm, even gloating. Very simple. Coverot is not owned by them. It is just a cooperative relationship of mutual benefit. The director only represents Coverot to recognize their strength and the qualifications for equal dialogue. There is no ownership. Nature, since he is not one of his own family. It's just a partner, and it's not a matter of life and death. As long as there is no conflict on the core interests, they will destroy the experimental base belonging to Coverot. It's time to watch a show. This enemy is very powerful. If it is allowed to hide in the dark, it is likely to affect our other business areas. I hope that if all directors have clues, please tell them. The current head of the founding family of Coverot. He spoke solemnly on an extremely simple web dialog box. There are so many directors, none of whom had simple identities. Of course, it was impossible to have a face-to-face meeting. This was a deep web address. All meetings like this are held using this. Okay, interesting. Who knows? Tell me. Satellite shows that no planes appeared in that area of the sea during that time. If you check carefully, this group of people is very good at disguise. Maybe what you see now is done deliberately. The directors discussed in a hurry, even heated up. At their status, there weren't many people who were qualified to chat with them. If they were caught, they would chat enough. Soon, they wouldn't even care much about Coverot changing teams. This made the person in charge very helpless. These guys, there is no one to mess with. And even if you're dissatisfied, you can only pretend that you haven't heard anything. The existence of Coverot almost depends on these people. These people have capital and power, and therefore have the right to speak. Coverot, in their eyes, it is just a useful tool. To be honest, he didn't have high hopes. These people said he was a director, but they are not good birds. Don't ask them, Coverot, to do too many dirty things. It is unrealistic to expect them, and it may even be done by a certain director, with the moody character of some people. Not unusual. Final. End of nonsense. Even if it's over, it's still up to him to find a new team to take charge to stabilize the situation and avoid getting involved in other things. As for the mastermind behind this time, Coverot will investigate it himself, and they only provide convenience. That's when this little meeting ended. Tang Qing basically has a relatively complete list of directors. Is it useful? It's not of much use at the moment because it's not the time to knock these guys yet. It's just to let them go on the list first. When the time comes, pluck the hair one by one. The afternoon of the fourth day. There is still no progress in searching the mountain. Today, it was the day when Faulkner officially handed over the work. The person to be handed over was the founder's family. Since these two matters were too serious, they had to send in the most trouble-free people. After all, who is okay? Will he abandon his ancestral graves? Faulkner also knew the person who replaced him. He had played with him before. He was about the same age as him. In terms of ability, he would definitely be able to withstand the test, but he didn't know how lucky he would be. For days, Mao is not found. The longer you delay, the probability of finding is smaller. The handling of you and part of your team may not be too light this time, because we have not been able to investigate any useful information so far, and we cannot rule out that it was caused by improper operations by your team. The person who came here was clearly Faulkner. I understand, and I accept it. Faulkner smiled bitterly. Improper operation. What it means is there is a possibility that one of you is involved, but not a single hair has been found yet. He cannot prove his innocence, let alone excuse the heavy losses caused by the destruction of these 2 laboratories. I hope I have better luck and can clear your name. Thank you, Faulkner said. That's when. Target found. A surprised voice came from outside. The 2 of them were shocked. He rushed out in a hurry. A minute ago, we received a call from a friend of this person, saying that he saw the target in a New York park. The target was rushing through the park at that time and ran away after spotting him, reported the report. 4 days ago, the first time, all the friends who placed the brick were found out, and then they called one by one and paid a lot of money to ask for clues. When they heard about the reward, many people directly waited in front of the original house, expecting to receive a sum of money. This news, directly announcing that the mountain search operation was meaningless. The people had already escaped and were still wandering around New York City. This made Faulkner's face a little red, partly from shame and partly from excitement. Finally met this guy for the second time. Withdraw all the mountain searchers and let them enter the city to find him. He is quite smart. He knows that there are many people in the city and it is easy to hide. I don't believe it. I can't dig out you a rat. Besides, I suspect he has accomplices. The new person in charge glanced at Faulkner. Faulkner was silent. Have to. Even those who rounded up suspected that he had gone in. I am of no use here. He could only wait for the day when the truth came out. He believed that he was innocent. However, there was no evidence and no one believed him. Then I'll leave first. If you have any questions, please contact me. Yeah. Watching Faulkner leave. He didn't even send it. After packing up his belongings, Faulkner walked onto the ground with his hands cuffed. Behind him, many of his former subordinates were treated in the same way. Fortunately, he just made a mistake and did not receive special treatment. The sun shines down. In the courtyard, a dozen sturdy black off-road vehicles were parked in a row, and next to them were a large number of organizational security personnel with guns. Faulkner didn't know where he would be sent. He only knew that it was in a small country in Central America. There, mainly to take care of the more important people. After a long period of operation, Covelo almost covers the sky with one hand. Now, the largest experimental base is being built there. According to the plan, after the construction is completed in 1 year, Giles will move there to take charge of the work. Even Covelo is planning to build a second fixed headquarters there. But now, Giles is gone. I have also fallen into this situation. Soon, the convoy sets off. After leaving the manor, driving along the road not far from the coastline, looking at the midsummer scenery passing by outside the window, Faulkner felt bad when he thought that the man had not been caught yet. 1 hour later, on a small road, the convoy stopped. Alert! Someone has placed a roadblock ahead. The leader's voice came from the car's intercom, and the entire convoy slowly came to a stop. The co-pilots all opened the safety on their guns and got out. This section, they are too familiar. They usually like to use this trick when there are people in traffic jams. They often travel this road, and they have often encountered villagers who want to collect carrying fees in the past. So, it is not a strange thing. But, I looked around for a while. I haven't seen anyone coming for charge troubleshooting. In line with their professionalism, they still looked at the surrounding jungle with vigilance and asked a few people to move the roadblocks. In order to avoid thunder, they also specially checked the surroundings of several trees. No danger found. Move. A few minutes later, wreck clearing completed, ready to go. Inside the car, Faulkner was concentrating with his eyes closed. However, the next moment, bang, 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 there was a gunshot. It almost made him jump. There are enemies on both sides of the convoy. Be careful, the leader yelled. I quickly got back into the car. This car has a bulletproof function. Although it is relatively inferior, it is still an effective protection. He couldn't help but open the window. Just fight. Did you see any enemies? No. According to the voice, they determined that the opponent's number should be small, only a dozen or so. They were tasked with a mission and did not dare to fight fiercely. They were about to turn around and retreat first, but just after they fell a few dozen meters, there was a crash and the road collapsed. One is 2 meters wide. A pit nearly 10 meters long. Cut off their retreat. The last car. Calories directly. Situation. It's already clear. People are not asking for tolls. They're asking for their lives. Bang! Gunshot. Bursts. I often follow the sound. I only saw a fleeting shadow, and when I took a closer look, it disappeared into the jungle. Then, the next shot came from another place. For a while, all the security personnel were pressed into the car and beaten. Bang, bang, bang. Crack. Rush out. After a while, a dozen people rushed to both sides, but only those who entered were not able to come out. The boss has reported it to the headquarters. If I can't leave, I don't want the organization's information to be leaked. There was this reply. Yes. The leader was sweating on his forehead. This guy's so ruthless. It's equivalent to giving up on Faulkner. He knows too many things. Regardless of whether these people have anything to do with Faulkner, their purpose is to save people or to silence them. Faulkner couldn't escape the control of the organization. At this time, Faulkner was already ashen, and he didn't know what would happen. Well, sighed. Maybe. This is life. We cannot let them fall into the hands of the enemy. The leader ordered coldly. The order was sent to each car. Then, I was also following orders. Bang! A shot. Faulkner walked away relieved. Others. They all went to see God. At this moment, the other side seemed to be angry, and the firepower was much stronger, as if it was revenge. In the end, the only one left was a security team member who resisted to the death before escaping back. So far, this pool of water, already turbid. Due to this attack, all the people who were promoted during the Faulkner period in Kovaro are facing a crisis of trust. No matter what, they cannot rule out the involvement for the time being. And the wind and cloud, it's just starting to stir. September 15th, now. It's been almost since the last time I was attacked. 2 weeks have passed, and it has been a week since Faulkner raised his eyebrows. Things are developing in the direction he wants, and the invisible hand is pulling in more and more fish in the pond. Every day, things like this happen. Let them work overtime every day. Today, traces of the enemy appear here. Tomorrow, an important person under his command disappears, and clues point to Faulkner and others. The day after tomorrow, another person under investigation disappears. The day after tomorrow, where are the clues to the missing persons? That's all. Things are growing exponentially. It's crazy busy over there. Large-scale personnel transfer. It also allowed the body shape of Kovalo to gradually be revealed. Of course, this was to Tang Qing, but to others, this was still a mysterious and powerful behemoth. Take office from the beginning. The new person in charge was stuck in such trivial matters, and his subordinates were exhausted every day. However, they spent a lot of money and still kept them in a fog. Riding on the water, the soldiers caught a lot of fish. Those who escaped, some were captured by the soldiers one after another, gradually gained trust. In order to achieve this effect, Faulkner's braided hair was indispensable. Only in this way can some people disappear as a matter of course and be mistaken for betraying the organization or having evil intentions like Faulkner. This move, throughout the plan, crucial. It is the biggest cover for the plan to be implemented. The rest. It is through this simple method that we will continue to consume the existing organizational system of Kovalo and replace it with new blood. This day will not be too far away, and it will be achieved by the end of next year at the latest. Next, pluck the hair slowly. Today is Saturday. In the villa, Chiron flew to visit, but he is a bad guest. Kulme, just clamoring to eat silly crabs. So, Tang Qing reluctantly steamed the only one in stock. Chiron ate without even thinking about talking. In the end, it took him 2 hours to finish the stupid crab. Then, one afternoon, he held his stomach and played dead on the sofa. He also wanted Tang Qing to accompany him to some charity dinner. At first, Tang Qing was not very interested, but he still agreed and just went out for a walk. However, when he heard that it was a donation to the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation, he became interested and wanted to see who were the people who donated money to himself. The Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation was established only about 20 days ago, but it is more famous than most foundations in the world. Suddenly, Reporters found that there seemed to be no shortage of news material, because every day the official website of the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation announced the amount of donations received that day, ranging from hundreds of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars. Crazy. This world. I really have the money to have someone come to my door while I'm lying down. To know. The people from the Myanmar Medical Foundation have only issued an announcement and account so far, and have not spoken out since then. However, the money does not seem to have slowed down the flow of money into people's hands. This is pure profit. What people do with it is basically a behind-the-scenes operation. In addition, a large number of cured cancer patients return to their countries every day, causing the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation to be in the news every day. For a while. And be others. Even. Some foundations even came to beg for help to see if they could support their cause. However, they were rejected, and the meat that came in my mouth was left to you to create? Think beautifully. Within a short period of time. It is only in and out. Tang Qing also investigated the source of these funds. In addition to the money sent back by the soldiers, most of it was donations from rich people. Young rich people hardly donated, and those who donated were basically older people. These people, older, attitudes towards money are no longer what they used to be. A little more enlightened. He might even donate half of his net worth. This time Chiron came because his company was invited. He just wanted to come and have a meal, so he agreed by the way. He hadn't seen Tang Qing for a long time. A summer vacation. Tang Qing is basically in the island country. He passed by Shanghai City several times, but Tang Qing was not there. Evening. Almost adjusted. Chiron became lively again. Tang Qing, wait a moment, don't be too serious. Chiron warned after getting in the car. Tang Qing was stunned. What? Selling dog meat as a sheep's head? That's not the case. This kind of charity dinner is a donation to a foreign foundation. It is definitely impossible for everything to fall into the hands of that foundation. If you really have such kindness, you can donate directly. Chiron said. They still take a commission? Tang Qing asked. It's about the same. It's considered a transfer fee, at least 30%. If you're more generous, 50 is not impossible. You know, this kind of dinner is actually just a show. Everyone doesn't really care what they use it for. Otherwise, if you really want to donate, why don't you donate normally? Later, don't be too proud and have to shock the whole audience. Chiron explained. I see. I heard someone wanted to deduct one's money. Tang Qing was prepared not to pay a dime. Face. Elder brother. We are the richest man. Not a penny was plucked. Who can bite him? As for competing with others, come on, he's not that free yet. It's okay to compete with others for things he likes, but he doesn't have the consciousness to compete with others to give money. Are you going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Back. It's convenient to have a private jet. You could just buy one. No, it's useless to park the plane anyway. I'll help you run it in. I didn't hear that the plane needs to be run in. You don't understand. Airplanes, like cars, need to be run in and used to get the best out of the equipment. In order to use the plane, Chiron turned on the cheating mode. Tang Qing listened quietly to Chiron, even if you talk about it. But Chiron is very measured. Unless I'm traveling abroad and borrow it occasionally, I usually take a flight. Others are reluctant to borrow cars, mainly because they are afraid that it will break down. However, this concern does not apply to Tang Qing. His car can be broken. You're awesome. All equipment far exceeds military specifications, and it is still being improved. Basically, the appearance of his aircraft remains unchanged, but the internal equipment will be updated every month. After half a year, most of them will be replaced with the latest technology. In the training area, under various extreme environments, there are also several test machines conducting tests day and night. Bad drive? It's hard to break it. It's not just airplanes. Even the usual cars in his garage. A batch of brand new ones are replaced every month, and the old ones are thrown into the security warehouse or recycled. Tang Qing has educated himself countless times about such wasteful behavior. Then, keep building. For laboratories with mature recycling technology, the cost of a new bulletproof vehicle can be reduced to less than 200,000 Asian dollars, which means that it is almost zero cost to replace the vehicle. P.S. pull the protagonist out for a few chapters. I have been busy until 1 or 2 o'clock in the evening every day recently. It is not easy to find time to write. I think it will be like this every day this month. I hope it will be better next month. It feels like my body is going to be hollowed out. Never mind. I don't complain about my already fragile life, for fear that it won't be able to bear it. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the dinner venue. What a coincidence. Tang Qing has been here before. Comic Group's Civilization 1 celebration banquet was held here. Since then, both Comic Group and Xingyuan Technology have used this place, and Comic Group held an annual meeting here. But Tang Qing did not come. This was just the company's annual meeting. He accessed remotely and spoke a few words. He also read out a list of outstanding corporate employees. Finally, he sang a song under the unanimous cheers of everyone. To date, photos of him singing. They are all hung at the entrance of the group headquarters building. A huge annual meeting like Qingyan City. Next time, still have to wait a few years. If you choose a special year, such as the 5th anniversary, it will be almost 10 years. By then, Tang Qing estimates that his industry will have reached a new level, and it is time to celebrate. By then, there is no need to invite external stars to help out anymore. The company itself, there are a lot of stars. No matter what, a company annual meeting can still be sustained. It is estimated that even if no money is given, other stars will happily come to join in the fun. Now, Comic Group almost controls the biggest cake in China's film and television entertainment. A movie, accounting for more than half of China's annual box office. A TV series. It has even become popular in Europe and America. The TV series customized by Comet Film and Television, starring Brother, who has been aired. This TV series, which is rich in Oriental culture, but can also be accepted by Westerners, received a very good response as soon as it was aired. Traditional martial arts and Xinxia want to rush out. Disaster. Children love each other forever. Love and hate entanglement. To be honest, in terms of expressiveness in this aspect, the tastes of Eastern and Western audiences are different. China has a long history, and the expression of love is more delicate, while the West is more direct, grinding, which makes people tired after watching it. To this end, the show downright downplays this aspect, mainly focusing on special effects and actions, visually catching the audience's attention and the love between children and children. Unless it is expressed in a particularly great form, it will be difficult to move people. After all, countless film and television works. A great love that can be remembered, but there are very few. It's been so long since I've been here, and there hasn't been any change from before. Also, this kind of place itself is based on the classical approach and rarely follows trends and pursues the speed of modern updates. Classical. This is a trend that never fades. A lot of people. Tang Qing's car. I was stuck in the back for a while just now. It was his car's turn to drive past. Chiron smiled and said, "Of course, this was initiated by a rich man from Xiangjiang and a few local rich people. This donation to the Myanmar Asia Medical Foundation is handled by a charity foundation in Xiangjiang. Anyway, it is quite lively. I can tell." Tang Qing nodded. He really saw it. Door. Tang Qing found that there were many reporters. This is late at night. He was so dedicated that, through the mini-map marking, he discovered that Rong-Ying was here again, but not among the reporters at the door, but had already gone in to interview one of the organizers. Tang Qing. A voice shouted. Let everyone at the door focus their attention. Wow, it's really Tang Qing. I didn't expect him to come. Didn't I hear he was coming? What you said is right. If someone comes, he has to report to you. He is probably a mysterious guest. The organizer also wants to surprise him. I really want to go up and take off a piece of his clothes as a souvenir. Sister, pay attention to the character. Tang Qing's arrival. It caused a sensation, and reporters started taking photos. Others were not to be left behind. They took out their epic phones, turned on the flash, followed the reporters, and some held selfie sticks and pressed hard. What a pity. The Ano only has rear flash. The front camera took pictures at night, and the results were not satisfactory. Selfie stick. Xingyuan Technology launched it late last month. Once launched, it has won unanimous praise from users, especially with the beautification function of the Era camera, which makes some selfie wizards unable to stop at all and can't wait to fill their mobile phones with their own photos. Now, there are a lot of imitation products on Taobao. Qingyuan Technology's sales have been stable. The reason? It's also good to save face. I spent a lot of money to buy a mobile phone worth several thousand yuan, and then spent more than 10 yuan to buy accessories from another brand. It was a bit embarrassing. Although it was expensive, the quality of Qingyuan Technology's products has always been outstanding. Plenty of ingredients. The workmanship is exquisite. The design is novel. In addition, Qingyuan Technology is a Chinese enterprise. Same as Huawei. Having used innovation to change the world's view of China, it is natural to support it more. And this is what Tang Qing wants to achieve. From the beginning, he has built people's confidence in the product. When the industry upgrades, after consumption upgrade, this reputation, it will bring huge economic benefits. When people buy things, they will have an almost unreasonable thought. I don't know the difference between Tang Qing's products and others, but Tang Qing's products have never let me down. In this case, then why do you think so much? Lazy. It is the main consumer force in the future. At this time, as the only overlord on the market currently, almost everyone present had one. Compared with bang-bang phones and clamshell phones, the functions of the Ano are indeed very attractive. Watching videos with a flip phone and watching videos with a large-screen Ano are completely two different concepts. It is also the Ano that has ushered in the era of shooting on the go. For a while, there was a flash of light at the door, due to the continuous illumination of a large number of light sources. The eye protection function of glasses is activated. Soon, it turned into brown sunglasses. This time, they also discovered that Tang Qing's glasses were different. What cool glasses! I heard that he wears them every day at school, and they change color with the light. Please ask for the same style. They are available on Taobao and can be bought for a few hundred yuan, but they are definitely not as valuable as his. Someone checked and found that there was no similar style on the market before. Obviously, they were specially designed by someone, not a mass-produced product. Follow. It soon moved to Tang Qing's glasses. No linugating. Tang Qing and Chai Rin walked in. Once inside, the sponsor of the dinner party, who was responsible for welcoming guests, came up with a smile on his face. Several sponsors had different divisions of labor, including hospitality, reception, and outreach. Otherwise, it would be difficult for one person to support a charity party. Hello, I am. After introducing myself, he personally brought Tang Qing in, and then returned to greet the guests. At this time, almost everyone in the hall knew that Tang Qing was coming. Suddenly, eyes glanced towards him. Those who thought they were qualified came to get close to each other, and Tang Qing dealt with them one by one. Seeing that Tang Qing was not very interested, they didn't care. Tang Qing was only in his early 20s, and many people's sons were older than Tang Qing. There must be a generation gap with them. Except age. Wealth is also a deeper ditch. The richest man in China. This name, they can also be envious. Nowadays, several companies under Tang Qing are booming, and their value has exploded compared to the beginning of the year. Their worth is almost equivalent to the sum of the 2nd to 9th places on the Huruan China list last year. Simply inhumane. You are still the same as before. Chai Rin said helplessly. Thank you for the compliment. This is called complimenting. Yeah, no matter how far you go, you still keep your original intention. It's great. You are reasonable no matter what. Keeping a certain distance from them is also a good strategy, but not too far, so far that they can't see you. Chai Rin said as he walked. You are almost turning into a nagging person. Tang Qing joked. No one calls me as cool as you. I am envious. You've seen me cool. Everywhere. How do you want me to answer this? No need to pick it up. Just go back and let me bring a stupid crab back. Nonsense. Both are professional. Today, Lin Jiaxue did not follow. There were actually a few people who thought they were pretty and came up to chat with her, ogling Tang Qing wildly. Unfortunately, in Tang Qing's eyes, these women had piles of black history. Send one away. Here comes another one. These people really have a lot of background. Looking at their glorious achievements, Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh. Women, in some aspects, can really make people look at them with admiration. The specialty over there is that they invited a lot of models from Xinjiang, not all of whom are insiders. Chiron explained that different dinner parties invite different people. Generally, Chinese people would not be so fancy when holding formal banquets. Mr. Tang, it's up to you today. At this time, a rich middle-aged man with very ordinary hair came up. He is one of today's initiators and the president of a Xinjiang charity foundation. But can you hide the Patek Philippe watch for a while and bring it out like this? I don't know. I thought you had embezzled the foundation's money. What are you looking at? Tang Qing pretended to be puzzled. Everyone knows that Mr. Tang has always been generous and pays special attention to charity. His companies have done charity-related good deeds. Among today's guests, he can be said to be one of the best. What is this? Raising it so high. Are you preparing to throw him down? The answer is yes. From the eyes of the man in front of him, he saw a little excitement, a bit like the excitement of catching a fat sheep. Could it be that this donation is very fishy? Tang Qing wondered, while asking the command room to check the foundation. He didn't stop talking. This is looking down on me. Charity is the intention, and it has nothing to do with the amount. Oh, it doesn't matter. There is still a difference between great kindness and small kindness. People like Mr. Tang must be people who do great kindness. We can look forward to Mr. Tang teaching us a lesson later. Class? Yes, that's the literal meaning. Class. After the organizer's speech and at his collective invitation, Tang Qing came on stage. Looking at the eyes below, he didn't know what to say for a moment. To be honest, charity is really hard to say. Saying hello can just move yourself. Tang Qing said. As for charity, I can't give an accurate definition because there are many uncertain factors, active, passive, hypocritical, show-off, light and dark, which exist in any field. So, in my opinion, having this kind of heart, no matter how big or small, is good. This is for yourself. Without this kind of heart, how old is great. This is for others to see. Sorry, I'm not here to persuade you to donate money. If I really want to do charity, I have always followed the principle of giving to those in need, giving a lunch to the hungry, and giving an opportunity to education to those who are out of school. If you're more generous, you can pry up a few shovels of soil to fight against the injustice in the world. Well, this is what I want to say. Of course, I also hope that everyone will donate to the Myanmar Medical Foundation. This is a very responsible organization. Finally, Tang Qing changed his words. However, others thought he was talking about this donation, but within a few minutes, the foundation was investigated. How can I say it was shocking? It was purely a scam. Foundation. The method was very clever. It used celebrity effect to drive everyone to donate. As the number of events increased, the popularity became higher and higher. Most of the donations received were eaten up by various names, and only a very small part went to the hands of the donation recipients. Why is no one in charge? It's also very simple. What many wealthy people care about is the gratitude publicity of this foundation, rather than who they use it. Over time, this foundation has become unscrupulous. It's not a transaction of fame and money. The applause continued, although they were all words with little nutrition. After that, the organizers thought that Tang Qing said this because he was preparing to do a great charity, and they were overjoyed. However, when many people donated, Tang Qing was as steady as an old dog. Chiron couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is because he wants to go the unconventional way to the end. You don't want to donate? Chiron asked. He donated 500,000 yuan. No. Then what you just said was so touching. Chiron rolled his eyes. Is there any? I just said that I hope everyone will donate to the Myanmar Medical Foundation. I did not say that I would donate to this foundation, nor did I say that I would donate today. They misunderstood. Tang Qing curled his lips. That makes sense. I'm so stupid. Just as he was talking, Ji Guahao, the rich middle-aged man from before, came up and pulled Tang Qing aside. He didn't expect that Tang Qing would dismantle the station as soon as it was erected and move it home. Now, it's a bit troublesome. They're also planning to hold 8 out of 10 games by the end of the year based on the good start with Tang Qing. Now, if it is spread that Tang Qing has not donated a cent, it will be a big blow. Yes, the media will say that Tang Qing is stingy. However, they will also be greatly affected. The richest man didn't donate. So why did you think that we were lucky enough to catch Tang Qing? Mr. Tang, what do you mean? Ji Guohao's tone was filled with anger. Tang Qing smiled playfully. I went out today and forgot to bring money. Sorry, next time. Finished coding. Keep working overtime. Take a day off tomorrow. I'll make up for it the day after tomorrow. No money? You thought you were going out to buy carrots. This is too perfunctory and obvious. Next time, I'll give it a try. They had wanted to invite Tang Qing before, but he couldn't be contacted and the phone number he wanted couldn't be reached at all. So he took the next best step and sent an invitation to Pu Chaodong, the president of Comic Group, to see if he could let Comic Group take the spotlight. But the other party stated that Comic Group had no plans to use such funds. Reject directly. Not only Comic Group, but Luo Chong of Qingyuan Technology also said that he was abroad and had no time. The company has its own established charity donation plan and has no additional funds to use. Look at Tang Qing's current posture. Be prepared to leave nothing behind. No, this mattered today, but it can't go on like this. We can pledge donations. Ji Guohao suggested. Didn't bring any money. Just write it down first. But Tang Qing sighed helplessly. He showed an expression that said, I'm going to tell you something unspeakable. Here, let me tell you the truth. My company is financially tight right now. It owes a lot of money to outsiders, and there are many projects being approved. The finances are tight. I also want to do good things, but I'm not strong enough. Next time, the devil is coming. At this time, Ji Guohao was already shocked by Tang Qing's refreshing reason. He was startled for a moment and firmly refused to believe it. Mr. Tang, are you kidding me? How can your company be financially tight? Comic Group and Qingyuan Technology alone are just attracting gold bulls. The richest man in China is short of money? Is today April Fool's Day? Hear the words. Tang Qing said seriously. President Ji, you don't know this. Business people are different from your foundation. You have almost no costs. You could just beg everywhere. But we have production costs when we run a business. And it's very big. I have other businesses to support. Just Xiaoxiao Technology and Tianyin Group have eaten up more than 10 billion yuan of my funds in the past few months in order to expand. The money I earned this year, almost all of it has been invested, and the funds on the books are just enough to maintain operations. We still have to borrow a lot from the bank, and there's really no spare money on hand. Ji Guohao was stunned again. Say this. Tang Qing really earns more and spends more a bit. Bah, wrong. Who are you bluffing? If this is true, how could you tell me, an outsider, that these are all company secrets? Based on your company's prospects, your bank's credit limit is in the billions. This is to refuse to donate to the end. Today, this must not be the case. Now, Ji Guohao no longer cares about Tang Qing's money. He thinks about how to end it. He gritted his teeth and said, well, Mr. Tang, if you name a number, I'll treat it as a donation. This will make everyone feel better. I thought Tang Qing would agree. But, no, I don't like lying to people. Tang Qing shook his head. Then who were you lying to just now? Mr. Tang, I think this will be good for everyone. Ji Guohao advised again. Tang Qing said, but I really don't like to cheat. Whatever it is what it is. Otherwise, if word spreads, my reputation will be really ruined. The price is a bit high. Want to use me to promote it? You are overthinking. Ji Guohao took a deep breath. At this time, he was already somewhat aware of it. It stands to reason. People like Tang Qing. It is impossible to lack those 18 million. But why are you so cruel to him? I want to know why. Why you refuse such a good thing that can enhance your personal image and corporate image. Do you mean showdown? Think about it. Tang Qing smiled slightly. President Ji, I came here with good intentions, but my good intentions are not meant to be taken advantage of. You want to include me in your little calculation. I can't pretend that I don't see it. You are the same. If you don't make good money, you have to make this kind of money. To be honest, if it doesn't involve me, I won't bother to care. Now, I tell you clearly, don't involve me. Finally, Tang Qing warned. Could it be? Does Tang Qing know? This feeling of being torn off the fig leaf made Ji Guohao very uncomfortable. Ji Guohao suppressed his racing heart and argued, Mr. Tang, I don't know what you were talking about. Tang Qing smiled and said, you know. After that, without waiting for Ji Guohao's answer, Tang Qing walked toward Chiren. What's going on? Chiren asked curiously. What do you think? Forcing you to donate? Chiren guessed. Tang Qing shook his head. After thinking about it, Chiren rolled his eyes and said, that's a fraudulent donation. You know so much. Tang Qing said with a smile. Not as many as you, for example, Black Prison. Chiren suddenly mentioned. You don't keep talking about it if you have nothing to do, so as not to be noticed. Tang Qing rolled his big eyes. Now, with such a big thing happening inside Kovero, the Black Prison is also within the scope of suspicion. The two sides have already had a lot of friction in Africa, but it is also limited to Africa, because Black Prison has few industries and partners outside of Africa. In Asia, Chiren and he are both public partners of Black Prison, because the founder of the Congolese United Power Grid Corporation is Black Prison. The two are shareholders. It's hard not to find it. Understand, what do you know? Chiren wanted to find out some information. Now, something seems to be wrong with Kovero. Not only did he bite himself, but he also bit others. His people in Africa heard some gossip and knew that Kovero and the Black Prison were having trouble dealing with each other. There was constant friction secretly. It made him a little frightened. Kovero, what a powerful organization that is. Relying on the directors behind it, it can be said that they have great power in most countries and regions around the world. A phone call can even mobilize the presence of the military and police there. No deal with Black Prison. This is simply the difference between a herd of elephants and a lone wolf. As a partner of Black Prison, it also has huge assets in Africa. It can be said, this time there was friction between the two sides. It has seriously threatened the security of their family's assets in Africa. Many of these assets belong to other domestic families. Yunchi Investment has as many as a dozen shareholders behind it. He came to Shanghai in person. It also means to inquire about news. It was said on the phone that it was not safe. Not only him, but also the families of the shareholders of Yunchi Investment were paying attention to this matter. As the initiators of the cooperation with the Black Prison, the risks borne by the Chai family were too great. One is not handled well. The Chai family may bear the responsibility. However, inside Yunchi Investment, before Black Prison showed its defeat, but there was no sound of ending the cooperation, because they have already felt the benefits of their long-term cooperation. Once they lose their cooperative relationship with Black Prison, their minerals in Africa will not be mined as safely as they are now. Many have passed through the intimidation of Black Prison before. The high-quality minerals they get may not necessarily belong to them. Now, they looked a little anxiously. I hope Black Prison can hold on. If you really can't hold on anymore in the end, you can just give in to Kovelo. So, only then can their interests be protected. Chapter 1. 4 chapters today. Please vote.